Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is less of me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lemons my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Motherfucker. That's his favorite word, motherfucker.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, I have.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
All right, and we are back. We are back like we never left.
No,
Here,
no,
here.
no, no, my baby.
Yeah, Juan, I saw you back there getting down. The Unscripted Nights one, it's like Lord, I'm thinking, I'm forgetting what it's called.
He was doing the Trump dance portion.
The genre of music. But yeah, like I like the vibes. That's kind of what I like. And you know, just kind of
HB song is my favorite. I think out of all of them.
Yeah, it took me some time with that one. Because I wrote the song and then I did the beat and then I had to do some real the Lord's work with AI to get it there. So AI brought all that together.
Portia, the trucker song that you made, a portion of that kind of looks like some of the trucks were moving were like Legos.
Oh, so what you saw at the end of that, it looks like Legos and more like a cartoon style because that's how I made the end of it that way because I wanted to be able to put.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like claymation, but with Legos.
Yeah. So everything else is stock images, and then that one I made that one like the same as with Imperious's intro. You know, they would take a little more.
I was stuck on that short that you had. I think it was either yesterday or the day before, where you guys were talking about a kid huffing feces or whatever the heck, and Dick Crack is like, "I just leave. I started a new family."
Oh no, that was Denizen. Oh god, that was so.
It was still funny. It was still funny nonetheless. He's like, "I'd leave," just like God started over with the flood. I'd start over.
That's like one of my faves right now.
May I ask you a question totally off topic? Portia, when are you and HB gonna come up here and see my ass?
I
have to prepare for that, you know.
Yeah, it'll be sometime next year.
Okay.
Because it's too cold now.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be too cold, but definitely next year for sure.
You got any stories, Portia, to put up on the
least
stories?
I'm about to pull this up really quick because Juan just put it in my spirit.
Sorry, I'm going to hell, but it was funny.
He just put it in my spirit. Let me find it.
I already put the link in the back chat, Portia.
Oh, here we go. Imagine walking in a room catching your son huffing his own feces. I mean, as a parent, what would you even do?
Leave.
Change his doctor.
You know, like when God brought the flood? When it was like, oh, fuck it. I'm just going to start over. That would be me.
How'd you know?
That's absolutism right there.
Did someone bring up?
I tell you, I post these shorts and uploads, pre-uploads. You guys, please check them out. I'm actually going to play.
There's another one where HB and Master Kim are having a discussion about race. It's one of the earlier shorts, but it's just as funny.
I have to post some more tomorrow. I wanted to get a lot more uploaded today, but it's just been a busy day. But this is another one that I thought was pretty funny. And the shorts, I guess I could put some more of the professional stuff too, but like for the shorts, I guess I'll start doing that too. But it's just like the funny stuff. I try to take the funniest clips to me, what I think is funny, and hope that y'all think they're funny too. But yeah, y'all please go out and check. If y'all can see our shorts page. For those of you that may not realize, hey, I'll be working. And we have our playlist. You can come to our playlist and you see we have our immigration, horrible Airbnb host, mic drop karaoke, our late nights, HB2N, gone trucking, city voices is our street interviews. Of course, Master Kim's, Big Dummy, Too Big Money. So I'm trying to have everything all nice and organized and streamlined. So whenever you're looking for something specific, you have a place to go. But we'll play. Oh my gosh, my laptop hasn't been charged.
Portia, can you share the link to the other channel? That way people can start subscribing and hit the all button over there just in case. You know what I mean?
I will do that too. I'm going to play
should
this
get the bot. You should program the bot to do it for you. Then it'll just be constant.
Oh, yeah. So John, he should be listening. So John can put that in the bot. So this is another one that I uploaded last week. This is Sir and Virgo and HB, but the highlight was Sir and HB, and that was pretty
And enjoy having children. They love it. But when they tell us about it, I'm like, how would you put yourself through that again? Like you had to be
even my daughter, but even my daughter came out at like 7. She was 7'4".
It hurts when I shit too big, man. I can't imagine pushing a baby out. God.
And I had her through a C-section too.
What's up, HB?
I had my daughter through a C-section as well because after I had the twins, I had to have back surgery.
You might need to get that checked out, sir. Actually, if it hurts.
I got back surgery.
Got hemorrhoids.
Got some stool.
And then they had to like fuse my bones in my back.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
So what do you?
It's funny because Virgo was being serious the whole entire time, just talking away, and here's the boys talking about. I thought that was
give it
funny.
for the boys.
It hurts when I shit too big. The moment he said that, I already knew what was going on.
It's like Jesus. Yo, I got stories, man. When I used to work for Boris Head, dude, we had a loading dock and we had to be there at 4 a.m, right? So one day we getting ready to load up and we open up the gate, boom, to get into the truck. And bro, when I open my eyes, I am telling you, man, if you have ever seen such a thing, a log of a massive log, like, and we, the employees took a picture and everything because we were just impressed. We were just like, how in the hell? But I know how. It's when you guys are on opiates and stuff like that, man, that's what happens. So around where I used to work, there's a lot of people on like on drugs and stuff. So, and homeless people. So yeah, man, it was crazy, dude.
You mean the hard shit Latinos for Trump?
Yeah, like a log, dude. Like 2 babies' arms, dude. Like.
I'm kind of torn right now on we have been given 12 we have been given
no pun intended
12 more hours here what to talk about because of what happened on the last stream. So I think that Stanley hopefully tomorrow in the morning, like while HB is, running things, and I'm sure John will be here too, we can have our meeting just to make sure everything is good to go now that you're all set up. So
I'm entertained by Stanley just telling Navy stories. I mean, the guy knows how to tell a story, man.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
That good in the Navy.
He does good. Because I'm just thinking like of the like if you can share your screen, of course, you can pull up whatever.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of, I could probably fumble around and figure some of this stuff out, but
Yeah, I want us to go through together
Yeah,
too.
absolutely.
Yeah, we can have another training day.
Works for me.
Training day. Oh no.
In fact, I have nothing in particular to do tomorrow except a little bit of cleaning.
Yeah, I'll be I'll be at work, but it'll be during my whenever I have my off period.
Yeah, whenever you want. I mean, I have my phone. I hear emails. So
Yeah, so it'll be during my off period, so we can get together and go
I
over a
put
few things.
I
okay.
put a little story in the back chat.
Okay. Y'all know me. I love my little body cam videos. Because I always think the body cam videos are just pretty plain. They're really plain. It's just when I say plain, it's just like you can just watch one of those videos and just have some commentary, and we don't really kind of have to go for blows with each other because we can have very informed opinions and instead of going crazy on each other over political ideologies there, even though that's what we do quite a bit of over here.
I came to be nice.
Hold
Hey,
on, wait.
Mella.
Salute, Mella.
Mella is up here.
Yeah, hey,
He
I
said, I
came to
came
be
here to be
nice. I
nice.
came to be complimentary.
Evening. Hi, Mella. I didn't even know. I wasn't even looking at the screen. I didn't even know because I thought I heard a woman's voice and I was like, maybe I'm just tripping. But it's
No,
you.
you
How
are
are
not.
you?
I'm terrific as always, just like everyone else. I happen to be watching young people discuss who won the president, the debate between Miss Harris and Mr. Trump. And it was really, it was really, really encouraging that young people are interested in their futures, because let rumor tell it, young people are superficial, they don't care. And so it reminded me of John Galt interviewing people in the recent live stream. And he ran across some very articulate, insightful, intelligent young people. So I couldn't help but being drawn to coming back and asking to be on the panel. And I want to assure you, if possible, I'm not going to overreact. The previous live stream or two, like there was some hiccup that occurred between 12th and I think his name is pronounced, I call him D, but they had a hiccup, and there was all this stuff that I eventually couldn't stick around for. It's not my intention to be a contrarian. I just wanted to say that I come in peace, and I hope that's allowed to be so. That's all I want to say. I gave you some compliments, Portia. I heard how you are chaperoning young people for some dance. I had overheard that. I couldn't join at the time, but that's commendable. Like you're actually going to be in charge of young people and their raging hormones at some dance. Like I hope that. How did it turn out, Portia? I do talk a lot.
Maybe having a internet hiccup.
Yeah,
So
but I heard her mention that she was going to chaperone some young people at a dance or homecoming.
yeah.
Yeah, and I was just wondering how that turned out, and how it's
Teachers,
commendable that
yeah.
that
Well,
she
teachers do a lot.
a lot.
Stuff.
She's doing a lot.
Not only that, but you can tell by the way she talks about her profession that this is her. In Spanish, they call it su don. It's her calling. It's her gift. Or
Yeah, that's her thing. She's not trying to ease on down the road. She's actually committed to it. I think it's commendable.
it is. That it is. Looks like she said in the chat she's making greens. Now the difference between Portia and Kamala making greens. At least Portia's not making greens in the bathtub. Am I right? Am I right?
You know what's
Mela,
really atrocious about Kamala is that she placates the black people as if we're stupid. I don't like that about her. I don't like that she, hey, I'm black just like you. No, baby, you're not. You're not. Like you're an anchor baby. And nobody's gonna tell you that because they hate Trump.
You're
And,
not
and that's
wrong.
against them.
Trump had student visas when she was born in California.
Mela, I wanted to thank you for sharing part of your military experience with us yesterday. That
That was a memorable
goes to the
day.
heart.
Yeah, that was a memorable day.
That goes to the heart.
Thank you and Stanley for your service and everybody else on the panel that's also served.
Well, I had fun most of the time.
What was an unfun time, Stanley? If you don't mind me asking.
Water
Not
hour.
very fun.
Being yelled at by the captain.
Did you ever get in a fight?
No, officers don't fight.
Exactly. So you had fun.
As a matter of fact, your ass will go to jail if you really don't.
That's what I've been telling people. People have this assumption that all we do is scruff and go to blows, and it's not like that.
Well, who has that assumption?
There are people that have this notion that active duty military members are violent, and that's not the case. We're trained to discern when to act. That's what we're trained to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. The Air Force.
But they call it the brig, Stanley. Call it what it is, the brig.
Now see.
That Air Force in action is a new one on me.
Okay, see, now he's digging, right? That's a dig. That's what we call in these YouTube spaces a dig.
Well, I didn't know.
Next thing you know, you're gonna call it the chair force, right? Come on, man. That's played out, man. Stop.
I would never. Hey, you used the term. I didn't.
Well, don't worry. I teased my father.
I mean, shoot, y'all fly model airplanes now. So,
he's tempting me.
My father was 1st Battalion, 8th Marine Division, and every time he talks about his missions in Lebanon back in '83, my response to him is, so you barely got out because you were able to decide which crayon to eat on the most, right? You were indecisive between
Well, I know 83 in Lebanon, that was
when the embassy blew up.
Yeah, that was what we call the shit.
Oh, it was worse than that. My father lost a couple of friends of his. And it's weird because I figured they would have sent his ass home after all of that. No, they put his ass on a ship to Italy.
Well, hopefully
yeah, they will do that.
To Naples or
just
something.
when you think you're done, they pull you back in.
It was to Naples. My response to him there was, so you needed to train the other guys on which crayons to be indecisive on so that they don't get in trouble, so that they don't get hurt either.
Pacheco, you need to shut up. You need to shut up.
Hey, but it was funny though. It was funny that, But yeah, we have all of those jokes. My friend also, good Lord, he was Army and he bantered with my father a lot too. Oh, so you're Marine? Yes. So you're amphibious. You can land on sea and land? Yes. So shit floats. Okay.
Yeah, but I think last I checked, Marines are all considered special forces. Their job is not easy.
Well, because they're a rifleman first. They don't have, you have your specialty MOS, and then
the Army, supposedly the Army's everyone's an infantryman too. But I have some of the best officers I've ever served with or just known. I knew probably more officers after I got out of the Navy, Marine, former Marine officers. I've never met a bad Marine officer.
My boss, the law firm that I work for, he was a former Marine, and he is, in my honest opinion, he's the epitome of stand-up guy. He's the guy that I'm trying to imitate because he's he's a man of value. He's a man of values. He's a man of character. It's one of those where you've seen it, Stanley. People try to define character, but then you see people like him, and you look at the word character in the dictionary, and it's them. It's the people that, in his case, retired Marine or somebody that was
Right.
was a Marine officer or what have you. I mean,
Well, you know it when you see it.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to second that one also because I have a nephew who's a Marine. He served 6 years, and he's a real stand-up family guy. And I mean, he's impeccable.
That's my boss. My boss is that type. He's again the definition of a stand-up guy, the guy that I want to imitate.
And he's the son of an illegal immigrant. My nephew.
Really?
And he went to the Marines, and I tell you what, man, that Latino proved himself, dude. And he's probably one of the most stand-up people in the family, as a matter of
That's
fact.
one of the ways, like you can basically shorten your path to citizenship.
That's what I was going to ask. If he was the son of an illegal immigrant, he should have been able to put his father at the front of the line. What we do is it's an I-130 petition. It's a family relative petition. But because your son or spouse is military, you do what's known as parole in place. You don't have to leave the country. You don't have to do consular processing. You go literally to the front of the line, as you should, in my honest opinion. Your kids or your husband or wife, they're laying their life on the line for this country. You damn well deserve to get sent to the front of the line.
Well, and that is so right. And one of the things I'm sure people know it, but it may not be so front and center. People in the military die in training accidents all the time.
All the time.
Yep.
Yes.
And it doesn't always make like front page New York Times news, but if you ever read like Navy Times or Army Times, yeah, it happens. Shoot, especially the special forces folks, it is not rare.
Not only them, Stanley, but if they're training on new equipment, the rules regarding operating new equipment, when they say that was written in blood, they're not bullshitting. The Osprey is a good example of that.
I was going to say that.
When I was a teenager, there was always an accident, either at Cherry Point, North Carolina, at the NADEP base there, or at Camp Lejeune, or MCAS New River, the air station. There was always an accident. There was one where a guy was training and he was on the door wrong and he fell off 300 feet to his death. Or the engine malfunctioned and that bad boy crashed and you lost 5 or 6 people. I mean, something was always happening that was costing them.
Did you guys hear about the 5
off of aircraft carrier decks?
That went missing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow says that I'm still young enough to get on in World War III. You don't want me drafted. I'm legally blind. You'll get me informed. I'm like, Pacheco, fire that way. No, Pacheco, you're firing at friendlies. The other Pacheco, damn it, here. Here's a shovel. Dig a trench, damn it. Dig a trench.
And no sabe, bro. He don't know. That's why.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned this, like how many times already?
I just want my family to respect military service. For whatever reason, because they can't relate to it, they don't respect it. And it's really a compromising.
I respect it.
Thing. Like, what do you mean you don't respect the military? Like, you get to go to Target without having to watch out for enemy attacks.
Well, there's a whole line of.
There's a lot of people that just don't respect the military. They just don't.
I grew up an Army brat, so I grew up respecting the military. I never got to serve, and we been over that before, but I grew up an Army brat on Army bases and shit, so I grew up loving the military.
It's probably because people who aren't familiar with the military, they find an excuse to be dismissive about it, I guess.
I have 2 Puerto Rican friends.
We have the strongest defense in the world,
Amen to that.
And that's commendable, for goodness sake.
No, I was gonna say I have 2 Puerto Rican friends, bro, that are twins, right? And they lived in the 2nd floor of me when I lived in the projects, right? And these guys were raised with me, like brothers, man, like seriously, like just like family. And they decided to join after 9/11, right? And one of them was infantry for, and he ended up in Fallujah. He did 2 tours over there. Luckily, he made it back. But yeah, man, ever since then, like I always liked military because of them. I always thought of them. So anytime I see anybody with a veteran's hat, anytime I see anybody with anything that indicates that you serve, I always give thanks because
Latinos
it's deep, man.
Latinos for Trump, real quick. When 9/11 happened, I'll be quite honest, that was one of the few times that I was actually cursing God that I was visually impaired because I was so pissed off I wanted to go. And I remember seeing in Jacksonville, North Carolina, the recruiters' offices and all branches, Air Force, Marine Corps, Army, Navy.
Mm-hmm.
The line was a freaking.
I wanted to go too, man.
Yeah, I was so.
I was too young. I at that point I was still in what, 9th grade? Not even 9th grade. I was in middle
you were
school.
Probably in junior high, right?
Yeah, I was in middle school. Yeah, so
yeah, and I had graduated from high school 2 years before that, 3 years before that.
Yeah, dude.
And I saw the second plane hit that tower live. When I saw that,
yeah, dude, I was fucking.
The anger just hit me, and it was just like, sign me up.
Yeah, I mean, same here, Juan.
It was Juan. It was always this argument in the house, since like my parents are Dominican, they were like, the Dominican Republic is always like the greatest thing, and I'm like, dude, like if you guys think it's so great, why in the hell are you here?
Yeah, exactly. Leave.
You know what I mean? So it was always that battle. You know what I mean? So when 9/11 happened, like my parents were like, damn, man, like these kids are all pissed off, and I'm like, yeah, and like my parents feel, the anger too, and they're like, damn, man, like, oh, these assholes are going to pay for this. And I'm just like, oh, you'll wait and see. You'll wait and see.
Yeah, that's how angry I was. And again, like I said, I would pass that recruiting office on the way to work, and the line was long AF. That many people besides me.
My brother was like, you gotta wait for the information to come out because we don't know who it is yet or whatever. I'm like, nah, fuck that. We bombing everybody.
I thought the same thing until I saw that video, the VHS video of Osama bin Laden, when he's like, if we would have known that throwing planes into the buildings would piss these people off, we wouldn't have done it. That was all that I needed at that point. I'm like, I wanted him. That's how pissed off I was.
I put my name on the dotted line twice, but couldn't pass the physical. Like right after 9/11, I went to sign up. They wouldn't accept me because I had a hernia.
That shit made everybody riled up. Look, even the Patriots won their first Super Bowl. I don't know if y'all remember what Robert Kraft said. He's like, we're all Patriots. And like everybody felt it. Like, we're all Patriots. You know what I mean? Like, and everybody felt it.
Yeah.
Well, we put a 20-year reign of terror over the Middle East for payback. And it's still not over.
Wasted too. Like, so
still not over.
Everything. Check out your visions 2200. You're in. Think about that, guys. You're in Motor T. You're driving a truck. Are you really sure you want me doing that?
Yeah, the physician took one look at my stomach and said, "No, we can't have you."
Stanley, you could pull up stories and stuff from the back chat or no?
I think I can. Let me figure out. I can present stream.
Oh, by the way, Stanley, how was your reunion with your child?
Yeah, how'd that go, man?
Pretty good. He believe this or not, I think he's grown an inch.
How old is he? Food will do that to you, Stanley. You know this. You're a UJ alum.
No, people. He's 18, so I mean, I think.
Oh, dude, he got it until he's 26, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
so, he is literally 6'1".
Damn, dude. So yeah, he's gonna grow 6'4". They usually, dude. They
No,
usually have
I
like,
don't know. I don't know if he'll get that tall, but you know what?
yeah, dude,
Six
dude,
one's a good
dude.
height.
Trust he will. Look at you. You're
Is
probably
he
what?
gonna
You're probably
join the
Stanley.
military, Stanley?
Stanley, you're probably 6'1",
There's
right?
still hope. They have NROTC at at Georgia Tech,
Yeah.
but I
Nice.
wanted him to go to the Naval Academy. He could have gotten in, but he wasn't.
And go in an officer in E3 or an E4 instead of a private.
He would
Or
have gone in as lieutenant.
Well,
or
I didn't go to the academy, but the thing is that he he might change his mind, but because I personally think he would make a good officer, but
Heidi,
uh,
gonna be your height.
I don't know that it's that necessary. It's
right.
really
Well,
going to
it's
be.
not a requirement to be successful. That's for sure.
I'm still looking for this. There is.
I'm looking at this X article that you posted in the back, Latinos for Trump, and I got a question.
Yep.
Politics and news aside, are wearing glasses just the stylish thing to do now? Because I'm noticing that these guys, these damn glasses, their lenses are not convex or
I'm gonna
concave.
answer that.
Oh, there it is. I see it, Latino.
I'm gonna answer that for you. Yeah, and braces too in certain places.
Dude, that shit's pissing me off because like, dude, I have to wear glasses because I have to.
Like, dude, I'm subscribed to wear them, and my wife gets mad at the fact that I don't. So I like, dude, like, I don't know, man. Like, I squint my eyes too sometimes, and it's like, it's whatever, dude. But like I don't understand why people would want to wear glasses. Just I don't know. Like, what do you think? That's gonna like level your IQ or something? Like,
I was wearing glasses in school, 4 eyes, and all the other names they used to call you.
Like, dude, we used to make fun of kids like that when I was in school. Like, and now this is the thing to be.
And now it's okay.
Goddamn paradox, dude.
I'm prescribed glasses, but I don't wear them because I think they suck and they don't work.
You always squinting your eyes too. I see you, 12 man. Always squinting your eyes.
Yeah. Getting old sucks, homie.
Oh, dude, don't tell me about it. My knees are giving out on me, man. I'm afraid.
When I have to get my talk just to get out of bed in the morning, and I'm only in my 40s, I already know when I hit Stanley's age, there's gonna be problems. I already know.
I'm only 36 and my knee pops. My knee shouldn't be popping. I don't even go for jogs anymore because I'm afraid that one of these days it's just gonna break. It feels like that, man.
Maybe you need a knee surgery, Latinos for
That's
Trump.
why I'm saying, like, I don't force it. I don't push it because I'm not trying to get none of that. I don't like hospitals.
My phone's alarm goes off at like 5:30, 6 in the morning, and I can't move. I can't move for shit. My back hurts, and I'm like, "Come on, Pacheco, tú puedes, Juan. You got this one. Okay, you got one leg. Now the other one."
You got to give yourself.
Give myself a pep talk just to get up in the morning.
You got to give yourself some stretches, man. Like touch your toes, man. Type of stretch.
Yeah.
There are times, I kid you not, where I'm asleep and I wake up, but I'm like in this state where I'm like half asleep, half awake, and I can't move.
Oh, okay.
And it feels like there's a huge weight on my chest. That is
the alarm, and the alarm is your enemy.
Yeah, the alarm's the enemy, but I can't move. And I'm sorry, that type of paralysis, that is the scariest thing that I've had.
You're like,
and
what
it's
the
happened
fuck
like
is
2 or 3
that,
times.
You know what, Juan? I have a lot of respect for you because even with your disabilities, you kept struggling through and you're becoming an attorney and you decided you didn't want to live off the government. So you're still going for your goals. I got a lot of respect for you too, Juan.
If Ray Charles can do it while playing the piano, then I can do it.
Shit. Georgia.
Guys, can you see?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can see it. Can you blow it up anymore standing?
Oh,
That's what she said.
Just need to figure out how to do it.
Pause, bro. Pause.
Pause.
There you go.
You got
that
to pause
good?
on that one.
That's better.
Can you blow it? Like, come on,
Okay,
man.
now I just need to figure out how to play it.
No
Just
Diddy.
There you go. You
Hear
got it,
what he had to
Stan.
say
Can you
about
hear it?
Oprah?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yep.
Did you see her on Oprah? That's not going to be. That's not going to be president. Oprah didn't know what the hell to do. Oprah was like embarrassed. She wanted to hide under the table, but she's a professional and she was able to sort of disguise it. No, she wanted to go right under the table.
Whitley, why does Donald Trump lie like that? I mean, everybody knows. Come on.
I think that there were times during that interview where it looked like Oprah was trying to figure out where VP Harris was going. And I think when we're looking at this circumspectly, when we're talking about battleground states and talking to working everyday Americans, utilizing a billionaire who's not dealing with the cost of inflation, with stagnant wages, with stagnant industries is really just out of touch. And I think that's what he really meant to say, is that hiding behind Hollywood as opposed to really just talking about the policies of your administration may not be working specifically in battleground states.
That is literally rich, Whitley.
Thank you. Thank you. It's wealthy. It's wealthy. It's wealthy. It's wealthy.
A rich man. Come on.
A couple of things here. So Oprah is one of the only people who has been able to have an audience of 20 million people for over many, many years. So I mean, she is a professional here and she does have an audience and she knows how to coordinate or how to appeal to wide audiences. The second thing is I'm really tired of all the surrogates and Donald Trump and the JD Vance all saying this. That's not what the candidates are saying. That is not what they're doing. They're insulting people personally. They're being mean. They're being really vindictive. They're not sticking to the issues. And if they were sticking to the issues and saying what you think they mean to say, we'd be in a much different race. But they can't control themselves and they just need to be mean and vindictive. And that's not winning them the independent voters.
Well, I definitely don't need a history lesson on Oprah, who's Black history, because I'm very familiar with all that she has done. But what I'm saying is when you're talking to people specifically in a state where the average salary is $49,000, bringing a billionaire up on stage is going to present out of touch, specifically for working class Americans. And let me explain why. It's because the issues that they're talking about does not impact her the same, as opposed to having working class people maybe engaging with her, maybe a town hall forum. She has been utilizing celebrities to promote her campaign, as opposed to utilizing working class people or utilizing them to speak to working class people. And there is a disconnect.
I don't know. I mean, did you watch the town? I mean, it was a town hall. It was a town hall style forum, and Oprah Winfrey is. I mean, she's not a talk show host now or a journalist now, but it was like watching Oprah from the 90s and the 80s.
And also the polls are closing. So clearly she's doing something right because she's meeting people where they are, because she is now leading in the polls and she's closing on issues that were Donald Trump's, like the economy and immigration. So something is working.
But polls are a snapshot in time, and we all know that,
yeah,
right? She was just down in the polls, specifically losing with African-American men, and this doesn't necessarily help her. When you see her utilizing celebrities in this way, when they want policies, they don't want the performance of Hollywood within their political spheres.
I mean, again, if you watched the town hall forum, you heard her talk about policies.
Well, gee, that was short. What'd y'all think?
Well, I think Stanley, that they're totally out of touch because Trump was building towers and casinos and all kind of shit, and act like he's out of touch when he's literally employed millions of people during his lifetime.
Do you always think the bosses you've worked for over your long life have been in touch?
No, I can't say they were, Stanley.
Gotcha.
And that's from a Teamster. Like, I'm a retired disabled Teamster.
Gotcha.
And they didn't give a fuck about our lungs in the factory. That's why they didn't make us wear respirators. They didn't give a fuck about our lungs.
Well, Trump is unique among bosses then, I guess. Hey, Latino,
yep.
Let's see. I'm trying to see you. Okay, Mela, let's see. You got one. You want to look at yours, Mela?
Yeah, sure. Go pull up hers.
Where is Mela? Did she?
No, that's good. That's good. I'm just, I'm in the kitchen, so yeah. I just
let's have a look at it.
Everybody's
What
sleeping at night. You guys are making me hungry, man.
what you making, Mella?
Now,
No,
Mel,
so I already had dinner. I'm just making a snack. I'm having a salad as a snack with some cheese and olives.
Nice.
This
the
late
one
at
you
night, but I had beef stew. I made beef stew for dinner.
Mmm.
Yeah,
um,
beef stew and some
There's a,
garlic bread.
It reminds me.
is
There's a
there a
recipe.
particular timestamp or because I noticed this is about an hour.
It is about an hour. It's for you all to just have for yourselves to look at later. I did. If I would have known, I had to point out, what stuck out to me. I would have prepared better. But I just wanted to contribute a video that you guys could look at later on your own.
Well,
That's all.
I'll actually probably watch the whole thing. I might do it once HB gets here. I'll probably stay a little bit, but I'm kind of tired because I've actually been up.
I understand.
But no, I'm interested because I've watched the debate.
I'm encouraged that young people are taking their future seriously. In contrast to the reputation that young people no longer care. And I just like to see that various types of ethnicities and backgrounds and beliefs are in an orchestrated um, forum, espousing what it is they believe. And it was just refreshing to hear, to watch young people do that, because let the public tell it, young people don't care. And I believe they do.
Well, I think America at large tends not to care. I don't think it's just young people.
Okay.
If you ever do a little bit of a deep dive, you'll find that it's generally seniors. Let's just say,
The apathy, right? The apathy of it all is very discouraging to me. And so this was a refreshing video that was posted sometime today. It was refreshing. I shared it with a lot of people because
you probably have a little bit more optimism about this. I almost, and it's a lot of forums like this. I'll hear people talk about, politics, and
I hate to say goodbye, but I gotta
I
go.
tend to think people don't do deep dives into political issues.
But in a world where people are accusing Trump of being the Antichrist, I'm like, come on, man, we're getting crazy
Well,
out here.
I haven't heard anybody accuse him of being,
I've heard several people accuse him of being the Antichrist, and I'm like, we're getting psychotic out here.
Well,
This is
I
got to stop.
personally think that you have to be smart to be an antichrist, and I don't tend to find Trump.
He's not exactly.
I've heard people also accuse him of
It's
being.
preposterous. It's like, but the people that are telling me this, they're elders, and you can't cuss out an elder.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard them say.
These
If
Bible
you get
thumping
older,
elders. It's like, I'm not gonna cuss them out.
I have found as you get older, sometimes you're a little bit more hyperbolic than.
Well, I've heard people also say that Trump and Kamala were antichrists or antichrist-like, but then the people that I've heard say that would go way into the right field or way into left field, talking about gun babies and Gitmo, and the moment they start doing that, I'm like, what? Like, come on, man. I'm crazy, and my points of view are out there sometimes. Like, yeah, it's like, dude, come on.
Well, let me ask you an odd question, Juan.
Go
Do
ahead.
you think people get hyperbolic like that because they don't think anyone's going to check them?
Well, sometimes people are facetious. Some people are doing it, pardon my language, but for shits and giggles. But Stanley, we can tell those
Like
types.
me.
Those types, just, you can tell they're laughing in the background, or you can see them.
Everybody does it, Stanley. People let emotions take over logic, and pretty soon you're talking before you're thinking, right?
Well,
Everybody does it.
I'm not the best at it, but generally, once you start getting all emotional, you pretty much just lost. We used to call it losing the bubble. In the Navy, we'd go, you know what? This dude has lost the bubble. which means you don't know up from down. So,
But going back to what Mela was getting at, I mean, we can't give up on our children. That's why I do believe in mandatory civil or military service, because I think it teaches a country discipline and how to care about one another and how to be on a team. And so if we want all these wonderful things like free education, free healthcare, then the only way to do it is through mandatory civil service. What do you think about that, Stanley?
I think that it would definitely do it, but you're not going to be able to get that. Somebody will cry, freedom of something or another. Now, I love
Right.
this comment right here. Thinking you're smarter than a billionaire. That comment makes me literally laugh. I look at Trump, I look at Elon Musk, and smart is not the first thing I think. So, inherited wealth, both these guys inherited wealth. They didn't like start from, their bootstraps. So I definitely don't agree with that comment. What do y'all think?
Or bum spurs,
Well, again,
for that
they
matter,
inherited wealth,
Stanley.
but the wealth that they inherited was extremely small, and they were able to blow it up into something. I'll use Percy Miller, Master P, as an example. He took a $10,000 inheritance when he was in Louisiana and turned it into a $250 million empire. That takes something. I take $10,000 and it's gone in 10 minutes paying bills. I mean, so there has to be something there to take the little amount that you get and blow it up the way that.
Oh, well, I don't agree with that, but I don't see it as a rule of thumb. That's the impression I'm getting. I've known too many trustafarians to believe in that. There are plenty of people who take their inheritance and just do nothing with it. So
yeah, they do nothing with it or they blow it. Again, I'll again use Master P, Percy Miller. He took $10,000, and for him to turn it into 300 or damn near $250 million, that to me speaks volumes. Whereas again, little me, I'll take $10,000 and it's gone. What did you do with it?
Well, the thing is, I understand why someone would think. I mean, of course, a billionaire will have business acumen and stuff like that. But it kind of goes back to, I guess it was it yesterday, where I got excoriated for basically saying that, what, I'm not that much of a materialist. I tend to be a pretend minimalist. I don't find, that my greatest happiness comes from owning stuff. I like my stuff, but you know what? And I think the military actually kind of, you might lose everything, in a war.
Even
So
your own life.
yeah, you can't be too attached to it.
Well, you don't take it with you when you go when
Exactly.
the nether realm. I mean,
So, but it's a personal opinion. I don't necessarily find the sentiment reprehensible. I just don't agree with it. There are too many exceptions.
Do you think the young people joining the military today, I don't think maybe I'm wrong, but they don't understand that you're signing your life over your life is not your own anymore. It belongs to the government.
I can tell you right. Well, let's not say it belongs to the government, but you have a duty. You have an obligation that you literally, if you want to look at it as a contractual thing, because it technically is a contract.
It is a contract.
However, oh man, you would be surprised at the things I've seen. I can tell you stories about kids. Like I had this one kid working for me, and as it turned out, he was for a judge somewhere in Kansas or somewhere. Basically said, "Hey, excuse me, join the military or go to jail," which is illegal. You can't do that. You used to be able to do it, but a judge can't give you that choice.
It violates the 13th Amendment. It's
Exactly.
Well,
But
unless you,
that judge
unless
did
you,
it, and that
go
kid
ahead,
joined the
Stan.
Navy, and he was miserable. He went UA, which is AWOL for the Navy.
Yeah.
And finally, and I have an even better story than this. This one would be funny, and it's too long to tell. But you'd be surprised that kids will get in. I had a couple kid, and I call them kids. I had a couple kids like somehow or another got marijuana on the destroyer, and we could smell
Uh-oh.
pot like the ship is kind of enclosed, especially when the weather's bad. So we could smell pot like every damn where on the ship practically. So
Yeah.
and we were underway. So we had to send out search parties to find out who was smoking marijuana on the ship. So we found them. They didn't work, but yeah, they were gone like as soon as we got back in port.
Did they go to the brig, Stanley? Did they put them in the brig?
Did with them on the ship, probably just restricted them to, the berthing compartments or something. But they were gone, like, as soon as we got into port, they were out of there.
Yeah, bye. Well, I mean, there was a captain of a ship that got relieved of her command last month because this dumb chick decided she was going to go ahead and wire the ship with Wi-Fi internet, and I'm like, you dummy, what could possibly go wrong? And then she named the Wi-Fi modem or the SSID, you guys call it.
Right.
She called it her. She put it as her last name and then / Stinky. I'm like, you are really, really that dumb, aren't you? But yeah.
You'd be surprised at what 06s will do, or 05s, 06s. We had a Commodore who was an 06, and one day we're in the middle of the Red Sea. And, if you've ever been like in the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea, it's usually pretty calm waters. You don't get a lot of wind and that sort of stuff. And when you do, you get like sandstorms. So this dude decided we had a wind. I don't know what you call them. It's the surfboard with the sail. It's like
wind sails. A wind sail.
Yeah. So we had one on the ship. I don't know who it belonged to, but he saw it one day and said, "Hey, I want to go. I want to go surfing." Dude was, oh my God. So we've got this $1 billion destroyer in this 06, 20-year, probably 25 years in the Navy. He's off like trying to figure out how to windsurf, and we're having to back down the destroyer to pick him up, and it was just a travesty. And I don't know, I think he just wanted to be like, hey, cool, so all the guys love him, or I don't know what he was thinking, but it was just an embarrassment.
Oh man, no comment.
This state-of-the-art destroyer, backing up to pick up the Commodore on a windless day on a windsurfing thing. So, not a great day for the Navy. Glad there were no pictures.
Oh, because if there were pictures, that would have made it even worse. I'm sorry. Those
He
pictures
might have been,
right now.
what? That's the sort of thing that'll get you relieved.
Well, as it should, right? But it would still be.
Yeah, that's a little far. Senior officers do get some latitude, but you can't be bringing embarrassment on the service. Like that dude, you heard about that captain who had the scope on his rifle turned backwards?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And I kind of thought, well, that's maybe a little bit, too harsh.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're supposed to be professional warriors. When you're captain of a ship, know which way you look out of a rifle scope.
Stanley, our thought was, this was for shits and giggles. Our thought was, how the hell did Gomer Pyle get promoted that far?
This dude is an 05. He's a commander.
Oh,
If
man.
not an 06, or basically the equivalent of a lieutenant colonel or a colonel.
Or colonel, right?
Yeah, and the Navy isn't that much into rifles and small arms, not surface warfare. We have our gunners mates and that sort of thing, but your typical officer isn't that. We're not into arms, long guns and sidearms like the Army is, or the Marines, or even the Air Force for that matter. So that he did it and released the photo. Oh my lord! And nobody.
Stanley, may I ask you a
Honest, I
question?
think he wasn't well liked. I think somebody should have caught that photo.
Can I ask you a political question, Stanley?
Oh, always. I love it.
Well, what do you think about the military lowering standards that way? Like women can get in the Navy SEALs, like normally they wouldn't qualify, so they lower the standards, right? So
I didn't know they were women SEALs.
I haven't
yeah,
seen it.
actually, yeah, they lowered the standards so women can get in elite forces. I was wondering what you think about that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, even in the SEALs, you can be support and not necessarily actually have your, your qualification. So I honestly don't know. I don't think SEALs, especially special forces, should be lowering standards. And I can tell you right now, I had a buddy of mine I went to OCS with, and he was a SEAL wannabe. Dude rang the bell his first day.
Damn.
And he talked some shit. He was a great talker about how to first damn day.
Well, it's usually the loudest ones that don't know shit, Stanley. Everyone knows that.
He wound up
That's
going
also
to
in war as
veterinary
well.
school.
I have friends that went to. Well, I have friends that went to Afghanistan, and some of them came back severely wounded. That's why I feel a type of way that I feel after what happened a couple of years ago. But those people, they won't say anything. They are extremely quiet. They'll tell me privately, but they, we have to. I have to have a lot of liquor in my system, and they have to have a lot of beers down. And even then, they don't say that much, And you can tell, Stanley, that they went through some shit, because when they tell you, the pain is just written on their face. And then you have these other shit talkers there in the freaking bar, and I hate these guys. They're like, "Oh, I did this, I did that, blah blah blah." And I'm thinking, I'm visually impaired, and I probably could do better than you could. Sit down, shut the fuck up. Pardon my language.
Well,
Because those people haven't done anything.
I've literally known SEAL Team 6 members. They don't really talk about what they do, and sometimes can't. But yeah, it's all
Probably most of the time they can't, Stanley. Most
they
of the
don't.
time.
You'll ask them, well, what was this ribbon for? And they're like, I can't tell you. Somewhere, I've heard stories. This buddy told me, he was in the movies with his wife one day, and his, beeper went off, whatever they use to, their bat signal. And he was like, "Hey, I have to leave." And I saw my wife again in 6 months. It was like, there wasn't even time to prepare. He was just gone. So, it's hard on the families too, Bo.
Yeah.
Have you seen the movie Saving Private Ryan, Stanley, when it was in theaters?
Oh, I didn't see it in theaters.
I saw it in theaters. I saw it in theaters. Don't ask me how I got in, because it was rated R and I was 16. I wasn't even supposed to be allowed in. But there were, this was when a lot of the World War II vets were still alive. They were in their 70s.
Oh wow!
And they saw that opening scene, and
did they get triggered?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough opening scene.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's a rough opening scene.
Well, one of the guys said during one of the speeches a couple of years later that movie was the closest resemblance of what actually went down on that beach that day.
Oh yeah, Yeah, that was eek.
Yeah, I don't think I would have spotted that beat. I'm sorry. I would have turned it to a little. I would have turned it to a little wimp. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
You know what? You don't now. My very, very, very limited experience is you just don't think about it. You just do. You know, trust your training. If you think about it, you just don't think about it. You just do.
Uh-huh.
And you know, I've had some experiences where you know what, I didn't get scared until it was over. It's like, you know, when you have time to think about it.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, damn. You know what? You start shaking.
It's like I went through that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, how the hell did I do that?
But in the moment, it's just automatic.
Exactly.
You're doing what you're trained to do.
It feels so hard. You know, it's almost like muscle memory.
That makes sense.
Mhm. I
What's up,
believe
Angel?
there's a formulaic reason why the training is 6 to 8 weeks. I believe that's how long it takes to renew someone's mindset.
I'll break it
Apparently,
down and program them. Isn't the training in the Marine Corps like 13 weeks or something like that?
I think Now the Marines are exceptional.
Yeah, they're a little they're bit different.
A little.
A little.
All right, you guys stay safe, stay blessed. Have a good evening.
Take it easy,
Take
Juan.
care, Juan.
Have a good one.
God bless you.
What's up, Angel? You there, Angel?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm here.
There
I'm
he-
sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem. How you doing?
Doing great. How was your Sunday for the most part, Stanley?
It's pretty good. It's all quiet now.
I mean, there's really not much to talk about. I mean, it is like an overnight stream, but I ain't gonna be on for too long because I'm gonna be going to bed like early tonight, and because I need to be up in time for tomorrow morning because one of my favorite game shows is gonna be starting its 53rd season.
How about the
Price is
motherfucking
Right?
Chiefs, nigga? Yeah.
Hey, Tough
About
Guy,
the
and hey, Mella.
Seahawks.
Don't think I said hi to you. Happy Sunday to you, Mella, or
Happy
Monday.
Sunday.
Oh, what up, my niggas? What's happening?
What's up, Tough Guy?
How about the motherfucking Chiefs, nigga?
The who?
The Chiefs. You're talking
The
about
Chefs.
today's. You're talking about today's football game, right?
The
Sunday
Kansas
night
City
football.
Chefs.
I told y'all niggas we was
That's
gonna win it.
actually funny. The Kansas City Chefs.
Didn't y'all play the Atlanta Falcons?
Yeah, we spanked them.
Yeah, how challenging was that? Were you supposed? Was it going to be?
Or was it
But I
like
thought we
really
was supposed to
easy?
beat them like 63-0, but they was playing like. But that's the thing is, we're the Super Bowl champs, so motherfuckers when they try to play us, they be trying to come with it. They try to score right away, but the whole thing is you could score, and then we win at the end though. That's the whole thing is like you just got to play football because I mean the whole thing is we can win by 1 point, we can win by a field goal, we can win by a touchdown. You just never know.
Yeah, winning is winning.
Yeah.
But also, was it also pretty easy for the team to
This game was Our defense was shutting shit down.
Yeah, the Seahawks danced all over the Minnows. I mean the Dolphins.
But we
today.
lost our running back. They it was like 3 big ass niggas landed on his leg, like when you bend your leg back. So his leg went back, but these 3 large ass niggas landed on him. So his knee had to get surgery. He broke his shit. This nigga was strong though. This nigga is a G because I seen him after the game. He was walking around just talking shit. I'm like, this nigga was walking around like that with a broken shit and didn't even know it. Like them niggas be tough, dog. Like that's a tough motherfucker right there. When you just walking around on the field with some broke shit.
Sounds like a huge loss for the Chefs, though.
Yeah, it is because that's
Like
our running
losing
back.
their star
But I think we
running
got
back. Did you
we
say?
got Hunt though. Kareem Hunt is coming back. We just I think he in training camp right now trying to get ready because I think he was a free agent, but we had got rid of him for a little while. But he's back with us, so we got Kareem Hunt. I think he's gonna be our running back. But we got this new nigga that came on, this white boy. He's a fullback. He pretty good. What's his name? Steele. He's pretty good.
Where's he out of?
I think he just walked on from training camp.
Like what college did he come from?
Damn,
Is there
I can't
like
even
not
think.
much information as of right now?
Well, that's okay.
Well, I know they have information on him. It's just I don't know it all. I'm not all into it like that. Like some people, but I just love the team.
What do you think about
I ain't like,
Geno
oh
Smith,
yeah, this
tough
person
guy?
does this and their stats is like that, and is this nigga he's from this college? Like, no, I ain't all like that, nigga. I mean, I
tough
love
guy.
football, I love my team, but nigga, it ain't that deep, nigga.
What do you think about Geno Smith, black quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks?
They're gonna lose when they play us. So are we.
Right on.
We 3-0.
Maybe we'll see you in the playoffs.
I know it's like too early to tell, but I almost have a feeling the Kansas City Chiefs is like gonna make it again this year.
You said you don't think they are?
I said I have a feeling that they are. I didn't say that they won't, because with how they're
on
standing
a
at
roll
2-0 right now, it almost gives me a feeling that they will make it again to the Super Bowl this year.
Well, I mean, we've been winning, but I think it's just because we play football, and a lot of people just give up. Like, we don't give up. We play all the way to the end. The game ain't over until the game ain't over till the game is over, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So like that's how niggas be losing to us. They they'll like score a lot and they be trying to like hold us down, but it's like, nigga, it's about inches. It's just like the other day, somebody got pushed out of bounds and his toe was out of bounds, nigga. When your toe out of bounds, you out of bounds, nigga. So I mean that's what the fuck it is. Like, so they lost. So
well, today's game with the Miami Dolphins, that was like taking candy from a kid, bro. That's the way that game turned out, man. It's like
yeah, they only got 3 points.
we taking candy from
Tariq
babies up in here. Sorry, tough guy.
I thought Tariq would do something, but
they got a field goal.
Yeah, 3 points. That's it. I seen it. Yeah.
24-3.
25? Yeah, 23. 24.
24-3.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I thought it was 25, but it's 24. Okay.
But
yeah, man.
The Seahawks still haven't played like a really tough team. And I think we got Buffalo coming up or something like that next week.
All right. Well, hey, did you see earlier how I had I was clowning what's her name and her dad?
Oh, Ben Thorpe and
Grace.
Yeah, I was clowning them niggas today, man. And I was in church in the back room in the choir room clowning her ass, nigga. And Fat Boy too. I was like, nigga.
Like,
can I get triggered?
Can I ask this, like, not necessarily anything a candidate, but it's just a matter of us. Like, do you, like Stanley, 12th Man, and Tough Guy, do you guys prefer voting early, or do you prefer voting on actual election days? Because Minnesota and Virginia have started early voting, and Arizona starts the early voting on October 9th. But I don't plan on doing the early voting. I plan on actually voting on the actual day of this year's election, November 5th. But I just want to see where you guys stand. Like, do you vote early or do you wait till the election day?
I go in the day of the election, show my ID, and vote the day of the election.
Our shit come in
I
the
don't
mail,
like
so
this.
our shit come in the mail, and then I just take it to the library
Well,
after.
I kind of
Voting early shit.
Drop
Then
it in
too
the
much
library.
can happen to your ballot.
well in a small town. I'll probably just wait till the day of. If I lived in Atlanta, I'd probably do it early.
Hey
I mean,
y'all.
that's a great analogy. Hey,
Hey, San
San
Jose.
Jose.
Oh, that's San Jose. What up?
Hey guys.
How you
Good
doing?
to
What's up,
see you
lady?
all.
You taking care of them babies, girl?
Yes, sir. You already know.
I know you is. I know you is. How you been doing?
I'm blessed. I'm doing well. How about you today, tough guy? How was the drum sesh? Didn't you say you had a gig today?
I was at church today. Yeah, it was cool.
Right
I had
on. I wish we could have saw some.
I played a little bit, but we
Oh,
had
okay. I missed
they
it then.
they had Ben and Grace on there, and I was clowning their
Wait,
ass.
Ben and Grace was on John Galt's show?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
for
saw. I
church.
think I saw that. I saw some of
Really?
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were here earlier this morning, Stanley. You would have to wait now that the stream is over, and I think it's blocked now because I think at the time when I was watching it, it said stream unavailable, and I
We
think that
came
might have
back up.
been.
I don't vote, by the way, guys.
Oh, really? Why not?
Yeah, because I don't want to get called in for jury duty. So hey, check it out. I've been able to vote for the last 15 years, and I don't want to get called in for
What does
jury duty.
voting
I don't want
have
to
to
have
do?
to jury some damn fucking
Wait,
20
like
Well,
what?
I mean,
Okay,
usually
San
when
Jose, San Jose. Can I ask you, like, what does like voting have to do with jury duty, and how can you get called in just for voting? Like, have that happened to you before? Because
because you sign your name just like on
yeah,
that
you
shit at
go
the
into a
grocery store where
jury
they're like,
pool.
"Hey, sign this." Same thing.
Yeah, they want voters. Voters are responsible people who are civic minded, and yeah, you go into like a pool of people they can pick for jury duty.
Huh. That seems odd to me because I've like the was have never been called for jury duty even after voting for the first time in 2022, but I have never heard anything of where like people get called in for jury duty just for voting.
Well, it's part of your civic duty as an American citizen.
Right.
Like if you're called to be up on a jury, then that's
The Phoenix
part of being American.
Phoenix Fish
I
in the
feel like
chat
I'm too
says,
memorable though. Like if it was a murder case, they gonna remember me, bruh.
The Phoenix Fish in the chat says voting has nothing to do with jury duty in Arizona. I mean, maybe different states have different regulations of how maybe you can get called for jury duty just for voting, but I don't know if Arizona is like that because, like I said, I've never been called in for jury duty just for voting, but that kind of seems odd
They
to
don't
me.
never call my black ass in either, so don't even trip.
I only got one jury notice.
It's a case to
I
case
got
basis.
I ain't never got no damn jury notice, nigga. I
I
paid
got
my
a
taxes.
jury notice, and
I
I
I
called
do
the
a lot of
court
shit.
clerk.
Them niggas don't hit me up for shit.
I
They
called
like
the
this
court
nigga. We
clerk,
don't want
and
this
I
nigga
said,
to do a damn thing.
I said,
Everybody I know gets called.
you're
Not
talking
me.
to an ex-convict who is a crazy motherfucker. You don't want me on no jury.
And plus, they don't even pay you. They try to make you take off like yo time. Like nigga, I'm not about to go do that shit for free, nigga. They got me fucked up. Nigga, what I look like going to do
Yeah,
that
a
shit for
lot of
free?
jurors get a lot of potential jurors get struck. So from there, I don't know. I think there's a good chance you may not even wind up sitting on a jury. But Lee Clinton says
I
that
didn't want to bother Stanley. I
Somehow the
didn't.
million people get called over here, so
It is a civic duty, but like I'm not fit to be on a jury, and I know that, so I called the court clerk. I told, look, I'm an ex-convict, and I'm a crazy motherfucker. You don't want me on no jury, and they never sent me another notice.
I think it like maybe has to do with the states with where I lived at, but I've only had been called twice, but both scenarios I've like submitted my response or got in contact with the local court district and let them know of my disabilities, and that ended up making me not like be eligible to do jury duty. But I think in 2020 or 2021 I did get a jury summons here in the area of Arizona where I lived at. I think sometime between 2015 and 2018 I got one when I was in Minnesota at the time, and my service providers helped get that jury summons restricted slash dismissed to where I didn't have to do jury duty. So,
Hey, did anybody's parents back in the days growing up ever not share their vote? Because my pops never fucking did. Yo, back in the days, I used to try to like pry it out of him and be like, "Hey, yo," and you could tell he just didn't want me to say whatever his belief system was to whoever the hell at the school or
Well, that's
whatever.
the back in the day.
Like
A
my
lot of
pop's
shit was
pretty
different,
G,
man.
man.
People carried
No,
themselves
I
a
mean,
lot
I
different.
Yeah, he was
literally
pretty G though. So
someone
did anybody else go through that where it was like
my
fucking top
parents
secret back then?
I never asked my parents if they voted or who they voted for, and they've never told me for as long as I was communicated to my mom and dad, San Jose. So
Well, as
I,
far as black people, we already know to vote Democrat. That's the
Well, I'm a
problem.
military brat, so you know the veterans are voting for shows, especially the boomers.
Who you voting for again, San Jose? Oh, you don't vote. I forgot. Never mind.
I'm for
San
Trump,
Jose.
baby. I'm for Trump. But hey, to each their
You
own.
gotta vote, baby.
But look, like you can't let people's like emotions get to you. Look, I like back in on August 23rd when I had went to my very first Trump rally and recorded some videos and posted to my social media. I lost about 15 followers a couple days later, and that was just a very, very like less than 1% portion of the followers that I still have on my social media. So I
I
like
never
just laughed at it. But if
outside
people
the
like find
store.
it offensive that you're like voting, who cares how they feel? Like vote who you want to vote for, San Jose.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm like to each
and if
their
it,
own, but I feel like girl might be the downfall, so I'm not for that. You know, men are
Well,
more better fit leaders, more logical and
well,
just
I'm
less
actually still connected with my
emotional,
brother.
and I don't know, that's who I feel would be a
Well,
better fit, but that's just me.
I'm actually still
I
like
understand.
connected. I understand, but yeah, I'm still connected to my brother, my sister, and many of my relatives of my family, even if they don't like Trump all that much. But I still am like connected to them.
I think
yeah,
it's
and I
all for
always,
show. It's all just fucking puppets. The fucking world leaders or whoever the hell, those are the real fools that run the
Yeah, they don't
shit.
give a
You
fuck
could tell
about us, man.
girls not
Michael
too
Jackson even said
intelligent.
it, man.
Girls
I
not too
usually bring a
intelligent for
couple
me.
of,
So I don't know.
I,
Leave
I
it to
usually
God.
bring a, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I always bring a couple of people with me too, even if they don't give a fuck about politics here nor there. I'll give them $20 each just to come down and vote with me.
Oh wow.
That's the way we got to work it, man.
That's an interesting
You know, you
testimony. You
don't
never
just
hear
vote
that
your,
too much. Okay, right
yeah,
on.
you,
Get it how
you,
you
you
live.
shell out a few bucks and get a couple of homeless motherfuckers to vote with you, you know? That's how we roll
Like,
now.
I got you on lunch, buddy.
Yeah.
Slide.
Here's your steak dinner. Now vote for Trump.
Oh.
We got to roll like the Democrats, San Jose. That's the way they roll. So
Stanley's in control tonight.
yeah.
Right on.
Stanley sleep, nigga.
Oh well,
Oh
he
my
needs
God.
his rest too.
He's resting his eyes. That's what the old people used to say. I'm resting my eyes.
I think I'm probably the
Love
next
him and all
oldest
his
up here.
efforts
So
and him filling in for crack.
Where is Crack? I haven't
No, it
seen him in
ain't
a while.
easy.
He's been sleeping.
you get old, you get tired, man. That's just the way it is.
I bet Portia and them sleep. HB sleep. All them
Yeah.
niggas sleep for the
We
morning.
awake though.
Yup.
We awake, tough guy. San
Nigga, I'm
Jose.
up late and early, nigga. I'm up all the
Yup.
time. Don't y'all notice? I be up all the time.
Yeah, but when you start getting into your for me it was maybe around 45. I was good till about 45, and then it's kind of you feel things. It takes you a little bit longer to recover, from
Right.
injuries and all that
Yes,
sort of
sir.
stuff. So it happens to everybody.
Yeah. If you're lucky enough to live that long. But you know what my grandma said, Stanley? She's
Amen.
like not 95 years old. She told me, like, I said, Grandma, you're gonna live to be like 120. And she said, no, I don't want to live that long. I'm ready to meet the Lord now.
One thing that
And 95 years old. She lived to 98, by the way.
yeah,
Wow.
my wife's grandmother lived to 97. My father's mother lived to 89. But the one
Wow.
thing I think one of the things people don't tend to think about is, when you're like when you're like the last one left, all your friends and spouses and all
Oh
have died.
yeah. And you've
So
outlived everybody.
yeah.
Interesting.
So, it's
Last of the
kind
breed.
of a buzzkill.
That's like
Last of the
survivor's
breed,
guilt.
right?
Yeah, survivor's guilt. When everybody
Yeah,
died
I,
like
I
that.
would think.
Aw.
But you that's why you should always be making new friends, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have a lot of
Shout out to
regret.
all.
Go ahead, San Jose. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just randomly speaking. Go ahead.
Her voice is so soft.
I know. I love her.
Oh, I love you
She's
guys
at.
too.
Uh,
Hey, hit the like out there in John Galt world. If you like what you are watching over here, sub up to the channel. Everybody streams 24/7 over here. You cannot find it at this one.
You sound like
So
the Terminator
get
girl.
with it or get lost. No, it's all love. It's all love, guys. It's all love.
you just breaking up a little bit,
Hey,
San
Yeah.
Jose.
Not sure that I can fix it.
It's just
John
her
does
connection.
something with
It's just her connection.
echo cancellation or something like that.
Say
Oh,
something,
okay.
San Jose.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's still a little janky.
Yeah.
The echo cancellation stuff doesn't seem to be working.
You may have to come off or like leave the panel and come back on, San Jose.
San Jose sound like computer love.
Okay, just refer.
I bet she'd be good at Sunday morning gospel.
Computer love.
Is she driving that
Hey, I
San
like
Jose?
that jam. What's going on, Angel?
Are you driving at all?
No, sir. I am actually in my office.
Oh,
Much
okay.
better
Because if you
now.
were on the road, then like your connection can vary from where you be at for your cell phone. That can cause like your mic or audio to disconnect. But if you're in your home, then uh, you may have to like come leave the panel and come back on from the way it
No, she
sounds.
sounds good
I
now. Shut
was
the
out.
fuck
I
up.
was out just about half hour ago, though,
Oh,
or like
okay.
20 minutes ago. Yeah, I just got back.
Mm.
But thing is, if you're wearing Bluetooth and you get a little far from it, then it'll get janky like that. But you know,
Oh my
she
God, forgive
she
me, you
sounds
guys.
she sounds great now.
San Jose, you work in finance. What do you do? Sell homes? You a realtor or something?
I don't discuss my
Oh, okay. I was just
finances
wondering.
and whatnot on
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
I
keep
don't
that
blame you.
I ain't,
separate.
I ain't mad
Yeah,
at you. I
too
ain't
many,
mad.
too many creepers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. My bad.
yeah.
I was just.
YouTube is
No, it's
You
all
evil,
said
good.
tough
your
guy.
office. You said your office, so that's why I was asking.
Well, I'm not
Yeah,
evil, but YouTube is evil, and like, there's so many fucking weirdos
Didn't
on
mean to
here that
pry.
you know what I mean. That you don't want to be discussing really your personal business,
I do it.
but
I mean,
you know.
but I'm me though. Everybody know me.
do that.
Well, I do music, so like it's not really a secret,
I'm
nigga.
sad
I'm
I
like
missed
I post
karaoke
shit, and I'm like
night.
I'm gonna be at this location at this
I
time,
fell
from
asleep.
this time to this time. Like nigga, you gonna see me, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be around.
Yeah,
It's
that's
on and
cool.
cracking for the next karaoke though, cause I missed it, man. I was MIA, passed the fuck out.
Hey, I can't wait to hear you sing San Jose. I bet you got a beautiful voice from God.
Oh, thanks. My first time was a little rough. The second time, you get over the jitters. So next time will be good. Hey, you don't get stage fright, tough guy?
Nah, man. It's like talking to y'all. It's like breathing,
I
nigga.
mean,
Like
well,
you didn't y'all see me? Didn't y'all see me playing?
Yeah,
Right, that's what I'm
well,
saying. So I'm like, damn, you never get
well,
stage fright
y'all
every
were
time.
y'all were playing some Fleetwood Mac last time I heard you play, tough
Yeah,
guy, or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
I was
You
on the
Dreams,
way
blasted me
home
with
from
some
town,
dope
and
ass singers. Yeah.
dreams. That's what we played. We played dreams. Or
yeah,
we played
that
Rihanna.
was nice,
well,
dude.
Probably one of those.
when you're on panel, I don't really think a person could have stage fright. But if you were like scared for the first time you were singing, then like at least now you're overcoming that. But when we're like streaming from StreamYard, I don't really think of that as stage fright or actual stage because you're only surrounded by like double digit numbers. It's not as much as the thousand of people that you'd see in a crowded stadium when you be performing for the first
But
time.
that's
That
the thing is, I don't know, because I could do it when like one
and
person is there, and I've
and
been
and
there. I've played
and
crowds where it's
and,
five
and
people, and I've
also,
played crowds where it's
yeah.
thousands of people. So I mean, it's the same thing to me. Like if I'm playing for
But,
five people, or if I'm playing
Hawaii
for
likes a
thousands.
lot of live music like that, tough guy. There's a lot of live music.
but
Yeah.
also at the same time, like let's say for example, if you've never been on a game
Dime
show but you
feria.
watch game shows for many years, like Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, or The Price is Right, but it feels very different of being on the podium or spinning the wheel when there'd be an audience, and sometimes the nervousness can throw you off because it's different being on stage versus doing it at home.
Well, that's what I always kind of liked about the drums is you kind of get to hide behind them a little bit. You know what I mean? You're
I'll
the
be
beat of the
outside though,
show,
man.
but
Like that's the thing about me is like I'll be outside, dog. Like I ain't got nothing to hide. I ain't scared of nobody. I ain't owe nobody. I don't owe nobody nothing. Like, nigga, you know what I'm
I've
saying?
actually loved your performances of your drums. The few times you've done it, tough guy.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, man. I mean, I've been doing it for a long time. I actually just been getting right back into it because I'll tell y'all the truth, man. I kind of quit when I got custody of my daughter. When I got custody of my daughter, like in 2018, I couldn't do it as much because she was like 9 and she was with me every day. So like, my whole life kind of like changed. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm actually just happy that like you were able to still keep like the talent or the ability to play your drums.
Well, I mean,
because
I played here and there with her, but it was like very
but
seldom because
yeah,
I was playing with an artist. I was playing with Desi Hollow, so he's a rap artist.
but for some
So
people, as they get older, they don't have the skills of like playing drums, shooting pool, or any of that. Much like Tony Hawk may not still have the talents of the skateboarder as he once was growing up.
yeah, but
Isn't he selling Viagra now or something?
Hell no.
That was actually a funny comment you had said there, 12th man.
No, but man,
but that's what a lot of them do, you know.
I was playing drums still when I had my daughter, but not like as because I used to play like 6 nights a week with this artist named Aquil. Like if you look up Aquil, Aquile on YouTube or whatever, Google him. Basically, he was on The Voice. So me and him, we used to play all around San Diego 6 nights a week.
Y'all ever do any BB King tough guy?
Probably, because BB King's has a lot of songs actually, so probably so. But yeah. So
what's your favorite one?
When my daughter, when I first got my daughter, she was in elementary school, and the artist that I was playing for in the city that we're in, he's kind of like known, and all the kids know him and shit like that. So when I was playing drums for him, she'd be like, "Yeah, my dad played drums for him." So it was kind of cool when I first got her. You know what I'm saying? She kind of like had people like, "Oh, that's cool." You know what I'm saying? Like, you know him, and your dad plays drums for him and all that shit. So that was kind of cool. But he's nobody though, really. But people know who he is around here. So when she was going to school and shit like that, it was like a big deal. So, but I played for a lot of people though. I played for E40. I played for Sugar Free. I played with DJ Battle Cat.
You ever played for a heavy metal band?
Nah. I played with mostly hip hop artists. Too Short, Paul Wall, Slim Thug.
What kind of Too Short, you know?
We used to open up for all these motherfuckers. Trina. What's his name with the fat motherfucker?
What about
Rick
talking
Ross.
about the ghetto?
Yeah, Rick Ross.
The funky
Anybody
ghetto.
that came to San Diego, because my homeboy, he was a promoter, so he brought everybody here. The first artist he ever brought out here was Kanye West a long time ago. So, and if you go look his shit up on
yeah, I never got into Kanye. I don't know why. Just
his name
never
Chris
interested
Jones.
in it.
Chris Jones. But yeah, Chris Jones, he manages all the little kids. So like there's this little kid, little Terrio, and there's this little girl that raps. I forget what her name is, but and then there's this white boy named Blurry that was Lil Boosie's little artist. But that's he does the management for all those little kids in Hollywood and shit that be rapping and shit like that. So, basically, that's who brought all the artists. And we used to open up, and he had an artist, my homeboy SL. He died, but he used to be his artist, and so all the artists. That's how he used to like plug SL basically by bringing other artists out. You know what I'm saying? And then when he brought other artists out and shit like that, we would just open up for him. And then we get a buzz like that because anybody that came to town, nigga, we was opening up for them, and we'd be like the only act doing it. So it was cool, man. We used to run San Diego. I mean, I'm around and shit like that.
That's
But back
still
in
a
the
pretty
day,
cool place, I hear, Sandy, other than all the illegal immigrants, I guess.
I don't see no damn illegal immigrants. They probably be downtown. I mean,
They probably bust them right out from the border.
my homeboy said he be seeing them all the time because he lived right downtown. I think I showed y'all his spot the other day when I was over there sipping champagne. But yeah, he lived right downtown. He said that motherfuckers be getting hit by cars and shit all the time because there's a freeway right
Damn.
there. So they be like running out in the freeway and shit. I guess they don't really know. Your ass would get hit fucking around. Yeah, because people can't drive out here, nigga. Your ass will definitely get hit.
Are you talking about by another vehicle or as a pedestrian or a bicyclist? You get hit.
Anywhere.
Ah.
Like in a city like that, you just crossing the street and some immigrant doesn't know how to follow the street signs, so run your ass over.
Yeah.
Why do some like illegal immigrants are still able to like get a driver's license even without a U.S. Citizenship or
That was
ID?
one that Gavin Newsom did that. He made it so illegal immigrants can get licenses, and they don't even have to pass the same standards as we do.
Once you declare asylum, you do have a legal status. I mean, there are legal statuses before you achieve citizenship. But you have to be, I think you have to be here a few years before you're even eligible for citizenship. So, what we call illegal, basically, if you cross the border illegally, for some people, you remain illegal even if you ask for asylum. So,
well, that asylum law is totally being abused.
And you
Stanley.
know what? I am the first person who will say Congress needs to address that issue, and they won't. Or can't, or I don't know why, but the whole immigration system, immigration reform keeps coming up every now and again, and no one seems to want to do anything about it.
Well, I think that's because, Stanley, both sides like to use it as a political tool, while really nothing is getting done.
That is true.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, isn't the current governor of California term up in I think 2026? Because I think come the next the California governor election, he won't be able to run again because I think he is in his second term for California. So come the next governor election, he won't be able to run again. So it will give Californians the opportunity to vote differently for the better of the state. But I will say that I do see as though asylum ain't like the right way of legalization, even though it is given legal status, but it ain't like the legal way of document. It's like giving asylum to a person who don't have the right paperwork to own a home. If that makes sense, Stanley.
It does. I'm quite saddened that eclectic element doesn't like me.
Well, I actually still love and respect you, Stanley. Like we may have our disagreements.
That makes me feel better. Not.
I mean, we may have our disagreements at times, but I still respect you as a human being, regardless of different sides of politics.
Yeah, well, I get passionate about politics.
Well, the more I get to know Stanley, the more I agree with them than not on a lot of things. So
Yeah, I'm not all bad.
I mean, no, you're not all bad at all, Stanley.
just somewhat bad.
I love that little giggle of yours, Stanley. It kind of gives me a
he's
happy
a great
feeling.
American. Stanley is a great
Yeah,
American.
he is. He is.
I try. Let's see.
Now, if we can only get him to vote for Trump.
Well, maybe
I
for
know
Barron.
that's never gonna
When
happen,
Barron,
Stanley. I'm
when
just
Barron
fucking.
becomes a Democrat, I might consider it.
Well, it seems like Republicans are going back to like the more classic liberal, like no
Yeah.
wars, you know, and
And
if
when
people want to
Jack
smoke
Kemp,
pot, let them, but we're
when
not going
Jack
to
Kemp
endorse
runs
it,
in
you know.
Jack Kemp runs in 2028, I might consider it.
I think Gavin Newsom's going to make a run in 2028, Stanley.
You know
That's
what?
just my prediction.
I don't see Gavin Newsom as presidential material, and I don't know why. He just
Maybe
doesn't.
because of his draconian COVID policies that he put in place.
I just don't get a good vibe about him, basically.
Well, I don't feel as though Gavin Newsom.
Maybe it's his hair.
Well,
Shutting down thousands of businesses, just like Governor Waltz in Minnesota.
I just basically, he doesn't strike me as, you know.
Where they put you in jail just for operating your business during COVID. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I don't live in California, so I, try and not, talk too much about California politics.
Oh, Dewale came and then he left. Hopefully he comes back.
He was
Stanley.
there for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking Texas and California, we could stand to go back to 48 states.
I mean, this was actually a joke on an episode of The Fairly Odd Parents years ago when I used to watch Nickelodeon after school a lot. And one episode, Timmy Turner had wished he was always right, and he said that that there was 49 states, and then his right answer came true, where North and South Dakota became one big Dakota state. Do any of you think that it would be possible that both the North and South Dakota can merge and reduce it from 50 states to 49 and just become one?
Well, for
big
that
Dakota?
to happen, you have to have a constitutional convention, which Stanley can go over that, but it requires
I don't know
legislators out the ass and all kinds of states and representatives supporting it. So
I don't know why a state would want to give up statehood.
I mean, if Sprint and T-Mobile can merge as one company, I don't think that it's not possible for two states who can join. But I do see the problematic of North and South Dakota merging in just to one state and calling themselves the Dakota state.
I don't think a state would want to give up, sovereignty. It's too valuable
to another state, or
to be honest, I think North Carolina and South Carolina are, maybe it's because they're two older states. They were two of the original states. I don't see them.
Dewale bounced again. Damn it.
Something is happening. He says, "What is going on my headset?"
Oh.
I'm not bouncing him. I'm bringing him up, and he disconnected.
No, I said he bounced again.
Yeah,
I didn't say you bounced him.
Yeah, I just think that it wouldn't. I can't imagine why they would want to merge.
Like
not only that,
what?
they're two fairly big states, and making one giant ass state, it's just going to be harder to
It's
go.
like giving more power to government, man. Let states each have their own sovereignty. So I like it that way. I kind of like a broken system, Stanley, and I like when neither party really has any control because that means they're likely going to pass less laws to micromanage our lives, right? So
Yeah, I think black people in general have a very different view of the benefit of government. And it's a historic thing. I mean, if you go back to um the Civil War, and even before the Civil War, but the Civil War specifically, when, Frederick Douglass, for instance, one of his sons actually fought in the Civil War. Maybe two of his sons did. I can't remember now, but I know at least one did.
I have family that died on the north and south, Stanley.
Right. But the thing is that people tended to look at the government as a benefactor. Black people, post slavery, that sort of thing. So historically, we've tended to see the government as a bit more of a benefactor.
Nuisance.
No, only people like Thomas Sowell who have lost their souls see see it, that way. Now, I think it's less and less. Yeah, Martin Delaney. Oh, Martin Delaney. You know what, Lee? Martin Delaney does not get talked about enough. He was like soup. He was brilliant. And I really need to read a biography of his. But yeah, he does not. He does. I like Frederick Douglass just because of the story. Um, I just kind of like that he tended to be. Martin Delaney was a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit more conservative, a little bit more educated, definitely more educated, a little bit more urbane. Frederick Douglass was literally rags to riches. If I recall, Delaney had a pretty. Delaney was never a slave for starters, if I recall. So I need to read up more on him, but I certainly know he was.
Did he own any slaves?
Delaney, no. Yep, he did work closely with Frederick Douglass. I don't know if you've read David Blight's biography of Frederick Douglass that came out maybe 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. There's a black surgeon in Savannah that had like the largest like Frederick Douglass memorabilia collection in America. And I think he was either in the process or did donate a bunch of stuff to Yale University, where David Blight teaches history. But very interesting story. Excellent biography that David Blight wrote about 4 years ago of Frederick Douglass. It won a Pulitzer. So, and Delaney gets mentioned quite a bit in that biography. But I need to read a biography dedicated to Martin Delaney. And I think he was in the Army. I think he was a major or something in the Army.
A major?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think I think he was a major. Maybe was it Delaney? He was, okay. But like I said, I need to read deeper, and I'm glad you kind of brought him up because I've been meaning to do it and just never got around to it. So I'll find
pretty big rank. That's pretty big rank for a Negro back in the day, Stanley.
There weren't too many black officers, but the thing is they didn't manage white people. Generally they were in colored regiments. But
right.
my larger point is that, to be honest with you, white people started rioting because they really didn't want to, after a couple years, they really didn't want to fight in the Civil War. They started rioting in places like New York City. So, the black soldiers were
Yeah, I
eager to
remember that.
join, and they were quite important towards the end of the Civil War to the U.S.
Well, I think one of the biggest
That's right.
stains on this.
Didn't he get a medical degree from Harvard, Lead?
I don't know.
But
I never heard of him before today, Stanley.
he is not talked about enough. He really, he is in the same league with Frederick Douglass. He just wasn't as good. He didn't write as much, but he's in that. He is every bit the stature of Frederick Douglass.
Well, I thought one of the biggest stains on this country is that the newly freed slaves they made the Buffalo Soldiers, then they didn't want to pay them or buy them any boots or socks or didn't want them to be armed and all this other shit. And as soon as they were, then they sent them out west to decimate the Native Americans.
Yeah,
It's really ugly.
Not a very proud moment in Black history.
Well, it's like they just use them.
Buffalo Soldiers were cool and all that, but their mission was regrettable.
A gory mission. But a lot of good came out of that too, I guess, in a way, Stanley, because now you have a lot of half black, half Indian. I mean, we got everybody here now. I think I probably got some black in me from way back when. I don't know.
You'd be surprised. I read. Hold on one second.
It's like nobody's really a thoroughbred anymore, basically.
Don't be telling that to people like what's his name?
Ben Thorpe.
No, I'm thinking him too. What's up, What's up, Diwali?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Hey, Diwali.
Are you going to get milk? Got milk?
No.
You gonna milk the goat? You got a goat? You're gonna milk the goat, Diwali?
No, I come from a cow, from the farmer.
Oh,
I go
okay.
to the farmer and I
All
buy
right.
fresh milk. But not today. It's
You got
raining.
like a milk share cow. You buy a share in the cow, and then you get some of its milk.
Yeah, it's like a.
Is that how it works?
No,
That's how it works here.
Farmer has so. Yeah, here we have farmers around us, and they have so many cows. And you go there and you stay in the queue, and the farmer will come to you and ask you, which cow do you want today? And that I can milk for you. And he will do
That's
it.
in
The
Germany?
machine will do it, but you will just watch it. Yeah. You will watch it,
Wow.
and you get the fresh milk, and you come back.
That's why
Same from
Europeans are so much healthier than Americans because they allow like raw milk and stuff like that.
Stanley is making fun of my fresh milk.
Well, I
Because
didn't.
the other day
I
he
happened to
was
find a Gomer Pyle clip where he sings "Daisy the heifer, the queen of all the cows."
He does have a nice voice. I love Gomer Pyle. You already know that. Sergeant Carter.
It's been years since I've watched Gomer Pyle. I used to watch it.
Yeah, they're all on YouTube. And
Well, I actually on excuse me, Netflix. I think it was Netflix. I literally watched like all 8 seasons of the
5 seasons.
show.
Oh yeah, that one went on quite a bit longer than Gomer and Pyle.
Yeah, I binge watched it. Took me about a month.
Yeah, I did that too, Stanley, and then I think so many people got to watching it. Now you can't watch them for free on Prime. You got to pay per season because they got so popular again.
One of these days, I'm going to go back and look at Mayberry RFD.
What about the Waltons, Stanley? You ever watch the Waltons?
To be honest, I don't know that I can actually. I like Gomer Pyle, but I haven't had the urge to go back and look at it. It was sometimes a little too silly for me.
Yeah, I know. And like, I do wipe my face a lot watching that motherfucker. It's like, goddamn, how can you be so fucking stupid? Like, go here, do this.
As a matter of fact, my favorite Gomer Pyle is, when he was on the Andy Griffith show.
Yeah. Worked at the filling station.
Exactly.
Yeah. Was one of his top attributes in the show, Gomer and Pyle, that he was a top-notch mechanic and he could basically fix anything.
Let's see here. If fiction is strange, then what could be true? Not sure I understand that comment. It kind of reminds me of what I tell people about the Navy. I was in Army ROTC in college, and everything had a field manual for it, and the Navy was just like literally stranger than fiction. Like some of the things I've had to figure out, you couldn't dream it up and put it into a field manual.
Like Navy and Air Force, that requires a lot of thinking, map studying, and manual following and stuff like that. But if you're in the Army or the Marines, I guess that's got logistics also, but you're more of a jarhead
Definitely
in the Army and Marines.
In fact, I would say, supply trains and stuff like that, when they say an army travels on its stomach, definitely they have logistics. One of the weirder things is, the logistics people in the Army are quartermasters, and in the Navy, quartermasters are navigators. So they do a totally different job. I've never actually gone back and looked at the etymology of quartermasters. Quartermaster makes sense for supply, like quarters, barracks, that sort of thing. Never quite understood the nautical term quartermaster.
But like as far as the Army Corps of Engineers goes, like that's where my 20 acres is. Like originally it was mapped out by the Army Corps of Engineers, and the way they platted this place out just makes no sense, right? And like the town was supposed to be where my property is, but it ended up down the road somewhere else. So what were these guys? And then they got all these roads and easements and shit like that aren't really there. And it's like, this doesn't make any sense because the natives own all the land behind me, and there's never going to be a road right there. So, and then to try to get it changed and get your lots merged and all that shit, Stanley, man, you have to go through a lot of a big process and spend a lot of money to fix what the Army Corps and engineers fucked up. I don't know if that makes, but anyway, thanks for listening to my rant, Stanley.
Well, I know, the Army Corps of Engineers is very well respected.
I guess even back then, it's just like a human error. I mean, they made a lot of logistical mistakes too, but overall, I'd say they've done a lot for this country.
Right. And I think, I know Robert E. Lee was an engineer. I don't know the history of the Corps of Engineers, but I do know Fort Pulaski in Savannah. Robert E. Lee literally was in charge of building that fort. And Fort Pulaski still stands.
Wow. I'm surprised the BLN people ain't tried to burn it down yet.
You're not gonna burn it down. There's still cannonball impressions in the brick wall. Basically, it saw battle in the Civil War.
That one of the things I remember from living in the South was going through those Confederate graveyards. It's kind of spooky. I hope we never have to go back to anything like that, Stanley.
Yep, they're still
like
there. They every Memorial Day. As a matter of fact, there's a small one. It's funny in Savannah. I actually didn't think about it for years until my son and I were walking back. We went to Savannah for the July 4th, a week. Around the July 4th weekend. I'd forgotten about the there's a old cemetery with Revolutionary War graves and Civil War stuff like that. And when I was in grade school, I went to the Cathedral Day School. Our school was right next to the cathedral in downtown Savannah, and we used to play in that graveyard, believe it or not. During recess.
I remember me and my cousin, my best friend, his name was Theodore. I might as well tell you that we were walking home. We went through this Civil War graveyard and we were walking home, and then both our feet got stuck on what felt like a fresh mound, and we ran and screamed all the way home. It was raining its ass off too, and then got home and Mama's got deer chili going. Man, I wolfed that shit down. I was so hungry.
I've made
that is scared as shit. That's like stepping on a fresh grave.
I've actually made deer chili before.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But you ever stepped on a fresh grave in the dark and the rain, Stanley?
I can't say
that'll scare the shit out of me. It did me anyway, but then again, I'm kind of queasy, Stanley.
Well, I don't like going, even though I'm not particularly superstitious, being in a graveyard at night isn't my idea of
yeah. We're just trying to get home to school kids, We'd been running a boot.
When I was in college, I occasionally hung out with the artsy crowd, and they do
the artsy crowd.
Oh yeah, I had a buddy of mine who was an artist. Georgia has an art school, and so they do picnics in the graveyard.
Ooh. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're just celebrating the life of the person and commemorating that and celebrating their life even after death.
It's generally pretty quiet, and I guess it's peaceful. As a matter
Yeah,
of
my that isn't my idea for a good date though, Stanley, is like lunch in a graveyard.
okay.
Like I'd rather go to a football game or something. Have a hot dog and a beer.
Yeah, lead. I found that movie on Amazon Prime. I'll rent it at some point. It only got like a 6.7 rating in IMDb, but I like war movies generally, so I'll have a look at it.
What's your favorite Civil War movie, Stanley?
I don't really have one. Probably, I'd rather read about it.
Right.
I
Well, the book
think
is always better.
I watched um, God. I think it was Gods and Generals. I think that was the name of the movie. What's his name? Actually wrote it, or I think he wrote it.
I really like Glory.
Newt Gingrich. I think he wrote. Did he write Gods and Generals? They made a movie out of it, which was basically a fictional account of the Civil War, which had some stretches. But I don't really have a favorite Civil War movie that I can.
Mine is Glory, and then there's that other one, Stanley. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, but it was about a prison camp that the Union had.
Oh
And they
yeah,
were
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
they
Was it Andersonville?
yeah, Andersonville. That's
Oh
it.
yeah, that was some brutal
That
stuff.
was man.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
there were some people who got hung for running Andersonville. It was bad.
Yeah, and they had their own little communities, and there's one like a gangster community in there. And they control all the food and all of this or that. And pretty soon the other prisoners took them over, and that was bloody. That's a very bloody movie.
Yeah. I
Isn't
have
that some
seen
bitch?
Braveheart. What were you saying?
Well, oh no, I was thinking of something, Stanley. Must not have been that important. I'm still reaching for it. That's one thing about when you get old. Sometimes you have a thought, and then it'll go away, then it'll come back.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. Sometimes I'll go out like to the kitchen or living room or something and literally forget why I went. So it
Yeah.
happens.
Well, there's something about that Andersonville movie I was trying to think of.
I've
What's that?
read not a book dedicated
Oh,
to it, but I have read about it in other books, and like the it was ugly business for sure.
wasn't that movie like almost 4 hours long, Stanley?
Which
That's
one?
what I was trying. It's like a
Uh,
4 hour movie or
yeah,
something.
Lead says it's pretty long. Hey, Lee.
Hey guys. Yeah, it was like 5 hours long.
Really?
It was
Did it have
longer
an
than that.
intermission?
Hey, Lee.
Yeah, it was a very long movie.
Did it have an intermission?
I believe so.
Oh wow, okay.
You're talking
I
about God.
watched it on.
You're talking about God in
I
general.
watched.
Well, no, I was talking about Ride with the Devil.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
average. That's like hour and 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something
Okay.
like that.
We
Yeah,
got the
average.
Girls. I actually read the book, believe it or not. And yeah, they took a few liberties.
Yeah, the Ride with the Devil is it's a pretty
I'm gonna have to
interesting
get that
movie
book.
because it comes like the movie starts like the tail end of the Civil War, so it goes into like after the Confederates lost
Mhm.
and them turning into guerrilla fighters. Like some of the
Oh yeah, yeah,
Confederates,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
some of the Confederates they didn't want to give up the fight,
Hmm.
so they transitioned into guerrilla fighters where they were like bushwhacking and stuff like that.
That was
And then
like Bass Reeves. Bass
uh,
Reeves was a guerrilla fighter, and he didn't give a fuck. He brought them all in.
I think
The
another one
great
was called
lawman.
Longbeard or Blackbeard or something. I can't remember. But
Well,
Jeffrey Wright,
he was cavalry, right?
yeah, they were
Yep. Yeah.
Confederates.
I can't think of. Um, there were a couple cavalry leaders who were from the South, and it would take me a minute to think of their names. Longstreet was one of them,
Well,
and
y'all remember Bass Reeves, right?
well, I
He was
saw
a slave, and then he became a
series.
sheriff and
They had a series.
lawman.
They did a series on Bass Reeves, like a TV
Mhm.
series.
I've
Not
seen
too
it.
long ago.
That's pretty good. If you haven't seen it, watch that one.
Oh, I've
I,
seen it. I actually didn't like the last episode or two. It started off good.
he brought him to the hanging judge in Fort Smith, so he's bringing all those outlaws in. Then the judge just hang them. I've been to that courtroom
Oh, really?
in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Oh yeah, it's still there. Bass Reeves bring them in, Texas Rangers, and they go in front of that judge. You just say, hang them.
So
And
Bass
nasty
Reeves,
days.
who I
Yeah.
think it was someone that was some type of fictional character that was supposed to be mimicked off of Bass Reeves, if I'm not mistaken. Like I think they turned later on. They turned. It was like some type of. Was it? Who was the guy, the cowboy that had like the black uh thing around the black mask around his eyes?
Uh,
Ranger.
uh,
The Lone
Yeah,
Ranger.
Long Ranger.
yeah,
Long
Lone
Ranger.
and
Yes,
Tonto.
yes. I
I
think
have jokes
Long
about
Ranger
that.
is supposed to be uh is supposed to be off of Bass Reeves, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
I
Bass
don't think
Reeves was a
so.
black man.
Yes, indeed. Well, I think they, remember when
Lone
Long Ranger
Ranger
came out?
didn't have anything to do with Bass Reeves, bro.
Oh, so then maybe I'm mistaken. I thought I saw
Yeah, I
something.
mean the Lone Ranger. That's like I think they had those like
That's Hollywood.
they had them in black and white. We're talking
Right.
like 50s. I think the series was actually in the 50s, wasn't it?
I heard this one joke where
40s or
the
50s.
rattlesnake bit the Lone Ranger on the dick, so Tonto had to suck out the venom. I
Yeah.
know that's gross. It's a pretty racist joke too. Kind of like remember when we was in school, you go Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these. You can't say that no more. You can, they
Yeah,
call you
I
a
don't
racist.
remember that one in school. That's a new one on me.
Yeah, I said that
Maybe
on
yes.
Facebook
So
one
maybe you
time.
just
They
went to better
banned me for
school
30
somewhere.
days. Sorry, Lee. I'll shut the fuck up.
No, you're good. I was saying that I remember that. So I was saying Stanley probably just went to better schools than we did.
I'm just older. You know, I went to Catholic school, so you know, I my head is full of useless information. Every now and again, you know, I'll remember something that's useful.
Yeah, I did 1 year at Catholic school. I think I think they didn't like me because I had like even though I was going to the school, I had like a stipulation to where when they had like mass or whenever they had to go like to church, I would stay
Mhm.
back in the classroom. So I don't think they liked that too much. So after that year, they kind of kicked me out.
Oh, that's interesting because we had Jewish kids go to school with us, and I'm pretty sure they were excused from mass because we didn't have mass every day, but we had it quite often. Like my Latin teacher, my very first class of my very first year of high school was Latin, and for years, I mean, probably for a couple years, we didn't believe the priest who taught Latin was actually a priest for some reason or another. I mean, these dudes cursed and drank and you know all this stuff, and we didn't believe it until one day he actually said a mass. So we kind of had to believe it. But for years, for a couple of years, we thought he actually wasn't a priest. You know, these dudes. It was almost like I wouldn't say they were like a frat, you know, because they weren't partiers or anything. But you know, the priests at my high school lived a pretty damn good life.
I used to go to church, Stanley, but what I found out about a lot of the churches is that, you know, they'll find out all about you, and then if you go off the path or something, then they'll throw it in your face. And since I still believe in God and I love the Lord Jesus Christ, but I just can't deal with church anymore. I mean, too many stab in the backs. They'll stab you in the back, dude.
Well,
That's
I
my
got more out
experience.
of you know going out and fishing early Sunday morning than I ever did out of church.
Yeah, for real. Or just a walk in the nature with your dog or something. To me, that's church. That's when I feel like I'm most connected to the planet, which is one of the reasons I live the way I live.
Well,
Like,
this is an interesting comment. Do y'all realize I look up to powerful men like Genghis Khan, former Khan, Khan, is it Khan of the Mongol Empire? Yeah, you must look up to someone who's been dead for hundreds of years. Why not?
yeah, he crushed Gang. Not it wasn't Genghis Khan, but it was Attila the Hun that crushed the last of the Roman Empire.
Mongol hordes.
Yeah,
I like the sound of those.
Attila the Hun. It's kind of a dorky movie, but it's the only halfway decent one to have on YouTube. You can look it up and watch the movie, and it does give some pretty good historical context, even though the production isn't so great.
Well, I just like the idea of dead Romans.
You would, Stanley. It kind of reminds me of America in a way. Like, seems
The
like we're
upgraded.
going on that path a little bit, like imperialistic and uh, too big for our britches, just like Rome got. All the people were spoiled and living off the government. and everything, and the hordes just came in there and crushed them, man. In the end, dude.
Well, I
Imagine it wasn't a very pretty sight.
have to ask Eclectic, how did who upgraded the human race, Genghis Khan or Putin?
I don't see the correlation there, Stanley.
Well, I don't either. That's why I'm asking. Oh, Asians. She thinks Asians upgraded the human race. Well, broadening the gene pool is always a good thing. You don't want your gene pool to get too isolated.
It's kind of interesting because Asians invented gunpowder, and so then it all went from there to hell in the handbasket. Pretty soon there were muskets and cannons and all kind of shit, but all that did, I think, originate in Japan or China or somewhere like that. I know Japan and China are two different places. Like Asians invented gunpowder, I think. But before they didn't used to have all that shit, and it was all battle axes and swords and shit like that.
Yeah, warfare was pretty different during that time period, or ancient time period.
White mixed with Asian is the most advanced cross breed.
So I assume he must be white mixed with Asian.
I think it's a she. She is a she.
Oh,
he is a she? Oh, man.
I think so. She said
That
she
don't
watched,
sound right, Stanley. He is a she. What?
Well, no. She is a she.
She is a he. Oh, no.
Oh, wait. She says, so are you? Yeah, well, you know what? Actually, I'm not. I think she's one of Denison's folks. So that says a lot.
What?
Eclectic.
Hidden Imperious.
The other day, wasn't it you the other day, maybe a couple days ago, talking about eugenics? 12th man. He said he referring to you, and I said he is a she. She, like you're a woman. He didn't. 12th man didn't realize that. I'm crazy. I can't remember much.
I still don't think I understand the question, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't. The part. Well, no. She's saying that basically when Asians invaded Europe, it was an improvement to the human race. She thinks Asians and whites make superior human beings. I think that's what you're saying.
It sounds kind of weird. Like, so everyone else is like a subspecies or something.
Oh, you know what? I never talk genetics with non-experts. Because I mean, you know, I
don't think she knows what the fuck she's talking about, Stanley.
Well, be nice. She's a guest from Denizen Land. I tend to think that, you know, because Homo sapiens specifically, you can expand gene pools, and then, you know, over the years, you of course get, you know, mutations and advantageous mutations, that sort of thing. So I don't know. I just think that a diverse gene pool is a good thing.
Well, I do too, Stanley, and here's why. Like, you take these purebred animals, right? Like, I don't care if it's a pit bull or German Shepherd or a Golden Retriever, if they're purebred, they have a lot of medical issues. But mutts, like my dog, man, they never have any problems, and they're bouncy, and you know what I mean? Like a mutt is a good race, I think, because they don't have as many issues because they have so many genes and
Well,
genetic.
she's saying basically she's talking about the knowledge that's passed. So yeah, I mean cultural knowledge, that sort of thing. Because I mean things like algebra and calculus were, um, they were not European in origin. Algebra came from the Middle East, if I recall, or maybe it was
Yeah, I
India.
believe you're right, Stanley.
Or India. Basically, algebra was, and a lot of medical knowledge was actually Mediterranean, Middle Eastern sort of thing, and probably India. In India,
And Jewish.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Europe, caught up on. Like calculus, gets credited to what's his name, to Newton, Isaac Newton, but actually it a lot of those principles were concurrent. He more or less kind of perfected it. There's a French guy who kind of developed some calculus independent of Newton. And calculus originally, I think it was an Arabic thing, but it's been so long since I've thought about it or read about it.
Well, did you know that it was Asians that actually taught the white man how to take a bath?
Let's see.
'Cause they were all about cleanliness.
It says Asia is in Africa. So I'm not sure what to make about that. Am I mad about that? Nothing to be mad of. Last I checked, Asia and Africa are two different continents. Well, I'm biased. Don't worry about what I think.
Well, Europeans never used to take baths, right? Until they met the Asians, and that finally were like, "Hey, I like getting in a hot tub and cleaning up." Like some of the past white people are so stupid.
They did during the Greek and Roman time period. So something.
Well, they learned it from the Asians.
Excuse me. I have a lot. Excuse me. A lot of flaws canceled out by interbreeding. Are you Eurasian or Asian and white? Eclectic? I meant I'm dyslectic. I meant the opposite. Okay.
What the fuck?
I like that you say dyslectic versus dyslexic. I tend to like to pronounce it dyslectic as well.
Dyslectic. Is that a new word?
No, you can either use the X or the C.
It still means the same thing, basically.
Yeah. It just depends on how you want to say it. So, Lee, what else is going on in your life?
Nothing much. Just got off of work, so I'm just tuning in to you guys.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah.
You're working third shift.
Second shift, the 3 to 11.
Yeah, years ago I used to work a second shift. I actually prefer second shift to because I'm not much of a morning person.
So do I.
So
same reason.
Worked out great for me.
Yeah, you get to wake up on your own when you want. you have any errands or anything you need to do in the morning time, you don't have to worry about being in the rush hour traffic. When
Exactly.
it's time for you to go in, people are on their way coming home, so you're going against the traffic. And then when you leave out, there's no one there as well, so there's no traffic. So I agree with you. I like it.
Yeah, definitely. Even better, for about 10 years, I worked more or less a swing shift where I would get to work, maybe around 12, and I'd be leaving around 8, somewhere between 8 to 10 hours, which worked out well because we had a lot of West Coast clients. So, I was able to cover some of the West Coast issues. So, yeah, just I really never became much of a morning person till I had to, start dealing with getting my son to school.
Yeah, those are good hours as well. That's like mid range, so it's almost similar to the 3 to 11. And that's one of those reasons. If you have to, take your kids to school in the morning, it's good to have that shift so you could, deal with them and everything like that.
Now, this is interesting. She only wanted to breed with a genius. I wonder if I went to a bar and asked a woman, "Do you want to breed with me tonight?" Whether that would work. Let's see. Why don't Asian men like white women hardly? My experience is actually, went to school with some kids who were Asian, and I think they married nothing but white women. And white men always get their women. I've known, I lived in Savannah, grew up in Savannah, Georgia. There were many Wongs and Chews who I know one guy I went to high school with married a blonde, blue-eyed white woman. So I don't know. I've never. Um,
I would
I
assume those groups will be like the closest to mix with each
And when
other.
you say Asians, do you mean East Asians, South Asians? Asians is a little broad. And white men always get their women. I'm assuming she means Asian women. No, it was prearranged already. I hardly seen any Asian men with any other race. I have, um, but I don't come. They're not really large Asian populations in the South. Um, can't really say. Places like San Francisco and California in general. Now, I do know Atlanta has a fairly large South Asian population. But the thing, I think the reason, Asians would tend to be with Asians is more for religion. Growing up Hindu, you're going to tend to, marry Hindus, I guess.
I think it's also a cultural thing. Like we have a large Asian population here in New York. I
Oh,
think,
absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely, you do.
and from what I see, I think it's just it's just simple. It's just a cultural thing. Just being able to mix and mingle amongst your own group. Because we have people here from different ethnic backgrounds, not just Asian, that
Oh,
are
yeah.
that are able to sustain themselves, right? Be here for years without even speaking English. There's
Yeah,
times I go to
that's
Chinatown.
crazy.
Yeah, there's times I go to Chinatown, and for a minute, you would think that you're not in America anymore. You would literally think you're in China. Like all the words are in Chinese. Eh, there's people like you can hear them speaking, like selling stuff, and they're speaking in their language. So for a minute, if you just stop and look around, you would think that you're in actually China. So
Now,
I think
are these older people? You know, I've heard of, you know, the Asian grandmother who, you know, never like, you know, she came over with her son or daughter and, you know, never quite learned English. Now, the thing is you like, I think one of Trump's grandparents never learned English well. You know, you would have Germans, you know, coming over here, or, you know, the Italian grandma that never quite, you know, mastered English. So it's not, you know, if you go back and look at history, it's not that unusual that, you know, Abuela doesn't doesn't learn, you know, English that well.
May I ask you a question, Stanley?
Sure.
I put a link in the back chat to something that happened in North Pole, Alaska the other day, and there's a video in it. And I was wondering if maybe you could bring it up, and I want your opinion on that, and Lee's opinion, and
Okay.
chat.
Okay, just hold on one sec here. Let's see, we want to present, share screen. We want to look at video activist.
Well, there's an article too, but there's a video in the article.
Okay.
And I was wondering what you guys' opinion of this is.
Okay, give me one sec here. I'll get to the video. Right here?
Yeah, that's it right there, Stanley.
Letting the kids out of the school? How about you explain why you're not letting our kids out of the school? I don't give a fuck, dude. Let our kids out of the school. Okay, well, now I'll come in and get them. Get the fuck out of my way, dude. Why are you not letting our kids out? Yeah, and he ain't telling me shit. So I'm going to come get my kids. Excuse me. Excuse me, you can't hold the kids in the school. We can for their safety. No, you can't. You guys see what's going on right now at North Pole High School. They are refusing to let these kids out of the high school right now. You want to let them out or what? Or explain to the parents why you're not.
Now, one boy in the background, he goes, "Let us go!"
And I'm not leaving until you fucking let my kid out of here. Would you like to explain how you guys are sitting here forcing our kids to stay in school right now? I don't think you guys know who the fuck you're fucking with right now. You see this, right? All these kids in here and they're not letting them out.
Let us out.
Like, this is bullshit. Then let my kid out. There is no safety problem. The parents are sitting here. Let them out.
There's not a safety problem that you're aware of.
Yeah, it really looks like there's a safety problem, right? And our daughter's not answering her phone. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Next time, communicate with the parents. Don't just hold the kids 20 minutes after school's over. Yes, you will see this video again. Hold our kids in there. What? They wouldn't let our kids out. It's almost 20 minutes. They're saying a safety reason? No. You don't hold our kids in here, and I'm done talking to you. Have a nice day.
I think he over
So 12th man, do you want to read do you want to read the article? What was the context of this video?
Well, the North Pole police later showed up at the man's house and arrested him for 4th-degree assault.
Well, wait,
even
hold
though
on.
Here,
let's see if we
you can read it too, Stan. And like, hey, he's like 4th-degree assault, and he went to jail, and he got a $500 bill, which he quickly posted and got out. And I think he set up a GoFundMe for legal funds also, which I'm going to contribute to. Cause like that's his kid, man. It's like, why are you holding our kids up, man? That was my daughter in there, dude. I think I'd have done
Okay,
a lot worse.
so wait, hold it. So the but what was the safety issue? The guy with
There wasn't any. It was somebody made a thread on Facebook, and so now they're gonna lock all the kids down and shit like that. You know,
Well, I mean,
dumb shit.
aren't you? I mean, you kind of somebody's calling in like threats.
Well, why would you want to keep everybody in the building if there's a threat? I mean, come on, man.
Depends on the type of threat. I mean, I would think it would depend.
But there wasn't any. It was just someone from South Carolina or somewhere back east made a stupid thread about the high school, some of the high schools in Alaska, and so, but they can't hold your kids like that, man. That's fucked up. Like, give me my kid. It's not yours. It's mine.
I mean, I understand that concept, but I think sometimes you got to pick and choose your battles because it seems like now he has to face some legal issues, right?
Like, give me my daughter.
I understand that part, but I think sometimes, again, we got to pick and choose our battles, and then maybe.
Do you think they should have charged him with
a little bit of patience?
4th degree assault, though, really? Just
well, did
he kind of pushed into that lady, so they're not gonna let that go by.
Somebody or something?
No, it's called a fear. You could just scare somebody, and that's an assault in Alaska, technically.
Oh.
Yeah, you just make someone scared. That's an assault. Bullshit law. I hate it.
Well, you know what though? The beauty for people who believe in states' rights is that that law can be changed.
Yeah, we got to get that off the books because, like, I walk in the store, or maybe I'm half inebriated or whatever, and some bitch don't like the way I look, then she could charge me with an assault because I scared her. Woo! Fuck, 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 fuck. Fucking stupid ass law, dude. Fuck.
Well, see, I kind of agree. This comment here about school is for programming, socializing. I would take those two words, smush them together, and use acculturation. Yeah, I mean, you want, school is to basically not only educate people in academic subjects, but I mean, you want people to be able to kind of get along in society.
Well, even the kids in there, they were saying, "Let us out," and they wouldn't let them out.
Yeah, well,
that bothers
the kids are obviously a reflection of their misbehaving parents. So, it's not surprising that the kids are rude as well.
What do you mean rude? Like, you can't contain me, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
I guess I do now.
You have no right to contain my ass. Let me go. Nothing wrong with that.
I guess.
You got to be careful.
I guess if
he scared me. That's an assault.
You're living in a place called North Pole, Alaska,
Not me, but that did happen in North Pole, yes, sir. Well, I stand by the father.
So will his lawyer at the trial.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to win.
Just for scaring somebody? Come on.
Yeah,
well, from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like it.
Teachers teachers catch a lot of flack, and I don't know that you want to be doing that in schools.
I don't think a teacher has any right to hold any child that doesn't want to be there. And if my
Well,
child says, let me go, then
let's
better let
hope,
them go.
let's hope next year he decides to homeschool. It'll be better for
Hope, I
everyone.
bet you, hopefully he'll raise enough money to do that, or at least go to a charter school where people have sense.
I am betting he will not be missed.
Stanley, I'm gonna bet with you.
Probably his child won't either.
But I do admit he was kind of aggressive, kind of like the can of copy guy. But
well, I mean, do you
that's no reason to
be using that
arrest anybody.
You really want to be using that language around kids?
What? It's not like they don't already know it, Stanley. Come on.
You know what? That doesn't mean an adult.
I learned the F word when I was 4 years old, dude.
That doesn't mean an adult can't be an example or set a good example.
That video, if they show that video in whatever hearing or trial, is not going to make him look too good. And if he has a good lawyer, I'm sure they're going to tell him that beforehand.
Where were the school resource officers?
I don't think they have any.
That seems to be an issue. Because if it was New York, they would have probably had, escorted him, or they definitely would have been like right there with him. So some schools in New York have actual NYPD, actual police stationed in the school. So,
yeah, some guys take this wilderness thing much too far.
But I definitely understand, wanting to know what's going on with your child. If you expect your child out at a certain time and they're not there, I definitely understand that. I get that. I get that feeling. But sometimes you just gotta, everything. What did they say? I'm probably messing up the saying. Like they say, if every situation is a hammer, or something like that. I know you're familiar with that saying. Every situation doesn't call for a hammer. You just got to have a little tact.
Yeah, a hammer will a hammer. What is it? For some people, for hammers, there are always nails or something like that.
Right.
Well, it's not like he came in there with a handgun or anything. I mean, come on, man. Dude just wanted his daughter, dude. That's all he wanted.
So in the video, right, when he's there, you could see that they seemed like they were holding the kids right in the vestibule area right there, right?
Yeah, in the gymnasium, I believe.
Right. So now you can assess the situation because now you can see, like, okay, why are they holding my kid here? But my kid is safe. They have him here. And then, okay, you just have a little patience. And then I feel like when it comes, no, I don't feel like, I know these situations, the pen is mightier than the sword. You get the emailing some people, you get the CCing those emails. Trust me, they'll be calling you, sir, we're sorry. This is what happened, blah, 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 blah. So, you just got to assess every situation. Trust me, there's a time for you to get vexed. There's a time for you to get enraged. But you just got to know when that time is and when it's appropriate,
Well, you remember that one shooting, that horrible shooting in, I think it was New Mexico or somewhere, and like none of the police would go in and get that guy.
That was Uvalde, Texas.
Yeah, Uvalde. Like all the cops were cowards.
I think some of them were prosecuted for that.
No, a few were fired.
As a matter of fact, if I'm not certain, I think one of the trial, I think they took it to trial. I think the trial was like just wrapping up, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, what would be the the charge? Dereliction of duty?
I believe so. I believe there were one of them. There was like he had an opportunity to intervene and didn't, like a clear cut opportunity to intervene, and he didn't. And I think
And
that
you remember
resulted in one of the children, a couple of
the
children
guy
being
who
killed.
saved the day? He had a kid in there, right? He's like, I'm not fucking with these motherfuckers. I'm going in. And he went in and took that motherfucker out. That was an enraged father right there. He wasn't fucking around, dude. He just happened to have a black ops military experience too.
Now,
By
now
the
you
way,
see, those two situations are totally different. So that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You know, that would be a time to where you say, I'm gonna deal with every consequence comes. I got it because of the situation that's currently going on. So that
but
situation in Texas is
what
different from the
what
video
I'm
you just
getting
saw.
what I'm getting at, Lee, is I think there's a certain paranoia, and like if something's going on at the school, then parents start getting agitated and like, where's my kid at? Why are they holding my kid? You know,
Well,
No,
here's
and
I
a
agree with that.
it's
I
because
definitely agree
all
with that.
these school shootings and stuff, I think aren't helping. So
I think that would be his best argument too, to say, "Hey, I apologize. I'm sorry I went off the handle, but there's been a rash of school shootings, blah 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 blah, and maybe
do
they
you
can move
think
on."
that's
And
gonna work for the Canna coffee guy in DC that had his store shut down? They're not gonna play fair with it. They're gonna bring the hammer down on him, like they obviously already did shut down his business and everything just for having a bad day, you know?
well, I don't think I think he ruined some other days too.
You don't
Some
think
people
that was
can't
his first time, Stanley? Is that what
some people can't like keep their bad day to themselves. They have to make other people have bad days too.
what do
right?
they say? They say the term. What do they say? Ignorance is
Tiffany wants
no whatever of the law. Ignorance is no
Yeah,
Yeah, it's no excuse.
ignorance of the law is no excuse.
right, right. So there's that. So
What do y'all think of this question? Eclectic asks, "Do you want your children to get good grades or be happy?" I say get good grades. Happiness can wait.
Yeah,
get
send them to
good grades.
private, charter, or Catholic school if you want your kids to have a good education, because they're not going to get it in the public school anyway.
My son went to public school.
It depends on the
Well,
public school, depends on the charter schools. And I can only speak about New York because some of these charter schools are trash.
Well,
And
I
then
live in a
you could go
small
to
school in Georgia, and
they,
my son's school was excellent.
they,
you have
they're
some
great
public
here.
schools that are like specialized schools. So it's
Right.
like, you know,
Public schools are good here, but I mean, more and more people are pulling their kids out of public school for a reason.
Well, I could never be a homeschooler. I don't want to be around my kids. and
I
as a
think
matter of
Well,
fact, I'm a
they grown
horrible
now,
teacher.
Stanley, so you don't have to be.
Well, I mean, teaching your kids is difficult in and of itself. And I'm just a horrible teacher. I tend to want people to get things the first time, and having to constantly repeat myself. I just get real impatient with that.
Yeah,
but how is that so? You have to constantly repeat yourself here.
I lose my patience here a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, like,
12th man,
and
12th man.
that's one thing about teachers. That does take an incredible amount of patience. And Portia is a teacher, and she coordinates these streams and makes all the videos and everything on top of that. You know, that's hard work.
It is. Though I'll probably take over some of her load at some point. You know, I can tell you right now, I'm probably not going to be interested in editing videos because, you know, I'm a one and done guy. Like I almost never, as a matter of fact, I could probably say I have never gone back and reviewed any of the video that I've been in or a part of. I just don't ever feel the need to go back. And
So Stanley,
why is that?
I have, well, number one, I don't like my voice. And number two, just I was there. You know, I don't need to relive it. You know, if I were an
Stanley,
actor, I would never go watch my movies.
are you on your laptop, Stanley? Because remember, it's good to see you the other day, but it was like you still had that film over the camera, so we couldn't see you very clearly. But you're a lot lighter and younger looking than I thought you would be.
Yeah,
It is good to see you.
I think it's mainly lighting. I bought a.
You look foggy.
I'm sorry.
It looked foggy, like you still had the new plastic film or something over the cam. You know how they come.
My background was blurred, so I'll work with the lighting. You know, my lighting was a little. I may even just move everything out to the living room. Though I like doing it in my bedroom just because this is where I hang out most of the time. Beatus Kitty.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get off topic, guys.
What's up, Beta?
Hi. Hi, John.
Hey.
No, John's not here. This is Stan Lee and lead and 12th man.
Oh, you're his admin or something? You're covering for him?
I'm just the replacement.
Oh.
You're more than that, Stanley. Come on.
No,
you
I
don't give
hear
me
John's voice somehow. I hear him.
John?
No?
No.
I thought I heard him.
No, you probably just hear him in your head. He tends to occupy people's brains rent free.
Free rent.
Oh, I didn't even think about him at all. Like, I only came for the night, like a motel or a hotel night. It's not like I think about him like I have to pay a full month of rent. It was just like I was subbed and I was like, oh, John is live. So I went. So it was only like a free. Can I get like a 5-minute free rental?
Oh, you got something to say?
Yeah, because nobody's rent free in my head except for my cats. My cats are rent free everywhere. Those bitches be running around. They fucking eat and consume everything. Those bitches are rent free.
He's just teasing you, darling. Go ahead.
John.
John's not here.
Why? Where'd he go?
Well,
Dave's not here.
He needs downtime every now and again. You know, man's got to sleep.
So what is he? Who's the one in charge now? He actually put you guys in charge?
Yeah.
And he trusted you guys. He trusted you guys with me? He trusted you guys with me?
in charge.
Sure he
does. John would never trust you guys with me.
Stanley's the officer of the day.
What if I do something crazy John would get mad?
Well, yeah, he probably would.
What are you thinking about doing crazy? You're not a porn bomber, are you?
Have you been here? Have you been here since I saw you like a month ago, maybe?
Yeah. No, it's the first time I've been on panels since then.
Have you been back since?
No, I came in, but every time I came in, John was talking about freaking current events, and I just wanted to chill and talk. I don't want to talk about freaking Diddy stuff and current events. So I was like,
Well,
whatever.
no, we tend to do business, especially in the mornings, and yeah, current events, politics. We tend to run the gamut. Um,
I want to come in and spice shit up a little bit sometime.
oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
what do you
Spice
do?
it up, baby. Let's go.
So what do you have in mind?
Oh, whatever floats your boat.
I'm gonna porn bomb. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, as long as you might
Better
actually
not.
you might actually be able to get away
But
with
to
it.
put Stacey Abrams on the full screen,
No, I would
that
never do that.
scares everyone.
That's messed up. No. You want to see porn bomb? Just Google it. It's there everywhere.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Well, not literally.
Why do you want to derail your conversation? What were you guys talking about?
Nothing in particular. We were talking about a school, well, schools basically.
Yeah,
This guy in
education.
North Pole, Alaska, getting irate because he wanted his kids released from school.
Some dude from the North Pole was irate because he wanted
North Pole, Alaska.
the whole Alaska wants their kids
It's
released.
a city, I guess. 12th Man lives in Alaska, so it's somewhere. Is North Pole near you, 12th Man?
No, it's quite a ways north, Stanley. Remember, we're 2.5 times the size of Texas. Like, you put a map of Alaska over the United States, it's like a third of the whole fucking country.
I see. So, I mean, nothing in particular. Do you have a topic in mind?
Yeah, I'm kind of mad right now. What's up with men? Like, why are men weird?
Oh,
can we talk about men and relationships?
Can I just say well, people in general are weird.
Yeah, but why are some men really weird?
Like what?
You don't think women are weird?
Weird how?
Can you give us a specific example?
I was going to blame their mothers, actually.
Like, you meet some dude, and you're really like, you meet him and you like him and you think he's attractive and you have like similar interests, but then he starts tripping hard and over analyzing shit and like pressing you and controlling you without even knowing you, and then you were like, ew, this guy's not even good looking anymore. What a turn off.
That sounds like me.
That's not the right dude for you.
Huh?
Wait, I thought you were married.
I'm not married. If I was married, you think I'd be up on this panel? I'd be all around my husband.
We have married women come up on the panel.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
have a
with my
lot of
husband.
married women.
Yeah.
I'm afraid all the good ones are taken.
I'm divorced. The good ones can be taken and then thrown out too. Nothing is ever like forever. You never know what's going to happen. You can meet the love of your life and they can die.
Oh, I know that scenario well.
Women are from Venus and men are from fucking my anus.
Mars.
Just kidding.
Well, close if you're a mother.
No, I'm not. I'd rather sleep. I'd rather keep my man forever. Yeah. If you have a good one, keep it. But these days, these guys are fucking crazy.
Well, I think that there's someone for everyone.
Keep searching, darling. You'll find him.
I'm not looking for shit. Every time they come towards me, they happen to be like controlling, possessive weirdos.
Well, what kind of men are you meeting and where?
Just
I mean, are you
everywhere,
meeting them
all of
at
my life.
bars? Are you meeting them at restaurants, church? Where are you meeting these men?
At at school, I have met them. Like through friends. This one in particular online.
Oh well.
So,
I don't know.
so
Online might not always be the best place to meet people.
Like on the not on. I'm not on a dating site at all. I've never
No,
tried
you
a
mean
dating
on like
site.
on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
I don't know
On
that that's
panel.
always the
On a
best.
panel.
I've known a few people who, who will like, kind of get along on a panel and, after a few months, one will fly out to meet the other. I've actually never known one of those to work. But that's,
I would
not.
have met up with him if he wasn't so scary.
Well, see, being controlling like via YouTube is weird.
It's scary.
If I'm going to be controlling, I want to be able to reach out and control you, like physically. I'm not going to do it over cyberspace.
Yeah.
So yes, that is weird. I agree with that. eHarmony worked for my coworker.
Yeah, my best friend met her husband on eHarmony, and I think it's because they do like a monthly like premium charge or something.
Oh, they do. As a matter of
But
fact, years ago, this is maybe in the 2003 or 4 time frame. I did actually do eHarmony, and I've had a couple dates through eHarmony. And I guess if I'd continued with it. So, the thing about eHarmony and I think Match.com is they at least do a little bit of screening. They'll match people up by likes or dislikes, hobbies, that sort of thing.
have you ever done like other ones?
I wound up actually I didn't meet my wife through I met her through my neighbor who became my brother-in-law. So
it wasn't like online. It was random.
No, you know what? I had just moved to Virginia, and my neighbor invited me down to his parents for Easter dinner, and I basically, it was love at second sight. So yeah, and basically it was totally by accident. So
Stanley said the best thing he ever done was marry a white woman. Ain't that right, Stanley?
Well, marry a woman in general.
Who cares about her race? White women be fucking wild though. I don't know. They're crazy though. They be
No,
wild.
she was pretty tame.
That's good. Just give her some alcohol and some rum and see where it goes.
I mean, she was 37 and I was 38. So, we weren't, in our 20s.
Can I give you a little advice, darling? Go to church. That's where you're gonna meet the man of your dreams is in church. It's not gonna be at no bar, or club, or restaurant, or nothing like that. It's gonna be in the church.
Either that or he'll be a religious nut and a crashing bore.
Actually, I don't even go to bars and clubs or anything.
Think women want stability. So who cares if he's a bore? As long as he can offer the woman stability, then that's what she really wants. She wants stability.
Well, I don't know. I've met women at bars. It's not optimal, but you can meet good women at bars. Just depends on the type of bar.
Well, I always say you meet them in a bar, you're going to lose them in a bar. That's what I always say.
That's hilarious.
Well,
Yeah.
You're only gonna
Mhm.
meet people that you have access to. So it's whether it's you frequent a bar or whether it's at school or whether it's at work, you're only gonna meet people that you're exposed to. So uh, if you're meeting
before
the
we
same type of person, I would say probably change up your environment, do something that's different from your social norm, and then maybe it'll give you access to a different type of person.
Yeah, what if you just don't even want, you just want to be single and you just want to have fun, but then like you meet somebody and you just like, I just want to have fun. I just want to get to know you, but they're like suffocating you and going, no, we got to have a relationship.
nope.
Well,
Well,
that's what I thought. What if I'd go to Seattle and go out with Ava the G? Like I just want to have fun with her. Like
Yeah.
getting laid, and getting laid is like, yeah, it's on my mind, but not really because
No,
I
not
just
just
want to
getting
have
laid.
fun.
Like, you don't even, it's not even about sex. Like, let's just see what happens, you know?
yeah, but sex is fun.
Yeah,
Yeah. If you have
but
chemistry, then you'll have sex, but it's like, okay, but you, before you even meet them, they're already like making all kinds of decisions.
I met Ava on YouTube. I'm not afraid to go visit her, take her to a game,
How
buy a
far is
hot
Ava
dog.
from you?
She's like a few hundred miles. Probably at least probably 500 to Seattle from here, as the
Oh,
crows
damn.
flies. Alaska is a big state.
The
Hmm.
more persistent he is, the better his chances. Interesting.
Or
You
more,
got to
or
be
more annoying, or they get just more annoying.
Well,
persistent in a special way, though. You can't be like buzzing her and texting her all the time and all that shit. You know, that
you
don't
know what?
work out.
I had a girl that we went out on a few dates. She was into being chased, and you know what? I just wasn't that much into it. I mean, chasing a little bit is one thing, but having to basically like bend over backwards, to get someone interested in you, that
Yeah,
gets to be fairly boring,
it's
because
not worth the effort.
well, it might be, but when it basically means kissing, it's not my thing. And
Either it is,
she was quite
either it is.
she was
Go
quite
ahead,
good
Stan.
looking,
Sorry.
and I think that was part of the problem. She was very attractive, and I guess she just knew her worth. I thought she did.
It definitely has to be a two-way street.
Yeah, I don't mind doing
No,
70.
but have you guys ever met like a girl and you like her, right? You
No,
like her. You have the same, you're attracted to her, you have similar interests, everything is good, but then she starts overwhelming you with control, like, and she's just like, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? Are you going to do this?
oh,
Are you going to do that?
that's simply not gonna happen. That's a turnoff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to
Absolutely.
say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the bottom line, and now my wife and I were we were older, a little bit maybe better adjusted. And, pretty early on, I pretty much told I'm a one woman guy. Having more than one woman is just too much work. Maybe I'm just lazy. But, if I'm pretty much into you, you're
How do
pretty,
the
I
Stanley?
don't,
How do the Mormons do it? They'll have like 10 wives or some shit.
I would never be able to do that.
Yeah, that would be a
maybe,
headache.
maybe
There
they
was
put them
an
all
old,
to work in the fields.
I can't remember whether it was HBO. There was a movie
It was
that
HBO.
a mini series.
It was HBO.
Yeah, sister wasn't Sister Wives. It was Big Love. Was that the name of it?
I think it was called Big Love. He had his wives in 3 separate houses that
Yeah.
faced
That's
inward. Like I guess the backyard was facing each other, but they
mutual.
all had their own separate house.
That
back in
the
Egypt,
wives,
didn't
like,
they call that a harem?
No,
Like
it's
you'd
No,
have
not
your
the
own
harem is
harem.
different. The
they
harem
were
is like
Mormons,
concubines. These were actual his wives.
Yeah,
and
I
he would
guess.
spend a week like in each house, and wives would be getting jealous, and the other wives, and it's just too much of rigmarole for me.
Knowing a motherfucker like me, I'd have a cat fight on the weekend and have motherfuckers over there gambling on who's gonna win.
Nope, I like peace and harmony, as much as I can get it.
I
And
can tell from your voice. You seem like you're like very logical and you're very peaceful. I can tell from your energy. It's cool.
yeah, I just, and I think the older I get, I can bring it, you know, uh,
Yeah.
depending on the topic, but, by and large, I don't like a lot of drama, at least.
Hey, you don't want to see Stanley off the hook.
You don't want to see me either. I think you have before. I went kind of AWOL last time I was here. Somebody
Yeah,
was saying something,
yeah, it was
but
probably Righteous Muffin. He gets everyone off kilter.
no, I never lose. I will always keep my cool though, because it's funny. I never get butthurt. It's all joke to me. But no, like my thing is like it's like some dude or whatever, you just like really, really like him, and then they start fucking controlling you, and then they like tell you don't do this, don't do that, and then you happen to not go under their control. Next thing you're a whore, you're crazy, you're this and that. So
Yeah, that's
My God,
terrible.
this was like over the internet.
yeah.
Oh my Lord! And you never met it?
No, I can meet him. Like he only lives like 40 minutes, but I got really
Oh,
scared because I wanted to, but I got scared
oh
because I
wait,
was like,
but
he's tripping out.
you never physically met him.
No, I talked to him for like 4 months, like Instagram videos, that kind of stuff.
Well, to me, if you don't have like a physical relationship, how can anyone tell you what to do?
Because I didn't want to do it because it's scary. I don't want to meet somebody that is already acting crazy before I even meet them.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You know what? Act crazy like face to face. Don't be doing it over the internet. And I know that sounds
Yeah,
crazy,
normally,
but
Stanley, I'd never do that, but I think I'd really get along with David the G, and we'd just have fun, and then I'd fly back to Alaska.
You sound like
No
you're in
big
love with this
deal.
girl, whoever she is. You're like in love.
I'm not. I'm not in love with her. I just want to have fun with her.
how much?
I don't want.
No, I
She's
mean,
too young to be my wife or
men. Yeah,
anything.
men getting.
What? She's too young for you to be your wife, but not too young for you to hit it. What?
Well, just to go to a football game with, you got a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem with
Have
it. I'm
hot
just,
dog. She's old enough. She's not a child. She knows what the fuck
why don't
she's
you want to
doing.
marry her then?
Maybe because that's probably not what she wants either.
Uh-huh.
She
Got
just
you by
wants
the
to.
balls, so you're in love
Oh,
with
wait,
her.
you're like 30 years older than she is.
Oh shit! No,
I
you're
know.
not. No, you're not.
Yes, he is.
Jesus.
Now, I mean, I know relationships like that exist, but they don't exist a lot.
I'm not trying to get in bed with her. Just like
Well, see,
No,
taking
you
your
just said
little
you
sister.
wanted to have sex with her and just have
no,
No,
fun.
I didn't.
it's
I never
it's a
said that.
football
You're
game.
lying.
Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
mean to
not
lie.
a.
I was misunderstanding. I'm not lying.
That's my whole like just to have a lady to have fun with. Doesn't always have to be about the sex, you know.
Wait, how old are
Like
you? How old are you?
53.
So she's like 23?
I don't know. I forget. I
No,
think she's
she
more like
is 23.
26. She like 26, Stanley, or something like
No,
that.
she's 23.
Oh, she is. Yeah. So that'd be like taking my sister out to the ball game, not like
No, that would be more
taking your
like taking
daughter
your
out.
daughter to the ball game.
okay, whatever.
So you might as well just get it.
I think she's a beautiful person.
You know, honestly, if I dated her, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. But the thing is I need, like culture, arts, culture, politics, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think not, if I make a Gilligan's Island joke, and she's like, well, who's Gilligan?
Yeah, she's not in your, like, she wouldn't even understand. Like,
Exactly.
she's not your cohort.
Exactly. And that would be a little.
He don't care. He just wants some fucking. You know what you want.
She been through a lot. I know how to help young people, like advance. So there's that too. Like,
why don't you help an older person?
Because there are no women. They're only men.
We know women play vital roles.
Would you date a woman your age?
Huh?
Would you date a woman your age? 50?
Sure.
60? Yeah?
Sure.
How about, would you date a woman 65?
Nah, it's too old.
Why? Why? You're not too old for her. For the 23-year-old, but all of a sudden you're being an ageist?
Yeah. You have to keep it around 50-ish to 60, something like that.
What's the ages?
The 60s.
But I'm not afraid to take a young lady to a ball game. Why do you have a problem with that?
No, I was just asking. I don't have a problem. Do you? But I'm just saying you might have a problem finding somebody compatible.
You might have an ED problem. Why is no one else laughing at this? I think it's hilarious.
No, I was actually thinking he has the opposite of the ED. I was analyzing this. I was like, I think he has the other. He's just got a woody
now
for the young ones.
Now you're analyzing this? Are you sure you're not the psycho?
Psycho? I'm the psycho, but yet I'm fucking going after people half my age.
Well, he's not actually going after her.
He called me psycho though. And we
we met on YouTube and we had, and I asked her out and see if I show up in Seattle, and she said she'd go to a football game with me. Big deal.
Yeah, she says yes, it's okay. Now, did she call you old pa?
Not yet. Not yet, Stanley.
I'll go to a ball game with you.
All right, let's go.
Don't go with him, please. Save yourself. Just kidding. I'm just playing with you. I don't know. I know men like you.
He's a good guy.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I know many. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I know men like him. They're good people. They're generous, whatever. But they have a flavor for the younger females. No matter what age he is, he's always going to be into women in the 20s. Now, he says that he would not mind a woman his own age. He can do that, but he's chasing the young ones.
Who's the
I'm not chasing anybody. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And I just give it to
Are you fucking retarded?
Do I sound retarded? I bet I have a higher IQ than you. I will challenge you right now to any
I don't chase no
subject.
pussy. Believe that. I don't chase pussy.
Now you've
pussy chases me. motherfucker.
I
That's
beg
what's
to
up.
differ from what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I can calculate that much. I don't think so. I think you are chasing pussy. Pussy is not chasing you.
No, they're chasing me.
And I'm the retard here.
Am I gonna
I
have
have
to?
like six. I had like 6 dates on this channel right now. Mela, Ava to G, and there's been like 4 or 5 other ones said they'd go out with me.
How many of them did you go out with out of the 6?
Well, it was kind of like a role playing thing.
In
Yeah.
his brain, right? Imagination.
Yeah, we were playing Dungeons and Dragons, except Dungeons
So you were
and
dating somebody and you had sex with people in Minecraft.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Minecraft.
No, I
What the
think you
fuck
should
does
think about if you were
Minecraft?
dating. Huh?
What the fuck does mine? Do you play Fortnite too? Are you one of those?
No, I don't play either one, but I know what either one is. I'm just saying, in your imagination, you were dating these 6 girls. It was all in your head.
Well, what's wrong with dreaming about women now? You got a problem with that?
No, you do you.
You got a problem with my dreams now?
No, I don't have a problem with anything that you do. I don't even know you. I'm trying to help
Why
you
the
out.
fuck are you analyzing me then?
I analyze
Wait,
you
See,
all I
I-
want.
You,
It's freedom of
you'd be the
speech.
last one.
Don't be one
You'd
of
be
those.
the last
Don't be
one,
one
and
of
I
the
want to
weird.
date.
You're gonna be one of those
You're
weird
rude.
talked about on the next.
You're rude. I'm real. I'm real. The other
No,
ones are
you're
leading you
rude.
on. No, that's your problem. You are being led on. You don't have anyone giving you the hard truth.
So, are you saying you're trolling me? Is that what this is
No, I
about?
think the other ones are trolling you. I'm being real. Hey, kitty. No, I'm actually. Hmm?
What's
I'm
up,
giving you
everybody?
my truth. I'm being honest with you. That's all.
Okay, good. Now
Hey,
stop
but
analyzing me. Let other people talk.
it's a
Okay.
cosmic fox.
How's it going?
It looks
Hi.
like it looks like a cat, though. Is it a fox or a cat?
It's all into the eye of the beholder. You know what you see tells me more about you than anything.
That looks
I
like
see.
Gizmo.
Okay. I see.
Now, what if I
A
see
cat.
Venom?
Cause I'm kitty gang. I love cats. I see kitty. I see fox ears and gremlin face.
Yeah, that's
Is
the
it a Persian
gremlin
cat?
before
Is it a
it
Persian cat with long ears?
eats
I don't
food
know.
or
This is just what AI
gets
spit out
hit
when
with
I typed
water.
in Fox Furby.
But it's cute.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just discussing a 56-year-old guy going and wanting to date a 23-year-old. What do you think about that, kitty foxy girl?
Well, I know for a fact that when he says that Ava wanted to date him, that's because he went on to speed dating either with Grace Thorpe or Princess Ruby and I. And when that happens, you know, we're trying to be nice, not be just like shitty to everybody, right? So I'd say maybe don't read into that too much, buddy, because it might be inflating your ego a bit too much.
Oh, just because you had a speed dating thing with Grace Thorpe? Jesus Christ. That's what happened?
I happen to know
No,
that's
I just got this. No, you put this into perspective. I get everything now.
It's a bit of a half joke, right? Like nobody takes it that seriously. Nobody's having actual dates afterwards for sure.
Exposed, huh? I'm just kidding with him. I'm just messing with him anyway.
12th
No, but
man,
that makes a lot of sense.
You did the Grace Thorpe dating thing?
I didn't host it, but Princess Ruby and I have like kind of hijacked it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and actually Princess and I and another streamer have taken it a step further, and we're doing speed debates now.
Is that Speakeasy?
No, you've never heard of him. It's Jake from What You Can Do. He's really quite a professional streamer, but just doesn't have the subscriber count that he deserves.
Interesting.
I'll link to the last one in chat if nobody cares.
I can't.
Yeah, put it in the back chat.
Oh shit! Like, I meant like if it doesn't bother anybody.
But that a lot of people were trying to get on that panel, and you got through somehow, or you were restreaming it.
Get through to the panel? I'm not sure I understand.
The speed dating panel with Grace Thorpe. Like who got through that? Who was on? Like you were saying something about that. I got confused. I'm sorry. We were just covering it.
I got onto like the first one, and then after that, because Grace was doing weird shit with Ruby, and we didn't know what her status was, we kind of just went and did it ourselves. Oh, it's not actually letting me post a link. Okay, cool.
Wait, are you putting it in the YouTube chat or the
this chat?
Back chat.
This chat, StreamYard.
Huh.
Can we watch it?
I'm trying to share
I don't see it. I'd be able to tell if you put a link in the back chat, and I don't see it.
Unless I copied an image without realizing. Yeah, I copied the image. That's the worst habit for me, is clicking copy thumbnail image instead of
No, I see it on the back chat.
Yeah,
I
it's
see
there
it
now.
Yeah,
I figured it out.
Yeah.
It's just a silly idea, and we didn't really have anyone big show up, so it's hard to say, if it was.
No,
if
I
it would be
saw
as
other
awkward as
people
it
trying
was.
to join. Other people were trying to join, so that's pretty cool. You got a little content out of it. That's cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Has Ava been on there?
No, we invited her, but for some reason she wasn't available. I'm sure she will be.
She's already taken, by the way.
Well, no, I've seen her on some shows doing
fucking around.
Forget the dude's name, but every now and then again she'll get on there and do
the Whatever podcast.
I saw her. We watched the Whatever podcast over here. We watched actually all of it, but I've seen her on some other kind of like debate type channels over the past month or so. She's been doing the rounds, I guess.
She's been through a lot, and that's why I really respect Ava, because she beat an addiction and then came back to be a successful citizen. So these are the people like civil service and like AmeriCorps, which you already know I work with Stanley. We want to help these people, man.
Right.
So are you gonna play what was on the back chat? I want to see that.
Yeah, I can. Beta,
it's not that interesting. Just to be clear, we kind of had to like crank it along.
You're interesting. I actually am very interested in you.
Well, she just likes the little.
No, I like the energy and
Pikachu. I actually have
can't
Pikachu.
explain it, but I like this person.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I like the. I want to.
Oh, Pikachu.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay, I fucked something up once.
What is it, SpongeBob or what?
What you can talk.
Wait, let me get rid of.
I figured it out.
Okay, so
are you starting to see a theme between the two things? I know someone said gremlins, and that's close. But between the Pikachu and the fox, what's another type of iconic 90s thing?
Raccoons?
2000 things?
About a raccoon?
It's not really iconic. I mean, like, you know,
Felix the cat.
people bought them in stores for their kids.
Felix the cat.
That's not 90s.
Oh, okay. 90s.
Casper.
90s, 2000s.
Cabbage Patch Kids? I can't remember when Cabbage Patch Kids were out.
I don't think
I
that
think
they were
that
in
was the 80s. Oh, the
Yeah.
Captain Spell Kids.
No, okay. Until once someone gets it, like whoever gets it at this point wins a prize. I don't have any prizes for you, but you win a prize.
Can I get a kiss? I'm just kidding. Okay, 90s.
We should watch this, and then like if it comes to you, just blurt it out.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the intro from the other channel who we're collabing with. What you can do.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could do better.
Teletubby?
Pretty gay. That's what I think.
Well,
This is like a riddle.
Right?
The debate. That's the idea today. Wireless Mike, good to see you. Looney Tunes 9000, Wicked Fox.
See, this guy is so professional.
Hello to you all.
But like
Today,
also doesn't
we
take
are
himself
joined
too
by
seriously.
the Prawncess and Melanie Cosmic Fox as we test out an idea for a show.
Oh god, I just remembered I was at the
You
hospital
have
for
way
this.
more control over your own computer than I do. Neat.
Somebody took a bong
The
hit.
idea behind this.
Oh, they beat me to it, you fucker.
The idea behind this
I was gonna
came
take one
from,
right now.
these cats
Oh shit, we're all doing it. Shit,
on
let's
their
go.
channel.
Let's do it. Fire out.
De facto
And that
420.
is
Is it?
Riz Review.
It's
It
12,
might as
12
well be
here.
if we're all hitting the
dating
bong.
show. And also, they do political debates. We're kind of combining those ideas. And our hope today is that we can get some folks who want to actually probably share this in the Discord. We can get some folks who want to debate and talk to them in an efficient way. So those of us who, whatever side of the aisle you're on, you get good at doing a quick pitch for your stance. Now, here's how it's going to work. Our moderator, taking the position of honor here, is going to be the Prawncess. And people who come on the show, I'll drop the link in the chat in a moment, and I'll toss it over to Discord as well. People who come on the show will be allowed to pick either myself or Melanie, and we'll have an abridged debate. We're going to try a couple of different formats as the mood takes us, as we desire to keep going. We're going to start it off with about a 10-minute format where we each get a couple of minutes to pitch each other on our political outlook. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves at all? Talk a little bit about what you do, or plug your channel?
Yeah, I'll go first. If that's okay.
Cool.
Hi, I'm the Prawncess, brand new content creator. I've been at this for like 6 weeks, 3 months, something like that. So pretty new to this sphere. I do show. It's kind of like a dating show. It's half dating show, half content, half comedy. Can you really have three halves? I don't know. I might have messed that up, but you get the idea. But it's pretty entertaining. If you go check that out, go to my channel. Also, trying to get to 500 subs. So go help a small content creator. We also had Jake on last week. That was a fun collab. And then also I've been dipping my toes into the debatosphere and moderation as well. So happy to collab with.
Oh, you're cute.
Let me just pitch to my audience, y'all. If you ever, that scene in one of the Men in Blacks where Agent K says, "I need an apple pie with a slice of cheddar on it because I need to not be thinking about the case in order to think better about the case." That's that channel. I had such a fun time watching Riz Review. If you guys just want to, have some internet candy, basically, it's the best. There's so much drama. It's so much fun. Do check it out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Melanie, you want to tell anybody about yourself or just jump into it?
Well, I've got a weird one for y'all today. I've got to explain.
Can you
some of
pause
the,
it so I can
noises
even
you
explain
might be
even some
hearing.
more context?
I broke my wrist.
I
Just so can
didn't.
keep it simple, and I am currently in ER.
It seems so broken though.
It's not yet, but I'm telling you, like, there's very little room for anything else. And I'm gonna say is like, if you don't think I'm a dedicated streamer just because I don't upload videos to my embarrassing YouTube channel, I just want to tell you, I'm here for it in the long haul. I've been doing this for 6 years, debating, and honestly, I'm a little offended you didn't make me a judge, Jake. But I just love debating. So I don't actually care.
It's funny.
You're the ringer.
Yeah, we discussed
You're
this
the
all
only one of
beforehand,
us
right? So
who's been on, I think, modern day debate. You've been in what I consider
I've learned to
the
take
big leagues.
nothing personally in this space.
I don't know.
We're amateurs.
I haven't spoken to Eric. What's his name again? Lex Friedman yet. So
Fair. That's sort of the high watermark, I guess. That, or if you've gone up against Sam Cedar, I think those are the ways.
I could never go up against Sam. He's too pure.
You have to have a disagreement first.
Do you say he's
What's your trolling?
Who's the twink? My name's Jake.
I'd never
My
mean. If
channel
I
is
call anything pure, I don't mean it.
I know you sound like you're trolling.
So my channel's a little
Being
unhinged.
Oh, I
sarcastic.
didn't even say hi. My name's Melanie. You might know me as Ninetails Cosmic Fox, but I go by Melanie Cosmic Fox now. But other than that, I actually don't really like promoting myself.
I
So
think you sound pretty gay, dude. You sound like you take
Fair enough. I do
prep
like
pills.
hard to get.
Help you keep from getting AIDS. You probably take those prep pills.
You
so
sound
you
pretty
don't catch
homo.
AIDS.
You sound gay right now for interrupting.
He sounds like he thinks about this stuff quite a bit.
What on earth are you doing, 12 man?
No, we
Don't
covered it all
thinking about
around
gay
here.
stuff. He's fantasizing right now.
To our guests.
John Galt
Oh, I'm not a
covered the
guest.
prep.
I'm an interloper.
I'd never heard of prep pills before John Galt, but that's where I found out about it. And people actually, you sound
My
like one
phone
of
is gonna
those.
die. I'm gonna sub to your channel. I like you.
Oh, thank you. I really don't upload videos though. You should
I don't
subscribe to
care.
Process.
You will.
You'll see
Keep
more of
up.
me if you sub to Process though. The Process, all one word. He really is like a good creator, and so is Jake. From what you can do, they'll always be like better in me than like the actual content creation sense. I'm just here for people to like bounce shit off of. And sometimes
I'm gonna talk to you. I don't know those people. I just talk to you on a panel. You're cool. Listen, 56-year-old guy, find somebody your own fucking age.
Oh my
53.
No, all
You
good. I'm
jealous?
just kidding with
You
you.
sounded jealous.
We have
Because
evolved.
I'd never ask you out. That's
Fuck,
for
you
sure.
couldn't pull me. You could not ever in your wildest dreams
Okay.
pull somebody
I'd
like
never
me.
want
I'll
to.
bet you that. Like, I'll bet you $100 right now.
I wouldn't touch you with Stanley's dick.
I
How
beg to
about
differ.
that?
I'm sorry.
Hold
You're
on now.
like,
Don't
yeah,
be
what the fuck?
involving me in this. As
Okay.
a matter of fact, Vita, I think you're really good looking. So
Yeah, he doesn't know shit. He's just fucking into
next
like
time
he's
you
into
pull me-
half his age like type
well,
of
I'm
female.
older than he is actually.
But you have a wife that's like 1 year younger than you. He's into half his age.
I did. She's no longer with us.
It doesn't matter. You have a lot more sense than this fucking weirdo.
Well, I know how to treat women.
I know, and I can tell.
Women.
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back once I charge this phone, hopefully. But it was nice meeting you. Melanie, keep doing you, and thank you for the advice. And you stay away from women half your age, you fucking weirdo.
Black off.
I'm just
I'll
kidding
do
with you.
what
All good,
I
all good.
want.
Bye.
Get bent.
Take it easy.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, bye.
I'll do what I want. Get bent. How about that?
Okay, bye.
Okay,
All
so
right, well.
12th man. What's actually wrong with something being gay? Let's get into this. Let's get deep. Let's go fist deep with this subject.
Well, gay doesn't mean what it used to be. Like, it's associated with AIDS and monkeypox and all that shit. So
let's start with the AIDS thing. Like, you know that people who didn't have
all
AIDS
you
don't
got to
get it,
do
right?
is go by the 10 Commandments. You got it made. do not steal, do not covet, do not commit debauchery.
Wait, none of those
And
things say actually not to be gay.
I was
pretty
gonna
much.
point that out.
You can take this like Stanley at any point if you want to get into the biblical stuff. I'm not an expert, so if you know that better
You
than
know
me.
what? I would find nothing more boring.
Okay. I just like for me, like I find that most people who complain about this, like you clearly don't understand the AIDS epidemic if you blame it on people.
Well,
being
gay used to mean we were happy, but
Well, here's the one thing I've
Still
learned
does.
about being in these conservative spaces. Learning is an option. You know, you can spout off about all kinds of things and not know shit. As a matter of fact, it's sometimes I think a point of pride not knowing shit. So, you know
why I got into this? Because I actually like studying things that are kind of outside of my comfort zone, and I would put like weeks of prep into a debate if I could, especially if I didn't know the subject, right? And I don't know, like I've met so many people who are like big debaters but will never do that, and it's just very depressing. It's not as common as you think for people to actually know how to do their own research.
No, that doesn't surprise me actually.
Like especially like if you're going to talk about a scientific subject and try to communicate that, then you have to be scientifically literate, not just like book smarts, like actually understand academic papers, how they're written, why they're written the way they are, et cetera, et cetera. And if you don't, then you're going to miss major things that someone who is will catch. And it's just, I don't know. I always felt like I was punchy. I could only punch down, you know, like I was always boxing. What's the right way to say it? Below my weight. I'm not using yeah, I was boxing
your weight class.
Yeah, like honestly, I felt like OP the entire time I debated people from the start to like up until recently. And through process, I've met Torsha, who's really into debate prep, which is awesome. Ava's really like not that bad. She at least tries. And I'm hoping that like we can start to actually get some debaters there again.
I tend not to like formal debates because, you know, I occasionally will come across someone who, you know, I have a friend of mine who is into like fallacies, like, you know, he will quote you chapter and verse about which fallacy is which.
He's memorized all 23 of them in all the subgroupings as well.
Yeah, and you know what? I keep telling him, you know, that's for high school debate. I tend to ad hominems are part of my arguing style, and I don't do formal debates because I break all the rules, and I sometimes do it gleefully.
Kind of like Trump.
Well, you know what? As a matter of fact, I am kind of like Trump, I guess. You know, I don't mind mixing it up, even though I'm not a MAGA person.
Not yet.
So, you know, these...
I'm still working on my conversion, Stanley.
Oh, good luck with that. So anyway, you know, I like sometimes watching formal debates, but I'm just not a debate bro. You know, you'll see people like Ben Shapiro, that sort of thing. As a matter of fact, I think Sam Cedar's actually, you know, pretty funny. If you've ever seen him, you know,
yeah, I love Sam from the majority
his
part.
shtick with debating libertarians is often hilarious.
When he was able to bounce jokes off of Michael Brooks, rest in peace, that was like the best shit. Like they really had something great going. Michael
Brooks was very funny.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've been watching Sam Cedar for years now.
And it's unfortunate. You can tell he's like slowing down and kind of passing the torch to Emma.
Yeah.
And I love Emma, but she's got a different
nowhere
energy.
near as funny.
Yeah.
You know, the Tim Pool stuff, that whole debacle. I would love for him to get on Joe on what's his name show?
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. I would love to see that. Or even
I'd like to see.
I would would love to see
I'd
him
like to see
get into
Kamala
it.
Harris on Joe Rogan.
Who?
That would be fun. Kamala Harris on Joe Rogan. Wouldn't that be fun?
Why would she put herself through that?
I think Joe would be somewhat fair to her. He's got Jamie there
Probably.
to rein him in if he goes too far.
I would love to see Sam Cedar and Brett Weinstein. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like, Sam doesn't spend his time trying to like say superfluous shit, right? Whereas Brett does. And as somebody who kind of actually has studied human behavioral biology on my own, and I've been teaching myself STEM sciences for like 10 years now, Brett and especially Heather often just talk out of their fucking ass and try to make it sound like that is scientific consensus. So I don't think Sam wants to go through like debunking every single thing that they say. That's bullshit, because here's the problem, right? Like, if you can't refute that, then they've just let open misinformation happen on your channel that you haven't refuted, at least not yet. And
well, the thing is they literally, not so much the Weinsteins, but people like Ben Shapiro do this gish gallop. Well, they'll,
well, you know that Eric Weinstein, he like did like this whole like I've solved the universe through geometry.
Oh yeah, geometric.
And everybody who does quantum physics, yeah, all the quantum physicists laugh at him. They laugh him out of the room, and he claims to be canceled.
Doing a PhD who debunked it, and just
Eric, he got his PhD debunking it, because that's beautiful.
Well, he was not. He didn't do it. He was working on a PhD in roughly the same area of physics. So he basically wrote he wrote like a paper debunking it. I don't know if
that's like how Cass Harris is in cognitive psychology. She's not a clinical psychologist, but she at least knows enough about psychology to debunk Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
and
she
her
did whole shows on that.
Oh yeah, her series is great.
I haven't seen her in quite some time.
She's still doing stuff. Yeah, she still does like streams, even like Jackbox streams for her Patreons and stuff. I haven't been a Patreon. We got to chat once actually when I first started out, because the Surfs was doing a fundraiser stream. And I actually met a lot of cool people through that. Yeah, and just like getting to be on that and talk to some people. I got to like at least say to Cass, like, what you're doing is great. I wish someday I could do that. And I was very optimistic at the time. I also got to talk to Vadim from Creationist Cat. And we talked at least enough that he confided some things in me, just as like how he performs on stage and stuff like that. I was like, dude, I don't think people notice as much as you do, because I certainly didn't. And I come from theater, not necessarily born in it, but I grew up in it. So
right.
I noticed the things that he's worried about. And if he was that bad, I would know.
12th Man, you still there?
Yep. Just not really interested in the conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
No, I was kidding.
We have drifted away from, from the MAGAverse.
Funnily enough, you're talking about formal debates. We get into a discussion here just because I wanted to come up with something right off the cuff, and it was, I hate doing mock debates. And yeah, like when you said like, yeah, that's high school debates, like it's funny because this person, Torsha, that I mentioned, she's really coming from like that debate club kind of mentality and looking at this and being like, what the fuck? And half the time
there's no debating with Portia. She's pretty set in her ways.
And she's very smart. She's definitely very smart.
Torsha with a T.
Yeah. Torsha.
Okay.
She works for
Portia.
It's probably the same. You're probably still not wrong, but she's also just like very smart. And the thing is like I've just had to like explain. Half the time my advice to her is just like, it takes kind of time and experience in this space, and then you develop your own technique, and then it's like this, it's no longer an issue, right? Because she's like, well, like, how do you know if someone's being disingenuous? Because in debate club, you're just supposed to be genuine. Like there is no disingenuity. And you'd be like, my opponent's being disingenuous. Why am I responding to them? But here you kind of like have to, or else someone who is willing to gets the spotlight, right? So again, I just kind of explained to her, like, this is something that you get a feel for as you go. And personally, I give disingenuous people less effort and time because I'm not going to let them waste it. So I kind of, people get what they pay for with me.
I still sometimes try and figure out, I mean, even I'm not sure I've ever run into anyone who was being disingenuous.
Well, if you do, here's like one interesting, like there's a million approaches and no magic bullet. But when you like, say you get somebody who's just like saying everything you do is fallacious, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, guess what? Someone came up with a solution to fallacious thinking way before any of us did, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Socrates and the Socratic method. When you're able to walk your opponent through what they're saying, then if they're being fallacious, then they certainly it'll be difficult for them to maintain their consistent logic. And if they're accusing you of being fallacious, then they're going to have to substantiate that, which, by the way, if you actually don't have the fallacies memorized, you can dig yourself a hole against someone who does.
Yeah, but I usually just, to be blunt, I usually just shit on people who want to be that formal. I'm not interested in, fallacy of this and fallacy of that. To me, and maybe I just watch a lot of,
I'd even say not just formal, right? It's orthodox.
Well, Stanley, you're retired, so you don't have to go by Robert's Rules of Order anymore.
Oh, I never did. Yeah, this is probably as true as any statement about me. Yeah, Stanley is a bully. Yeah, you got me there.
Only if you allow him to be.
Well, sometimes, look, sometimes things are obvious, and I just have sometimes the things that get said on this channel just floor me. Like, really? Do people actually believe this sort of stuff? But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I can be trans. Some white dude in Midwest US can believe whatever the fuck he wants, really. It's like there's nothing stopping them.
Well, that's true. It is a free country,
And the brain just has if you look at conspiracy theorists and how they go down those rabbit holes, or even like cult members, right? Like, brain has so much capacity to believe things that aren't even real.
Yeah, conspiracy theorists are my favorite.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on that, but I if anything, I want to hear what you think, because I probably have like the typical thoughts.
I think you can pretty much, fiction, we've got like a billion different, short stories and novels and stuff like that. You can make yourself believe, like you said, just about anything. But men, look, basically, you mentioned reinventing the wheel. And I just think that, things like, worldwide conspiracies, people aren't that smart. You can't be running some of these, conspiracy type things for practically, decades without, hiccuping or tripping up or something like that. They just don't pass my smell test. The deep state is one of my favorites. You know what? There is no deep state. There's, the administrative state. And I guess if you want to call the administrative state the deep state, you can, but there's no deep state conspiracy.
Well, okay, so the lefties would say like the deep state starts with like spy organizations and militia groups, like contracted militia groups that aren't as accountable as like the actual U.S. military, right? And they
Yeah, but
they
I
work for the
see him
government, but they're not the
deep
government.
state. I mean, I see him as, like the militia type, or basically like BlackRock or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Or like any of the things that would
They're
like.
mercenaries. Mercenaries have existed forever.
Was the one from Wyoming to that Dick Cheney Corporation or whatever it is?
You're talking
Halliburton, yeah.
Yeah, Halliburton's
They
another
have
big
their
one.
own armed security
Yeah,
agents
but I
and everything.
don't consider them. I consider them mercenaries. I don't know
I'm
that
just saying that's a viable definition, so that way we don't have to be like diametrically opposed to people who believe in that, even when they're wrong. And I just want to point something out. Like, what puzzles me most about conspiracy theorists is like you can present them with information that they should objectively see as good, which is this thing you believe in doesn't actually exist, so you don't have to worry anymore, right? And they will be like, no, I want to believe in this thing. I want to be distressed and uncomfortable. And I think that like that really tells you what you're working with once you realize that is like, you're not trying to tell them it doesn't exist. You're trying to tell them somehow to disbelieve in themselves at this point, because honestly, their identity is tied to this thing.
Yeah, I can see that.
A lot of people here just like argue from like self, right? Like, this is what I believe to be true. This is what I see. I used to do that too, and I've at least had to learn to be like, well, this is what I think, or like admitting.
I used to get into some of the Alex Jones and the conspiracies, but
No,
I
I'm
got
not
better.
even fucking with you. Me too. Like 10 years ago, like I did not
Yeah,
realize
and
how fucked that
I
was.
just you got to not focus on that. You got to focus on your life goals and maybe putting some food back and growing a garden. Do what you got to do. Conspiracies be damned.
Well,
I ain't
one
got
thing that
time for
drives
that
me
shit.
nuts is people who take anecdotes and universalize them. That drives me just up the wall.
Yeah, and the hard thing is, right, like if you're talking to that person, they're going to want you to validate what they're feeling about that, right? And so it's a hard line to walk, like, okay, I'm validating your feelings, but I'm not like it's not convincing me that this should apply to everything.
Exactly.
And I think like that's like for me, like I try, like when I feel like my opponent's good faith, I'll say like, this is where you're convincing me, and this is where you're totally losing me. And I think you have to do something differently to actually convince me because of
See,
X, Y, or Z.
you're a good person. I'd rather just shit on them.
Well, that's what I do when they're bad faith. Like that's what I do when all they want to do is shit on me, for example. I was hoping to get there with 12 Man, but then he calmed down, so I can kind of respect that actually.
Well, he really under his skin.
That's one thing about me. Like I'll come off as a kind of a rude dickhead at first, but as I get to know you, then I calm down.
You come off as drunk. You come off as drunk, by the way.
People aren't, maybe he's not so bad after all.
Did you say he comes off as trash?
No, drunk.
What?
A blood alcohol level of 3.0 or higher.
I had a couple of beers today. Yes, sir.
You start your day with some beers? I start my day with weed, so I can't judge. Well, maybe a little.
What?
With weed. I'm a wake and baker.
Wake and bake?
Yeah. Waker and baker. Waker, baker, Quaker.
Well, Stanley's been known to have a beer or two during the day. Huh, Stanley?
Oh, absolutely.
We're retired, so we can do what the fuck we want.
I can't do this anymore. I haven't gotten anything done really, except for like this background that I coded in like months, and it's been a few rough months. But I need to start like actually coding like in C++ to the level where I can apply for a job, because I've heard like if you can code and you just put your name out there on LinkedIn, you get like job offers left and right. So I'm totally down for that. I want to do video game coding. like
How old are you?
physics engines. I'm 33.
And do you have a coding background?
Oh yeah, I've been coding since I was like 16. I started like web design, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and
Yeah, my brother actually started. I think he was 14, like his very first job. Now he's in his mid 40s, but he's yeah. I mean, most people who've been doing it since their teens tend to be fairly good. Oddly enough, I guess I'm way older, so the first language I learned was back in like the mid 80s, BASIC, and then I did some Fortran, and then
oh god, Fortran.
then I basically worked as a systems engineer. I've never I can script.
Okay.
Actually, scripting is more natural to me than actual formal coding. Like I'll write a.
So not systems administrator, systems engineer, which by the way, I've learned a bit of systems engineering because I want to know process and dynamic control because I'm also kind of into robotics and just manufacturing in general. So my mentor, who's a biochemical engineer, because he's got a master's in both biochemistry and engineering.
Really? Wow.
He gave me a textbook on that. And then I just got into systems engineering because I also study ecology, and systems ecology is really fascinating.
Yeah, I basically, it was mainly hardware that I dealt with, building servers and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, they always confine you to something that's like less than the true potential, and that's why I don't like maybe.
Well, see, I wasn't a form. I got in. As a matter of fact,
oh okay, you didn't go to school for systems engineering.
Yeah, it was literally a second career. I didn't start out doing it, but so anyway, I never really. I can code. Scripting is better for me. Because whipping up a script or a wrapper or something like that, that's more my speed.
So old school.
Sitting down and
bash
doing
scripts.
Big coding project. Yes, exactly.
Your auto launch bash scripts.
Yep.
Yeah, I know in theory how to do that, like command lines.
VB script.
Oh yeah,
that sort of thing.
And you can use VB script and command lines too. Like if I really cared about Windows and Windows programming, I'd use PowerShell. I'm still kind of there.
PowerShell is awesome, actually.
Stanley, can you take the stream down if we're done with it?
Yeah. Do you want to watch any more of this?
Oh no, it's fine. Like I said, it's like I'm just gonna have to kind of like struggle to keep a conversation going while I'm at a hospital, so it's kind of awkward to be honest.
You're in the hospital now?
No, I was then. That's why I didn't have my camera or anything. But I did have my microphone.
I'll probably wind up, once HB gets here, I'm probably going to hit the hay because I'm fairly tired. But I want to watch at least some more of that at some point.
Cool. Yeah. It gets better at certain points, but overall, it's kind of, I feel like many of the guests who I reached out to would have changed the game up a bit, but it was very last minute. So I didn't like DM anybody directly. I just put things in servers and hope that they would notice.
Yeah. Pronces is a pretty verbal guy. He's actually pretty good at debates.
Yeah, I'd like to see more out of him. That's all. Like sometimes he kind of comes off of like Lance from the Surfs when he debates, and I just think like he's too patient, and I've been accused of that too by Torsha, funnily enough. But no, like he just kind of he gives it like that extra moment for them to keep bullshitting.
The great master debater, is that it?
Who, Pronces?
No.
The great master debater.
Are you trying to make
I'm arguably the best debater in this space. I've yet to meet anybody who intimidates me. And I've been around long enough to debate most people. So,
Well, it's just ScrewTube after all.
How about
Right.
you know who's actually a really good debater? David Packman.
yeah, I'd have to go. Like, I'd have to. I just don't pay. I should. And you're
I've
not
seen
wrong.
him,
But I
I
feel
saw him-
like say I took him on like the gun thing. I feel like he's not hard enough on like gun ownership, like a real like guns right advocate is, right? And it's like a lot of those things where like it's hard as a leftist to actually debate a liberal just because they can be so wishy-washy on so many things, and then
You know,
it's like you
David
can't pin them
Packman
down.
doesn't strike me as that much of a leftist. I actually think he's
Well, yeah, that's
more
why I called him a liberal.
Oh, okay. I saw
I'm one
him
of
on Fox
those
News a
leftists, by the
couple
way.
weeks ago.
Sorry, what?
I said I saw him on Fox News a couple weeks ago, believe it or not.
I mean, go
You
get him.
watch Fox News, Stanley?
It was a news clip,
Oh,
but he was I don't even remember who he was, You know how Fox will have a left and a right person? It was one of those
Quote
situations.
unquote left, quote unquote.
Juan Williams.
Well, no, it wasn't Juan Williams. But one of the interesting things I've seen Pete Buttigieg he goes on Fox fairly frequently, I think. He and who's the governor of California? I can't think of his name.
Stanley, is Pete Buttigieg taking those prep pills? Do you
I don't
think?
know. You'd have to ask him. I don't know him personally.
Can you finish what you're saying, Stanley? Like that was
No,
really
I
not
was
necessary
just saying that he's
question.
Pete Buttigieg is he just really dissects some of these Fox News hosts. He's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, but his donors are what gross leftists out. That's why he loses votes from Democrats, because like Kamala, we don't trust to actually take a lot of things that far.
Mhm.
But at least like she shows some ability to like be like, you know what, I'm going to do this instead. Pete Buttigieg does what his donors say. You look at what his I can't remember offhand, but you look at what his donors say. You look at what his platform is like.
Is that your excuse for flip flopping on basically every issue that you have been your entire life? Now you're flopping to the other side. Give me a break.
That was almost incoherent, by the way.
I'm not even sure what you're talking about there, 12th man.
Well, like fracking, she said she'd confiscate guns.
Yeah, no.
Mandatory gun buyback. Oh, now she likes guns and
I
she
don't know
likes fishing and
her
all
position.
I bet she's never been fishing in her life.
Her position on fracking is basically, I think she's personally opposed, but sometimes as a politician, your personal beliefs may not be what your constituents want. So, I mean, I think she's
weak.
Basically.
Yeah, to put it simply, like most far leftists say, like if Kamala says she's going to do this, don't believe it. But at least there's a chance.
She's going to plot back to what she's always been, a stone cold comrade communist.
What's wrong with communism?
I think that you know what, these guys think everybody on the
It's like they're not embarrassed from the McCarthyist era, where you literally had a witch hunt against anyone who's more too leftist for your own preference. Like that, it's pretty gross.
Yeah, and it actually comes off fairly disingenuous. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably one of the more bad faith things that.
Stanley,
I mean, he's giving me a chance to talk about communism. If I could actually, maybe
Stanley, we had
to sell him.
We had another left wing douchebag in Alaska that sent death threats to the 6 conservative Supreme Court justices And guess where he's at right now? He might go to Guantanamo for that.
I have no idea what
Yeah,
you're
that
talking about.
threatening our Supreme Court justices and shit like that. That shit ain't gonna be tolerated, man. Motherfucker
I mean,
lock you up.
if we're being honest, though, like Biden really should have gotten more leftists on the Supreme Court. Like it's the Supreme Court being stacked by the right wing has been the worst thing ever.
Well, I think that to be honest with you, I actually blame Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She just, I don't know what she was thinking. And the Democrats have been particularly bad. Feinstein, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Biden, these people getting dysfunctional or non-functional in office. This has got to stop. So,
just the other day,
Ginsburg had retired when she earlier.
Stanley just
we would have been able to stave off, at least one lawsuit.
I don't know. Sure, yeah, because she's gonna have to retire if we get a right winger, which thanks to Kamala we probably won't. But I don't think trading off, because she's relatively leftist, one leftist for another is the goal. We want to get, we wanted to stop Kavanaugh. We didn't want the Republicans to be able to block our nominees, but we let them. It's just been a series of failures, right?
Well, the thing is, and you got to give the right credit, they have been planning and plotting for 50 years. This was 50 years in the making, and apparently,
especially because of states' rights. Like, this is the only way that they can keep states' rights going in 2024, with actual human rights also existing.
Well,
I really like
because of the way federalism works, you're always going to have a states' rights argument. It's almost
right. My point being, though, that the Republicans aimed to get more power in the state level, so that way they could overturn.
They've already
federal
done
things.
They have already done it. It was 50 years in the making.
Exactly. Sorry, I was making sure we were on the same page.
Yeah, it's not. If Democrats have any sense, it's gonna be a long game, but they need to be working in the states. More so than they are. Like a good example, I'm in Georgia, and the two senators we have, from 2020, I will be surprised if they're able to do second terms because.
But you realize why the Democrats are hemorrhaging voters at the state level, right? It's because if they run two candidates and one's an actual progressive who's going to bring in younger voters, they go for the other candidate. They go for the one who will take more donor money. And
I'm going to be honest
pliable.
with you. I think that progressives are in dire straits. Cory Bush is lost. Jamal Bowman is lost.
But again, I'm saying it's because the DNC doesn't actually back them the same way they back their corporate candidates.
I think progressives tend to be weak candidates.
They bring out younger voters. They bring out further leftists who otherwise don't vote.
I see your argument. I still think they're weak candidates. Nina Turner, horrible candidate. And I tend not to be a progressive myself.
So wait, you think AOC is a weak candidate?
I think AOC has changed her game. She's nowhere near as progressive as
okay, so let me just do an act of convenience. I'm going to shift the scale back to when she started.
She needs to go back to being a bartender.
She basically, Nancy Pelosi, if you want to use a horrible term, Nancy Pelosi basically broke her. Kind of like a horse.
Oh, I thought you were saying Nancy Pelosi is a horrible term.
AOC, in my opinion, she's not as left seeming. Now, maybe I'm wrong policy wise, but
but okay. So with what she started with, you saw her invigorate younger voters, right?
Yes.
And so all I'm saying is like whenever the DNC has the chance to fund candidates who do that, they go for the old white dude instead.
They do.
Or just whoever takes corporate money really is like the real thing.
But
Whoever's
I
more.
also think that AOC and AOC may
The
be
squad.
the strongest progressive candidate.
That
I mean,
other
Ilhan Omar
hijab.
is really good.
Who is?
think Ilhan Omar. I haven't actually seen any
Well,
reason we
she
shouldn't
has
pay attention to her.
The hijab Omar.
She is strong because of her constituency.
I think she's gonna get voted out too.
I think those two are the strongest. And maybe what's her name in
Rashida Tlaib,
Seattle.
You don't think? Okay, so what's wrong with Rashida Tlaib?
Oh no, I think she's pretty strong because of her constituency. But Bowman, his stunt, pulling the fire alarm was just childish, in my opinion.
A big problem is that Cenk Uygur is a total fucking moron, and he thinks that because he has a super PAC, he can just like put in these stupid candidates who he doesn't actually vet well, and because he's not an anti-capitalist, he doesn't ever think like, oh, this person's a capitalist, maybe they might fuck this up. No, like we need to.
If you did that on a battleship, would they throw you in the brig for making a false alarm?
What? Oh my god. Anyway, so like I hope you get what I'm saying though. Like Wolfpack and TYT have been like absolutely fucking this up because their egos are too fucking inflated.
Is TYT still a thing? I haven't watched TYT.
Yeah, they're still doing Wolfpack. They're still trying to influence elections, which they're allowed to do, mind you. But like, when Cenk seems to think he can just throw candidates like Jamal Bowman in there and say, yeah, this is great. This is new part of the progressive squad. And it's like, no, Cenk, you're not progressive. You're a capitalist. True progressivism in 2024 is pretty fucking anti-capitalist if you actually read the room.
Yeah, it's been quite some time since I've watched Uygur or what's her name? Anna Kasparian.
She's been embarrassing herself. She's totally alienated herself from the trans community.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about the trans community.
We figured. You didn't even need to say it. Honestly, stop wasting your breath.
Bunch of mentally disabled people.
Wow, such an original thought. Wow, you're such a deep thinker. Your opinion matters
so much. You need
a
mental health, and you should probably be put in a mental
I've never
asylum.
heard this before. You're very smart. You know that? You're the first person to ever tell me this. You're very original.
You can't figure out what you are, you're insane.
You can't figure out any new talking points.
I bet you take PrEP pills too, don't you?
I don't even think you know what that is. I think you just say that as like
I know what it is.
I know
we did a whole segment about it. John Galt did.
It's a meme to you.
This one guy that was on PrEP pills sounded just like
what are the pharmacokinetics?
Makes it so you can't get AIDS. That way you can.
You're a dumbass. You're a clueless fucking dumbass.
I bet you like monkeypox too. You got a couple on your face, it looks like. Is that what it is on each side, or are those monkeypox?
Yeah, I'm the super spreader. I'm a Pokemon, and so like my big move is giving my enemy monkeypox. That's how Pokemon do, right? It's like all like biological warfare.
You know, you could be arrested for that.
Well, that's why I'm out. That's why I'm outside your window right now, so that way I can get it done before the cops show up.
And you go around spreading it.
You're gonna talk, and you're not going to hear the warning. You're gonna talk, and you're gonna make a big mistake because I'm telling you what's up, and you're gonna be like, "Oh man, I really wish I would listen to Melanie." I'm sitting outside your window right now. It's just that way the cops can't show up.
I'm real scared.
Yeah, and then when I come in, I'm gonna give you my monkeypox.
You're gonna die of AIDS before
and
you.
This is actually what I look like, by the way. Like this.
Don't worry about it.
A selfie. So I don't know if you're ready for that. But
Well, what else are we going to talk about?
the U.S. Constitution.
The Constitution.
I don't know. I'm just pulling shit out of my ass.
Well, I think that
No, please keep it in there.
Cory Bush got
that comment wasn't for you, 12. You didn't have to
primary.
comment. I didn't follow the primaries at all.
Yeah, well, the thing is Bowman got replaced by a guy. He was county commissioner or something of Westchester County. He's basically a centrist, and I don't know who primaried Cory Bush, but I think that the progressives. I don't know.
Who did Cory Bush get beat by, Stanley, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm sorry, what?
Who did Cory Bush get beat by?
Well, she did. She lost a primary, and I can't remember the details on who she got primaried by.
I'm way too, like, it's 4 a.m. I'm not looking it up.
Oh no, I'm not
If it was
going
4
to.
p.m. I'd be on the clock. I was kidding. I'm not paying.
Well, that's kind of the fun about this. You got to go off memory. Don't just ask Google for everything.
Unfortunately, yours doesn't work very well, does it, 12th?
My Google works great.
No, you got to Google. Got to Google.
Honestly, like if you're looking up things that have concrete answers and you ask for sources, ChatGPT is worth it. It does it gives you even more than Google does, because Google will fucking mislead you with what links it thinks you're looking for. Especially
so
if
going back to science, right? So
Sure.
this GPT is gonna require like so many more millitons of electricity. Like, how are we going to do that?
Well, you know that like the chips that actually run it are becoming lower and lower power over time, right? Because they're becoming smaller and lower power consumption. Like a new series of processors just came out that give people like 24-hour laptop battery lives.
Well, apparently he isn't.
So yes, the amount of power demand will go up, but as architecture efficiency goes up, then that actually kind of
it's going to require some more nuclear power plants, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Like, okay, let's say I'm running ChatGPT from like a Raspberry Pi server, not super fast, so it's going to take forever to get a response. Then I only need a solar cell, right? So if we localize the power generation better and have more efficient local grids, then no.
Like China is building a coal plant every day with slave labor.
Like, you don't build a new coal plant every day. That's impossible.
Well, it's like every week or something. They're still building them.
Or something.
They're burning that filthy, dirty coal.
Yeah.
Like in Alaska, we have clean coal, but they won't let us mine it. It's
you know
ridiculous.
why? Because Canada's absolutely ravished most of our natural resources. We can't cut down any more forests without ecological collapse in most places. And so the only way we can actually sell anything anymore to the U.S. is like some of our manufacturing sector and electricity.
In tar sands.
Oh yeah, the tar sands. Bitumen.
No, we have clean burning natural gas in Alaska, but on day one, Joe Biden shut NWAR down, and even though it was passed.
Burning, you know that the process to get natural gas is very much not clean, right?
Yeah,
we've been doing it here for decades, and we have lots of salmon. So, you know what the
I have
problem with
lots
the
of salmon.
salmon
Good for
is?
you. I'm very happy for you.
Salmon, by the way, is being destructed by these trawlers, these great big corporate trawlers that literally rape the bottom of the sea, and they have millions of tons of halibut and king salmon just get thrown overboard because it's a bycatch.
Right,
So
but
that's
you know why that's not like a huge deal, right? Because in the ocean, we can't possibly capture all the salmon because they're going between the Pacific West Coast and Japan during their migration, and they don't mate until they come back and can flow upstream. So the salmon that we're catching aren't like breedable, so we can't affect population levels as much. It's a big ocean.
Well,
it's a very big ocean.
yeah, but what they do is they're fishing for the surimi, right? That imitation crab shit you see at Walmart or wherever. So these trawlers get to rape all the crab and halibut and salmon just so they can catch that one kind
they're
of
not getting
fish
all the salmon. I
and
think you're
turn it into imitation crab for overweight Americans.
So how many salmon are currently leaving Pacific Coast estuaries per year?
Millions, I'd imagine. I don't know the exact number.
Well, for one estuary, I've actually heard an estimate of 10 million, and I know that's not super common. That's a very important estuary, but there's several others like it. So I can say it was probably in the hundreds of millions once you add them all together. How many do you think that they're catching per year of salmon?
Well, we catch several thousand pounds just by detonating and sport
You said
fishing.
several thousand? Here's the problem.
Sure.
Salmon can be multiple pounds, right? So that means we have to divide that number. It's going to be even smaller once we do that. And that's
But
much
the
different than 100.
trawlers, you're
Yeah, but
forgetting about the trawlers.
Yeah, but there's no way they're pulling in hundreds of millions of pounds through the trawlers. I guarantee you.
They're going after a specific species, so everything else just gets thrown
Your
overboard.
argument is that we should
more
have
or less.
sustainable fisheries. Yes, of course. But you're not actually making an argument that salmon are in danger through this, and I just explained why. So once you figure it out, get back to me, I guess.
Well, it is an interesting topic, but yeah.
Yeah, the real reason for population decline, by the way, is because a lot of these streams are collapsing due to climate change. So like places are getting less moisture, the mountains aren't actually getting as much water, and so we don't get like the downflowing streams that salmon benefit from.
You do realize the climate has always changed, right?
God, you are so clueless.
When are you gonna prevent the next
I feel
ice
bad for
age?
you. I really
Or
do. Like
is the coming of the? Why is Al Gore building mansions on the beach?
It's got to
if
be a
he's worried
scary
about
one
sea
thing about
rise.
these facts and not the ones that are right like in front of you when you go outside. But whatever.
Yeah, you guys are a joke. Climate changed my ass.
Well, I sound 50% more coherent than you do. So if you want to call me a joke, I think you need to give yourself a bit of a listen.
About 50 years ago, y'all were predicting the next ice age. About 50 years ago. Remember that?
And so I wasn't alive 50 years ago, idiot.
Well, too bad.
So when you say you people,
maybe you'd realize that you're a brainwashed retard by
when
now.
you say you people, you're not talking to anybody in the room here.
Yeah, climate cultists.
You were only 3 years old. How do you know what they were saying?
He watched one documentary on it by an anti-climate change person, and now he's like he's the smartest person in the world and knows better than the actual climate scientists.
Is it a fact or not a fact that like 30, 40, 50 years ago, the climate alarmist cultists were predicting
No,
an
it's
ice
not a
age.
fact because you just said climate alarmist cultists, and that's a very subjective take on a
Yeah,
group of people
yeah.
who
Well,
are climate
that's what
scientists.
they are.
So there's no factual
They
statement.
use fear. They use the
You're
fear
trying
of the
to
climate.
color your language.
They
You're trying to
use
poison
the
the
fear of
well.
the climate
You're
to
trying to
rule
poison
over
the
you.
well. You're
So
trying to
you're
poison
gonna
the well
pay.
because you're
How
afraid of admitting they're
how,
climate scientists
how does
because that
paying more
actually makes you sound like
taxes?
a moron.
How does paying more taxes
Now,
gonna help the
now he's
climate?
literally not going to let me
Huh?
talk.
Commie douchebag.
He's triggered. So
Have
again,
y'all
can you
met
Pay
before?
more taxes.
No, I talk to these people every week. It doesn't matter what server I go to or whatever. People like him are so entitled to their fucking opinion. They're sitting in Discord calls and StreamYard streams, just waiting to sound like a fucking idiot.
Is that what you're waiting on, 12th man?
Well, so it's a fact though that just a few years ago they're predicting an ice age, and now we're all gonna drown in the sea because the oceans are gonna rise and the
We
climate's
went from
gonna
50 years
kill
to
us
50 years
all.
just like that.
Pay more taxes.
I'm somewhat older than you are. I don't ever remember anybody predicting an ice age.
Well, look it up, Stanley.
Why would I do that? And not only that, but you do realize that science changes. I mean, scientists change their
Well,
minds.
of course.
New evidence comes up all the time.
Yes, sir.
So
Absolutely.
I'm
But
not.
you know, 12th actually understands the science better than the scientist. Okay, so we need to listen to him instead of the actual climate scientist.
Well, all conservatives understand science better than the scientists. Just ask Donald Trump.
Well, the problem with climate scientists is they're all government funded, and that's how they milk the system and get more free money from the government.
Wait. You're quoting propaganda. Sorry, Stanley. Can I
No,
get this?
that's
You're
the
quoting
truth.
propaganda from a lot of research groups that are pro-oil. You're quoting propaganda.
Where's the free market climate scientist? I'll
It's
wait.
not your turn anymore. Do you know how to shut the fuck up? Thank you. You're quoting propaganda.
Where's the free market climate
He's literally
scientist?
afraid of me talking.
Where they're all funded by the government.
You're a pussy
who wants control over your life.
You won't let me speak.
Okay, go ahead.
So you're quoting propaganda from actual lobby groups and research organizations that are pro-oil and are paid to be pro-oil by corporations, and you're more afraid of government-funded research, which is probably the least likely form of research to have a biased result, especially when we're not under the Trump administration. So I have to wonder, how come you're so okay with pro-oil lobbyists coloring your worldview, but not scientists?
Well, maybe you don't come from a pro-oil energy state like I do. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I'm sure your healthcare is really doing great.
It's top notch.
Spoiler, it's not. He's just fronting.
I got top notch healthcare. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, so no, actually, here in Canada, we have even better healthcare. All of our healthcare is just perfect.
You're Canada.
It's literally perfect. It's literally perfect.
I knew it. Somehow I knew you were a fucking Canadian.
Nobody can find any flaws in the Canadian healthcare system, and the reason that that's true is because I can just say it on the internet for free, like you just did.
Yeah, I'm not real fond of. Well, I like the trucker thing they did a couple of years ago, but look at that Trudeau, man.
I honestly really don't care what you think.
Blackface clown Trudeau. Your leader Trudeau.
Your leader Trump.
What do you think about that one?
The walking orange. So anyways, this is what I mean about the conspiracy theorist, right?
That's
Like,
your leader.
I'm telling him that no, actually, well, I guess in this case, his conspiracy is on the negative side. And he wants to believe that I'm the conspiracy theorist. So how can you, like, you said that, like, oh, they're predicting something different a while ago, which doesn't really disprove anything. How can you, like, can you actually convince me that any of this is wrong? Which, by the way, you can't, because I actually understand the science, but I really want to see you try. And don't quote like pro oil propaganda, because I know it all. You got to come up with something original.
Why does Trudeau?
I don't give a shit about Trudeau.
He wore blackface, and you keep re-electing that tyrant. Why is that?
Yeah, you're useless to talk to. So Stanley.
Yes.
You agree that like Canadian politics are just like boring as fuck, probably not relevant, and you can get the same thing from watching American politics, just in a different, not like a different package, right?
You know, honestly, I don't know that much about Canadian politics.
Yeah, it's never affected you. It's never actually personally affected you. I guarantee it.
Probably not. Now, the Khalistani thing, I actually do know about because I have a friend of mine who's Indian, and I wasn't even aware that, you know, what a Khalistan was until maybe a year ago. So, you know, I do know occasionally you'll have Hindu temples and that sort of thing, you know,
we're supposed to be the
bond or whatever.
World.
But honestly, other than Trudeau and that trucker, you know, blockade, basically, I don't really keep up with Canadian politics.
And by the way, like Native Americans have done like totally more badass blockades here that were way more effective and weren't just like a bunch of people saying like, I don't like this thing. They had real issues to deal with. So, you know, if you want to look at real protests,
trying to force everyone to get the jab or go to jail, which is
you think
Tim
the natives
Walt's
were trying to get people vaccinated? You're absolutely like,
if you're a mom and pop business and you open up
knows
during
no
COVID,
bounds. I swear to God,
then they
if
take you to
incompetence were a
jail.
job, if someone could actually get a job and being incompetent, you'd be like the prime candidate.
Okay, I'm retired, so I don't give a fuck what you think.
You're also retired, so you don't give a fuck about being right ever.
He's given up the right.
No, Tim Waltz threw people in jail for not going by their COVID policies. Shut hundreds of businesses down. Is that your hero?
So
dude, I bet you like Tim Waltz, don't you?
I guarantee you I can fact check this. Would you actually put money on this, or are you just talking out your ass?
No, I'll put money on it.
Yeah, $50.
Look it up
right now.
Lock
You will
people
cash
up.
out me. You will you will cash out. You say
No, they lock people up just for opening the business.
Money, if I'm right. Say those words. Say you will cash at me the money.
You heard me.
No, I didn't. You're waffling. You sound like a bit of a coward, to be honest. Just say it.
Oh, really?
You will cash at me
Well,
the
at
money.
least I'm not a Canadian faggot.
See, he can't say it. He's literally not confident in anything he says.
You want to put 20, then put 20.
Say 20.
People went to jail
$20 to my Cash App if I'm right. Say it.
Now you owe me 20 if I'm right.
No, you
right?
haven't said it yet.
You owe me 20.
Sure, I owe you 20 if you're right. You owe me 20 if I'm right.
Look it up.
Say it. No, you have to say it.
People in Minnesota went to jail.
He's trying to get out of a binding
People in Minnesota went to jail just for running a business during COVID. That's your hero, Tom Wall.
When liars give like extra details because they're really terrified that their original story was too weak.
I just told you the story. Look it up.
$20.
Look it up.
Say the words.
Look it up.
Say.
Look it up.
After me. Repeat after me.
Look it up. Look it up.
He literally can't. He's not.
Look it up. Look it up.
You can't put anything behind.
Look it up, kitty cat. You retard.
I'm willing to pay you $20 if you're right. Yet you're not willing to pay me $20. How does that work?
Yeah.
Why are you?
No, I will.
So
I'll give
repeat
you
after me.
$20 if I'm wrong. Sure.
Okay, cool. There we go.
Look up. People got arrested in Minneapolis, Minnesota for opening a business during COVID. It took people to jail. Look it up, motherfucker.
So you're now adding a lot of caveats. Do you want to add any more caveats?
No.
Because your original statement was that people
No. That was my original.
You realize that business owners have
You're
slightly
a
different laws
douchebag.
they have
Shut
to
the
follow,
fuck up.
right? You realize that business owners have slightly different laws they have to follow, right? It's called small business law.
Yeah, shut you
You think
down or
maybe
take
that's
you
why they
to
went to jail?
jail.
Because you think maybe they broke small business law? Oh my God, we figured it out so quickly, and it's just because you instead of
No,
trying
those
to get
were
me to look up,
draconian COVID laws put in place to shut businesses down.
so if
They
I
took you to jail.
if I have a
So
restaurant, that
that's your
restaurant is
hero, Tom
a
Walton.
biohazard. If I have a
Okay, at
restaurant,
least you agree.
if I have a restaurant and that restaurant is found to be
You
a
owe me
biohazard,
$20.
great, I'll give it to you when I got it. If I have a
Oh
restaurant
yeah,
and
that's what I thought.
if I have a restaurant
Cause you're a
and
cunt.
if I have a restaurant and that restaurant is a
What?
biohazard, do you think
You,
it's legal to
you want
operate
my
that
cash
restaurant
app? Cause you
afterwards?
owe me $20, right?
You can't answer my question, can you?
You owe me $20. Pay me my $20, then I'll answer your question.
You didn't actually win. You had to add caveats.
Yeah, I did.
Because you knew that it like on the face value thing that you said, which is that people got arrested, is different.
Yeah, they
Small
did.
business owners got arrested because small business owners
That's
have
right.
different reasons for getting arrested than regular
And
people.
I'm right. So you owe me $20.
No, you're a weasel. That's why I didn't look it up. I called you out.
I
on your
never
change of
expect a
language.
filthy Canadian to keep their word anyway.
How many of
So
us have
fuck
you even
off.
fucking met? Like seriously, how many Canadians do you even know?
I know a lot of Canadians. Some good.
How do you
A lot of
possibly know
them
a lot of
piece of
Canadians?
shit.
How do you
A lot of them
possibly
piece of shit like you.
How do you know Canadians?
How? What
Yeah.
is this? A powwow?
Do
Motherfucker?
you just randomly seek out Canadians? Like, how do you meet a lot of Canadians? You're American, right?
It's called the World Wide Interweb, dummy.
So
What
you
the
meet a lot
fuck
of
is wrong
Canadians
with
who say
you?
they're Canadian. That's lovely. Great. I'm ashamed of being American too, so I get it.
You're not an American. You're a filthy Canadian. Shut
Right.
the fuck
Yep.
up.
Exactly. I don't have to live with that guilt of being American. You're right.
Brothers.
This is nothing for me. Like this is a normal day in the office because I've been like
You're
doing
still here?
It's like, where's my
Boy,
fucking coffee?
what happened to Southern hospitality there?
Or Canadian
You
hospitality.
broke up, Stanley.
Well, no, 12th Man is from Memphis.
Yeah, no. If anything, your hospitalities are probably competing right now, and that's why they seem to be neutralized. They turned into hostility.
Neutralized? What the fuck are you talking about? I got your neutralizer in the corner. It's
Smaller
called 6 Hour 308. That's my neutralizer. What's your neutralizer?
So, anyways, have any good like football games going on lately? Because I know we're coming back into season.
You know what? I have not watched football so far this year. I didn't watch any last year. I just totally fallen off the earth when it comes to keeping up with sports.
Yeah, like honestly, if I could afford like on my iPhone, I used to because I had like the Apple subscriptions, I could get like baseball. And I was really getting into baseball, and then suddenly that just stopped happening. Like I couldn't get baseball through my phone anymore. So I was like, screw this. And yeah, so it really sucked because it was clearly like kind of like they weren't telling you it was a trial, but it was clearly a trial. Like it was sold to you as like you get free MLB with this subscription, and then just disappears. So
Well, what phone service do you use?
No, I'm saying I got the Apple bundle
Oh,
where
it came with the phone. Okay.
No, well, yeah, sort of like Apple offers like their own kind of like their own music service, their own TV service and stuff, streaming service, and so.
Well, the reason I ask is I use T-Mobile, and somehow or another with T-Mobile, I got like a free Apple TV subscription or whatever their streaming service is called.
That's how they bait you, Stanley. Then after that, they start charging you.
It's gone downhill, and honestly,
I've had
like
it for years.
Very few of the shows they put out end up being something that you can talk to your friends about because they've watched it too.
Apple?
Yeah, they started okay.
A couple like Ted what is it? Ted something or another. Ted
Yeah, I've seen way funnier shit out there.
I thought it was pretty funny. And then there was a movie called
comedy.
Greyhound, but I'm a sucker for Navy movies. There's some decent stuff on there. There's one Vince Vaughn has a show now called Bad Monkey, which is pretty funny. Not great, but
Yeah.
a decent watch.
Like I don't know. I feel like I watch too much comedy. That stuff is literally like it comes off as like to like be there because you're bored and you don't want to use your brain at all. It's like real comedy forces you to use your brain. That's what makes you laugh.
Right. Yeah, there are a lot of cheap comedies, but as a matter of fact, I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and comedies have been devolving for decades. So, a good comedy, you're right, it's kind of hard to find these
I'd
days.
say Seinfeld was the last good sitcom.
Really? So you've definitely never seen Always Sunny then, or you didn't understand it?
Oh, I loved it. I don't watch it.
I was talking to 12. I'm sure you're smart enough to understand it. Sorry.
Yeah. Actually, I kind of found It's Always Sunny got kind of repetitive after a few seasons.
Really, the last good sitcom was Sanford and Son. That was the last good one.
You don't know very many sitcoms, do you? Because I have a feeling you're just like whichever one comes to your mind first. You're like, that's the last real good comedy, and then another one comes to that's the last real good comedy.
You probably never even heard of it, Sonny.
No,
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, have you heard of the Larry Sanders Show? Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, see, he knows. Stanley knows. That's a really funny bit.
It was an old HBO show with Gary Shandling, right? It's like one of the first comedies HBO ever did, if I recall.
Wait, are you talking to 12th or me?
Anybody who's listening,
be old enough to remember it.
Do you know Kids in the Hall, 12th man?
What?
Do you know Kids in the
That
Hall?
was a Canadian series, right?
Yeah, one of the best.
I never watched it actually, but I know about it.
Do you know Whitest Kids You Know, 12th man?
No, I was more into
You really don't know anything that's good.
Outback stories. I like Out in the Woods and Outback stories about the Yukon.
You know that Bear Grylls is like a total fraud,
Canadian
right?
border.
You know Bear Grylls
Stuff
is a total
like that.
fraud, right?
Jack London. That's one of my favorite authors.
Call of the Wild.
I feel like if you watch The Prisoner, you'd actually think it's not a fiction.
This is actually an interesting question. What do they
Soccer.
call? Well, there's Canadian football. So what do they call soccer?
Soccer. Yeah, we call it
Soccer?
soccer. We just call it soccer.
That's where all the trannies beat each other up.
Yeah, cool. We don't try to sound British because we often find like them to sound really snobbish compared to us.
Does Canada still consider itself a Commonwealth?
God no. God no. Like the Governor General doesn't do anything.
Gotcha.
And that's like the only link to the actual Queen.
Don't you still have Queen Elizabeth, or I know you
Most
had him
King,
on the
it's King Charles
her
now.
on the Canadian currency?
Well, yeah, but that's like that's just like archaic. Like that's like saying like what is it? That's heritage shit now.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. I keep teasing
Like you know when you break up but you're still friends, like that's what happens when the Queen comes to visit. We're kind of just like, yeah, no, everything's cool. And so I'm totally not pissed about a couple of things that happen throughout a relationship. No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just sip our tea and enjoy our time together.
yeah, pretty soon England specifically is going to be a caliphate.
The caliphate.
What do you mean by that, Stanley?
South Asians are going to be running the country pretty soon.
But not like any other race, just specifically South Asians.
Well, it's hyperbolic, maybe, but I like.
Why would they be pushing policies based on Islam?
You know what? They're Sharia courts, or they're actually Sharia councils. There's
in religious Islam, which by the way are not South Asian, in religious Islamic states, but there's actually very few religious, like one of them being Saudi.
I know what a caliphate is. I'm basically being hyperbolic.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like more like a leap, right? Because you're saying they're going to have control.
Oh no, I think it's. I don't think it's that big a leap. I mean,
well,
they just had
a pretty big leap to go from them not have. No, you have to make a pretty big leap for them to not have control to them having control.
Oh, I know. It's still fun to tease people about, though.
Well, it just doesn't make sense because why would South Asians be pushing Islamic policies?
Well, you do realize that India has a fairly large Muslim population, right?
Yeah, but in the caste system, do they really have a lot of power? Yeah, but in the caste system, do they really have any power?
No,
they
I
don't.
think they do. I mean,
no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. By the way, let me finish. They don't. So here's what you have to realize, right?
Let me finish.
System, then you can't actually have your government perform diplomatic affairs, like internationally. The highest ranking caste family in India is the one who, or, they have their political system too. So I'm not trying to gloss over that, but they're the ones who have the most control on international affairs. So we have to be very careful before we start saying, well, they're South.
Oh no, I don't have to be careful. Jokes
well,
are
then
jokes.
You must like being wrong. Then you must enjoy being wrong.
You know what? When I make a joke, being right isn't always the goal.
How is that? Wait a minute. If you have to explain the joke, it's not a very good joke.
Stanley outsmarted you again.
Now that part,
no, he didn't, because it wasn't funny to begin with.
South Asians?
Do I have to understand South Asians to get the joke?
No, are Pakistanis considered South Asians?
I don't actually know what they consider themselves as. I'm not going to lie. I'm not that good with geography.
Well, Stanley, I bet you're a hell of a chess player, bro.
I haven't played in years.
I don't know. He just took some L's, so whatever. If he likes losing pieces, he's definitely a hell of a chess player. Like, I know I sound like I'm taking it, and I get that it's a joke now, but like, you didn't market it as a joke. So like the fact that you had to explain it makes it at least a poor joke at best.
Well, maybe it's the audience.
Yeah, read the room, buddy. It's all your fault.
It is. Now Joshua's is kicking my butt.
Whoops. Oh God, that was not good.
Well, blaming it on the weak Canadians is an easy scapegoat.
Come on now. You were just professing your love for Drake.
Drake, my beloved.
Islam only represents 14 to 15%. Yeah, and most of that 14 or 15% are on their way to England.
I heard they were going to have massive deportations back to Rwanda or somewhere.
You ever tried calling into the Majority Report? Like Matt,
I've never have.
You tried this on Matt would fucking demolish you. Like he would be way calmer than I. Yeah, like if you tried this on like by calling in, that quote unquote joke.
Why would I call into the Majority?
You think you're funny and you want to make them laugh, right?
Well,
so that's what you do. This joke you just said.
If I had a
no. Why would you make a joke if you're not willing to say it to other funny people?
I guess you have a point, but I would take it to an open mic night or something.
Well, they do open call-ins. That's basically an open mic.
Yeah, I don't know that the Majority Report would be, a proper platform to test out jokes.
You think most open mic nights?
Frankly,
handle
Matt's
political
pretty
content
funny.
very well. Wait.
It's called mic drop, not open mic, by the way. It's called mic drop.
I don't think you know the difference between poetry slam and open mic. So I don't like. By the way, I don't think open mic nights will be receptive to your political joke because it's very niche political humor.
Well, we're still waiting on Stanley to sing one.
Oh, I can sing
Stanley
too.
He's gonna do some BB King or something one night. You watch.
No, that's probably not gonna happen. As a matter of fact, I'll catch bits and pieces of karaoke night, but it's not really my thing.
All I'm going to suggest, you do have the ability to cancel the stream. Do it now before I start singing.
Well, I'm waiting on my replacement.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're doing? We're doing shifts?
Yeah. Pretty much. Most times I'll take the late night, though I haven't been doing it the past few days. HB takes he does his trucking themed show. Hopefully he doesn't get here much later than 5 because I actually am tired.
Wow.
I'm sure.
I thought they were
I'm
kind
sure
of
HB will be up, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
I thought they were sort of doing that on the Thorpe's channel, and I was going to be like, I can take a shift actually because I thought it'd be hilarious for them to let a far lefty take one of their shows, but they weren't doing that, and I was pretty sad actually. In hindsight, I dodged.
Really, the Thorpes were on this show yesterday.
Yeah, last night.
Or was it this morning?
Ben's become really impossible to talk to for me because all I want him to do is talk about the videos of him actually doing heinous shit, and he won't. Like he just won't ever talk about the videos of him doing terrible shit to Grace. Like I guarantee you, we could all place money on it right now in like a sports betting thing, and like they would say like, well, no, yeah, like there's no other possible outcome. Ben will just never talk about it. Duh.
Should get Emperor Imperious up on here, and he's got a thing or two to say about that. Doesn't he, Stanley?
It might be a little too much to expect him to, shit on himself.
It's like, I guess he's gonna end up in jail or something.
Well, we don't really know that much about his charges. They're most likely misdemeanors, so probably not. But that being said,
There's plenty of other reasons he could go to jail. Just saying. I'm Canadian, so I can't do anything, but just saying.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
even I had friends.
Some judge might throw the book at him.
I go on a Australian stream, and even they were talking about his ass in Australia. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Well,
but, yeah, none of it was good. None of it.
They're just as bored as we are over there.
I mean, those wallabies don't keep them amused.
I hope
if they had more capybaras, they'd be better off.
If Ben Thorpe isn't abusing his daughter or something like that, then I hope they throw the book at him.
Yeah, like it's wild what they get away with when like most of us are like trying to tiptoe around TOS, and YouTube actually seems to enforce stuff against us, but it won't enforce against the Thorpes. I really don't understand it. Maybe like Ben like did like a narcissist manipulation to a YouTube exec and some emails or something, and so they're too afraid of him. I don't know.
He got cross with me this morning. I said, well, we have a tough man contest in Soldotna, Alaska. It's worth $2,500.
Okay, that's.
I said, I'll knock your ass down, dude.
That was remarkably self-aware of you to say that. That was a good retort.
Yeah, I knocked that big lanky motherfucker on his ass like Mike Tyson.
He'd just be like the whole time, my back, I can't fight for my back. Grace, help me, fight for me.
Damn, we finally agree on something, Canuck.
Well, that's just how bad he is. Like, it's almost like if you're half decent, even if you have like a shred of decency, Ben seems like a bad person to you. So, like, all I'm gonna say about the people who are still his fans is like, seriously, like a therapist would love to talk to you. You're gonna be super interesting to them.
I told him I put Stanley up against your pork belly, and Stanley will kick your ass for me.
Yeah, I'd have to make physical contact, and that would just be disgusting.
I'm not gonna lie. After what happened to Ruby, just because like I was like 1 degree of separation, not even like I was pretty much in there somewhat more than Ruby. Like I was half worried, like, are they going to get the idea that I want to be friends and just like show up here in Canada? Not likely, because Ben is in court and stuff like that. But I started thinking like, shit, I actually kind of want to have a weapon on me now. Like, just because like Ben is a fucking like he has like he's at least narcissistic, and with the way he doesn't understand boundaries, I think he might actually be a sociopath, and I don't trust what he's going to do when he decides to murder suicide. I'm not going to say anymore, actually. Never mind. I don't want to hurt monetization, so sorry about that.
I just don't think I don't see him as someone that follows through.
Sure, but that might just be because he has some hope that things aren't going to totally get worse. He's definitely losing a lot of favor on the internet to the point where he probably can't go anywhere anymore without people somewhat being like, wait, Ben Thorpe? Where have I heard that name before? Because like pretty much everyone up to Destiny, like everyone in his orbit has heard about him, covered him at least once on stream. Like, what the fuck? And so, yeah, like there's your reputation preceding you, and then there's just like having no hope. And I mean, like, I'm one to talk. I have a reputation that precedes me actually in a lot of places, but that's because I piss off shitty people. Yeah, shitty people don't like me, so I guess.
Well, I wouldn't be online sharing cigarettes with my daughter. That's gross.
Cigarettes? Like that's what you're held up on? Of all the things.
Well, that's not all of it. but that's one of the things. Like, I'd never let my daughter touch cigarettes, even though I'm addicted. And I was like, you don't want
I
this.
can kind of understand the kissing thing. Like different families have different boundaries, and it wasn't like they were macking. Like if we had like a video evidence, but like him kicking her and hitting her in various situations, like fuck off. Like
Really?
Yeah, and it's just
You got receipts of that shit?
Yep. And if not, Ava the G does.
That's fucked up.
That's actually just where I'm gonna go because I don't think I bookmarked it or anything, so I have to look through my fucking history. And that's annoying. Yeah.
No, I don't think dude like that should be able to get away with it. Like, why isn't he in jail?
Yeah, that's to me like the biggest mystery is how does he do it? I was gonna copy image again. I almost copied that image and tried to put it in the StreamYard. And be like, it doesn't work. Well, but it worked.
Maybe.
So if you wanted to play that, Stanley, it's only 8 minutes, and I think we can get through it pretty quickly.
Okay. Let's see here.
Especially if 12th just like lets it finish. I believe in you, 12th. You can do it.
Well, you're not so bad for a Canuck after all.
Whatever that means. There's some pretty
You know what a Canuck is, right? You're Canadian.
I mean, there's some people who are definitely better than me here, but there are also people who are worse. So, just, we're like American wannabes. Like whatever you guys got going on over there, we've got some version of that, but just like less cool, interesting.
No, really, I love Canadians, but the convoy ones, they stuck up during
Although if
COVID,
you like French Canadians, I can't stamp. No, I'm just kidding.
What'd you think of the convoy?
Well, I don't believe that the vaccines were an over enforcement. I think being a public health hazard is an issue. So I think they were pretty stupid. Anyways, we're going to watch this video. He's trying to derail. I feel like he's low key defending.
No, we're waiting on Stanley to pull it up. That's all.
Hold on.
I just need an update.
I know you're eager to watch it.
I just wanted to be counted in like 5, 4, 3. Okay.
Live stream or made public to the internet. Some of it is old, but lots of it is new and stuff that hasn't been featured in the Shamu.
I love StreamYard. This was happening to Ruby too.
Documentaries.
And don't fuck.
What are we watching?
A little compilation for.
Careful not to fuck with it, or else the audio will
just finding
go
my channel,
bad.
I direct you to go to the description and click on the links to Shamu's documentaries about these people for more context. And keep in mind, this is only the physical abuse and domestic violence. This is not the emotional abuse, which is the majority of what goes down. But there are a few instances of real violence. And just keep in mind, this is only what happens on camera.
I'm done. You just told. I was Forget it. Messaging him to see.
You go call the police. You're obstructing something that I need to touch.
So I think this is John.
You have to call the police. I want you to call the police. Call them. You're gonna do this stuff. Call the police.
Poor girl.
Yeah, she's with him every day, almost 24/7.
Cry and then you hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right?
God damn it.
That's literally not why. This next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in painful, incriminating detail, abuse and or violence he inflicted upon people, including myself.
What's with
the following clip will be Ben describing when he yanks my hair
It's like my Pikachu.
without
I don't think it
consent
means
to,
much.
quote unquote pair bond or whatever he's describing is really weird.
Ava arrived at Logan Airport this morning at like noon. And, we picked her up at the train station and, it's this fucking nonsense. I tried to I tried to assert dominance over Ava, who needs it, and she, she plays the
Totally
princess.
normal way for to
Who's Ava?
speak.
That
dude is sick. This is my channel. Ava with the G.
So, like, for example, I don't know, within 5 minutes of getting in the car, I pulled Ava's hair. I said, we have to hurt each other so that we can establish some intimacy. I pulled her hair and I told her to hit me, and she goes, "Oh, well, I wouldn't do that." Well, my point was that you have to initiate, something that's a little bit less than, totally bourgeois, like, hey, you're my
He
guest, you
thinks
run
this
that. I
is
mean, you understand
normal.
it's emasculating for most men. When there's their daughter's guest is going to come over, it's like, oh my gosh, you're a princess and I don't have a dick and whatever, all this stuff, right? Like, so I was like, let's just pop the cherry quick here and have a little bit of sort of mutual minor pain causing together, so we can get beyond this nonsense. So I said, let's do this, and then
You may be abusive if that's how you see
this is
relationships.
what I'm talking about. I just pulled her hair reasonably hard, and I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You just pulled her hair reasonably hard, and I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You punch me or whatever. And she refused to do so. It's ridiculous.
So you were trying to teach a lesson to her by pulling.
No, I was just trying to say, let's pop the cherry on I'm not going to touch you because you're a princess.
If I had a
You're not
knife
gonna
and
touch
he
me
did
because I'm
that,
a
I would.
scary
I wouldn't even.
Can
you pause
this,
Stanley?
Correct Grace today, very roughly by
Oh, really? You gave Honey Bunch a real through, yeah.
By the way, K on your keyboard pauses it every time.
So that's Ben Thorpe.
Yes.
He looked a lot different this morning, but maybe he cleaned up a little bit or something.
I don't know. But yeah, if I went to go meet somebody, knowing Ava probably didn't know that much about them at the time, and they just pulled my hair and I had a knife in my pocket, there'd be nothing stopping me at that point. That would be time to use my fucking knife. So that's he's not only being a danger to other people, he's being a danger to himself. And I think that's how you know someone's abusive, because they don't even realize that they're a danger.
Wonder why Ava was even there. Why was she there?
Because they always try to meet up and say yeah, we're gonna collab on content. It'll be great. Blah blah blah. Party time. Streamer house.
I like that. Assert dominance.
Very just that's definitely how normal people interact for the first time.
I hope Ava learned her lesson from that bullshit.
Oh yeah, she's never gonna meet them again.
Or do that again.
Oh yeah, no, nothing like that's gonna happen.
I'd take her to a football game, but I ain't trying to get in bed with her. Some people got the wrong idea. You know what I mean?
Can we keep watching the video?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, she Honey Bunch is from your mother, right?
Open-handed smacked her, is what you're saying, right?
I knocked her glasses off.
Yeah. Okay.
Ben Thorpe.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call
it. Yeah.
It's not something which people should lose. The idea, it's back to this. It's if the idea, it's back to this. It's if
These next two clips are just going to be Ben being creepy towards Grace. One of them is an actual clip of it. The next is an admission of a FaceTime call where he demands that she strips in the woods for him when she's in a scary situation. There's also a beer bottle incident. I couldn't find a clip of Ben talking about it.
Beer bottle
but it's
incident.
definitely out there somewhere. Someone could go on a panel and ask him about it. It's basically when he made Grace suck a beer bottle between his legs in front of their mother, Grace's mother.
She went outside and I was angry. And one of the ways in which, men show anger towards women is by having them sort of humiliate themselves. So I did have her sort of humiliate herself for me outside on a FaceTime call. So she had to sort of this was become in her mind sort of half of a like a psychosexual sort of like, you know, serial killer situation, right? There's a certain part of them that wants to be dominated. They like it when it gets a
It's
little
weird how
hot.
he
This
says
is
it
your
in her
daughter, right?
mind.
I understand that.
Like
I
he
understand
can
it's my
read it.
daughter. Okay.
And how did you
so
humiliate yourself?
she, you know, kind of played out some of those things. Nothing crazy. Nothing that I wouldn't see in the course of. I don't remember exactly what, but like, you know, she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I
You know
was
what
like,
clip from Always Sunny goes
okay,
perfectly here?
fine.
The one where Dennis is
Now,
talking
I will
about
also
getting a boat
include
to
some
pick up
clips of
chicks
Grace being
and how they're like too afraid to say no because having them out on a boat is kind of like an implication. You know what I mean? Because he's
Weird.
like talking about like the scary situation thing, and that's exactly what Dennis is referring to in that.
abusive to her mother. Not to say that Ben didn't teach and normalize these horrific behaviors to Grace, but she's still an adult when she did these, so I'll add them in as well, just so it's all in one place.
And you didn't know? No, that's a lie. Okay. That is a damn lie. You didn't know Joey was right there behind you? No, I can't see him. Look at the screen. Turn your head around. He's right there. You saw him. Hollywood Ben Thorpe. It's just like, it's coming. Ow. Fucking bitch. Get up.
The fuck?
My screen. Okay. That I think it's pretty plain and simple. We gave it all we could. It's time away to drive in the window. But then it's like we shouldn't say we're good. We're not meant to be like sleeping and okay. So why not at least agree to go our separate ways?
Finally, I think this video that I'm about to show you is worthy to add at the end. It is not direct evidence of Ben being abusive, but it is his son making an accusation against him and Grace.
As her brother, I know that everybody's always questioning whether the allegations are true, even though it's pretty clear to most people who aren't idiots what the reality of the situation is. But my father has sexually groomed my sister, and they have sex all the time. She gives him blowjobs all the time. And
What?
they're currently together.
Can you back that up about 10 seconds, Stanley?
Okay.
10 or 20 seconds.
Has sex who aren't idiots what the reality of the situation is. But my father has sexually groomed my sister, and they have sex all the time. She gives him blowjobs all the time. And they're currently together.
Oh my God.
Well,
The internet is a small, small world, is what they're going to learn. And people are already talking about like exposing Ben to pedo hunters. So we will see where it goes. But I need to make it clear I'm not involved in anything. I don't plan to get involved in anything. If you retaliate against me against this, you're wasting your fucking time. I know my fucking OPSEC, and you're a fucking idiot if you come into my honeypot. Fucking red hat motherfuckers for the win. If you want to fuck with a red hat, get fucking owned. Like, fuck around and find out seriously. Like, I'm not afraid of people coming at me on the internet. I'm really not. And I hope
Back in the day, we put those kind of people in crab pots and catch the king crab, and like that's where all the pedophiles went. inside of a crab pot and never to be seen again.
Hopefully there weren't any like false convictions.
Yeah.
That'd be shitty.
Well, back in the day in Alaska, I mean, we're talking about a state the third of the size of the entire United States. So, like, people disappear all the time. Like, you got to
Yeah.
be careful, man, up here, because
By the way, especially indigenous women, and it's not because they're pedos.
yeah, and I'm worried about that too. We are number one in the United States for human and child trafficking, and
It's a huge
I
issue
just
across
can't
Canada.
put my finger. I can't put my finger on it.
Well, it's
Like,
because
why?
it exists in Canada too. It's a huge problem in Canada because
Yeah.
our
On
legacy of hurting the natives and subjugating them, and thus putting them into a place where they're vulnerable to that because they're essentially lower class citizens. It's never stopped existing, and so where the drug and sex trafficker goes to the poor and disadvantaged people who have more to lose. Obviously, like we put them on reserves, and then we underfund those reserves. Some of the other ones not so much. It really varies by locality, but you see clearly different outcomes based on how much funding we actually give them as part of our truth and reconciliation. Right now, I think the one criticism I definitely have of Trudeau is that he does a lot of the virtue signaling of we care about Native rights, we care about truth and reconciliation. Okay, Trudeau, how much money has your government actually made sure will go to Native communities, like to them, for them to spend, not for you to tell them how to spend? And I guarantee you that we've seen other prime ministers who have done better. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen a lot, and I do at least watch CBC. I don't watch
Doesn't
CBC.
he go up? Doesn't Trudeau go up for election again pretty soon?
I don't think he can do a third term. I think this is his second term.
Oh, he's out.
I actually don't remember if prime ministers can do a third term. I don't. Yeah, this has to be a second term.
Yeah, I don't know either. You'd know more about that than me.
It can't be more than 3. I know there's term limits here too.
Yeah, so anyway, that's what we used to do with dirtbags, Canadian, is we just put them in a crab pot and bring back a bunch of king crabs and then eat those.
I hope I've already kind of like pointed out that like Canada can be just as brutal, if, like when we need to be, and
like true justice and no court cost or anything.
well, you know, especially with like, so there are some Native gangs. It's not common, but like there's Native Pride and stuff like that, and there are a lot like that in terms of how they see justice and stuff like that. I once let me put it this way: they're like when the cops get involved, they kind of like say, well, we can't intervene or anything because when it's a pedo allegation, and then once they're in jail, then they're like, okay, now's our chance to kill them. And I know this for a fact because I caught one because he asked me to clean out his computer for him at the Salvation Army like a fucking idiot. And so I was like, I wonder why you have hundreds of gigabytes in this images folder. I should check to make sure nothing has a virus. Oh, the title of these pictures are actual child porn. I'm going to go tell someone. And so like, I shit you not, like both HA and Native Pride came up to me and was like, this, like, he's with us. If you're wrong, we're going to kill you. Like, you better hope he gets prosecuted. And then after he was prosecuted, I found out that he died very quickly.
Yeah, that's why I wonder what Diddy's chance are in jail. Like,
oh, he's not going
off his ass.
He's not So if he did go to like a general population jail, he'd actually be put into protective custody. But he's probably not
Yeah.
going to like your average jail, right? He's going to
But
the rich people's
just because
jails.
you're in protective custody don't mean you're safe.
Right, but he's not going somewhere that he's going to be unsafe. He's not going to be in a maximum security place. Because he's rich, they're going to treat him with kid gloves and be like, "Oh, well, you're not going to try to escape or anything. So we're just going to send you to like this minimum security place where all these other rich people like to go."
You don't think he'll get Epstein?
No. Hey, if I'm wrong, then it's not a bad thing.
Well, I think he knows a lot of powerful
Like, I haven't been
people
paying
that
that much attention to it. So just to be clear, I'm taking for granted that he's guilty because that's how you guys are coloring it. I haven't paid enough attention to know if he's one way or another. Sorry, you were
some
saying
people get too much justice or not enough. I'm not really sure how to put it, but
yeah.
how do these
No, really, it's
people
like
keep getting away with this shit over and over and over again?
it's a matter of privilege, and that's why the left likes to call it out.
You still with us, Stanley?
He did say
Just barely.
Yeah, because he said 5 was like your limit. I'm trying to smoke enough weed that I actually fall asleep again. I think I fucked up my sleep cycle by like I've been having to help someone who's in like a lot of pain and sick. So I finally got home and my brain doesn't know when to sleep anymore.
Yep, my sleep cycle's off too. But
It doesn't help that StreamYard doesn't have dark mode.
you're asking if it does?
No, if it did, like it'd be easier to like actually be tired while on StreamYard. Like,
Oh yeah.
oh, you know what? I could full screen this, and that actually gets rid of. Oh my god, this whole time I've been fucking kneecapping myself.
Let's see here.
Oh, but oh, damn it! But I lose my background animation. Who cares? So 12th, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired Teamster.
Well, sorry, what Teamsters? Is that like government employee?
No, it's a union.
Right, but sorry, what is a union for generally? I forget. Teachers?
Steel workers, painters, plumbers.
Oh, right. It's one of those big tent ones.
electricians,
I forgot. I'm sorry.
builders.
Right. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking about like OPSU and stuff, and that's different up here. And I don't know why I thought it would apply down there. So forgive me. So yeah, I mean, like I appreciate builders in general. I'm kind of into manufacturing, so not like that scale, but I also do want to do like ecological solutions that would work at that scale. So I probably would need to rely on contractors and stuff at some point. Like assuming I'll ever have like something approaching a thriving business, but I mean, I do feel like I'm running out of time on that.
Well, don't wait. I mean, getting old comes up quick, doesn't it, Stanley?
It's only recently that I've snapped out of like my shitty childhood, and I'm not like I'm actually not feeling the echoes of depression or suicidality from being a kid anymore, because that's how, like my life was like that. So it took that long, and that's all I can say. And so now I'm just kind of like picking up the pieces and thinking about where to go next, and it's like, ugh, it took 33 fucking years.
Are you X generation?
I think so. I forget. I don't care. I don't care what generation.
But
I was born in
Yeah.
92. I was born in
You
the
know,
90s, early 90s.
there's a lot of X generation were or millennial. Well, not millennials that came after us, but no, Generation Z. I'm trying to get my generations right. So you're probably Z generation, and they say, everyone's a liberal until they get in their 20s. That's what one Gen Zer said. But, yeah. Welcome to the real world, bud.
I have no
Yeah.
idea why you brought liberalism into this. Like, I'm still an anarchist.
I am to some extent, but you can't have full anarchy.
Well, you can, but you just need like there's plenty of schools of thoughts about anarchy. There's not just one anarchy, right? So it's like addressing like the proper kind. I'm into social ecology, which you can call like Bookchinian anarchy. It's not like, it's really more like communitarianism, which is like communism / libertarianism. But it's still like, I would say it's even more communal than communism. So it's, I could go further, but I just
Yeah, I
wanna
don't think I'd like that.
Well, you have to understand ecology for starters to actually really see what he's getting at with how like competition drives, like incentivizes us to be terrible to each other, for example. Because once you realize that competition isn't the only way, then you're like, whoa, maybe we don't need to do capitalism, and then that's where things start to go really off the rails in a good way, in my opinion.
Well, to me, like, as long as I'm able to live free on my 20 acres and have my guns and cut my trees down, get my firewood, whatever, then I'm pretty happy. It's like, those are my problems every year, like getting ready for winter, living off grid, and like a lot of this social and political stuff, like,
Well, you just
man, it's
described
like,
individual sustainability, right?
right.
So you see, like all my kind of view does is extend that to like a community-based sustainability. Where
Yeah,
like
but
you
I want the
don't have,
community being part of my land. I want my land to be my land. I don't want to donate, other than
but you
I
said you want to
do
use your truck,
volunteer.
right? You said
I
something about your truck.
volunteer.
Can I just ask you about your truck? Do you make your own parts?
No, I don't have a truck, not anymore.
Oh, I thought you said you had a truck. I'm sorry. But would you
Maybe.
have one if you could?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm
I
thinking,
don't
like,
really need it though. I got a wagon and a chainsaw and a wood stove.
okay, well, about the
My
chainsaw, like,
own.
let's say a part broke down. Would you manufacture it yourself, or would you buy the part from like a local shop, the nearby shop?
Yeah, I'd go back to Craig Taylor where I bought it.
See, and that's just like my general issue is like you're still reliant on other people at the end of the day. So
That's
what
right.
if I think that having, like, right now I live in the city, right? But I feel like really cut off from the people who live right next to me. Whereas I feel like if we had like a more mutualistic bond where I'm like, okay, so I have surplus of food, why don't I share it with my neighbors? Oh, my neighbors have surplus of food, they're sharing it with me. Where there is no
Pretty soon all your food gone. Then what the fuck are you gonna do?
why would food be gone if we're sharing surplus? That doesn't make sense.
Well, I was thinking a shit hit the fan scenario. I guess.
Well, if you think that communism is what ruins crops, I don't think you know much about growing crops.
I'm saying everything gets blamed on communism.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, no, I was just trying to say that to 12, not at you so much. No, by the way, like Senkoism is actually what destroyed crops during communism. Stalin and Mao believed in a false form of evolution that you could actually inherit traits backwards up the genetic tree. through new spawn, which doesn't even make sense. And so like basically it's like saying like if a giraffe during its life stretches its neck out to grab a leaf, that will make its offspring's necks longer, right? So then they thought like with crops, like, oh, if we get really good rain this year, then we don't need good rain next year because the crops are just going to be naturally bigger, right? Well, they were wrong. And so they didn't irrigate the crops. That's just one example. And they starved millions of people because they believed in a false form of science. This is why you want to be scientifically literate. This is why you don't want to be wrong.
Oh, okay.
There's another name for it other than Lysenkoism. I can't think of it right now. Something evolution. Lamarckian evolution, that's it.
Interesting.
The problem I have with evolutionists is they think everything was created by nothing.
No, it's not that it's created by nothing. It's that it comes
Like
out
the
of
Big Bang
basic building
Theory
blocks.
and all that. Boom, here it all is.
Yeah, well, the alternative
Isn't
is
that
greater
amazing?
theory, and it's more ridiculous to imagine that someone was there before anything to create something.
Who created the boom? Yeah, well,
Nobody. It doesn't rely on anybody having to create it. That's the beauty of it. And again, this is like at least science is willing to say like, hey, if you have better evidence, show it to us.
So you go outside and you look around and it's like, nothing created that. Come on, man.
Well, no, like people have, like I live in a city, so I see lots of things that other people have made. But mind you, like humans are
I'm
actually
talking
really
about
bad.
nature and mountains and river and all that. That's
Would you
what
say
I'm
that?
talking
Would you say
about.
that like nature is random, like chaotic, or ordered?
What? Nature is in control, really.
Sure.
You
Would you
think
would you
like
say it's like is it more chaotic or is it more ordered?
I think nature does what it wants.
You're not really answering my question. But okay, so the reason okay, maybe there's another way I can put this. Do you think random is do you think nature is random or deterministic?
Well, it can be determined, depending on forestry work and things like that, which is why I'm involved with AmeriCorps trail building and keeping an eye on what the planet is doing around you. Yeah, you have to be aware. You have to be very aware, especially in a state like Alaska where we have volcanoes everywhere and shit like that.
So why did God create vestigial tails?
Why did God create what?
Vestigial tails.
I'm
That's when
not
people
sure
are
what
born with
that is.
tails. That's when we're born with tails that we shouldn't have, because our ancestors had tails before we evolved out
That
of
sounds
being
like
that
nonsense.
I'm not making it up. You can look it
Guarantee
up
you
on
my
Google.
ancestors didn't have tails.
We're still born with vestigial tails today. Are we part animal?
That's going back to the
So-
Vikings and
So
all
in the
that
Bible,
shit.
you'd have to believe that you'd have to have
Nobody
sex
had
with an
no
animal.
tails.
If we're taking
Are
the
you
Bible
one
as
of
the
these
point of
fur
reference,
babies? Do we have to put a litter box for
Wow.
you in the corner because you have a tail?
I love
Is that
talking
what
to
this
perverts.
is about?
So no, it's again evidence that we have genetics in us from an old ancestor that had tails, a common ancestor.
That's insane. I bet you believe you
Not
came
insane.
from a
People are
monkey
actually
too.
born with these things. I'm not saying
Uh-huh.
everyone is, but there are people who are
That's
born
a
with it.
human deformity. If they're born with
No.
a tail, that's
No,
a human
the
deformity.
mutation that occurs is actually one that prevents the tail from being expressed. So the tail itself is not a deformity. Tails aren't very good deformities because they tend to be highly structured, whereas deformities lose structure. The definition of deformity is it deforms.
What? Like, if I was with a woman, we had a baby and it was born with a tail, that's a deformity, dude.
No, it's
What
not,
the
because a
fuck are
tail
you
is a
talking
highly
about?
structured thing. It has lots of form to it. It's not deformed.
You're weird.
Either you or your partner's genetics just didn't have the right genes to
You're
keep
a
it from
weirdo.
being expressed genetically. Yeah, I'm a weirdo for understanding genetics and having an argument against creationism.
So how many people are born with tails again?
I don't know, probably 1 in 100 million.
Okay, that would
still
be a
proves it-
human deformity.
No, it wouldn't.
The fuck
You don't
is wrong
understand what a
with you?
deformity is. If you want to talk about genetic anomaly, yeah, the mutation is that the gene which stops it from being expressed. Another way of putting it is, if we didn't have this gene, we'd all have this tail. That mutates and either deletes or does something else that causes it not to function properly. That's the deformity. It's at the genetic
You're
level.
a weirdo.
The tail itself is a normal phylogenetic tail. In other words, we see it in other animals. It's not a deformity. It's not a deformity when it comes out of them.
Okay, weirdo.
You're the one who can't handle definitions. These words are clearly too big for you. Anyways, I'm worried about Stanley. I think he's asleep now. I feel weird talking while he's asleep. Okay, no,
I'm
we're good.
Still awake, just fascinated by this conversation and thinking.
What do you think, Stanley? Do you think a tail counts as a deformity when I've clearly pointed out, like, this is something that is more structured than any deformity I've ever seen? Because most deformities I've seen, you lose the structure that you're intending.
I think what you're saying makes sense, but if you think being born with 6 fingers, I've heard that called
or 2 heads.
I don't know if
that's a replication event, though. That's not the same as a vestigial event.
If the gene isn't expressed, or if the gene suppresses basically the tail,
or the 2 guys that
I would think it would be considered a deformity.
And another way to think about this is, as we became more vertical species, these genes that suppress the tail.
You know what? Actually, it wouldn't be a deformity because we don't normally have tails. Like if your arm, if you were born with a claw, that's a deformed hand.
Wait, so if we're always making argument from normativity, are people with heterochromia deformed?
Oh, you know what? I'm not that deep into genetics anymore.
It just means if you have 2 different eye colors, is that a different, is that a deformity?
I wouldn't say so. I would not say so.
But so it kind of shows that we can't always make arguments from normativity. But Stanley, let me just point out, I did let you explain your position a bit. Let me just point out, we can't always make arguments from normativity, right? What we're talking about is whether or not we're used to seeing this. And that doesn't actually tell us whether or not, like, the genetics are normally there in people. And the answer is, like, we all have the genetics for the vestigial tail inside of us. 99.999% of people do not express those genetics for the reason that I stated.
Well, basically what I'm saying is a deformity prevents normal function. We don't usually
well, that's not always true either.
Kind of like the 2-headed woman that has...
We don't generally have tails, so having one isn't necessarily a deformity.
Remember that one woman was born with 2 heads, and they each got a husband.
Well,
one
okay,
body.
so that's an absorbed twin event. That's so those are twins in reality, conjoined twins, right? So that's a completely different thing.
What?
You've never heard of Siamese twins?
We don't. There's a reason we don't call them that anymore. It's called conjoined twins.
Yeah, but I mean, 12th man would know what they are.
Yeah, especially if you said it in the more racist way.
He would know the term because he's old enough to know it. But there was a time when you actually...
Yeah, I remember that, Stanley.
You didn't know it was wrong.
You know, as a matter of fact, I'm old enough to remember when Oriental was okay.
Yeah, I still remember people saying that when I was a kid, actually, on
Well, you
TV.
can't even say blackboard anymore, or you're racist.
You can't?
No, I think he's joking, and it's just the.
Maybe you call it a chalkboard.
No, there was an actual professor that said blackboards are racist. Look
Really?
at it.
Okay. Last time I looked something
I
up.
think he was one of those real smart ones from Harvard.
Well,
Yeah, last
called
time I had to
blackboards
look it up,
racist.
you had to add a bunch of caveats. Why don't you just add those caveats now, or before I have to look it up?
I don't know. If someone said blackboard, I wouldn't really think much about it.
No, it's if you call it the N-word board.
Made in the shit they come up with. Damn.
What about black cats?
Oh yeah, no, those
That
cats are
racist
just
too?
those cats are racist. I swear to God, the cats themselves.
Remember, that's where the good fireworks used to come from. Black cat. You remember that, Stanley?
No.
The good firecrackers and M50s and all that shit.
So many
when I
fingers
was a
blown
kid,
off.
fireworks were
Bottle
illegal.
rocket.
When I was a kid, fireworks were illegal in Georgia.
Oh shit, that sucks.
One time I heard a nurse here complain because of our healthcare, you have to take cases based on urgency, and they complained that like people who blow off their fingers due to fireworks shouldn't get taken as fast because they did it to themselves. They're never going to learn. And the funny thing was, she was saying it because there was somebody who was admitting that they were in there the third time for blowing one of their fingers off from fireworks.
Well, eventually they're going to run out of fingers.
Yeah, then they just blow off
Thankfully,
their
I was
entire
an
hand.
explosive expert, and that never happened because I wasn't stupid.
Sure, yeah, and then that's the whole point of being an explosive expert, is to not do that. I don't know how much we really need fireworks in 2024 anymore. I think it's kind of becoming like an archaic thing.
What did you see? They put on a light show in one of these cities this last year, didn't they? They put on, I think it might have been Seattle. They put on a spectacular light show instead of fireworks.
Oh, with drones? Yeah, I know how to do that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
I'm a drone operator, and I don't have like what I need to do that. And I'm kind of thinking like, if I go with software, maybe that's a second way just to, again, have a comfortable life. But the main thing being right now, like I have one drone. I don't have my basic ops license, but I know how to do all of that. I know exactly what the barriers to the design is, what kind of problems you're going to face and stuff like that. Because I know it down to like the systems level, like even like signals in the system. So it's just, I would do it right now if I had the capital, is what I'm saying. I would do it overnight. I'd buy the 3D printers and they'd be printing right now, but everything's easier said than done in this world. Like literally, like I would be doing so much if I could.
Yeah, I wish I had a 3D printer that printed receivers for AR-15s and AR-10s.
Yeah.
My own
By the
guns.
way, like even nylons will crack probably after the 5th time using it, just because like the actual impact forces that you're talking about aren't like able to be handled at the molecular level by a lot of these molecules. Like that's why metal has such a high bonding strength, or another way of putting it, gives free energy that you have to overcome, that like you almost never have to worry about the metal like breaking apart from its own operation. It'd be something else. Whereas like plastic, like I guarantee you, like, first of all, 3D printers do not print perfectly, right? Like we have to acknowledge this, and you sometimes can't.
Yeah,
see
you have to go in there with little files and clean it all out and shit like that. Yeah.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. The printer head something called the Z spacing. If you get that off by 1 increment, the bonding strength between the plastics goes down by like 100 times. It's incredible, right? And then like if you fuck up the annealing process, that's bad too, but you might not even be annealing. But the point being, like, let's say it prints like something wrong on the inside, like the infill, and you just don't happen to see it. That can really fuck up the stability, like the structural stability of everything once another part of it starts to fail. Because normally it would be able to like I'm not using good physics terms right now, but reach across that infill to the other side where it's very structurally competent still and kind of still get strength from that from all directions. But with that infill breaking it apart, you've now created a literally or separating, I should say, a place where it can no longer have structure and it's just going to keep breaking down in that direction. So I don't know, 3D printing, like most 3D printers I've seen don't have enough self-awareness to know if they've printed something correctly. And that's a huge issue.
The government really came down hard on that one guy. I can't remember his name now, but it was under Obama, and he was selling these 3D printers that came with memory that could like print out a receiver no problem, and they were really going after that guy. But
oh, you know what these guns are great for? They're great for cap guns. If you're just making cap guns, then yeah, go right ahead.
I think it's a little more serious than that, but
no, that's what I'm saying. Like they're partially doing this right because it's a danger to the people who use it. If it explodes in your hand, that's called shrapnel. And I don't feel like I don't need to explain what shrapnel.
You did it yourself, though. If it's something you build, and you know the the possibilities and all that.
Do they though? Like, I don't think like we're talking about people who blow their hands off with fireworks.
Well, that's where it started.
So you could speak for yourself and how much you know, but you can't speak for other people, right? So you can't say for certain that that's going to wind up in the hands of people who are like,
yeah, some dummy don't read the manual.
And I'm just saying, like, your healthcare system's already pretty bad. I don't think you need more handless, homeless people in the U.S. You already have enough veterans.
Well, that's why I was thinking about that light show they did in Seattle.
Oops, sorry.
Since they didn't have fireworks that year, it's pretty dry, so they did a spectacular light show. I should find that. Maybe put it in a back chat. And Stanley could put it up, maybe.
I would even say, like, there should be one day of the year that everyone from across the nation can go see, like, the biggest, bestest fireworks display ever. And then there's no more fireworks for the rest of the year. Like, if you need to see it so badly, you can travel across the country, state by state. No one's going to stop you, so you can go see, well, in most cases, so that way you, unless you're Ben, so that way you can go see the fireworks. And that's just like, that makes it even more spectacular, in my opinion. Like, have it at like Disneyland, right? And everyone gets to go fucking ride rides at the same time. It's great. But no, like, we kind of like, if anything, it's like edging, right? Like, or not even edging, just like keeping your tolerance high with anything. Like with me smoking weed, like I haven't had a toke for like an hour, and I like that because it keeps my tolerance lower because I'm not like doing it as much. It's the same with fireworks. If you see fireworks every fucking weekend, it eventually just starts to sound like shit that keeps you awake. And we ruin it for ourselves.
We still shoot guns in the air on the 4th of July here.
I just have to wonder if anyone ever catches a stray bullet from that.
Like a falling projectile.
Well, yeah, because like its terminal velocity. Oh, I guess the terminal velocity is low. I still think it should be enough to at least like get embedded a bit.
I don't know. That's a good question. Like, has anyone ever shot a gun in the air and then the bullet came back down and killed someone?
I mean, terminal velocity is essentially the same, right? But it's slower than a gunshot, so it doesn't have a high enough mass to impart enough inertia into the skull to really like get in there. But I could see it getting embedded.
Wouldn't feel good.
Oh yeah, no, like it would probably feel like you got shot in the head, even if it didn't get into your skull. Like it just
It
that much
might
force.
probably knock you out for a little bit.
No, I don't think it has enough weight mass to knock you
Yeah.
out.
Well, believe it
If
or
it got
not,
in
I
your
have
brain, definitely if it got in your brain, like if it got through the skull and into your brain and bounced around in there, like a lot of bullets do, yeah, you'd be out. But
I have a 22 caliber pellet rifle, air gun, shoots at 1,350
God, what did the squirrels and
pounds
birds in your
per
area do to
second.
piss you off so
Dude,
badly?
that's enough to go through someone's skull, dude. Within like 50
Wait, how much do the
yards.
pellets weigh? How much do the
Just that.
pellets actually?
Well, it's a 22 caliber.
Is that a
Figure it
weight? I
out.
thought that was a size.
It is a size.
Right. So what's it
They
made
don't
out of?
weigh very much.
Are they metal or are they plastic?
Usually like some type of alloy. They used to make them out of lead, but
Yeah,
since the EPA cracked down on the lead,
because lead
like,
actually reduces mental function and fertility. It can destroy
yeah,
kidney.
so yeah, they're made out of some type of alloy or pewter or maybe a mixture of both.
So again, like, what are we expecting the velocity to be after we shoot it? Like below the speed of sound, obviously. Like so, maybe like
Well,
600.
yeah, 1,350 pounds per second, or feet per FPS. Yeah, feet per second. So when it leaves the barrel, it's traveling at 1,350 feet per second.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
not enough force. That's just you won't have like you would need.
bullshit.
It would need to weigh like 10 pounds. It would need once we start approaching the speed of sound, then yeah, you can do something with something that light. But no,
There's one guy that did a air gun contest with this rifle and shooting planks of wood, and he explained like how much pounds it takes to fracture a skull. And
oh
that
no,
pellet
he's just
rifle,
flexing. No. Let's. You ever see MythBusters actually simulate bone with wood? No, they don't do that. No, that's some like pseudoscientific bullshit. So that way you can be like, this gun's super amazing. Oh my god! Like no.
well, it is pretty, and it's quiet, and it doesn't require any gunpowder. So
No,
there's
I'll tell you this
too.
much. You shoot in someone's eye, they're definitely not seeing in that eye. There we go. We can agree on that.
I tell you, there's another one the Chinese makes called the 50 caliber Dragon air rifle.
50 cal.
And you,
They make
yeah,
50
you
cal
could,
air rifles.
you could kill a bear with that son of a bitch.
Well, yeah, because a 50
No
cal is like a
shit.
sniper bullet.
It's an air gun though.
But I'm surprised. Like I don't think. Yeah, I guess I don't know about China. Maybe they do have metal 50 cal air
Well,
bullets.
there's one called the Benjamin. They make a 44, a 50 cal, and I'm saving up money for the 50 cal Benjamin air rifle because then I don't have to buy any more bullets really, except for that one.
Is
I
this
don't need
like carbon
gunpowder.
dioxide compression or hand pump?
Oh, it's you blow it up with like a tank of gas or an air compressor.
Yeah, so you use like a
something
CO2
like that.
cartridge.
So yeah, then it's good for like 10, 12 shots. Like
Oh man, you could probably make it run off
50
of
kill.
propane. Like if it's built well enough, you could probably make it run off
No,
of
it's
propane.
not propane, dude.
No,
Come
I
on.
know it's not, but I'm saying you could because it's a compressed air, right? So what does propane do when you light it on? It expands. Anyway,
Sound like a good way to blow yourself up, maybe.
oh well, okay. You just sound like someone who wants more power out of your gun. I'm just saying that's a great way to get more power.
Maybe.
No,
I don't
definitely.
know if they.
Exploding propane
Well,
has more power than compressed air every time. It's because it's exploding.
Well, I'm gonna use mine the proper way, not do no wild shit like that.
Well, I'm just like, how can I blow up this gun faster for you? Because I don't like guns.
Well, Canadians in general are kind of queasy when it comes to guns. Everybody knows
we're
that.
not normalized to gun violence. It's not desensitized to it. Wow.
Then y'all laid down and Trudeau came, took all them guns.
Oh yeah, no, he came right to my front door even. And I was like, by the way, I don't have any.
We
Sorry.
had a lot of people. You know, I'm not lying. Am I lying?
I didn't hear what you said.
They made a lot of people turn over their guns with the buyback program and all that shit.
Well, that's not how buyback works. Buyback is voluntary. That's why you do buyback.
But they made them.
Then it wasn't buyback.
But anyway, y'all got your guns confiscated.
I don't
That's
think you
never going to
understand.
happen here.
Well, first of all, we never really had a lot of guns here to begin with, and we just put very common sense legislation against things like automatic rifles.
No one, unless you have a special permit, no one has an automatic rifle.
Yeah, that's good.
They're semi-automatic. Now, if you get a special permit, then yeah, you could buy some
right.
old ass.
I was thinking
M16
semi-automatic.
from-
You're right. I was thinking semi-automatic, and I just said automatic like an idiot. You're right.
Liberals always do that.
No, I know the
Oh,
fucking difference. I literally said I was thinking semi-automatic, and I just accidentally
Okay.
said automatic. I forgot to say a word. It happens.
I forgive you.
I know. No, I've had the gun debate like 10 times because honestly, like not enough people are like willing to. But I know my shit, and all I'm gonna say is like you're not safer in a shootout, and that's my position.
I feel pretty safe.
Okay.
You don't feel safe where you live?
Would you feel safer against a Navy SEAL in a shootout?
No way. I'd just give up. I'm gonna fight
so you
with
never
no
really
Navy
know how
SEAL.
much
What the fuck are you talking about? I was
You can't really be
I
sure. you're-
surrender.
You can't really be like unless you dedicate, like unless you treat it like a job. You can't really be sure that your opponent won't have more training than you. Like especially if they're like a mercenary.
Well, that was one of my favorite video games when I used to play video games was Splinter Cell. I think they did like 5 series, like 5 games of Splinter Cell. Tom Clancy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He
I
actually
named
wrote a
mine-
really good book on submarines. I read while in jail, and I don't know. I do appreciate submarines a lot more now after reading it.
Yeah. Well, he's a great writer. I even named my dog. I named my dog after the Splinter Cell guy, Sam Fisher. So I was like, yeah, I'm naming my dog Sam Fisher.
You're a poor dog. I'm just kidding.
He's a secret agent after all.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he's a sleeper agent.
I don't know. I always wondered, did they really have people like that? Like these super badass special op guys that sneak into countries and steal information? And,
It's more like they
or
stole a
maybe-
bunch of it's more like the Russians stole like the childhood from a bunch of children trying to train them, but actually gave them PTSD. And whenever these kids got triggered in real life, they would just act out their training. So
That's
like
interesting.
But it doesn't work like they're asleep and then they're awake with like a keyword. It's no, you just gave them PTSD and they do the exact same thing that other soldiers with PTSD do.
What do you mean? Like teaching them to be secret agents or whatever they got?
Well, they got their training
PTSD
for special.
from that?
Well, they got special ops training, right? But then they never actually got to use it in the battlefield. But since they were children, the training was very traumatic for them because you're a child. You're not meant to be going through military training. And so one of the results was that much like how vets from Vietnam would have flashbacks where they thought they were back in Vietnam, these kids would have flashbacks thinking that they were back in training. It's not, see, it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think I have PTSD to an extent from being in prison.
Yep, that is one of the highest causes for that for people who haven't been in combat.
I was always a fighter. Like I wasn't a bitch in there. Pretty much respected and got along with everybody for the most part, but I still have nightmares about it.
That sucks.
Just being in there locked up, helpless. You know.
And just so you know that is common for people who've been to prison, and especially people with PTSD. And there is help if you ever feel like you need it. So.
Oh, I got a professional therapist. Thank you, though.
Yeah, you're welcome. I for me, it's a bit more complicated for getting help because I got it from growing up in the group homes, because I was never like directly like punched in the face by a staff. It's very complex. I don't like get nightmares, but I certainly get like, what do they call it again? Sensory interruptions or something like that, where like essentially like all of my senses just get hijacked for half a second and I don't feel like I'm here. I feel like I'm somewhere else, but I don't know where. Like everything's very ambiguous on the other side, which sounds like it should be better. But no, like it definitely contributes to me being dysfunctional and having like super high anxiety out in the real world. And it can like lead up to like full blown panic attacks even.
Well, I think institutionalization, because I've been in group homes too. Like I was kind of a bad kid, I'll admit. And but I think being transferred like from home to home, you become institutionalized, and that leaves a long-term effect.
Oh, even better yet.
Brain.
So like, you know, they would force us to do chores, right? And so you'd think like, oh, I learned how to do chores. Well, no, because I was learning under traumatic conditions, my brain now can no longer let me do chores. Like it can't learn to do chores, and I can't do them without me getting like super stressed out for no reason as well. Like I actually kind of like clean places. Outside of that particular thing, especially when it's not my place, I actually kind of like cleaning for other people. But when I try to clean my place, it's like any little thing that's like an emotional trigger sets me off and I have to stop. I have to stop cleaning. I can't clean for like another day. And then by then I'm probably like back into like my smoking weed when I first wake up habit. So like, you know, I understand a lot of the staff thought that they were doing what they had to do just to get me to do the chores or whatever, but whatever they had to do literally made me dysfunctional because, well, I was supposed to be learning how to like think like, okay, time to do a chore. I don't want to do the chore, but I have to do it. So I'm just going to start. Instead, my brain was learning everything wants to hurt me.
Well,
so, you know,
the lady that was in charge, kind of assistant in charge of a group home I was in, we'd have these groups and we'd talk about sex, and she was telling everybody that in the boys group, like women don't enjoy sex. Like what?
Yeah, so there's that's abstinence-based sex education where they're trying to scare kids out of having sex.
Yeah, she was mean too. Like she'd have me scrubbing the baseboards with a toothbrush.
Yeah, like, and that's just like there's like
Get
being
them baseboards
authoritative.
white, boy. And she was white too, but she was a big, ugly Amazonian-looking motherfucker. Big, overweight, fat ass. Like, no wonder you don't enjoy sex.
Some
But
of
I
the
kept
bitchy,
thinking-
like I'm not gonna lie, like you could tell that some of the bitchiest female staff there were just like they were honestly just pissed off at the world because they weren't pretty. And like I know this sounds
Yeah.
really shallow, but I'm telling you, like,
No, you're right.
like I learned as like very quickly growing up the difference between being authoritative and authoritarian, right? Because authoritative means you're reasonable, like you're actually kind of like you're trying to get them to work with you instead of just trying to get your way. The authoritarians are basically like, oh, I'm not getting my way, I'm just going to make everything harder for you now. Oh, now I'm not getting my way, well, time to make things even harder for you now, because they don't actually care what you're going through, they just care about getting their way. And yeah, so like most of those like you, I'm just gonna call them the cows or the pigs. They and this applies to the male staff too. Actually, now that I think about it, they just clearly like
absolutely.
It was like a chance for them to project their shitty feelings about themselves onto these kids. I remember one time there's a staff. She could have helped me. That's what hurts me the most about this. And I know this like. You're going to be like, oh, what the fuck? But like, I'm telling you, like, I needed someone to give me like in a non-sexual way, like very like good feeling touches. That way I could actually physically relax. Because my mom used to do that as a kid to relax me because I had really bad ADHD. And it turns out I also had Asperger's. And it was the only thing that could actually get me to relax. And so this one staff just kind of deduced it. And she did this thing called like the egg cracking trick or something where like you pretend to crack an egg on someone's head and then like you roll your fingers down like first the head and then the shoulders and the back and then you stop there, just again because it kind of gives you like those nice kind of chills that help you relax. And she did it to me once, right, just once, and then you could just tell like everyone overreacted behind the scenes because like I asked if she could do it again the next day. She's like, okay, let's not talk about that anymore. I was like, what? That's weird. And then she wasn't there for a week, I tell you. And so like it just disgusts me, right? Because she was human enough to actually see like this is what this kid needs. This will actually help this child. And she was smart enough to figure that out. She was probably one of the only staff there who
That's kind of weird, I admit. Like I don't know what
okay. But let
crack
me
over the head with an egg ain't gonna do nothing for me. So
do you
make
think
me
like
want to wash my hair.
you think massage therapy over time could help? That was a funny joke. Sorry, I missed it. And like that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like as a kid, I had a lot of sensory issues. I think I actually have sensory processing
If
disorders.
I want to do that though, that's another $200 a month, man.
Yeah, because you're American. Here, if I can show that I need it, it could be free. But I don't have a lot of physical deformities. So well, actually, it turns out I do. But anyways, speaking of deformities, I actually have some, and that's part of what pissed me off about what you said. I even have 2 extra nipples.
Gross.
Yeah, I'm like halfway to actually being a fox if you think about it, because they have 6.
Are you a hermaphrodite or one of those? Is that
Not
what
that
they
I
call
know
them?
of, but damn, I've got some weird stuff going on where like.
I mean that's considered
anything, I'm
a
probably an
deformity as
XYY.
well, but
Although
it
to be
does
honest, I'm
happen
probably
like
an XYY. I'm not like
once in a like you're born with a penis and a vagina. Like it
yeah.
happens.
But like the other side of this is what I think I actually have is somatic mosaicism. So you're talking so a lot of times that hermaphroditism comes either from directly from a sexual disorder or mosaicism where different cells have different genes in them. Like there's 2 different sets of genes because the twins essentially like absorb themselves in the womb, or one absorbs the other is the better way to put it. And so I think I have somatic hermaphroditism, mosaicism, where like a lot of my like extra birthmarks and deformities are best explained by having an extra set of genes in some of my other cell types. Or a different set of genes, depending. I think actually I might have an extra set of chromosomes, somatic ones, just because.
Well, you're an X or a Y. You can't change that.
You realize that there's
Can't
more
be
chromosomes.
both.
You realize that there's more chromosomes than X or Y, right? There's also the whole somatic.
No, there's not.
Okay. You don't know what I'm talking about then.
Science doesn't prove any of that bullshit.
It doesn't.
You can't be both.
You literally just asked if I was both.
Well, I was talking about a hermaphrodite or whatever you call them.
You realize that they would have literally both, right?
But they're either an X or a Y at the end of the day.
Well,
you
no.
can't be both.
Well, no.
But you could be born with a deformity.
So first of all, you realize that men have X chromosomes, right? We are X and Y. You realize that, right?
You're X or a Y.
Okay, you don't know. You really don't know what you're talking about. My God. And you know
Well,
that
you're
women are
one or the
XX,
other.
right? Like women are XX, men are XY.
No,
You know
wait,
that, right?
wait a minute. So you believe in these men that transition into women, like at the Olympics, beating the hell out of women? You're okay with that?
Yeah, because if you actually look at sport medicine science and like you compare muscle between men and women, there's more overlap than difference, and so there's a much greater chance that these people are going to fall within a normal range after taking hormones, because hormones greatly impact performance.
Sound like you have a mental disorder, buddy.
Okay, I thought it sounded like I was smarter than you, but you can think whatever you want. I wish I was like
You're
I wish
okay
I was
with
ignorant enough to
men beating
form-
up women. That's the end of the story.
If that's what you want to be true, I'm trying to tell you it's not the case, but you want it to be true.
If you're a man that decides to become a woman and you beat a woman, you're still a man that's
Cool
beating
story,
a
bro.
woman. I don't
Cool.
give a fuck how many surgeries you have.
Okay, it's not really about the surgery. It's about the hormones. Because most of the things that actually affect performance are modulated by hormones.
Tell that to the women getting knocked out by men.
By trans women who also lose a lot of the competitions they're in. Yeah, because by the way, if you look at their record, they also tend to
They
lose.
win a lot more than they lose.
Well, how is it even possible for them to lose to cis women unless some of those cis women are actually stronger and better at competing than them?
You're a retard, dude.
So you don't have an answer. Okay, good. Keep it that
They
way.
got bigger lungs, bigger arms, bigger everything than a woman.
Bigger how? By length or muscle size?
Muscle, chest, lungs, everything.
So what's the difference between male muscle and female muscle?
You're stupid.
You don't know, do you? So pound for pound, male muscle is the same as female muscle. The only difference is that women tend to carry more fat to muscle because they can't go below a certain level without it being unhealthy for them. Whereas men,
You're why Canada is gay. That's why they have Alaska protecting your ass. Canadians are gay.
Hey, you brought up this conversation. If you're not able to have
You
it,
solidified my.
Just take the L like a champ.
You agree that men should be beating women. Dude, you're an idiot.
No, you're putting those words in my mouth and saying I agree with it because you can only.
Yeah, you do agree with it. You just said you agreed with it.
No.
And you still owe me $20, by the way, on
Not
the
if you can't
Minnesota
win.
bet.
Not if you can't win against me in this debate because I'm not paying a loser.
You're nothing but a lying sack of shit, really. Like, I won that bet, and you said, "Oh, put my cash up. I'll give you my cash," and then you
By the way, I
suckered
don't
out
have
on
Cash
one
App.
bet, so you're already a loser from Jump Street.
I honestly just wanted to see if you'd
And
actually be
now
willing to
you
let my-
think it's okay
And you
for
never did.
these
You just
men,
moved the goalposts
men
after
who
you put the
couldn't,
money down.
men who couldn't make it in the real world decide to be women and go around beating up women, and you're good with that. You're a loser.
Oh yeah, like if anything, if you want men to be manly, then having the men who aren't manly transition to female just makes the real men more manly. So that's actually a good thing for you if you think about it.
They should all be put in mental asylum. Go
Not
back to the
not the people who can't handle the reality in
I'd
front
go
of their
back
eyes.
to the
because that-
Jimmy
not-
Carter era,
Dude,
and I'd
where
have
you-
all the mentally ill lunatics put in asylum.
Okay, so what
Just
is
like
it?
Jimmy Carter did.
So I'm gonna paint a dystopian reality where like you're literally only allowed to identify with your genitals. I'm either penis or I'm vagina, right? And if you don't, you're put in some sort of institution. What kind of institution do you think a dystopian anti-free speech reality would put someone in for saying that they don't identify with their genitals?
Well, they have a mental disorder, evidently. They can't figure out who they are. They don't know if they got a dick or a cunt. I mean,
so when you meet people on the streets, you realize that you don't know what they have either, right? You assume what they have.
No, I got a pretty good eye. Matt Adams apple was a good giveaway.
I've
So
seen women with
there's that.
with Adam's apples. What do you make of that?
Well, that's a rarity.
No, it's not. These are like, and I'm telling you, these are like 10 out of 10
like
women.
one that sticks
And
out.
they brought like
Like,
this cute little, well, it's just this cute little thing, and it's no different than mine because
you
I also
can't
don't have
tell
any
the
prominent
difference between a dude and a chick.
So
Then
every-
you are fucked in the
let me
head.
put it this way. Let me put it this way. Every dude you've met has just had like a bulging Adam's apple every single time, right? There's no men who
No,
have like
not
a smaller one.
necessarily.
Oh, okay. So you think that, but does that make them less of a man? According to you, it does.
Well, you can't tell the difference, so there's that.
I mean, you say you can tell the difference, but that might be confirmation bias since you don't actually know how many times you've been fooled.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I'm saying you could have been fooled and you just wouldn't know it because
Oh, you think I was fooled? Like
you can't
I
check
didn't
their
know
genitals.
if it was a chick with a dick, I wouldn't know the difference. What the fuck is wrong? Are you seriously retarded or something?
Yeah, because there are actual trans women.
Yeah,
who
you're
pass
a
this system.
retard because you can't tell a chick with a dick from an actual chick.
So you're
You're
telling me
stupid.
if you met Blair
Fuck
White
off,
on the street,
fuck off.
you know who Blair White is?
So if
Do you know who
someone
Blair
takes
White
their
is?
dress off and they got tits and a dick,
But
you
nobody
don't
does
know
that
if
in
it's
public.
a male or
Nobody
female.
does that in public.
What
Nobody
is
does that in
wrong
public.
with you? Get
What
the
the fuck
fuck
is wrong with
out
you?
of
Do you
here.
think people actually do that in
Get
public?
the fuck out of
You
here.
think people take their dresses off
You're
in
a
public?
retard. Shut the
And I'm trying to
fuck
ask
up.
you about daily normal
You can't
interactions
tell
with
a
people, and all
difference
you can think
between
about
a
is getting
dude.
naked.
You don't even know if you're a dude or a chick.
Your
Come
ability to
on,
identify
man.
with
I'm
anything
gonna
ends at your
take
dick.
advice
You're
from
the literal
someone like you, dude. You don't even know
Your
what gender
identity
you
is a
are.
dick.
Fuck
You
off.
identify as a dick. You're a dick brain. You're a literal dick brain.
That's what I thought.
You're literally dicks for brains.
Well, at least I know if I'm a male or a female or a man or a
Yeah, I
woman.
know what I am too.
You can't even
I'm very
figure that
confident.
out.
I'm very
You can't
confident in what
even
I am.
figure out if you're a dude or a
You can't figure it out
hermaphrodite or
because
something.
when you're
You don't
presented with a
even know.
reality that doesn't
You
match your
don't even know
worldview,
what
you like to
gender you
cognitive
are.
dissonance mode. You can't even figure out when you're in
You don't
cognitive
even know
dissonance.
what gender you are, dude. Shut
you're-
the fuck up.
I do. I am a woman. See, I figured it out. Oh, so you disagree with me? See, that's a different thing.
I can
You don't know
tell
how to
you're one of these
articulate the
flaky
issue.
motherfuckers.
I can tell that you don't know
You're
how
a
to
flaky
articulate
ass
issues very
Canadian.
well.
I know a lot of Canadians like you. They're flaky
just bouncing back and
motherfuckers,
forth.
and
You're trying to
they
get every little
can't
thing that
even
you can get.
figure out their
At
head
the end of
from
the
their
day,
hole in
dude,
their ass.
At the end of the day, I'm
Can't
not a
even
dick brain
figure
like
out your
you.
head from the
At
hole
the
in
end of
your
the
ass.
day, I'm always winning over you because I'm not a dick brain
Should
like you are.
you should at least went through prison boot camp. Then you'd be able to figure it out.
I've been to prison.
They didn't put you through boot camp though, did it? Nope.
It didn't sound like
They'd
you went through
help you
boot camp
figure
either.
out
It sounded
which
like
one
you
you
were very
were.
respectful and cordial the
They
whole
would
time.
help you figure out which one you were in there. Or you could bend over and be somebody's bitch.
See, literally, your mind is in the gutter. You're being a pervert right now. This is
I'm
the proof
telling
that
it how it is.
every
dude.
single fucking time a
You don't even
transphobe
know where
brings it to me getting
no.
fucked, whether
You
it's
have
by
an
them or
X or
somebody
a
else.
wait a minute. You
Transphobes
have
are the
both
biggest
chromosomes.
fucking perverts for trans
You
people
have
that
a
you'll ever
man and a
find.
woman's chromosome. Is that what you're saying?
You've literally
Come
demonstrated
on,
that.
man.
You've literally demonstrated for us that transphobes always bring it to sex with us every single time because
Transphobe.
you're obsessed
Oh,
with having
another
sex with
made
us.
up word.
You're obsessed
Show
with
me.
having sex with us.
Show me in the DSM where transphobe is. It
Look,
doesn't exist.
nothing you say can change the fact that you're into having
Show
sex
me
with
in the
people and the way you
DSM
are.
where
Nothing
there's
you
the
say
word
that. You can
transphobe is just another
you
way,
want.
made
But
up word by mentally
how many
disabled individuals like
you said you can
yourself.
tell the difference, right? How many trans people have you
Transphobe.
actually had sex
So
with?
what's a trans? You do know that phobe or
You're
phobia
bigoted
is
towards
an
trans
actual
people. You're
that's
bigoted.
an actual
You're bigoted.
psychological
You're
disorder.
bigoted towards trans
Yeah,
people.
see,
That's
you just make words up. You people are
I know you
stupid.
can't stop talking long
Transphobe.
enough to
Oh,
hear
you're a
it.
transphobe. That word doesn't even mean anything.
Yeah, because you're still stuck in the fucking 80s.
Yeah, because there's no such diagnosis, you fucking retard. There's no such
No, you're right. It's not a
diagnosis
diagnosis.
as
It's
a
a word.
transphobe.
It's a label. This is a bit different.
Yeah, it's a label. Thank you. Made up bullshit. Thank you.
Yeah, just like man is and woman is made up.
Oh, okay.
Well, it is. Like it varies heavily across cultures what is defined as a man or a woman. In some cultures, it's more manly to be compassionate and not emotionally stoic because then you're a better caretaker. You know why that's good? Because when you have two caretakers in a family, then you have two full-time parents.
People
And that's
like you certainly didn't win
those
World War
countries,
II.
we
That's
tend
for
to
sure.
see, in those countries, we tend to see full-time maternity leaves for at least 9 months given
Hold
to
on.
both
People like
parents.
you didn't win it either.
What?
I mean, I'm
So
still
people like
going.
you didn't win World
My
War.
grandfather fought in World War II. Say
That's your
again.
grandfather, not you.
Yeah, you're
So?
stealing valor right now. Have you actually ever served? Yes or no?
Actually, I did prison boot camp and NJROTC. 4 years in ROTC. Where did you serve?
ROTC, eh?
Good morning, gentlemen.
40 years in R.
Good
You gotta
morning,
say more than
HP.
that because that doesn't mean ROTC doesn't mean anything. So
morning, gentlemen.
which ROTC?
Okay. Now ROTC don't mean nothing.
Which
Whatever.
one? Which one? See,
Good
he's
morning,
taking.
good morning,
fucking
HP.
LARPing. He's
Good
fucking
morning,
LARPing.
gentlemen.
He doesn't know.
What's the hell is going on right now? Good morning, gentlemen.
No name ROTC. Got it.
Let's take a quick 60-second break. I do have some announcements to make. There will be some changes going on. So let's take a quick minute 25-second break. Quick music break. Here we go.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
All right. Good morning, 12th man. Good morning, Stanley.
Good morning.
And
Morning, brother.
good morning, Mr. Melanie Cosmic Fox. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so
Did you make that song yourself?
no. That was actually we interviewed a guy and he gave us his SoundCloud page, and this was the John Galt remix that we made. So yeah, this
I was gonna say I want to remix that because
the song was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Did Portia make that HB?
No. That was like a team effort, man. That was like Stanley.
Right on.
Yeah, it had Stanley. Every bunch of yeah. But so I do have to make an announcement real quick. Oh shit, hold on. I'm not sure if you know about it yet, Stanley, but Imperius is no longer welcome on the panel.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we were informed that some of Imperius's behaviors is done deliberately to sort of, hurt the channel. It's not just it's not just this quote unquote white rage,
Right.
It's more of a deliberate sack of the views and trying to hurt the channel. So he's more than welcome to be in the chat, but on the panel he's no longer welcome. And this is this is from pretty much this is from the top pretty much. So there is
Fine
some
fine with me.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it either.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I know I get HB, I get a little off the chain too sometimes, but none of my intent is to hurt the channel. But if I'm bringing down views, then hell yeah, kick me off, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think we all can be douchebags and assholes here and there, but I don't think any of us are purposefully trying to, tarnish the channel or anything like that. I truly don't believe that. And with Imperius, I wasn't 100% sure what his motivations are, but there is evidence that it is purposefully done to try to take the channel down.
Has he done that? HB, has he done that to other channels too in your investigation?
I'm not sure, but apparently on other channels he's really polite and kind, and he specifically comes over here with the intent.
Start shit.
Yeah, no, pretty much to kill the views, to kill the camaraderie, to sow dissent between the people. So with something like that, I don't think there's really any room for something like that. So
agreed.
We're he's no longer welcome, Imperius. You had your time, but yeah, we don't. I guess I'll quote the great Donald Trump, but you're fired.
Get the hell out of here! You're fired.
You're fired.
I like when he's gonna say, "Get the hell out of here! You're fired."
He's still allowed to be in the chat though, so you know, not totally
For now.
you know, yeah, we're not gonna silence anybody completely. You still have your First Amendment right to freedom of typing in the chat. I think the founding father said that. Freedom of typing in the chat. I can't remember. I can't remember. But yeah. You know, even with I'm getting ready this morning. I hear 12th Man and Mr. Melanie going back and forth, and even though you guys don't even don't agree on much, there's still some level of decorum there where I don't think either of you are purposefully trying to sack the channel or anything like that. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what this person would have done, but it sounds bad.
Yeah. It's yeah. Apparently it's basically just to kill the views, you know. You know, there's some people I really don't get it. But yeah. But good morning, good people. So I heard 12th Man and Cosmic Fox going back and forth about I don't know what you guys are really going on about. I heard it was kind of like Canada versus Alaska.
I don't care. Canada sucks.
Well, this dude talking about he got 4 nipples and doesn't know if he's a man or a woman or not.
No, I do know. You're the one who thinks that. I know I'm a woman.
Okay.
See, I'm. It's weird that 12th Man can't seem to tell the difference between himself and me. He keeps talking like he's me.
What else you got, HB? Any trucker stories or anything?
I'm getting fueled up right now, so give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm getting my truck checked out. Hey, good morning, Bob. White John Galt. Geek Mike, good morning. Daniel Nixon, good morning. Jay Boogie. What's going on? Phoenix Fish. DiCapriano. Hey. And Nate Yakubian Ways. Good morning. Above the Trees. Good morning. Hey. Oh crap, man. This place they're always like checking my they do like the most in-depth inspections. They can find a fucking needle and oh god. Hold on. Hey. Oh, it's a nail in the drive tire? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's patch it up. All right. Which base should I go to? Okay. Didn't I fucking tell you? I told you. These guys are so thorough with checking my truck at this place. This motherfucker.
Well, that's good. They caught the nail in the tire, HB, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. But no, I can't get my day started. But it is not. You're 100% right. Nobody wants to drive around on a fucking nail. So yeah.
What you gonna do now? Go in the truck stop and hang out at the cafe or something?
No, I'm gonna Bay 9. Okay, I'm gonna fuel up first. All right, thank you. Oh crap.
Damn, HB.
Yeah.
Put you back on the miles, eh? You're not making no money sitting still, right?
Yeah, but no, I fucking killed it last week, mile wise. Oh man, I think I got close to like almost 3,000 miles last week. Fucking was murdering it last week.
Damn. It kind of makes up for the downtime a little bit, eh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, yo, 12th man, I was like researching some shit about Alaska because I was honestly really thinking about what it would, you know, maybe what it would be like moving to Alaska. Yo, bro, some of the statistics I found out about Alaska are a little alarming. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It's kind of like they don't call it the last frontier for nothing, man. It's kind of where you go if you don't want to be found by anybody, if you know what I mean.
I don't know about that. I guess, you know, it's possible, but that's not why I came here.
No,
I just wanted
I know.
peace and quiet in the woods.
Yeah.
You know, a warm crackling stove in the winter, cook a stew on the wood stove, and kind of, you know, it's a nice life.
Yeah. Crap. What the fuck?
And a fine woman.
Yeah, hopefully a fierce black woman I'd prefer.
You know, I think there's like 1 woman per 100 men in Alaska. So,
wow.
Yeah, that's the stats I saw. I think that's pretty brutal, honestly.
Well, the goods are plenty, but they might be strange, or we say something like that up here.
Yeah. Yeah, Stanley, could you imagine those odds? 1 out of...
But, oh yeah, it's where the odds are good, but the odds are strange, or something like that.
Yeah, you might...
I can see a bunch of knife fights.
You might find
As
a
a matter
lady,
of
but
fact,
she might not have been born that way if you find
that's
one.
why you gotta watch out dating native women up here, because they all have knives.
Yeah, because they're watching out for you, motherfucker.
No, more like you can't even figure out what gender you are, so shut up.
Dude, that was not a good segue. Like, there's not many trans people in Alaska, I guarantee it.
Good. I hope they stay far away.
They're trans-Siberian.
Yeah, I don't even think they have a choice.
It's
only once the ice grid comes back to Russia.
I don't
for
even
the
think
surgery.
I don't even think they have a choice in Alaska. I think it's like that frog that just turns into a woman after a while.
I've been out with a lot of native women.
You mean
We
the gay
get along
frog,
great.
right, HB?
Yeah, the gay frogs. Yeah, where they turn into the gay frogs turned into women at some point.
I'd love to
think
meet
that's
you.
how-
We'd probably be besties.
I think that's how it is in Alaska.
When I lived in Juneau, Alaska, I had a boat, a cabin cruiser. I had this native chick, and we'd go out fishing together, all kinds of shit. Had a lot of fun. I love this state.
Yeah.
That was perfect because we still have like the violin music playing in the background. For when you're talking about the guy leaving?
Wait. I don't know why you guys are so low. Hold on a second.
Oh, I might just legit need to go closer to my mic.
No. That's
No,
me. That's me.
you sound fine to me.
Yeah. No, that was me.
Okay.
I had to turn my mic up or my headset up. Oh man.
I try to wear monitor mics, that way I always make sure I'm hearing my own voice and hearing my levels. Shit, I said monitor mics, I meant monitor headphones.
All right, well, I'm dropping down to the chat.
All right, Stanley.
I gotta get some sleep.
Yeah.
Take care, Stanley.
I'll be back later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did wanna ask you too, Stanley. How did yesterday go? I know you had some.
It went pretty well. My father-in-law and my son were around. Went pretty well.
That's good. That's good. Did you didn't send your father-in-law to StreamYard late?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. My son asked me why I had a new computer, and I hesitated to tell him. No, I told him I needed it for to moderate a show.
Okay.
So
Yeah, he knows.
Now my father-in-law, he'd probably be okay with the show, but he's pretty much a straight arrow. He would not like some of the he probably wouldn't like my behavior.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you did great, Stanley. Thanks for hosting, bro.
No, I had a good time actually.
Yeah, as always, Stanley. We definitely appreciate you, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate y'all
holding it down. Well, yeah. Talk to you later then, Stanley. Man.
Okay. Take it easy, guys.
Take care, Stanley.
Have a good one.
You too.
Nice meeting you.
You too. We'll see each other.
For sure.
All right. It is 5:25 Central, 6:25 Eastern. It is, what is it, September 23rd, 2024. We have 12th Man and Cosmic Fox on
Hello?
the panel. Yeah. Cosmic Fox on the panel.
I was gonna call you Mrs. HB, but then you stopped saying what you called me before, so I respect that.
Come on. Well, I don't want to be rude or anything, but come on. I mean, you were born a guy, right?
Well, male. I didn't have
Yeah.
a gender. I didn't really in my mind have a gender formed when I was born. It took till I was like 5 or 6 to realize. I kind of felt like both boy and girl, if anything. And kind of as I grew up, I was like, actually, no, I'm not on the same course as what the boys around me are doing.
I mean, you're still one of the bros, though. You might have liked to play with Barbies while we were playing with G.I. Joes. It's still one of the bros.
Oh, I felt weird about playing with Barbies. Like I legit, it was like because Barbies are hyper feminized, right? And I never felt like hyper feminized. I just felt kind of like there were certain hairstyles or shoes that girls would wear, and it's like, well, why can't I wear that? Because I would feel that feels like me.
For you, it's more of like a spectrum. It's not like a.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No, now I'm pretty sure now that I'm full woman. I've never looked back since I started.
Well, come on, you're.
It's been I mean, I've had 5 years to second guess myself, and I haven't.
I mean, come on. I don't mind. I don't mind anybody identifying as whatever they want. But I think there is some. I do think it kind of takes away the struggles of actual women when us men try to take. You know how much it would actually suck to be an actual woman? You ever think about that?
Well, yeah. I especially think about that because I go through part of it with the estrogen.
Well, that's one part that you chose. Imagine if you weren't able to choose that.
Well, especially endometriosis. I have a few friends with endometriosis, and there's one thing that I know for sure. It's that having a vagina and this becomes true after trans people have surgery too, just opens you up to so many different health complications that weren't there before. And I'm not saying that the neo-vagina has the same health complications, but you're certainly more vulnerable to those things afterwards. So I can definitely sympathize.
Yeah. Also, pregnancies, periods.
Well, you know, well, trust me, we don't want periods. With the pregnancies thing, you can kind of think of it like the fact that we can't get pregnant is worse for us because we have, at least I have very strong maternal instincts now. Like my cats make me want to have actual kids just because, you know, they're just cats. And
don't laugh at that, 12 man.
But I guarantee you before I didn't. Like before I was like, I was too grossed out by
No,
myself.
HB, this motherfucker's talking about being born with a tail earlier, man.
No, I didn't.
That's who you're dealing with.
Well, because you were trying to talk about creationism, and I asked why would God allow some people to be born with a vestigial tail, and you couldn't answer.
Oh yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you tried to get me there, but you couldn't, could you? Because I have better memory than you, apparently.
Well, have fun with your cat tail.
No, okay, I have a butt plug tail. There's a difference.
Oh, hey yo.
Sorry, if we're trying to keep monetized, I will hold that back. But
yeah. Let's
he incites that in me. Okay, blame 12th man.
Oh, you know, 12th man he's
the one talking about how I should go to jail just to have butt sex. Like
no, I said asylum. You should be put in a mental asylum till you figure it out.
Again,
listen, Cosmic Fox. 12th man is kind of like a man's man. He'll bring out the worst in you. You know, you gotta be careful around him. He'll have you.
Is that really what a man's man does? Like, okay.
He'll have you grabbing your ankles. You gotta be careful around him, man.
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Nah, come on, HB.
Yeah, don't drop the soap around.
So I was wanting to ask you a question, if I may, HB. How long is the layover going to be to fix the tire?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
You said you couldn't start your day, and I was thinking, well, that's at least 4 hours.
Oh, no. I think they're just going to patch it. So they'll probably just take it off, and then I think, what did he say?
Yeah, because they got like, I worked on bikes, and I know you have to put some like force into the tire to remove it. They've got to have like hydraulic shit to take those truck tires off their rims.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure how fast that process was.
No, it's a drive tire.
Yeah, it's a drive
tire. Yeah, it's a drive tire.
And those are the ones that are like doubled up on the back of the chassis, right?
Right. Not the steers. So, yeah, as long as it, you know, it would have been way worse if it was a steer, but still, you don't want any of them to really be. But my thing is like, with this place, they're so good at finding shit. This is like our best garage in the let me see how far he wants me to go. Hold on a second. You want me to go up a little further? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, these guys are like the best mechanics at my company. These motherfuckers, I swear they can find anything wrong with your truck. It almost feels like they look for something wrong. I mean, that's what they get paid for, right? They're supposed to look for something. But,
Can they do all these services with the trailer still on?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's really
Well,
that's probably
it's
really
better-
helpful.
HB, it's better them catching it than the DOT.
Oh, nah, 100%. 100%.
Will the DOT get mad? Like, or just
Yeah, you get tickets and all types of shit. If they find
for
anything
something in your
wrong with-
tire? Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. Cause I checked it this morning, but honestly, I didn't see a fucking tire. But you know, when I do my pre-trip, I don't usually move the tires all the way around to see every part of the tire. I just check the tire, make sure it's inflated, make sure that there's, you know, no tears or bulges or anything in the tire. So I didn't. Whatever the nail is that's in my tire, it's not leaking, and that's what he told me too. He told
Right.
me that
Yeah.
the tire's not leaking at all.
It's
But
auto-heal because the rubber can auto heal just from the pressure pushing it the right way into the nail.
yeah, and you know, on our trailers, we actually have this this air system that actually refills the tire if it gets low.
Oh yeah,
So
like Hummers have.
yeah. So
And you know that walk around that you do reminds me a lot of what pilots do before their flight, and they go around the plane and check it out. So it's
yeah.
good that you do that.
Yeah. We actually have a pilot in the building right now. Bob, he's actually a pilot. He cammed
Commercial?
up one. Yeah, commercial.
Oh wow.
flight.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
because if he was just private, then it's like okay, well, anyone.
No. He's commercial. He's got all
That's cool.
Yeah. He camped up in the cockpit one time, and yeah, it was
So he flies with the big dogs.
Yeah. Spirit. He flies Spirit Airlines. Yeah. He's got the most miles on Spirit Airline. It's amazing. He doesn't really fly Spirit Airline. I don't know what he flies.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say Spirit. I'm pretty sure is mostly smaller planes. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're,
no.
short stop.
He flies something. He flies something crazy, but yeah, he's an actual pilot. I actually knew a guy back in high school that went on to be a pilot, and I remember him talking about being a pilot since he was like, I don't know, he was like young wanting to be a pilot. I thought it was so weird. Like
It's really fun. Like I've actually taught myself just because of being a drone pilot, and it's really fun to learn. Actually, in my opinion, especially if you have something you can fly and apply that knowledge to. Or like I'm also really just into watching like plane spotting and watching them fly overhead, and figuring out what they're doing. So there's all that lore there to figure out, and it's a lot of the information is freely available. Like there's aside from like what each individual company does on their end, like it's all pretty much public information, or at least something that you can ask around and figure out how it works.
Wait, so you fly drones?
Not big drones, right? Like just like quadcopters.
Right. So what do you think about the U.S. trying to ban DJI? Have you heard about that?
I don't know enough about it. Is all.
Okay.
I haven't heard about that.
I'm like, it doesn't affect me. I'm Canadian. Haha, you suck.
Okay. Yeah.
No,
Well,
really,
you know-
like I just don't follow a lot of US drone channels because I stick to the Canadian ones since they do cover Canadian updates, and that's why I haven't heard much about it.
So what's special about DJI, HB?
Well, they're Chinese. Hold on.
Oh.
Which is everything is.
Yeah. The
We make everything in China now.
parking brakes. Okay, there we go.
My solar actually
Right.
comes from Canada.
If
Made
you want
in
to
Canada.
quiet when you're talking to someone, I can be. I just thought maybe they couldn't hear us.
Yeah. Oh no. I got my headset on. You guys
Okay,
are good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is that like a multi-connect one? Because I've
Yeah.
always
No,
wanted to
I have like a trucker headset, so they can't hear you guys at all. No.
Okay, I was just wondering, is that like one of the ones that can connect both to like your truck's CB and like your Bluetooth phone? Because
Oh no. You know, with my CB radio, I only turn it on during like bad, like if I'm in like really bad weather, I'll turn it on, but usually I just keep it off.
okay,
man,
no, I was
honest-
just the headset fascinates me because so I watched this video of someone like taking apart and repairing this headset for a trucker, and it had multi-connect, and so I got into the comment section. I was like, multi-connect, why don't I have any Bluetooth headsets that can connect to more than one device? Like that'd be actually great. And like, you know, actually you be able to use the headset to switch between them is the most important part.
Yeah.
And that's what you could do with these headsets. And it's like, well, for some reason FCC doesn't allow it to be for like consumer use. It's only for like special applications, so like truckers can get these. And like, what? Like, how does that even? So I don't know like how universal that was, what they were talking about, but I I'm jealous of truckers who can get access to that kind of technology because I could do wonderful shit with that kind of tech.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna run you, 300 and up, but yeah, they're out there. They're definitely out there where you could connect to multiple devices and the CB radios now. They're a lot of them are digital now. Well, they have like the analog and the digital, all kind of connected. So yeah.
Right, mixed signal.
Yeah. Garion says, "Is that a furry?" Garion's really
No, okay. This is the furry. 1 second.
Garion's really into to trans men and Japanese stuff. So Garion, hit the link, man. Hit the link. Oh, there we go, Gary. Hit the link, Gary. Hit the link. We got Cosmic Fox. We got Cosmic Fox up here in 12th man.
Can you spot the theme between those two things? People have guessed, but they haven't gotten it yet. If Ben Thorpe ever talks about me, he gets it right. It's from the 90s. It was a kid's toy.
Oh, Furby.
2000. Yeah,
Furby.
okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I gave the other people the same hint and they couldn't get it. So I'm proud, like not proud of you like condescendingly, but I'm glad someone finally got it is what I mean to say.
Yeah. The Furbies were pretty big during the 90s.
Actually,
I don't know.
as a Furby, I am condescending to everybody. I'm very proud of you.
Okay. All right.
Because if you think about it, it's kind of adorable that a Furby thinks it can be condescending.
Yeah, I was never into Furbies. I was more into like
Me neither. That's a joke. I hate them. I think they're weird and
action
gross.
figures.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, I've never actually met.
Okay. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So obviously, I spent a lot of my childhood like playing with girls more than boys, and when aside from when I was in all boys group home, what I noticed is that not very many girls actually liked Furbies, but parents would buy them for them anyways.
Damn. So you grew up in an all boys group home?
From the age of like around 9 to 12.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It was rough. And you know what?
Yeah,
like I didn't even say anything to them regarding my gender or my sexuality when I moved there, but like within 3 days of being there, they all started calling me fairy boy because I was just that effeminate.
Yeah.
Not even trying, right? Like I was just like, I'm just being me. I listen to some cringy bands because it's the 90s or just after the 90s now, and I don't know any better.
Yeah. Those little group homes. I'm a big fan of Annie. I like the Annie story. And
oh, okay.
I guess it's true. It's a hard knock life,
There's not enough rich oligarchs for us all. I was never in position for adoption, so at least like never felt dejected that way, but you certainly still feel like isolated from normal society, and it fucks with you.
Yeah. That is one of those things too where it's like, hold on a second.
No worries, I'm just gonna have a bong hit.
That is one of those things too where in the late 1800s, early 1900s, there was a lot of kids that were kind of a lot of orphans being I want to say trafficked to rich parents.
More not in a sexual way, as long as we're being clear.
Yeah. I guess traffic wouldn't be,
Pipelined maybe.
Yeah, pipeline. But you gotta ask yourself, like, why were there so many orphans? Jeremy, good morning, man. Good morning.
I knew that was Jeremy. You can't fool me with that stupid Apex Predator name. I recognize
I'm not
you.
trying to fool anybody.
I know. I just wanted to say one thing to follow up before he starts yapping. And I love you. I love your yapping. I love your yapping, but please just let me finish.
It's a hard knock life.
Okay, so
it's a hard knock life.
funnily
for
enough,
us.
that all boys group home was where I kind of went from feeling bigendered to like completely closing off any effeminate side, being like super aggressive, super just like trying to pretend to be like the biggest, straightest guy ever. And I never felt right about it. It always hurt. Every time I had to like fight somebody to make them think I wasn't gay, all that stuff. Until I finally just one day I saw ContraPoints, a trans YouTuber, and just her being herself and beautiful was like, oh, right. I do want to be beautiful like that. It's like I finally let go of that toxic masculinity that I literally just put up as a defense, like as a literal defense, because I was in a violent group home.
You know, even with the queers and the trans men, listen. You get backed in the corner, you'll turn into that toxic masculinity and come out every time. You get backed in the corner.
Well,
sometimes, hey, toxic masculinity is what it's what got us here in society.
Well, even to answer your question, yes, women can. And to answer your question, yes, women can be toxically masculine too. When they're in a culture where that's all that they can be, right? Like, because that's all that's around them. Like, especially if they're surrounded by men. They tend to exhibit those traits. Well, I'm just telling you.
Melanie, there's some middle ground though, right? I mean, you said you went from being like, we're trying to be the most masculine you could be, and then you just shut it off and went straight to being like the most feminine you could be. Is there not any middle ground there? Could you like just maybe temper it a little bit?
So I don't think so. I only identified like plausibly as a boy before I hit puberty. After hitting puberty, and it was the same time that I also went into the boys group home, first of all, like my puberty and my libido came strong on me. So that kind of blurred a lot.
Good night, HB. I can't listen to any more of this shit.
I'm sorry. It's just how puberty works. That's just how puberty works. But anyways.
Come on, 12 man.
It's all right. It's not like you have anything to add to the conversation. I like 12th man, but dude, I don't know how you guys tolerate that brain damage.
No, 12th man is like
Seahawks fan too, right?
Yeah, no, I 12th man is like a pillar over here, man. I fucks with 12th man, man.
I've talked to like 1,000 versions of him who all say the same thing, so it's like
like he's a Seahawks fan. He seems cool, but yeah, get him off panel. The guy has nothing to add. And let's not talk about.
If I could finish, it's.
No, don't finish. Don't finish all over.
You asked the question, you fucking pussy. Let me finish. You're a fucking pussy. Let me answer the goddamn question. Don't fucking enter the kitchen if you can't take the heat. So the answer is that.
Hey, Jeremy, that's that toxic masculinity right there.
Oh no, I don't want to hear this disgusting shit. I don't want it in my brain.
By the way, I learned how to debate like this in another group home where my foster mother gaslit me the whole time. But anyways,
tell that story.
Oh, I will after I finish this. So because I finished puberty before I realized I wanted to be trans, I just felt so separated from any ability to kind of feel like bigendered at that point. Like the puberty.
You mean like boy or girl?
So what I speculate is, had I not been in a group home, puberty would have made it harder and harder for me to identify as a guy, which is actually what you see in a lot of trans people.
Okay.
So about my foster mother, which is an interesting story. I guarantee you it's actually an interesting story. So I move into this new foster home, right? If you're going to interrupt me, I won't tell you the interesting story.
Wait. Yeah, I don't want to hear the interesting story. You're a smart debater, right? Cosmic Fox.
It's actually SMRT. So, like, I am so smart. SMRT. Oh, wait. No. SMART. From The Simpsons.
Okay. What makes you a smart debater?
That I'm not a stupid debater, and that I debate. Well, no, like I care about, like, so say I'm going to do a subject, I care about understanding it to a much greater degree than what I entered going into it. So I do a lot of prep and a lot of research, and
subject that's actually interesting. That's not about transitioning. Let's do that.
Guns.
Okay.
I'm anti-gun. I'm completely anti-gun.
Wow, you're anti-gun?
100%.
Yo, I literally I literally in the past 2 weeks I moved from Chicago to Texas just so I can fucking buy guns.
Yeah.
A lot easier. A lot easier.
Melanie, have you ever shot a gun before?
Pardon?
Have you ever shot a gun before?
A paintball gun. It's just harder to like get to shoot them at like normal circumstances
I mean, like
here.
a real gun, like a handgun or something like that. You've never shot a handgun before.
No.
I would say at least try it out and see if you like it.
No, I'll like it.
Oh, it's awesome.
I have no problems about that. It's like just because I get dopamine hit from it doesn't make it good though, right? That's a different argument.
Well, we're not talking about whether it should be legal or not. I'm just saying it's fun.
Right. There's plenty of ways to have that amount of fun though. Like roller
Yeah.
coasters are very fun.
Fuck roller coasters, kids. Sex and guns. That's all there is. And
Wait,
drugs.
okay. So do you know the biggest difference between a steel coaster and a wooden coaster?
No, I don't want to know. It sounds boring.
Okay, because you're boring. That means you're boring, and you only know how to have fun by shooting things because you're an American one-dimensional brain loser.
Probably.
Yeah, we are pretty one-dimensional over here in America.
It's like you see when like we make fun of you guys as a stereotype, and you're like, oh yeah, no, that's actually us.
Yeah, no, it really is. For the most part, yeah, we like guns.
No, I love talking to him. Like you guys are pretty diverse, just to be clear. Like I don't actually see Americans that way.
Wait, I'm not one-dimensional. That sounded so simple.
Freedom.
Sounded so
Like
peaceful.
guns,
Eagles,
like our freedom,
beer, guns, pickup trucks,
Cigarettes too.
women.
I like all of those things. Yeah, let's go with that. I'm down. So, Melanie, you come from Process and all those people, right?
No, I come from way before that. I come from modern day debates.
Or wherever. What brings you over here?
Oh, I kind of segued in through the Grace arc, heard that the John guy was critical or something, and I was like, oh, okay, let's see what he's up to. And then I'm kind of a panel whore, so I'm here whoring it up.
Why don't you cam up?
Well, as you know, I have, but right now I'm at my studio, which is at home. I only use my cam when I'm on my work computer because that's the only working camera I currently have.
HB, why don't you cam up, HB?
I'm driving. I used to cam up all the time, but I just kind of think it's a little unprofessional to cam up while I'm driving.
It's just, it's one extra thing you have to manage, and you don't want to be distracted. That's totally understandable.
Yeah.
As for me, like I broke my camera lens because I'm a dumbass, and I only have a setup to use an SLR. So until I can afford a new lens, I'm a dumbass.
What kind of SLR do you have?
Canon.
Canon. What?
Okay, I lied. I don't have an SLR. I have a Raspberry Pi cam, and I just can't say that because nobody knows what the fuck that is. Okay, and the lenses are stupid. I have an adapter for like a stupid lens. That's the only type that you can actually get to work with the focal range. It's so I learned too much about optics just to make it barely work, and then it broke.
Oh shit! It's a hard knock life, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a hard knock life for Cosmic Fox. It's a hard knock life.
It's like this camera would be perfect to use for everything, especially different lenses. But they chose the absolute stupidest aspect ratio and focal range for it to work at, and it's just no lens wants to do that. No adapter wants to fit it to that exact length. It's
Melanie, you're right. I am boring. This is very boring. Let's talk about another smart subject.
Yeah, let me give you the story about my foster mother because it actually is interesting. So, I move into a group home, right? I'm the new kid there, and that's the key thing here. And so I wake up the next morning, or maybe 2 mornings later, after just I'm heavily on meds at this point after all the group homes before, and I'm not keeping full track of everything I do, and I even kind of have to.
Wait, what meds are you on? That's interesting.
Not anymore.
No,
not anymore. But I was on
Are you not loud?
lithium, Seroquel, Risperidol, Concerta.
You're on lithium? Yeah, they put you out, bro.
1.5 grams of lithium, so 1,500 milligrams.
You were a real fucking little devil, weren't you? Why'd they put you
No,
on some?
I grew up in incredibly bipolar environments, and then they tried to treat me for bipolar, which I didn't have. I was just responding to my environment. And then since that medication didn't work, they just went to higher and higher forms of medication.
Yeah, it's kind of. I kind of.
Wolverine was also Canadian too.
That bastard.
Yeah, no, they did a lot of experiments on him.
Yeah, Canadians really aren't that special or exotic if you think about it.
No. See, I think that's what they want us to believe. I think you guys are kind of like the petri dish of the West. They do all types of fucking experiments on you guys.
What? No, that's so like you guys had Roswell. Whatever.
No, it's all the water.
Yeah, no.
Water. They just push it in the water.
Like the majority of MK, like some of it was done here, but the majority of MK Ultra was done there. Like, come on.
Yeah, but that was wasn't done on the people. Like the people of Canada is a science experiment.
Oh yeah, the French Canadians. Are you can tell me French Canadians aren't a science experiment? Those
Okay,
guys
so you know that like just like America, we have specific towns that are like market towns, right? Like where they actually like test out stuff in those towns.
land.
Pardon?
You gotta let my jokes land. You go straight to talking. I don't get to.
I'm not listening to you. Jeremy's annoyed me one too many times. Just for context, HB.
I do it on purpose.
No. Jeremy's he's definitely you got to get used to Jeremy. I don't think he's a bad guy though, honestly.
I think he's cool tonight.
I just think he's wait, hold on. I think we got a porn bomber. Hold on, let me see. Let's see. What picture can we put up? Hold on 1 second.
You just put full screen.
Hold on.
Yeah, Ava. I rejected Ava last time. Now she hates me.
Right.
Is that you? Ah, they jumped off. Wow, it really was a porn bomber. Wow.
Oh shit.
Wow. Yeah, they jumped off.
See?
No. They just jumped off as soon as I let them up. Wow.
So you're saying about me, HB? I would say I'm very boring, and I like when I go on the internet, I want to see something funny like right away.
Yeah.
So like if I get bored, I'll just throw some crazy shit out there to see how people respond to it, just for my own personal entertainment. People are boring on YouTube now. They debate like Melanie. They debate the same topics over and over and over. That's at the point where
you haven't thrown any shit out to debate that's been different than my trans stuff.
5-10 minutes. Let's debate. See, there's not a lot that I care about, also, so that's a problem. Guns was let's go back to guns.
Me up.
Yeah, let's go back to guns.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Oh, shut up, bitch! You're a smart debater. You shouldn't be afraid of me. Hey,
okay, make your opening statement or whatever you want to do. I don't care.
I think guns are fun. I think that was my first point. I think people should own guns. I think if this whole like notion of being able to take someone's gun away because they have a criminal record, I think that's bullshit. I think if somebody has a gun and they shouldn't have one, then hopefully somebody around them will talk to them. I don't know. But there's too much legal bullshit, like red tape, when it comes to guns. So I think we should just let everybody have guns, let people police themselves to a certain degree, and if it gets out of hand, I don't know, call the cops. What do you think? Take them all away?
So just to respond to like the everyone should own a gun thing, we're not safer in a shootout. The more bullets that are in the air, the more likely you are to get shot, even if you're not involved. Gun violence, gun ownership is something that has been statistically shown to lead to increased gun violence for the individual, their family, and the community. So if you actually want to reduce gun violence, that way people don't feel the need to own guns due to the threat of other gun owners, then you actually want to decrease manufacturing and do a buyback program to incentivize people to hand over their guns.
Yeah. So gun violence, obviously, if you take away the guns, there's going to be less gun violence. But what other kinds of violence are you going to see? To take it
okay, that was you, Ryan. My bad. That was Ryan. All right.
You don't actually know.
Exactly.
Here, for example, we have lower violent crime rates in Canada, right?
Well, that's
like
Canada,
people in urban centers stab each other less.
Yeah, because it's cold.
But you realize, like, people in Toronto actually have guns, right? Like, there's also shootings there.
Think about like the most violent places in the United States, like Southern California, nice and hot there. Miami, California, Florida, nice and hot
Yeah,
there.
heat stroke can do that to people.
Yeah, exactly. It makes them go crazy. That's why we need guns.
That's why they shouldn't have a gun. No, that's because they're not thinking rationally.
Can you imagine
What happened? What
Oh, God.
happened though to like you're falling off because you're gonna at some point try to make the argument that we need like responsible gun ownership, right?
To a degree, yeah. I would
So
say
what you're saying about people who are having heat stroke showing a gun is going to contradict that.
I think you're confusing the point.
So people with heat stroke cannot responsibly own a gun because they are not able to use their cognitive facilities in a way that is required by a responsible gun owner.
That's more of a joke. I was just saying, in general, hotter places are more violent. You don't take it to that far.
Right.
But
So
HB lives in Texas, right?
Yeah.
How could you live in Texas without a gun?
You can't.
How? Yeah, it's not possible.
I
Right?
mean, you know, the crazy thing is everybody in Texas has a gun, so it kind of balances itself out.
how many times have you had to pull a gun on somebody?
It doesn't matter. He wants to own a gun.
It does. It
And
does.
in America, we own guns. In Canada, you can't own guns.
How can you live in Texas without a gun? If you never have to pull a gun on somebody in Texas, then you never really needed a gun.
Because everybody knows there's an understanding that everybody has a gun. So if you pull it out, you know there's 3 other people in the room that also have a gun. You're not going to get a shot off. That's what keeps everybody from pulling out their guns is there's that general understanding that everybody's also got a gun.
Let's go back to different forms of violence. How do you know that other forms of violence will necessarily increase because people don't have guns? Because it sounds like people don't usually pull guns in these situations anyways.
Well, yeah, because everybody feels safe in that situation. So anybody that would pull a gun wouldn't go into that situation in the first place because they know that there's a bunch of people with guns, so they wouldn't
No,
try
I guarantee you that domestic violence victims don't feel safe in those situations.
The whole school shooter analogy is that you have a kid with a gun and there's nobody else in the building that has a gun to defend themselves.
Wait, have there been 0 school shootings in Texas? Just being clear.
That's not a
no.
Well, I thought everybody has a gun.
No, the fact that everybody why there's not, but and they should.
But don't you think having a gun would make a big difference in Texas?
No. This is the thing. There's always loopholes with certain things. So a school with children, that's a loophole where most people don't carry guns. So of course, crazy.
Why not?
Because you don't want to have guns around children in a place of learning.
But a home is fine, right?
Yeah, the home is fine. You at Walmart, that's fine. But usually you don't want to have.
But a place
guns
of learning is just incredibly different, even though there's also kids there.
But I mean, an example of a place where if you don't have guns, you leave a population vulnerable.
Exactly, and that's why they exploit it.
I thought that's why we had police and military.
Yeah, exactly. I would say
they're not doing a very good job. But they're not everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, neither are the people with the guns. Apparently, if people can still shoot up schools in Texas.
Well, that's why I would say
your argument is dumb. Okay, you're in Canada. You don't own guns. You
Make a better argument that I have to refute.
Just wait your turn,
It
Melody.
doesn't matter. It's a constitutional right to own a gun. It's beyond that. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, my argument shouldn't be a constitutional right. Thank you.
I know, but
Okay, well then you change the law as a Canadian. Change the American law about guns. Nobody invades our country because we have guns.
That's not a
We
real
like
argument.
guns. We want guns.
Good for
How
you.
about that?
Good for you.
I disagree. I think too though.
I mean, it's an American law. You're in Canada. Why don't you worry about your own laws?
Laws can change.
I think too though. Hey, I see you in the back, Imperious. Your services are no longer needed, Imperious.
Imperious is a headache, dude. That could.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Yeah, Imperious. There was a vote behind the scenes. You've been your services are no longer.
Oh my God, you guys! Oh my God, you guys!
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's official, Imperious. Your service.
You can bring some comedy to the channel from time to time. I will tell you, he is funny.
Yeah. But there's been some claims that Imperious is purposefully trying to sack
Troll?
the views. Well, not just troll, but like sack the views of the channel. And
okay.
Yeah.
He's causing a mutiny. Anyways.
Yeah. Hey.
But back to guns. like as a Canadian, you said Toronto has guns, right?
Yeah. Not very often. Like it's like 1 in 100 people, but yeah.
Like legally, they have guns, not just generally.
No, definitely not always. No, there's a lot. There's like probably a gun black market in Toronto that I just never came across personally.
How many like gun violence is caused by people who illegally own guns? Do you know that?
If I'm speaking for Toronto, because I watch the news, say roughly 2 to 3 incidents per month. So
what percentage would that be?
Percentage of what?
Of the total gun violence. How much of it is done with illegal guns?
Oh, that's not talked about much. I wouldn't know.
That's a good stat. See, when you take
So
away guns,
I was trying to answer how much gun violence do we see like annually in Toronto?
I'm going to get the black market. So if you take away everyone's guns, you're going to get a black market, right? And then everybody that has guns illegally.
You know what? Well, it becomes easier to regulate that black market because now everyone who has a gun can only have gotten it from the black market.
The whole point that it's a black market is it's not regulated.
It's not regulated, yeah.
But sorry, I meant to say criminalize. It's easier to criminalize the behavior of buying from the black market because now people can only own a gun having gotten it from the black market.
It's easier to criminalize it because they can only
if someone owns a gun, so if someone commits a crime with a gun, for example, you can immediately say they got this from a black market because there's no way that they could have gotten it.
Yeah, if somebody uses a gun, you can, I guess, but
I mean, but you can't, like, they can't keep fentanyl out of the country. They can't keep drug use from happening rampantly. We can't keep anything out of any
because
country.
Drugs are addictive, so when you criminalize the user, you get blowback. Guns are not addictive, so you can actually have buyback programs.
The point is illegal things occur. They're making guns in Turkey, the United States. They're making guns all over the world, and they'll smuggle them in. And then you have an armed population against an unarmed population of people that don't have guns to defend themselves, which it creates moral hazard because the criminals are more likely to break into people's houses if they know there's no guns, etc. So you cannot get rid of guns. There's too many in the world. I mean, there's more Kalashnikovs, Russian-made.
So you're concerned about criminals having more guns than your average gun owner, right?
Absolutely.
So you realize, though, that like they're often stealing these guns, so they're always going to have a few more guns, and actually having less access to guns on both sides means that they are less likely to have a gun when they break into your house.
If I lived in a high crime area, such as one of the major cities in the U.S., and I lived in one of those neighborhoods where there's a lot of gun crime, I would want some protection for my family.
It's called
based on the fact.
Like, let me ask you seriously. Let me just make sure we're on the same page. But you would prefer that the criminal breaking into your house has a knife and not a gun, right?
If they could get rid of all the guns, I would say, yeah, but there's 400 million guns in the United States that have been here for a long time. This thing evolved.
How many guns are in circulation by intervening when we can, we reduce it naturally.
How about this idea? Why don't they just take people that illegally own guns and lock them up for 50 years? Would that be easier? We could do that, but you're going to say no.
Well, you might as well just actually take them.
Well, take the guns and put. Okay, you illegally have a gun in your
possession. after we seclude things from the black market and they can only buy illegally and know that they're illegally buying it. Sure.
Okay, so 50-year sentence. You're cool with that?
Yeah, if you're trying to get rid of guns.
But doesn't it seem?
What about
gun violence? Gun violence is, by the way, the leading cause of death for youth right now in America. You can look that up.
Realistic at all? You say past the point of the black market where we have complete control and everybody's obeying the laws. That's not a realistic end.
Well, they could have done that with drugs. They didn't. But
you think that gun violence being the leading cause of death for youth in America is reasonable?
No, I think it sucks. But ultimately, I know that the other way is take all the guns from the people that are abiding by the law, and then you've got a problem with criminals being out of control and preying on the population of these areas.
No, you're right. We shouldn't criminalize people who are willing to, like, for example, sell back their guns to the government. I agree. But that's why I'm saying, like, once we're down to the people who are clinging to them because they're still like Second Amendment cucktards, then I don't really care.
Do you think the criminals are going to sell their guns back to the government? The people that want to commit crimes with guns, are they going to be like, man, I'm going to go sell these back. This is a great
No, but
idea.
that's
You
why
think
we
you're
have
gonna keep 'em?
militarized police now, right?
No, that's a good point, though. The criminals are just going to hide their guns, wait for everybody to give up the guns, and then once the guns
But wait,
are...
what do we have criminalized police for if not to combat these people?
I'm just saying the criminals aren't going to give them up no matter what.
Did I
They'll
say
go hide
criminalized police? I meant to say militarized police.
all the regulations.
So you're against the militarized police, right? You
Well,
don't want them
technically,
to...
for the purposes of this argument, I'm not. Just to be clear, I'm
Hey,
not being
hey,
facetious.
Ryan, that's why
Yeah.
that's why I say Canada is the petri dish of the West. I honestly think this is how they want everybody in the West to eventually think. When I say they'll
It's just European. It's a European way of thinking about
So,
things.
just a serious question for the Americans: on average, how many, like a percentage, how many mass shootings are stopped with a good guy with a gun?
Yeah, but mass shootings are... I don't know.
I mean, we really don't like the.
Well,
I don't have this.
It would have to be like a significant portion if this was something we could rely on in society.
Relevant. I would say more like just individual gun violence. That's a lot more frequent.
Where do you think the
Just
rampant?
to be clear,
gun-
like we consider
Okay.
schools to be a sacred place, but what about shopping centers where there could be like twice or three times the density of people in a
There's
compact area,
maybe-
and a shootout can break out? That's
There's
exactly
300
where
people
mass
killed a year
death
mass.
happen.
Yeah.
So most of the crimes are occurring, and it's gun crime within the major cities, and it's not mass shootings. There's 6,000 to 10,000
Well,
people
no,
a year that
it's
die
very
to.
often nightclubs and like bystanders getting shot, right? So, and that's why we started counting those as mass shootings.
They changed it to say that anybody 4 or more getting shot is a mass shooting.
Yeah, because you
Okay,
probably shouldn't have any bystanders if you want to keep gun violence
Well, it
down.
would be great. It's disgusting bystanders get shot, but they changed that classification so that they could further chase the legal gun owners by saying there's more of
because
this.
gun violence is an abhorrent issue, and this is one way of actually addressing it better.
Have you noticed though? Usually with mass shooters, that they specifically go to places where they know there's not going to be a lot of guns.
No, they go to malls and stuff.
Yeah,
And
wherever
again,
there's a-
like if we're talking about the whole under the new definition, it doesn't work like that anymore because there's plenty of people who roll up to a nightclub or other people who have guns and they just shoot people from their vehicle.
Right. They attack places that don't have a lot of guns.
No, nightclubs, plenty of people in these nightclubs have guns. What are you talking about?
No. Most
talking
nightclubs
about- I don't
they
get it.
check. Yeah, most
Okay.
nightclubs they're checking you.
I'll admit I don't know. I just don't know.
And-
But I was under the notion that there's people with guns in these nightclubs.
But going back to the whole population point, and in
Your
Texas,
fucking American media is so false.
Uh,
Such too many lies.
Yeah.
I mean, you can also look on the U.S. government website called the FBI, which shows a lot of this information.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also,
So-
the Harvard Research Center on Firearms, another good resource.
Okay, so most of the gun crime that's occurring, that's violent gun crime, is typically happening in major cities, and it's typically grievances amongst groups. Okay, the media doesn't really talk about that. Most of the gun
I'll say
crimes are
people
committed.
got shot, but I won't say why. I agree.
So they don't really cover. Your local news is going to cover, in XYZ city like Chicago, there were 82 people shot this weekend, right? But it doesn't make what makes the mass media, the national media, is when it affects the suburbs and then there's a shooting, right? And the Democrats mainly talk about that, where they go, "We've got to take the AR-15," right? But they don't talk about the city stuff because it doesn't really benefit their narrative, which is to take the guns, right? They don't talk about the city stuff because it doesn't help their narrative, which is
Wait, yes, it would.
to ultimately
You
seize.
still want to take the guns?
not
It
politically.
wouldn't
I think
change.
In other words, they don't care that 8,000 people a year die in the cities of the country. They only care when it happens to the suburbs.
but those aren't voters. People in the city don't vote. Why appeal to them?
Yes, they do. What are you talking about? Oh my god!
You know they used to call the gun.
How come so many cities are blue and red states?
Because Democrats.
Hey, Cosmic Fox,
They already have that vote.
They used to call the gun the great equalizer. And I think with the gun, it really stops tyranny, especially from men. The biggest people that I endorse getting guns are women. Ain't nothing you can fight off a guy trying to, rape you or take advantage of you very quickly.
It is a great equalizer.
Unless he
You're
has a
right.
gun, then you're going to be in a shootout.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but
then,
most
I
time
have four,
guys.
yeah, I got 4 sisters. They all know how to use a gun. We made sure of that.
Right. But okay, let's say they go up against a mercenary, right? They're probably not mercenaries themselves. That person's just going to be better trained.
A mercenary.
Well, yeah, I mean that's most people though. If you go up against a mercenary, that's
Yeah,
most
what the
people.
fuck is that?
So if we're talking about like defending against tyranny, like most tyrants are militarized. They're militant at least.
Guy while they're on, like, if my sister's
It's a check on
Can we not
government.
agree that most tyrants are militant? Can we agree with that, right? So we can expect that the tyrants who come knocking at your door are going to be coming with either militarized police,
No.
Mr.
I'm just talking about
mercenaries.
no. I'm not even talking about like global tyrants. I'm just talking about just some guy you walking down the street, Cosmic Fox, and some guy just says, "Hey, I'm gonna take advantage of this guy," or however.
Okay,
you
let's
identify yourself.
let's use the stealing your wallet example, right?
Or the woman's purse. Let's make it feminine. Stealing the woman's purse.
If you want. So in the moment that someone takes my purse, I need to not have that gun in my purse, right? Because they're gonna have my purse.
If you have the guy that's like, you can actually spot the guy before he takes it. You can, grab the gun.
Secondly, I probably want my safety on, right?
Well, of course, if you know how to.
Yeah. So I'm not just gonna go. I'm not just gonna pull it out and shoot.
But you should be trained to pull it out if you need to right away. Like, you train for that. So you drill it into.
Well, you don't need the safety on per se. If you have a correct concealed carry holster, you don't have the safety on.
But she's talking like a person. I don't like Melanie. I don't know. Like, I would keep the safety on no matter what with Melanie. But Melanie, you know what I'm saying?
Or if you're around kids, maybe.
But I'm saying having that firearm there with you makes you feel safer. Statistically, you're probably not going to have to use it. But when you're walking
and it makes
down,
you more dangerous because we know that gun ownership leads to higher rates of gun violence in households and communities. You're more likely to commit suicide, to attempt suicide with a gun, because you're more likely to succeed, especially men. So if you're looking to decrease men's suicide, you don't want them to own guns.
Yeah, but that's a person's right to do that. If they want to kill themselves, they can. Who cares?
A completely different argument, and I disagree with you that they should not be able to do that to themselves. That should be a medically verified procedure.
Wait, Cosmic Fox,
So you don't think people should have a right to their body? You don't have a right to your.
Here in
you have a right
Canada,
to your
we have
body.
medically assisted dying, and what happens first is you go through every other treatment possible because you should be allowed.
But don't you have a right to your body? I have a right to my body and do what I want.
No, I don't think. Yeah, and I don't think that if you feel depressed one day, you should be able to make a life-altering decision that you can't take back.
Melanie, I got a good question for you. Do you think anyone performed
I don't understand.
a gun? Do you think an abortion has ever been performed using a gun?
No.
Jesus Christ.
No. And at that, I'm going out. Hey, Melanie, you're confused.
It could have been. I've never heard of it, so I don't think so.
It's a hard knock life, guys. I'm out of here. Take it easy.
It's a hard knock life.
He wanted to
be Apex. Apex
it's my body, my choice. If I want to put a Mossberg in my mouth and do the Lord's work, I should be able to do that.
I totally agree. You don't think so? Do you think that it's possible that sometimes our brains don't work well, and all we need is like a little bit of time to think things through, and then we come back to like thinking rationally again? Like, say, like when we're depressed, or say like if you're an alcoholic.
I think a lot of that is I'm not really sure. I'm not sure if I'm like somebody who can really speak on mental illness.
So I'm not going to try to evoke who you care about the most, but just think about whoever you care about the most. And let's say that they passed suddenly, had no chance to say goodbye and stuff. You're torn apart, right? And you're contemplating suicide. But we know that that's the mourning process, right? It gets better. You at least stop.
Right.
And so you agree, like if you at least had a friend who could stop you, that'd be better than acting on that mourning process. And because it feels in that moment like it can't get better, because often that's how even depression feels.
Yeah, no, I think everybody goes through mourning. I think that I think a lot of times though, it's kind of being detached from humanity. Like everybody on this planet mourns somebody at some point, and I think that's what kind of, for me anyway, that's what kind of gets me through any of those those stages in life. I don't want to act like my struggle is more important than anybody else's, because everybody goes through it. So I
Sure, and
think
all
sometimes
I'm
when we
saying
get a
though
little,
is we
when we
lean
get a
on
little,
each other. We lean on each other, right? And so at the same time, I think it's that leaning on each other means that it's not easy for those around us to just let us die either.
yeah,
See what I mean?
it sucks,
Like
but
you're impacting the people around you as well, and if you're not taking responsibility for that, then that's like saying like like I can just go self-immolate somewhere, even though I'm forcing people to watch someone burn, which is an incredibly horrific, possibly traumatic thing to see. And if you think about that, right, like if I'm not allowed to traumatize people around me, then why would I be allowed to, force them into mourning, possibly
So
make
if a
them feel
person wants to
suicidal?
do this, you think the state should have the right to show up and force them to go to mental health, blah, 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 right?
So I think jumping straight to there is a little forceful. I don't like when that's done, especially having been through it myself. I think that there's
Okay.
intermediate where you're visited by somebody who tries to talk to you, checks on you, actually gauges how likely you are to try it based on what you're saying, stuff like that. Because it turns out people who are likely to try it will say very specific things, and do very specific things depending on where they're at in life. But that's another thing. But just to like not make it so like you're immediately institutionalized. But I think we have to exhaust all options, right? Until like, and then once we can't exhaust any more options, this person is still gone 10 or 20 years of being suicidal, then maybe we can say like this person maybe doesn't have any hope, and maybe we can get some doctors to sign off on this, and that's medically assisted dying in Canada.
But in the end, it's the person's right to choose what they do with their person, with their body, with their person. My brother put a gun in his mouth, a 357 Magnum, and he blew the brains out of the top of his skull, and it was his right to do it. Okay?
If
it
you
was
want to
his
believe,
human right.
honestly, like Ryan, no disrespect, but that's probably the best gun to do it with, too. Honestly,
It's a,
if you're
well, a
gonna go,
22 actually would have been a better gun because the bullet just rattles around in your head and rips your brains apart. But either way, it both work, right?
Yeah, both work.
You could do it with a shotgun, okay? But the thing is, it's
nah. There would be nothing left with a shotgun. No.
Well,
Jesus
that's right. He
Christ.
did have a open casket. My mom was very happy about that. But the point is, the whole point
you
is
realize
this.
that there's an alternate reality that happened where he missed, right? And he's now suffering a coma.
Come on, you're moving the goalposts now.
But that's what happens. That's what happens around 20% of the time in these attempted suicides.
But in the end, I had to accept the fact that he was a man, and at 38 years old, he had gone through a lot of pain and hardship in his life. He lived under a bridge. Various things occurred, right? And he made a lot of really horrendous choices. And he chose his ultimate fate, right? Like he had power over that. I accept that he did not choose to stay on this earth, and he chose what he did, right? But he has a right to his body, and I accept that.
Yeah.
And I don't think that,
again, if this is something that someone is stuck with, then that is a difference. Like, and we can exhaust all options before it has to get to that point. If someone is being like abandoned by the system, then it actually is on the system to fix that. And it's like, but here's
what to fix each individual person.
That's what I'm saying. Like you said, he was living under the bridge. It was up to the system to get him out of that bridge and into a permanent residence.
He chose to live under the bridge. I mean, I brought him blankets, and he said, "No, this is cool. I'm waiting until the end of fall to move back into the shelter."
Right.
I mean,
because you realize that people don't come to
exhausted
that conclusion unless they feel disenfranchised from participation in society for some reason. So whether it's mental health,
or you just choose to drink every single day, all day. He got sober.
How
for
come
2
you
years.
didn't choose that? How come you didn't choose that?
I just didn't choose it. I mean, there were tough places in
Right.
my life, but I made a different decision.
So again, if you're normal behavior, then we need something that explains abnormal behavior, right? And the thing that explains abnormal behavior in this instance is that he might have been suicidal, but he was probably also heavily depressed, feeling alienated from society, like he couldn't participate, probably because he might have even had an unrecognized mental disability, which is very common in people who attempt suicide. And all of these things being missed by the system means that we actually need to start paying attention to these people.
Wait. Hold on 1 second. Hey, good morning, Be Brave. Good morning.
Hey, Be Brave. Good morning, Be Brave.
This is such a great morning time discussion too. I love it. Like
Hey,
there's
good morning.
other
We did guns, so it was bound to happen. But by the way, I have access to something called firearm researcher surveys, where Harvard actually asked firearm researchers, because there's people who do that for a living, about all sorts of things. Here's just like expert survey number 7.
Hold on, before you say that, please tell me who funded the study. So Harvard, and who was the funder? Where did the money come from? Was it the NRA? Probably not.
Harvard just has a bunch of firearm researchers, and so they have like a natural. Nobody had to fund this.
But usually, unless it's simply a study where they just pull data.
Are you asking if there's conflicts of interest? No, there are no conflicts of interest. So
I mean, Harvard's ultimately a very liberal institution, but
oh no,
I would say there is somewhat of a conflict of interest there.
You don't think they have an incentive to be objective and provide good data that other institutions can use, thus upping their reputation within the academic community?
I think after the recent protests, it would be most likely to say that's
protest
pretty
against
progressive.
Israel, which has nothing to do with firearm research.
I understand that, but it's still, the position is an extremely
This came out
liberal.
before that. This came out in December 2014.
Okay, well, you can read it, but all I'm stating is that it's a fairly left-leaning institution as far as I'm concerned.
So question 1. So I'll tell you about the methods. Email sent 276. Emails open 120. Survey started 86. Surveys completed 85. So they got 85 completed surveys. Q1, periodically the Galt poll asks this exact question of the general public. Please give your own opinion. Do you think having a gun in the house makes it safer or a more dangerous place to be? 5% said safer. 64% said more dangerous. 31% said it depends, which is interesting. And 1% said no opinions. There's 3 more questions. I'll just do the next one, and then if you guys want to hear the rest one, because they're kind of like more follow-ups, then you can let me know. Question 2, rate the quality of scientific evidence on this issue. 2% said very weak, 10% said weak, 14% said medium, 43% said strong, 21% said very strong, and 10% said I don't know. So I think that, there's still a range of opinions and firearm researchers in this, but we can see a majority distribution towards households that own a firearm being more dangerous, and that the evidence on this is between medium and very strong.
Okay.
Hey,
Hey,
be brave. What do you think about this?
good morning. How's my mic? Is it okay?
No,
Sound
you
great.
sound good.
Okay,
Yeah, you
good.
sound good.
Well, I one quick question before I say something. Are you wanting to get rid of handguns or long guns also?
Hunting rifles in the rural setting, I don't know.
Hunting rifles.
Handguns in a domestic setting, yes.
Okay, handguns in a city setting. How's that?
Yes.
I mean, long guns in a city setting. Is that okay?
There's no need for it now.
Okay, so right there. Okay, thank you. Look, I understand, what you folks try to get at, but what you do is you take so much concern for the individual that you expect all of reality to change around people that are destroying their own lives and pity them and follow them around in their own self-destruction. Nobody's going to take care of suicide. Nobody's going to take care of anything. And so, and if you got people that are, just completely mentally shot, you can't expect the whole rest of society to be penalized because of it. I don't even care about handguns, long guns, or anything. I'm just talking about the right to self-preservation.
Sure. I can have this conversation too.
Yeah. Well, so the point is when you sit there and you expect an entire modern civilization of 340 million people to all of a sudden adjust to the crazies in the society, you're literally. Can you use the word rape, or do you got to say great?
Well, before you go there, before you go there,
hold it. No.
You can say rape. You can say
okay.
rape.
Yeah, and you got to, and no, okay, but you got to let me finish my statement.
I think I get where you're going with.
No, it doesn't matter. I get to finish my statement. All I wanted to say is, if you take and you expect all of the society to chase around people that are crazy, worrying about them, then you're raping the rest of the society, because self-preservation is such a natural need, and guns have enhanced the self-preservation beyond our imagination. And we're not going to get rid of that ability to preserve and protect ourselves. So to chase around people that are crazy and use that as an excuse to stop everybody else from protecting themselves, you are literally advancing the rape of the majority of your civilization. I know. So got it. And I just wanted to make it before you went ahead. I wanted to make the point again.
Amazing. So just to put it very simply, if you consider self-preservation to be normal behavior and we see abnormal behavior, we need an explanation for that abnormal behavior. And the explanation can't just be these people are lazy, because that's
I didn't say anything about lazy. I said crazy.
Okay, so what is basically the same thing? If these people are crazy, that means they need help. That means they need assistance.
You're right. You're right.
So how are we forcing anyone to deal with things by giving them help and assistance?
You're not. Give them help and assistance. Just don't take away another person's ability to protect themselves with guns in the pursuit of helping people, helping the crazies.
Okay, so would you say that you can never possibly someone who's suicidal crazy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so then technically anybody could be crazy at any point.
It doesn't matter. If you lose your mind, you lose your mind.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
not. That's too much for that's too much for the rest of society to try to stop. You're talking about like near metaphysical ridiculousness. What do you do if people lose their minds? They lose their
Let's take
minds.
this away from death for a second, because I find other type of moral dilemmas to be more interesting in this scenario. So let's say like you had a fit of rage and you have this pet that you really love, right? But in that moment, you kick them in the back and you break your spine. However, as horrible as that is, however, if there could have been a camera in your bedroom, thus sacrificing your rights, you could have saved your pet and had, instead of just 3 years, 12 happy years with your favorite cat or dog, right? If someone just could have stopped you in that moment, do you think it would have been worth it to have that one instance with a lack of self-actualization, self-mobility, to have many, many years of enjoyment with that thing? Another way, let me re-ask my question. Do you think it makes sense to give up a short amount of your free will so that way you can have many, many more years to follow of free will?
Yeah, when the short amount of free will means at the moment I got to kill a person for intruding into my home. Yeah, I don't care about rest.
Well, I'm talking about suicide still, right? So like if I'm suicidal,
that's what I'm talking about.
So let
the person kill themselves. Don't take my gun away from my home.
Well, okay, we're not there yet. But if I'm suicidal and I'm quote unquote crazy, I think it makes sense that someone would take away my rights so long as I'm suicidal, so that way I don't do something I might regret, right?
They do that. They tell people that are crazy.
What's the timeline?
Hold it, Ryan. They do that. They don't. You have background checks. If you're crazy, you don't get to buy a gun. I don't care if you get one somewhere, but you don't get to buy one legally. So they do that.
Sure, I'm not disputing that anyways. What I'm saying is that it makes sense to intervene at those points, because we know that people don't have a grip on things.
Right. You are correct. I'm all for intervention when possible. It's the moral thing to do. But you
realize that there's a cheaper option to intervention, right?
You don't get to intervene at the cost of destroying something else.
But you realize that like intervention is really expensive, really costly, takes up a lot of police and social worker resources. Let me finish. I'm not finished. So there's a cheaper solution, which is to have fewer guns around, so that we don't have to intervene as often. I tried.
No, the cheaper solution is to let the person kill themselves. If there's no services here, if you grab a gun and you want to kill yourself,
that's not true.
Hold on. That would be a much cheaper solution than try to medically chase after all of these people. It would be
so. First of all, do you realize that could lead?
Down to saving money. So let's get down to saving money. Let the people who want to kill themselves kill themselves. Goodbye.
So I'm a perfectly happy person, right?
Yeah.
And then my sister decides to kill herself.
Well, out she goes.
Then I become suicidal. Has she taken away my autonomy?
If you become suicidal because your sister killed herself, see you later, sir.
No, I'm asking you, has she taken away my right to autonomy?
No, you lost your mind. You lost your mind. We can't stop people from losing your mind.
So, are you under the
And
impression that you could never become suicidal? Because all I'm saying is, like,
I don't
you
care.
seem
I'm not
very
worried.
willing to give up your own rights if you
I'm not
quote unquote
about
lose your mind.
no.
Which is a
I'm
very
not.
wide
Nope.
definition.
Nope. I don't want to. I don't want to penalize society if I lose my mind.
Yeah.
Right, but you're going to actually end up doing that, right? Because let's say you shoot your brains out, but that goes through the skull, which can happen, up through the floor, and there's people upstairs. I know that's rare.
Okay, it is very rare. So what?
But this is an analogy for what happens.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. You don't get to take these way rare.
So any moral responsibility you have for the consequences of your actions just goes out the door.
You don't get to take rare instances and penalize the general everyday of life with them.
So what's stopping people from doing mass shooting, murder, suicides then?
If there's sometimes nothing. Do you know how many mass shootings there were this year?
Don't you agree there should be something stopping that?
If you can, of course. No, I think everybody should just have
fewer guns
fun
is
shooting.
the start.
No, fewer
Yes,
guns
it
isn't
is.
the start. No,
Well, it actually is, because a lot of these people shouldn't have access to guns in the first place, but they get them because there's a gray market.
It doesn't matter. It happens.
Yeah, it does, because if you get rid of the gray market, you drastically decrease their access to guns.
You go
because
around
black markets are inherently hard to access.
You go right. Look, if black Americans are
that's not the same thing. Don't bring race into this, you stupid
I thought
idiot.
you said. I thought you said
black markets, gray markets, white
Oh,
market.
I'm sorry. I thought you said black American. No, it doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter.
I didn't think about how
There's
close
just
it was,
statistics going with the gun violence that I almost launched.
Wait, Brave. But there's literally a million different ways you can kill yourself. I think.
Yeah, there is.
To say getting rid of guns is going to stop people from killing themselves.
Yeah,
it's
it
like
decreases the attempts because
it's
guns
like,
are seen as the safest way to get to complete it, right? Many women attempt suicide without the intention to complete it, so they often don't use guns. Men use guns for suicide because it gives them the highest chance of completion.
Cosmic Fox, that's like saying get rid of cars to get rid of car accidents.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. So if cars were actually incentivizing people to have car accidents, like say we had only fast cars on the road and then maybe we need to bring down the top speeds of these cars. What I'm saying is, in the case of guns, this is a supersonic projectile. It's going to be lethal no matter what. That's why people aim it at their skull to commit suicide with, because it has a lower chance of failure than others, even though it's still pretty high with 20%.
Wait. Look at EAE's
20% is 1 in 5. That means 1 in 5 people who attempt suicide with a gun will fail and will have to suffer lifelong consequences. Their family will have to endure medical debt as they sit in a coma.
No, their family doesn't incur medical debt of somebody that tried to kill themselves and is going to live on. The family goes on. It's not my responsibility.
They still get brought to the hospital. They still sit in the bed until someone pulls the plug. That all costs money to somebody. And who's it go to? Their family. It goes to their family.
Nope, the family can get out of that, I assure you.
You don't know how to think about anyone but yourself. I'm starting to become convinced of this.
And you are wrapped in some dream world, and I'm convinced of this.
How suicide affects the people around you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Yeah. I don't have anybody in my family doing it, and if they did, I'd say sorry. See you later.
That's kind of sociopathic that you wouldn't actually mourn.
I didn't say I wouldn't mourn. I didn't say I wouldn't mourn.
When you're in mourning, we can agree that when people are mourning, they're more likely to feel suicidal thoughts. So if you became suicidal. No. If you became suicidal, should people stop caring about you because you're crazy now?
When you're mourning, you do not become suicidal. Where in the hell?
You cannot say that with confidence.
You know how many people? You know how many people mourn and have and do not have suicidal. If you want to go into suicidal thinking, don't blame that on mourning. Mourning is a very natural process.
It definitely happened because of the mourning. So you can't say people don't either. You can't say people don't any more than I can say everyone can.
What
both of those are absolute statements.
I can say that if you're mourning something and you go into suicide, you've taken a very natural, God-given emotion and health reviving emotion and turned it into something for your own self-putrid pity. Why would you, if you're mourning, why do you want to kill yourself?
How is the person who's trying to commit suicide with the gun in the first place not doing that?
He is. That's why I say when somebody's wrapped up in self-pity, you can't stop them.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Wait, are you just have you not thought of any solutions to like give someone actual confidence and like feeling like they have a boost by like you said, the person on the bridge? What if he was actually offered a house, right? Like a house.
I think
Like you don't have to rent, you don't have to work for it. It's your house, you live in it, that's it. Right? No utilities, none of this, right? Maybe he might actually feel like, wow, I have a shot at life. Because I don't do well in jobs for whatever reason, because I don't have a caught mental illness. So therefore, if I have a house, then at least I don't have to live outside anymore. You haven't thought of solutions because you're too selfish.
You're accusing people of not wanting solutions to mental problems, and nobody says that. Nobody is saying
You're
that.
wrong.
We all want
I'm
intervention. We
saying the
all want
opposite.
intervention. We all want intervention. What I'm saying is you're forcing people to care about things with everything they're made of. They have no control over. Once you have
the people whose job it is to care about these things, the people whose job it is to take it on.
They're not doing
that
it.
responsibility.
They're not doing it though. They're not doing it. So
really?
that means the rest
I
of
thought
it.
your whole complaint was that we can take that the guns are being taken away. So if you're not doing it, then you have nothing to fucking worry about, do you?
That's not my complaint.
All your laments are about nothing.
No, if they're not doing the job, that's not for the rest of society to absorb. What you're doing is you're forcing people to care.
The rest of society doesn't absorb it because
they're
incapable of it.
What you're doing is you're forcing people to care about something that they have absolutely no control over.
I can't force anyone to care. I'm saying
yes, you are.
I'm
yes,
saying
you
that
are.
responsible
yes,
bodies.
I'm
saying like doctors and police officers and social workers should have the authority to take guns when someone is a threat to themselves or others, even remotely, and gun ownership.
Do that. They already do. If somebody's acting crazy and they got a gun, they take the gun away from them.
It turns out gun ownership is a threat to yourself and others. So let's just take away all the guns. Thank you. Thank you for playing.
If you want to think that, you go ahead. But you're living in a dream. What you do, what this is, and this is, and I'm saying this, and I'm not even.
I'm basing all my stuff on what Harvard says about gun research.
And I'm basing all my stuff on human nature. And I'm saying
you don't seem to understand very well.
Yeah, I know. I know. Somebody's confused here. Let's say we'll agree on that.
Wait. Cosmic Fox. I know. Listen, I understand your point of view, but try to be I want to say be a gentleman, and I'm not trying to be condescending, but you know.
No, that just is because you're misgendering me. So
yeah.
Don't speak out of both sides of your mouth. Just don't speak out of both sides of your mouth. Be honest.
I just don't want to. Listen, I want us to have.
Look, if this guy's making a fool of himself, he's demonstrating to me that he doesn't understand human behavior, and then he says that he understands human behavior. I'm going to say, no, I don't think you do. I formed an opinion based on what you said that you don't.
All right, let's go. I said I don't understand human behavior.
No,
I do understand. Yes.
Yeah, and I said you don't.
Okay, let's go. Look, folks, does it sound like I'm making a fool out of myself?
No. That's what I don't want us to do, to be making
right.
We just disagree on
no right. So no, the point is I'm not making a fool out of myself.
What causes aggression in humans?
No, hold it. Let's get wait a minute. He says he's accusing me of making a fool of myself, when in reality what he's doing is just simply name calling because he's angry. Now who's the fool? I
can explain it for you if you don't know.
I just
Okay. Back up. Brave, can I talk for 1 minute? Because I got to get on a call in a minute.
Go ahead,
okay?
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
I just need to state this to Cosmic Fox. Cosmic Fox, the United States is 31st in the world in suicides. Okay? If you take guns away, Japan kills themselves by hanging. Other countries kill themselves by other things. I think the suicide rate might be affected, it might not. But ultimately, if people want to kill themselves, they're going to. And again, I believe in your right to your body. My brother did it. It hurt me. It hurt his son. It was terrible. However, his human right to his own body existed. And that's just, he could do what he want with his body. Ultimately, I don't know how you are not seeing that. It's kind of crazy to me.
So if you want
kids who make it into
adulthood, you want fewer guns in your community. Because right now, gun deaths in the U.S. are the highest cause of death for youth.
Okay. Again, you're not proposing solutions. Take the guns, the criminals have them. How are you going to get the guns from the criminals? Because that's what we're using to defend ourselves.
There's one group of youth.
I've already explained this. Here. Big brain people who can't understand my explanation the first time. Here it comes for the fourth time. when you make everything into a black market, then anyone who owns a gun who isn't a cop immediately has criminalized themselves. And by criminalizing behavior, you disincentivize it. That's why we criminalize behavior. Wow,
There's current laws in every city in the country against guns, and it's not stopped the flow of guns, nor is it stopped the criminals from shooting guns.
Dude. You're treating this like it's rocket science, and it's so fucking basic, dude. When you
It is.
isolate
You're right.
the
It is
market
basic.
to a
It's all
black
basic.
market, then nobody can legally own guns. Therefore, anybody who's not a law-abiding citizen won't own guns. Therefore, anybody who shoots anybody immediately outs himself as a criminal. They can't make a self-defense claim. Therefore, people
They don't
will
make
not
self-defense
own guns.
claims. They don't make self-defense claims. They just go shoot up places and don't care.
You don't think anyone ever makes a self-defense claim when they fire a gun?
Wait, Cosmic Fox, do you care about the gun shop owners and the people who teach people gun?
All right, I'll be back. I got to get on a call.
Okay,
I'll be back.
okay.
All right, see you guys. See you guys.
Do you,
You
care
mean
about
jobs?
the?
I thought
yeah,
we were the
yeah.
pull yourself up by the bootstraps people here.
Yeah, but I mean, do you care about those families that own shops that?
Yeah, pull
teach
yourselves
people
up by the bootstraps. I'm using your logic against you.
So you don't care about these people going in?
No, I do, but right now, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I'm using your logic against you.
No.
I'm using. Don't say no. I'm using your logic against you. You have to be consistent and say, "Oh yeah, you're right. I guess I would tell them to pull themselves up by the bootstraps if I was the one doing this to them."
But do you at least
No, take
care
some
about all the
accountability and
people?
admit that you would also expect them to pull themselves up by the bootstrap. Please show me that you have humility.
Can I ask my question?
No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking you a
Can I-
question.
Can I ask the question, sir?
No, you can answer my question, then you can ask yours.
I'm sure they'll figure something out, but I think a small majority of them will probably go into a deep depression and maybe kill themselves.
At
I
least
mean,
they won't have guns, so their
Who
chances of
cares?
success are lower, and they're actually
Who
when your
cares?
chances of when you're perceived because when you're perceived chances of success are lower, you're actually less likely, to try it. Why? Because especially with men, committing suicide is about finalizing the act, and if you can't finalize the act, that's incredibly shameful, and men don't like risks, shameful situations, especially the Japanese. So your analogy your comparison fell apart super fast. So thank you for playing. We can reduce suicides by increasing the success rate. Wow, rocket science, right?
Yep. Who cares? Increase the suicide
You're
rate
just
for the
literally just
people that
putting
want
words
to
in
do
my
it.
mouth because you can only attack a straw person at this point.
No. Anyway, so I got a question. though.
I'm not doing that. Even though I just talked over you and told you what you said.
I got a.
Be mature.
I'm
be
really
mature,
smart.
Cosmic
I'm a good
Fox.
debater, though.
Hey,
Come on. No.
HB, have you noticed one thing? I got to give credit to myself. Do you notice how
really?
Do you notice how I draw out the anger of people?
Yeah, I'm starting to see. You know,
Do you see that? This guy was a gentleman until I came on. I've got that. You know why that is? You know why that is, HB? Because I don't mess around. I get to the essence of things. They drive
Okay,
them
so
crazy.
going back to the firearm researcher survey. So what makes you
I
think?
don't care. I don't
See,
care.
that's-
You don't understand. You see,
That's why
I
you
wish.
bring anger
I
out
wish.
of people.
I
You're
wish.
trying to accuse me of not caring, yet
No,
you're the
no, no,
fucking
no,
hypocrite.
no, I didn't
You're a
accuse you.
fucking
No,
hypocrite.
no, I
You're
did
a
not
fucking
accuse you of not caring.
hypocrite.
I said
You're a
you
fucking
cared too much.
hypocrite.
No,
You're
you
a
cared
fucking
too much.
hypocrite. You're
See
a
what?
fucking
See,
hypocrite.
HB, was he
You
acting
accuse
crazy
me
like
of
this?
not caring,
Was
and
he acting crazy like
I don't
this?
give a shit, guy. Right? You're a fucking
He was
hypocrite.
actually pretty.
You damn right. I'm a champ at this shit. You know why? Because they're nuts, and I'm proving they're nuts.
He's a shitty debater.
He's showing it. He's showing it. Look, I'm sorry, folks. I'm not. I don't mean to brag, but I'm good at this.
What you say without being like, I don't care.
There he is. Now, anyway, I got a question, Cosmic. I
Saying
got a
that,
question.
but you're the one who has to say I don't care every time you run out of a response.
No, because I really don't.
No, because
Hey,
you really don't have.
I do have a question, Cosmic.
You're right. You really don't have a response.
I have a no.
Right. You really don't have a response.
I got a question though.
Right. You really don't have a response.
All right, good. Got a question for you though.
Well, how many more times are you not going to have a response to me while you still act like you're winning the
I
debate?
just wanted to tell you good morning.
Hi, Portia.
Good morning, Portia. Good morning.
Good morning.
I got a question. So
No, you don't. You got a response you have to give me still.
what? Okay, response to what? I'll respond. What?
Wait, hey, Cosmic Fox, can you say good morning to the lady, Portia? Do you mind? Do you mind?
Oh, I'm not. I don't exist right now. I'm like a phantom. Don't ignore me.
Good morning, Melanie. Good morning, Brave. Good morning, Ryan.
Hey there. No, I got a question, Cosmic.
You gotta respond to me about firearm researcher surveys where the majority of people who research this subject believe that it makes it a little more dangerous. Why do you think researchers would think that?
I have a
Who are smarter than you
I don't care what the research says.
Yeah, because I'm smarter than you and you have no response.
It does because my response is
You don't have
human.
a response, it's
Okay,
like a
let me
shitty
say this.
computer.
Forget people have a right not to care that much about that situation if they can't have any control over it. I got a question for you though, Cosmic.
You can't have control of it. It's called not owning a gun.
Well, no.
Wow, rocket science, am I right?
No. You don't get that kind of
Rocket
control.
science, that's
You
so
don't
hard
get that.
for me, right?
That's controlling somebody else. That's controlling everybody. So I got a question. If you are out in the middle of the wilderness,
You know what? We also control seatbelts. We
HB,
tell people to wear seatbelts. That's controlling people.
HB, could you help me out here?
Yeah. Come on.
I have a question for you. It's telling people to wear seatbelts, not controlling them.
Okay, I got a question. If you were out in the middle,
people to wear seatbelts, not controlling them. Yes
It
or no?
doesn't. It's a constitutional right. It's within the very founding articles of our country.
Hold it.
to
I
say
got a
that
question. I want to
it's
ask.
part of the origins of the country against
People to
oppression of
wear
the government.
seatbelts, controlling them. Yes or no? Basic question, not rocket science.
I just got a question. One question.
You can't answer my question.
I answered it. I did answer.
No, sir. No. Seatbelts are not discussed in the Constitution, nor
Okay.
and they did
Anyway,
make them law.
I got a question.
Brave, ask your question.
Okay, I wish I really want to. If you're out in the middle of
the answer to my question, we can't move forward until I get my answer.
Oh, Lord have mercy! What is your question?
It's trying to wear a seatbelt, controlling someone. Yes or no? And then we can move to the next one.
Yes, it is.
Really? So,
yes.
So you think it's bad that we should control people? So if children die more in car accidents because they don't have to wear seatbelts, you're totally fine with that. That children just start dying more because of negligent parents.
Wait. You said you had one question. Now you got another question.
Yeah. So I never get to ask mine.
Like I said, he can't win on this path, and I'm making sure.
Right. No, it doesn't matter if I won or not. I answered your question. I said yes. It's controlling people.
So just to be clear, you're really bad for making sure kids don't die in car crashes.
Now it's another question.
You're also not good at keeping kids from dying from gun death either. You're just generally bad for kids, aren't you?
I create that.
What is the goalpost?
I'm dropping my mic.
I want the question. I want this question. Is what I want. Thank you. Drop him down.
Yeah, Cosmic Fox. I think that gentleman just rage quit, and
thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take a victory lap here. I am the greatest at this. There's nobody equal to me. It can't be done. Put me on insanity and I will expose it immediately. Go ahead.
Yeah, just so you know, Brave.
You witnessed it, folks, before your very eyes. You've seen it. This guy was a perfect gentleman before I came up. I drove him nuts for a reason, because I don't pussyfoot around with stupid all kinds of angles. Cut to the chase, baby.
Yeah.
Go ahead, HB.
Yeah. Cosmic Fox is a transgender, so I think maybe potentially, I think. There is a certain level that maybe he can't really
comprehend.
Yeah. And I, with all the, they have all different types of medications and stuff. Yeah. So I do think, I was hoping we could remain civil in this conversation. But,
but for the record, folks, I didn't get uncivil. I was civil.
No. You were civil the whole time. Okay. But I think once you were asking your questions, Cosmic Fox kind of lost his mind a little bit.
Damn right he did. I'm telling you.
And
it's called the Socratic method. Socrates.
Yeah.
That's what it's known as. Pick the right question, and it'll drive somebody that's wrong crazy.
Yeah, but
because they won't. It's because if they answer the question, it'll disprove them. They'll disprove themselves. Here's my question. I wanted to ask him anyway. Okay. I wanted to ask him, if you're out in the middle of the woods, you're at your brother's house, and it's a remote location, and somebody's trying to kick in your door, and it's a good door, it's a secure door, but they're trying to kick it in. If you knew where a shotgun was, would you go get the shotgun to protect the kids that are in that house with you?
I would hope Cosmic Fox would, but I mean.
Now hold on. If he didn't, this is what I'm saying. You know they're lying. When people will lie like that, that's a sign of a mental illness. And he's talking about caring about the mentally ill as if he's not. He's one of them. All of these people are mentally ill. That's what we're up against.
Yeah.
And the sick part about me is, since I'm a socialist, they're the ones representing socialism.
Yeah.
That's what to me pisses me right off. It's like, you represent socialism. This is who gets to be handed the socialist mantra, the socialist mantle. When in reality, it's people like me that are the real socialists. We're gonna.
No, Brave, you're just you're not a real socialist.
Yes, I am. You'd be
Because
surprised.
you think that
You'd be
people should
surprised.
work.
You'd be surprised to what extent I'm willing to use collectivist policies, Ryan.
Well, I know, but you would force people to work. You would force labor, which I can agree with. I think you should.
Well,
force labor.
that's socialism. There's no socialism ever that's said, please lay around.
Well, the other side of socialism is just take everything from the people that have and give it to everyone else.
But that's the propaganda side, Ryan. The real side, the human side, the human spiritual side of socialism is, we're all going to chip in here, and when somebody's down, we're going to make sure they don't go completely down. It's simple, and all humans are born with that emotion and that desire. And I'm saying, people like me don't have a name, but the reason I grab onto socialism is because what was handed to us 100 years ago. But you're right, a collectivist would be the better name. But it's still, it's still, I say I'm a socialist, so because I want to take back the notion of the nobility of preserving human dignity with the federal treasury. I want to take that back from people like Cosmic. He's the one that takes us and he says, let's use the federal treasury for this. Let's use the federal treasury for that. Let's use the federal treasury for that. And I'm going, you crazy bastard. There's not enough federal treasury. Hell, even if they print the money, there isn't. He's trying to create a perfect world. And that's what they're after. And it's
he sounds young. He's probably an idealist,
Oh,
like a lot of younger people
I was never that stupid.
Harebrained ideas.
I know, but it doesn't matter. No, it's a mental illness. And that's what we got to get to. We got to understand. I know, it's just, there's something wrong with these people. And it's not even a matter of being ideologically naive. They become vicious. You've seen what he did when I was going to make him look like a fool. What did he do? What did he do, folks? Don't let that go by you.
Yeah. We see it a lot with people who don't get their way in debates or on YouTube. They become mentally unhinged.
Yes.
And it you have to pay attention to this type of stuff because it's not
kid stuff.
It's not. It's really not. And it's not normal. You know, it's really kind of scary because, as much as Cosmic Fox is against guns, unfortunately, these are probably the people that shouldn't have guns, and I think
you're right.
Maybe that's kind of the what they're really going through is that they know they shouldn't be around guns, so they don't want anybody else to have them.
That's a good point.
I will say that
you can bet, HB, that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
The one point I was trying to make was that it's my body, my choice for adults. And I would just think he or she, of all people, would get that part.
Yeah.
You have a right to take your life if you want to because it's your body.
And the rest of society has a right to carry on with their lives and not care. You can't care. You care.
But HB knows what I'm saying. HB, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, hey man, you want to, and you shouldn't. You gotta. He's saying you gotta have 15 years. You gotta have 15 years of people intervening and counseling and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, is that what you want for yourself? Right. Did you want 15 years of people intervening in your decisions? Man, I think. I mean, again, my brother did it. I still think he had a right to do it because it was his own decision. And as much as I hate it, I had to eventually go, you know what? He was a man. He made his choice. He was a
Yeah.
38-year-old man. What are you going to do? Like, he chose to do it. I think it was selfish. I think it hurt his whole family, including me and his son and everybody else. Guess what? He had a right to do it as a human being. That's my opinion.
I had a
So
family.
if you want to cut your junk off, cut your arm off, cut your nose, do whatever the hell you want. It's your body, right? Like, that's my thing. So anyway.
I had a family member. This is a very true story. I'm not exaggerating it. I'm not enhancing it. She was set on causing trouble no matter where she went with the family. Okay? Constant conflict. She was addicted to conflict. I told her that 100 times. Finally, I said, in front of the family at a family gathering, I said to her, would you please, and I meant it, and I didn't retract. It wasn't during a heated argument. It was when she was starting up and I could spot it a mile away. I asked her, I said, would you please, for God's sakes, go kill yourself? Now listen, do you know she got better immediately?
Wow.
Yes.
Well, it could have went the other way for you, Brave.
I don't care. I wanted
her.
As much trouble as she always caused, Ryan, I would have been happy for that too. You're missing the point.
Ooh.
I wouldn't say that because I was playing. I'm saying, if it's time to say it, please, you're nuts. If you're not going to get help, if you're not going to seek change, if you're going to go around looking to cause other people misery, I'm asking you to kill yourself. It depends on your willingness to cause misery in others that I say that. When your willingness to cause misery in others gets to a certain point, I want you to kill yourself. There's something wrong with you that you want to interfere in other people's well-being to that degree.
Yeah.
She got better immediately, though. She got better immediately. That's what I'm saying. A lot of this nonsense is people that are, Ryan, please forgive me. A lot of people that are wrapped up, are going to commit suicide, are so wrapped up in self-pity that you almost cannot reverse that self-pity. They've got themselves convinced they're the only thing in the world and everything sucks for them and nothing matters. Okay, sorry, then goodbye. Yeah. If you can't count your blessings and you check yourself out, there's nothing the rest of society is obligated to worry about on that. That's what people like Cosmic don't get. It would be nice if we could get to them. It would be nice if rather than say that to my family member, I could have said, let's go get help somewhere. She didn't want it. She wasn't going to accept help. She was too thrilled on the conflict. It's like, whoa, you're getting thrills out of some, but not just, forget that family member. I'm just saying, when people want to kill themselves because of self-pity, these people like Cosmic that thinks that we are obligated to change that, what they do, and I didn't use the word lightly, they really are rapists of the collective psyche of a civilization. They know they're doing that. When you talk about taking away the right to protect your very body and your life and your loved ones, they're raping your psychology, your psyche.
Yeah. I do think a lot of times people are like emotionally rapists. If that makes any sense.
Yes. Just like there's non-violent psychopaths. There's violent psychopaths. There's non-violent psychopaths. There are emotional rapists. These people are I call them psychological rapists. That's what they do, and they do it they know they're doing it.
Yeah. That's why.
Did he sound stupid? He sounded articulate to me.
And that's why, to a certain extent, there's. I hate to say it, but I feel like sometimes when people when they just completely give up on trying still, I kind of am glad that they took that road. And I'm not trying to be. I'm not.
We get it. Don't apologize.
I'm not trying to be insensitive, but it's just like, you have the right to do that, but I don't really feel sorry for it, because it's one of the most selfish things you can ever do is to take your own life. I respect it more if you take somebody else's life. You take your own, that's just like, man, Jesus Christ, I mean, well, I don't respect either, actually.
Yeah,
but,
misstatement.
Yeah. But,
no, I'll tell you something.
He didn't mean that, folks.
Yeah. But it's one of the most selfish things you could ever do.
And it doesn't matter. The rest of society does not have the capacity to care. There's only so much people can care about in a civilization. There are things that need to be taken care of in a civilization.
Yeah, I agree.
People that get wrapped up in self-pity, you can't touch that with a 10-foot pole because it's too far out of the reach of people. That's like asking somebody to create world peace. What?
Yeah, it's just dumb.
Yes, it is. These people that are advanced,
We need some. I think the fact that, like, for most of human history, all civilizations went through large-scale conflicts, and there's not been a fight, right? There's not been that happening. So I think there's just this pent-up energy with young people where they now have all these causes they want to fight for. Some of them are just simply stupid. Some of them are ridiculous. And you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of just energy that's misdirected right now with all these causes, like this shit. All the liberals, look out. Usually they were getting marched off to war to fight some group that wasn't them, right? For most of human history. Think about it. You know,
well,
all civilizations all civilizations, the 20-year-olds were conflicting and fighting and warring throughout all nations. Like, it was just a common thing. You know?
Well,
And we don't have any of that going on. So.
Well, we don't need to get back to it, though, Ryan. The solution is
they better find something to do other than crying about Palestinians on every campus in the country.
Yeah, there's a big point to be had with the Gaza Strip. So you even though
then go to Gaza and take up a gun. Shut up.
You're right. But those demonstrations were orchestrated, Ryan. They were. You can't assign that to young people as starting it. They were just in there following along.
I mean, half of them can't even find Gaza on a map. So I don't know if you're correct.
That's right. No.
They can't even find the shit. Ukraine, they can't find Ukraine on a map. Yeah. Most of these kids are dumb. I
didn't say they all were thinking rationally. I said that there is reality to questioning what the hell's going on in the Gaza Strip.
I'm not pro for any of it. I'm just saying most of the people that are talking about it are
That's all I'm saying. So that protest wasn't based in complete nonsense. Even though the protests were complete nonsense, it wasn't based in complete nonsense.
Well, they should go work and send the Gazans some money then. That's useful.
Or
crime on campus isn't useful.
Or forget closing down things or shutting down things. Just get in your groups, hold some signs, and protest peacefully. Say your piece, but don't cause problems over something that, like you say, Ryan, a lot of them have no clue what they're protesting. I'm with you.
What I think Brave is the solution is that they need some problems, real world problems.
I agree with that.
I wasn't going to say that
totally
earlier.
Agree. You need some problems.
I wasn't going to say that exactly. But earlier I was going to say, John, we've got it so good here that we don't understand how good we've got it.
They need real world problems of their own, so they can fight for themselves and not be fighting for people all the way around the country.
Yeah.
I think that will get them more focused.
Yeah, it's a shame that you got to have a complete idiocy to help somebody understand the fortunes of their existence.
Yeah,
but that seems to be the human condition. Maybe the global corporate machine knows that, and they say, you know what, this herd needs things. We're going to control it, and humans are stupid and they need things. I don't think so, but maybe they think that. I don't know, but really,
Hey, Brave, you ever see the movie The Matrix?
No, I've seen pieces of it. I've never seen it.
All right, you know, I'm like a big movie buff, but there's this one scene where they were talking about how they created like matrices before the Matrix, and when they created like a utopia, the people couldn't accept it. They needed struggle and they needed conflict to stay tapped into the Matrix. And I think that's where we're at kind of in society, where people don't really have any struggle. They don't really have to worry about, especially if you're a Canadian. I mean,
just worry about American guns. Yeah.
Yeah. You literally have nothing to worry about if you're Canadian. I mean, you guys got everything over there. But I think that's what's happening. That's what's really happening is people are they're starting to kind of disconnect from reality, because we've kind of created the best society ever right over here.
Yeah, we need some conflict. You're right.
We
You're right.
got no conflict, man.
Okay, listen. This is how you know it's screwed up, HB. When the poorest people are the fattest, there's something like all of human history. The poor were dying of starvation. Now the poorest are fatter than anyone, and I'm like, what's wrong with this picture? I mean, it's totally flipped. You know what I mean? It's totally flipped. Now the poor have obesity issues, and they're like, and of course the liberals are like, oh, it's food deserts. Okay,
Food desert.
Whatever the hell it is. Okay, they're not dying of hunger like has happened for 50,000 years of human history.
One of the things that living here is that you start to see all these words, and they sound good. It's like Black Lives Matter. Yeah, of course they matter.
Yeah,
but that's forces you to basically say one life matters over the other implicitly.
Yeah.
Then you see things like food desert. You're like, all these niggas fat in this food desert. So that don't make none of this shit ever makes sense. Then if you live in the ghetto, you know in stores, man, you know they lying.
That's funny.
And it's like we live in a world where one group, and I'm not calling them political, it's just it is what it is. That they've created terms that we've accepted into the lexicon, and we think that they're true. Food desert, slumlords. They changed the definition of words when they needed to fit their need, like vaccinations. And I think that a lot of people just have bought it. The LGBT, what's a woman? All those things that we knew to be true, we now have to kind of like forsake those.
Attempted murder has become aggravated assault.
Yeah. At some points it conflicts with each other.
Well, there's a new word. There's a new word, John. I want you to familiarize yourself with it. It's called caste. CASTE. It's what they use in India, and now the left and academia is talking about a caste system in the United States. And I'm like, okay, there's an Indian caste system, which is still recognized in most of India. But there's no caste system in the United States. There's a class system, and it's based on dollars. But there's no castes. But they're using castes is going to
brought their caste system here.
I think that it's money. I think that if you have $100 million, you're going to be in the upper. You're going to live in the upper echelon neighborhood. You're hooked.
You can find lawsuits right now when the Indians have implemented caste systems on the West Coast in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, they're trying to do that here. That's right.
Right.
That's right. But this word's coming out of academia now, where they're saying caste, C-A-S-E. That's new. It's like intersectionality was new last year. The new word is caste.
Are they trying to create it lawfully, because the Constitution would surely prevent
No. They do it in the media, and
that's what I was saying. Or are they doing it kind of in a symbolic manner, in a figurative way? Because they can what they're doing is they're just jumping up.
They keep on introducing it in media and academia, and they pump it into the school system. I mean, think about all the new words that. People of color is a relatively new word, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they're trying to implement it, Ryan. I think they're
intersectionality, right? That's a new word. That is
Ryan. What you're saying is, you can see
they create language, dude. They create language. They're able to create language and put it into the zeitgeist.
But I don't think anybody's pushing for a legally enforced caste system.
No, I think what he's saying, kind of like, and correct me if I'm wrong. But just like with the gender, how that's gradually been forced upon us, right? Well,
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Sex and gender meant the same thing 15 years ago. Now they've separated them and said one's biology and one is how you feel about yourself, right? One is gendered language. I mean, so they literally create these ideas that then they push out into the world, and a lot of them stick. I mean, it's nuts. Like, the only words I can think that the right have created, they made up the word job creator and it's stuck. Job creators are really just employers. But the right wing was able to make up the word job creator and push it into the political sphere. oh, you're going to tax job creators, right? Like, well, you could say you're going to tax employers, right? But job creators sounds like this guy's just inventing a job for people, right? Like that's the only thing I could think that the right has made up and coined as a word, and it's stuck. The left has made up. I mean, how about marginalized group? That marginalized. Everything's marginalized. That wasn't said 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
I think there's a big difference.
Marginalized. I mean, people use it day to day now in all kinds of situations.
Marginalized.
They create language. Oh, yeah, marginalized community.
But that language is not. You could call them self-inflicted communities. Self-inflicted marginalized communities.
Yeah, I mean,
but if you
just
leave
the
out,
fact that they can coin language, they're actually creating language, right?
But if
they're
you leave
creating,
right? But if you leave out the self-inflicted, you call them what did we say?
Victims. Now they're victims. If they don't self-inflict,
then somebody must have victimized them.
Yeah.
Right. And they
Poor little victims.
You don't state that they did it to themselves.
Yeah.
And they can now point the finger at other people just as well. You created the term for them. They took it upon themselves to point the finger at other people.
You're correct, John. It's like somebody taking and hitting themselves in the head with a hammer and then saying, "Who did that?"
Yeah.
It really is exactly that, because there's no way that you can that what you're talking about, their problems, are anything other than self-inflicted.
And the same
And yet,
thing with gun
they're
violence.
getting away with it. You are absolutely correct.
You look at all these bad communities, they don't say people are shooting people, they say gun violence.
Yeah.
We're suffering from gun violence, and these are just another example.
We're suffering from nigger violence.
There's no such thing as gun violence.
No, right now we're suffering from black violence is the worst.
Black
White
usually
violence
know
is in the domestics.
Black
violence
usually
is tearing up the
cause
street.
anything, right?
Yeah.
And it's the language that they're using. I put up a quote the other day from Obama. He said he didn't want his daughters punished with a baby. Man, that's some strong language.
Wow. When did he say that?
What did he say?
He didn't want his daughter punished with a baby in defense of abortion.
Oh, wow. Really?
Oh, yeah.
And people love to tell you that he's a smart, articulate man. Well,
he meant what he
whenever
said.
he gets it, whenever he's talking about, his pet issues.
Punished with a baby?
If that's what he said.
Yeah.
So either he's not that intelligent, or he's smart enough to say things that go along with whatever the narrative is.
That's what it is. That's why I've always said Obama was the best president, one of the best presidents and presidents, but yet everything he was saying was just run-of-the-mill vicious.
Yeah.
Trayvon Martin could have been my son.
But when it comes to his manner of speaking behind that podium, he was great, but he was just part of the vicious gang.
Trayvon Martin could have been my son. That was a loaded racial.
Yeah.
Thing, wasn't it?
You know what? Come to think of it, that's about the only thing I can think of that he said that was extremely offensive for his whole 8 years.
No, I talked about what he said about his grandmother.
What did he say about her?
What did he say about his grandmother? What did he say about his grandmother?
Yeah, maybe I didn't hear it. The
media probably covered that up. When he went to go give his Jeremiah Wright atonement speech, anyone remember that speech? The goddamn America, the chickens come home to roost and all that. Blah, blah.
Yeah.
He did
well, I kind of agreed with it, but go ahead.
He did the typical black switcheroo. And he said, I can no more disavow this man that I could disavow my white grandmother, who when she approached a black man in the street, she locked her doors. And he equated his grandmother locking the doors or clutching her purse when she saw a black man in Hawaii, which probably was a lie. Jeremiah Wright's statement of goddamn America and, these white folks chicken come home to roost. So he threw his dead grandmother under the bus with Jeremiah Wright. And he didn't really throw Jeremiah Wright on the bus. He said, I can no more throw this man on the bus.
John, if you look at John, though, I mean, for the sake of if conservatives are upset about that, when Jeremiah Wright said that, I wasn't upset at all. I wasn't in favor of it. It was misplaced. But there is a lot of things that America, being the most fortunate society on earth, I've always said we are miserable wretches that we don't understand how fortunate we are. And if we act so stupid and talk so stupid, we get what we deserve. And when Jeremiah Wright said that, I said, I hate to break it to everybody, but you can trace truth in there. A lot of it. There's things we've done globally in the name of following the corporate machine around that is not good. It's not good at all.
Well, I think, if you're speaking nuance or speaking to someone in control of their emotional, faculties, you can say these things and they understand where you're coming from. And they don't go burn down their neighborhoods, throw trash in the street, blah, blah, blah.
That's right. That's right.
If you're saying it to some low-class people who feel like they already been victimized by America, this is a racist country. You hear people like Stanley say that every day.
Then you know he was inciting.
Right. Then you know that they're inciting. He's inciting. He's not speaking to the intelligent people.
Yeah. When I heard it, I was
corporatocracy, blah, blah, blah. He's not doing that.
When I heard it, I'm sorry, go ahead,
if you go to these black churches, if you're very familiar with them, they got to get excited to get the money. They're like dancing for super chats. And they have to really, really be, provocative in their messaging, how they look, things like that, to get them women to donate. It's primarily women. Who goes to these churches? Primarily women. And so they have to say these provocative things like that, more and more provocative.
When he said it, I immediately said, it's a shame there's such truth in that, and yet he did that in a very politically childish manner. Like you say, John, there was no reason to. If you want to say that, say it, and then make it clear that you would be willing to discuss it or something, the realities. However, but no, you're right. He did it as a bomb drop, but in reality, it was a safe thing to say if you're worried about true statements. It's a true statement. It's just misplaced, whatever. But that's why it went over. That's why it went over so well. And the people. The sad part about it is when he thinks the chickens are coming home to roost. I'm thinking of third world victims, and everybody listening to him is thinking of their luxurious lifestyles in their apartment complexes, getting food, heat, and housing, and showers. And now they think they're the pitied ones. They think they're the ones being abused. When in reality, if America's coming home to roost, that statement is true because of what we've done in the third world, not what your silly ass is experiencing while you're eating food and living on debit cards and getting taken care of foot and mouth.
Regardless of what America's done, I think we would all agree that no one wants to see it come to roost, at least while our lineage is alive. If it's just you don't want it to happen on your watch.
It's already, you're watching, you're witnessing it coming to roost, John. What we've done is we've ignored the ability of the rights of man, and now they're taking them away slowly with handing us. Look, Kamala and Trump. That's coming home to roost. Those are two clowns. Those are two clowns. We're being. It's not violent.
Take your children to a church where and here, if you had a young impressionable child, who may look up to the minister, and he's on there screaming. Basically, goddamn your future. Most people don't have anywhere else to go. It's probably not the message you would want a child to hear, and it's probably not the message a preacher should be giving. Maybe that should be given in the adult ministry.
Yes. That's my point exactly. The way he said it, when it was said, I said, damn, there's such truth in that, and damn, why did he use that to advance that truth? Right. Damn it. That's something you could talk about at a presidential level? Are you kidding me? Excellent adult debate, as you say, John. Adult situation.
Yeah, adult debate.
Yeah. Hey John, I got a question for you right quick. Do you care about what happens to this channel or not? Like the videos on it?
What do you say?
Because Imperius keeps threatening to take down the channel. So I was telling you.
Let me get Garion out of here. Man, Garion, come on, bro.
You're just ruining the conversation, Gary.
Yeah, bro, come on, Garion. Just ignore him. Just ignore him. If he gonna pull up, tell him to pull up.
HB, he's just trying to be nice, man.
No, but listen, man, honestly, man.
There he is.
HB's getting rid of him.
Man, we talked about that last night. Like,
yeah.
I've heard Imperius can behave himself on other channels. I've seen him behave himself on other channels. And it doesn't really add a lot of value, in my opinion. I'll let him get up and talk. But I've seen what other people comment about, his rants in other chats, other channels. And, I don't think it's fair to the audience because shit, I don't mind. Go up and spur got, shit, I roll up a joint while you're doing it. But for the people that may not have a lot of time or, want to hear something a little bit more on the level informative, it's not fair to them,
Well, it's like for
I think this morning it wouldn't have been a bad idea to have them on.
Well, but I mean, like,
we had Brave instead who trolled away. So
Yeah. But the difference is Brave doesn't need to like demonize you to get his point across.
No.
He doesn't need to excoriate you and treat you like a piece of shit to get his point across. He could just, he could just say his point and move on with it. How you react to it is up to you.
You've never heard me individualize any of my statements. Other than unless I felt the need to call somebody a dumbass, but I still wouldn't roll on them in 10 minutes.
That's what Brave
What's that, John?
Brave is gonna be the same everywhere. So you're gonna get, what you're getting with Brave as soon as you see his name in the back. Yeah, I'm getting over here. Come Brave. Know what you want to talk about?
Yeah.
With Imperius, clearly he doesn't act this way everywhere. He only acts it over here, maybe CT channel. I don't know. Other channels he may do the same thing.
As a content creator, I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
And if we were, pursuing that, where the people found value in that, we keep it going. Shit, let him go all day. Yeah. But when you read the other people, like when he comes up, I can't really listen to it, and I move on. Then. Yeah, he's doing us a disservice in that way. And there are other channels that will let him come up and talk crazy, and he can come up and talk just as intelligent as I've seen him on other channels here.
Psychologically, you could equate it with actually forcing people to watch somebody that weighs 250 pounds beat the hell out of somebody that weighs 100 pounds. I'm not saying the person that fella is calling names is helpless. What I'm saying is many times that person takes the position of is somebody that just wants to completely beat somebody that's helpless. That's what you're forcing people to watch, is somebody beat somebody else that's helpless. It's
I was listening to the thoughts yesterday, and and I'm like, and I'm pretty liberal in what I accept of people. Everybody's different, and maybe it's because of the business. I mean, you just kind of have to accept all walks of life. I'm sitting there listening to Ben Thorpe go back and forth with Angel. I didn't understand that, bro. Like, it's not something I would have done. It makes you look small.
Yeah.
Why the fuck you going back and forth with it?
John D. No, that wasn't. I wasn't really talking about it.
Even worse.
I'm talking about Ben Thorpe now. I'm on Ben Thorpe now.
Yeah. The worst part about it too was when he was going back and forth with Angel, he was actually losing the argument. That's the sadder part.
Damn. Whoa. That's not good. Angel, we know you're capable, but that's not good.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's really not. And, if Angel is more logical than you might have a problem, huh?
Yeah, you might. No, Ben. Yeah. The little I've ever seen of Ben Thorpe is there's no way to say
talking
it.
About Ben does like talking about kids a lot for some reason.
I don't care. No matter what he talks about, he's got his God complex going.
As
does the other individual.
John, the main reason I came up here is because I wanted to ask you if you wanted me to delete the backup or not.
What backup?
The backup I made of the channel.
Oh, I didn't even know it was a backup.
I made one because we've had several threats of people trying to take the channel down, and ever since you got demonetized, I was like, we might lose all this shit. So I made a backup.
Yeah, I mean, what's the question? Do you want to take it down or not?
No, I was asking, do you want the backup just in case something happens to the channel? Because that was my main question.
I don't think Imperius is going to do all that. I just is my thought. I could be wrong. But if he does, then what are you going to do, man? Like, again, man, like Shit, everybody up here either working.
I don't know. He be coming up here pretty angry. He might have some people in his pocket just in case.
You know, again, maybe he does that. You know, shit. Hey, Pierce, you do that.
I don't really be underestimating people on the internet, man. You don't know who you're fucking with around here.
I don't know what money we would put in his pocket, and you're not gonna take any out of my pocket if you do that, Imperious. So, you know, you got all day to work and be productive, and if you want to destroy somebody else, I ain't gonna sit here and waste my time telling you what to do.
What's funny is look who angers him.
Angel or being thought.
No, the other individual. Look who angers him. People that are complete gentlemen. It's like, what? What? Wait a minute. What? It's amazing.
Yeah, I'll keep it just in case. Keep it just in case.
Yeah. Matter of fact, if you got that Kisser show where we filmed in Brooklyn, I was looking for that shit. I want to get that show right there. I want to get that clip of that girl describing abortion in the 9th month. You remember that, HB?
Yeah, I do. Man.
We need to get a clip of that black girl describing what it's like to abort a baby in the 9th month. She described it to a T, Brave.
Was she a nurse?
Mm-mm. No,
she was getting the abortion?
Say that one more time.
She got the abortion and described it?
No, she just knew about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
Well, I'll describe a 9-month abortion right now to you. Anybody
and then I asked her, I said, are you okay with that? Are you okay with 9-month abortion? She said, well, you know, it's the choice of the mother.
There you go. There you go. Baby breathing.
These people don't.
Probably crying a little bit, could be.
And Brave, she was African. Think about it. She was African. Both of them were African. Remember that? Both of them women were African. One
but
was
they're here. But they're here saying it.
Yeah, they left their values at the shoreline, I guess.
That's why I say it's the herd that we are dealing with, and there's no changing that herd. There's too many. There's people with billions and trillions of dollars that can shape the herd. Us common folk, we don't get to shape the herd, and that's what we're up against. Those of us that aren't in the herd, guess what? Live your life and have fun, because you're going to see quite a show from the herd. You just seen it earlier with the Cosmic guy. Look at that. The stuff he was saying was completely unreasonable. Made no sense at all. Made no sense at all. Nice guy, made no sense at all. And that's where they got the herd. They got them. Or they got the conservative herd saying stupid shit like healthcare is a privilege and not a right. It
is a privilege. It's a privilege.
It ain't a privilege. You're crazy. Right.
It's a privilege.
Whoa, easy, Tiger.
Explain this to me. Hey, Rick, I need to say this to you. I need to say it, okay?
Okay, go ahead. All right.
Rights are free and don't cost labor from other people. Period.
Healthcare doesn't cost labor from other people when we fund
it. Does.
No, when we fund the foundation of it with our tax dollars.
You have to force a doctor to work. It's for your.
Yeah, I disagree with you there, Brave. Healthcare is not a right.
No, it's a right. If we did a debate, you guys would lose your ass.
It's not a right. Is it a right all over the world, or is it a right just here?
Yes, it is a right all over the world. They don't have the means to enforce it. We do. And that's why we are going to get what we deserve. One of the little bitty reasons that we got healthcare so screwed up here. And we think Obamacare was the solution. Even they gave us Obamacare to shut us up, when in reality that made things worse. But I don't care if we ever get it as a right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not let's change things. I mean, I'd like to see them, but I'm just saying it's a right, folks. It's a right.
Yeah, I don't think it's a right, Brave. I think
you're not thinking straight.
How about bad healthcare? Is the bad healthcare in the third world? Is that their right? Bad healthcare amputated.
Yes, if you don't have the means to enforce the right, it doesn't take the right away from the species. It doesn't. Yeah, it's the right of whatever right. The right not to be smacked in the back of the head and taken, robbed. Go to a third world. Nope. Who's going to stop somebody from knocking you in the back head? A lot of times it's nobody stops you. That don't mean that person didn't have a right to walk to his house without getting smacked in the back of the head with a sledgehammer. It's a right. A right is something you die without, or you kill to protect. I know. We're not going to solve it here, but folks, healthcare is a right. Healthcare is a right.
It's one of those things though, Brave, where if you say healthcare is a right, then where do you really draw the line? Is travel a right too?
No,
is being able to travel?
No.
Is eating a right too?
You die without food. Yes, food is a right. We need to get people food. Yes, you die without food. You don't die without travel. Housing, you die without housing.
How much food do I get? How much housing do I get?
Enough to sustain yourself. And housing, they already do that. We already treat housing as a right. We do that very well here. That's probably why we're still afloat in the spiritual morality of things. We do food and we do housing correct. We even do healthcare as a right to the poor. Not that they're getting the best, but they're getting it. So so that's why I say, as a civilization, we are the best on earth, not just because of the ability to a poor man to get rich, but because of the way we take care of the least. Christianity take care of the least, and it's only natural. As I say, here's a question. Everybody gets to answer it. Quick question: if a young man has a tumor and he's 10 years old and it's going to cost $50,000 to remove it, or he dies and his parents are crackhead, do the taxpayers remove the tumor in the, say, 15-year-old? Do the taxpayers remove the tumor in a 15-year-old, or does he die? John, you get the decision first.
They're going to remove the tumor, but they're going to give it a bill to someone else.
No, doesn't matter. The taxpayers funded it. The bill doesn't go to anybody else but the taxpayers.
Right.
There's nobody to go. Yeah. So does he get the operation or not?
He gets it.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Oh, Ryan bailed. I don't blame you, Ryan. Ryan was.
Ryan probably got a phone call.
I know. No, I think I don't care. Ryan would have said he gets it. In other words, if he gets the help. No. That question proves that we think of healthcare as a right, John. That does. Go ahead.
But if you'd apply that same example to, say, a middle-class person who couldn't afford the surgery but had health care, then we would have sent that person a bill.
Right.
Once he went through all the
that's true.
appointments.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a right to him, it cost him.
No, you're correct. That's what I said. Obamacare destroyed. Obamacare destroyed. Yes, the Obamacare destroyed the right to health care. And when in reality he was supposed to be propping it up. He destroyed it. Because in reality, if you there's no taking back that question. I know it's a weird one, but there's no, whatever you answer, you don't get to dance around it. You said save the kid with tax dollars. That means you as an individual understand, that's a right. Sorry, nobody gets to dance away from that. Not anybody. Not even the almighty kick-ass John Galt.
Well, I think part of that would be, honestly, it would be compassion. But I also think if you took out healthcare.
Well, now hold on, John. Let me answer that right quick. I'll make it quick. Of course, that's what establishes rights. That's where rights come from. Compassion. What don't you want done to you? Yes, you're correct. I mean.
But I think the other part is that.
And then we turn it into a right because it's so logical, because our compassion leads us to think it's so foul if we don't do it.
I think our society can handle those edge type cases. The child, we already have.
Yes, we can.
Ronald McDonald houses.
Yes.
Even older women with breast cancer.
I've never said people aren't getting rights. Please don't think I'm saying. We're doing very well here.
No, I guess what I'm saying is that if you're depending on the government to do all these things that you collectively could do for yourself, then you end up covering transgender surgeries.
No, you don't. No, see that they do that to destroy. They do that, John, to destroy the. That's exactly what they do to destroy a person thinking of healthcare as a right. Is they say, if healthcare is a right, look, this guy gets to get a transgender surgery. When in reality, in any real world, if anybody had any control, we say healthcare is a right. No, you don't get to have transgender surgery just because you want it, because we can't afford that. In a real world. So, abortion, nasty abortion. Although I think, the whole thing. But the point is life-saving healthcare is.
I agree. You know, then they would come with it. Well, men shouldn't be able to get Viagra if I can't get birth control. And I just think, you know, the government being involved in all of that stuff. And I gave the example of someone having a baby. There are people that plan to have children. They checking their temperature and all that kind of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
They know when the baby's coming, relatively 9 months. Insurance is not designed to cover for something that you know is going to happen. Insurance is designed to cover for the unforeseen things, a hurricane, earthquake.
Well,
right?
Generally people buy insurance before they get pregnant, though.
Well, but what I'm saying is, why does insurance cover something that you know is about to happen? That goes against the financial concept of insurance, the economical concept.
Well,
Insurance, could you put insurance on your house if you knew it was going to burn down in 9 months? Do you think you get paid?
People buy insurance before they even get pregnant.
They do it in Detroit all the time, John.
Yeah, really.
But shit. But people may buy insurance knowing that they plan on getting pregnant, which means that they have even more time.
Well,
and how much, honestly?
Before they got pregnant, they paid in premiums every month for 15 months. How much did they pay?
I've read articles where people have delivered babies on the side of the road on the way to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in third world countries. Well, I've seen people walking out the damn hospital, if they went to the hospital with a newborn baby, breastfeeding their child out in the middle of the street.
Yeah, that's pathetic.
And they put it to, they ain't pathetic. They put it to the out to breastfeed that baby. That's helping. Right. That's helping in with a lot of mothers here who don't even attempt to breastfeed. Right?
That's pathetic, though. Yeah, that's pathetic.
Well,
because we're too modernized. That we live in this completely modernized civilization, and they can't get access to a piece of that is pathetic. I get what you're saying in the natural world, John. We're not back in dog eat dog. Oh, and HB, you didn't answer the question. Does the 10-year-old get the operation or not?
Yeah.
There you go. I'm saying this is I'm saying this is an old man.
I think that's good for the country.
Good boy, HB.
I think that's good for the country as well, Brave. You know, from the standpoint of a country that invests in its children. You know, that boy can one day be, you know, who knows what, right? And
okay.
But then Brave,
let me use something else. Let me use something else.
That's the pro of that, though. The con, though, too, is that same tax money is going to go to a gay guy paying for PrEP.
That's what I'm saying. There's an old conservative saying, and it's a good one. As much as conservatives make me sick, I heard it in a campaign. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. In other words, you don't get to perfectly design this system, but you can't leave out you can't stop doing the good with it. And in healthcare, that applies more than anything you can think of. Yeah, I understand that you could tweak it. I'm for tweaking. And I guarantee you what you guys want to tweak, I'd be in agreement with. I'm just saying in general, healthcare is a right.
You know,
and to say that, you're risking your very soul. I wouldn't say that out loud.
All right, well, I just think that here's how I'll end it. I'll say,
if there's a
by the fact that it's right,
yeah,
they folded so much into it that we've gotten away from healthcare. And I want to focus on a woman having a baby.
Mm-hmm.
There have been numerous thousands, millions of reports, even here in America, where a woman has had a baby in the car, elevator, at work, at home. Having a baby ain't that damn complicated. Now, it's complicated if you have complications.
Right.
But that baby gonna come up out of there, man. Period. With no inducing at some point for 90% of the women. Now, the other 10%, they may need health care. But the 90% of the women probably don't even need to go to the doctor.
No, they only need to spend about an hour and a half or 3 hours at the doctor, or 5 hours.
Right. Yeah,
but if there's medical supervision to have a baby, we can do that, John.
What I'm saying is, Brady, so now you end up with mission creep.
Yes, you're right.
It used to be you go in there, have a baby, you out of there, you back at work tomorrow. Now you're off. They asking for be out of work for 30 days, and they're gonna keep you for 3 days. And now it's become an industry in and of itself. The baby making industry.
So then the slippery slope stops us from doing what's morally correct.
And then
not in my mind.
Then you probably
And
heard
my point is this: if we can't get on the slippery slope as a species, then we deserve to be eaten alive.
and then Brave, you know, if you remember, you probably
And
don't
I'm
remember.
not saying that lightly, though. Let me say that again. If we can't take a chance with what's good and moral without losing our minds, we deserve to be taken advantage of in the worst way.
Brave, if you remember when your daughter was young, if you remember, you know, I'm not sure, but anyone in the audience, you remember your children are young. Every damn month or so, they got a doctor's appointment. The doctor ain't doing shit.
No, that's too much. Yeah, it is.
Measuring their head.
Yep.
Take how
Tap
tall.
their knee
Right.
for
It's damn
reflex.
big. It's all just part of the big business.
I got you, John. I'm with you. God damn it, I'm with you.
And we're paying
I'm
for
with
all
you.
this.
I'm with you. But I ain't
Yeah.
stupid enough to sit there and say somebody who fell off a scaffold and knocked themselves into a stupor, and then wakes up and only got half their brain, and they got plenty of life left, and they're capable of many things still. They need an operation if they need an operation.
Yeah, I mean, life-saving operation, sure, right? If you fall off
That's
the head,
basically what I'm talking
we
about.
don't want you to be dead right there on the street. You know, nobody pick you up.
What
You
I'm
know,
talking about.
but you know,
Life-saving operations. There's no
yeah,
sense to
yeah.
let people die.
Basically, what
There's
you're
no
talking about
sense.
is you talking about emergency healthcare.
You know,
And planned emergencies. If somebody's got a tumor, you plan for that operation.
You
You got a tumor, you know you're gonna die. Yeah.
Brave,
Go ahead.
this is the thing, though. I think in America, though, I think we're having two different arguments. Because
No, we're not. No, we're not. I don't
No,
think so,
because
HB. Go ahead.
No, because no hospital is not going to operate on you if you have a life-threatening illness.
You're right. That's correct.
But the I guess the argument is, should you now go into debt for that? That's the real argument.
You shouldn't go into debt.
And
the argument. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, HB.
No, and I think that's the real
crux of the matter. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's the real crux. Because in America, if you do need medical attention, you're gonna get that attention. But you know, if you don't have insurance, now you got a bill.
Oh, people that have insurance go bankrupt.
Yeah.
It's been proven. I think. Look at the statistics. The people that do medical bankruptcy, it's like 50 or 60% of them had insurance and paid premiums for insurance.
Yeah.
It's just the 80-20 thing. If you got a $300,000 operation, you just got handed $60,000 as a bill for the 20%.
Listen to Mackenzie. You know, I think this is the biggest fallacy of insurance, right? Because I think she just has it wrong, and I think that it's the desire to get everyone else to go along, and somehow you think it's going to be better. But I think the problem is that everybody needs their own type of insurance. And if you're trans, you need some special insurance.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That should be more. That should be more.
Right.
You should have a premium.
Right. I should have to pay for the same premium as you do. And I don't go to the doctor, but you're really taxing the doctor by the pills and the medicine you take to transition from a man to a woman. You may spend $1 million a year. You may be hold on, Brady. One person in a small organization or even a large organization, you can have a handful of people dictate the premiums to everybody else because they're getting elective surgeries, transgender, but they don't pay a premium for those surgeries.
I got
you. For that health care.
They don't pay increased premium like
they don't pay a premium to everybody else for those premium services they're receiving. Right. If the average person is only having a baby and emergency type things, and another person is transitioning, how can their insurance be the same?
You're right.
Can their premiums be the same?
I agree wholeheartedly, John. Right? That doesn't disprove healthcare as a right.
I'm addressing Mackenzie Carter. So she's saying insurance only works if everyone pays into it. So what she wants is everyone to pay into it to subsidize that transgender surgery, that transgender premiums, because if the transgender person had to buy his own plan and regular people that didn't need all those radical surgeries could buy their own plan, the difference in price would be so stark that a lot of these transgender people were not transgender. They just suffer in their own bodies.
What they would do is call it discrimination, and
But
the corporate machine would come in and tell us all, and with the media, and force us all to accept it.
Short of that, they would have to suffer in their own bodies. But
Yes.
now they have forced their costs onto everyone else.
Yes.
So that they could go do radicalized surgeries.
You're right.
And if somebody's willing to set fires around their house on a regular basis, shouldn't their insurance premiums be higher than the person that's not willing to, who lives across the street from the fire department?
Well, eventually they won't get insurance. Eventually they won't get it.
Eventually, even if you're setting fire to your body by injecting chemicals, hell, isn't the insurance, health insurance is higher for someone who smokes that doesn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me smoking is more dangerous than ingesting some pills to radically change up the chemical composition of your body. Which one is more dangerous, right?
Yeah.
But there's a smoking premium if you go get health insurance, right? But there's no.
You're making the case. You're making the case why we need to do away with insurance when it comes to important healthcare matters. Do it with taxpayers, not premiums. Do you know how much? Do you know how much each employer pays? The employer pays with the employee on premiums. It's like the employee just isn't paying that. The employer is kicking in twice as much on top of what the employee is paying. So in premiums, the insurance companies are making buck. Now they're not making profits. Actually, the statistic was, I don't know, 20 years ago, that insurance companies pay out $1.05 in claims for every dollar in premium they receive. The money that insurance companies operate with is blue stocks and investments in such large numbers. That's how insurance companies operate. They're not making a profit on their insuring people. So therefore, already they are making a joke out of the pay a premium, get a claim, and it makes sense. There's no profit in pure insurance. It doesn't exist.
Wait, John, so you don't think even with us having to pay taxes, you think healthcare should be like a separate thing than even though we are paying taxes towards the system that provides healthcare for other people? Because I mean, it's not like it's not like it's really free if we're paying into the system.
No, it's not free.
Yeah,
when I hear somebody say free insurance, free healthcare, I say, you stupid motherfucker, stop it.
Well,
say it's tax funded.
I think for the public good, we don't want people walking down the street with open infections.
Yeah.
So they can make their way to the emergency room. We need to treat it.
Now, do we understand that all of the advancements, this is a statistic, this isn't an opinion, all of the advancements in the healthcare field when it comes to pharmaceuticals, medical technology, and medical treatment was researched and developed with tax dollars. Okay? Now all of a sudden there's a chance you don't get to access that? It doesn't make sense.
I want to comment on Mackenzie's question, right? Or the thing about dental though is if you brush and floss twice a day, 98% of your dental issues can be avoided. I think that's why they don't really include dental into healthcare premiums, because even dentists know that most of this shit is preventable. It's not like you could be born with, just floss and brush twice a day. You probably never have to go see a dentist, seriously.
And it's not that expensive, even if out of pocket. Didn't used to be.
And you know what's so expensive? Yeah. You know what's so interesting here? I think I did a show on veneers, or at least we talked about it.
Yeah, we definitely talked about it.
Veneers. People spending out of their hard-earned money. They're not begging for insurance for veneers. They going out here getting veneers.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Veneer, what's that?
Teeth.
Oh, is that why everybody's teeth are so white? I thought they were putting chemicals on them.
I mean, okay, some of them are doing that. Insurance doesn't cover that either.
I'm going
fuck them. They want. Fuck
them chemicals. Give me my old discolored teeth. I ain't putting them chemicals in my. I don't know what that work is. I ain't trusting it.
But what these people want, they will pay for it.
Yeah.
they'll shave their own teeth down. They're paid to get their own teeth shaved down.
Yeah.
That's my point, that people will pay for the health care they need.
No, you
right?
can't pay. Yeah, you can't pay for $100,000
I mean,
operation.
okay. Maybe you won't be able to pay for that. You may never need it.
Well, that's true.
Right?
I'm just saying, if you need it, you can't be denied it
Most people
in a
go
civil
through-
society, and we're
most
not. People aren't.
Most people go through their life, Brave, at least the first 30 years of your life, never needing health care.
I ain't been to a doctor in 70 years. Lucky
Listen,
motherfucker.
Brave, I'm gonna tell you guys a story, and I told you.
Lucky motherfucker right here,
One of the
buddy.
last jobs-
And I know I've been to a doctor for physical checkups for driving, but I'm just saying I ain't never had to go to a doctor in my life.
One time I had a job, I took a job, and the guy, you going through all that paperwork. And I said, man, fuck that healthcare. Give me the money. Whatever you would have paid for the premiums for that healthcare, give it to me. I roll the dice. I ain't been to the doctor yet, and I pocketed all that healthcare money. How many people go to work every day paying premiums for somebody else to go get their trans surgery?
It's
Go
disgusting.
to the doctor.
That's why I'm telling you that's why they do this stuff by
That
design.
is
They
why
do it by
McKinsey-
design. Do you
that is
realize?
why-
Go ahead.
That's why McKinsey wants everyone to pay in on it. That's the only way this trans scheme works. If everybody told their doctor, their job, their employer, everyone that felt comfortable, I'm talking about the men out here. Men don't go to the fucking doctor anyway. Brave just told you I don't go either. If the men say, hey, employer, cash me out on that healthcare, man. Keep that shit. Give me the money.
Well, I purchased healthcare all my life. I didn't care. I said, no, if I'm working, I'm making money. Yeah, let me have the healthcare policy.
You worked, you paid for it, but you never consumed it.
No,
Thank
and
you,
I
Brave.
never did. I've paid. I probably added it up. Me and my employers paid $250,000 in premiums, and I've never had a claim.
You
And I've never had a
used
claim.
$1 of it, right?
Yeah,
And
I
you don't
never
get
had
the
a
money back, do you? Do you get any of the money back? Do they cash you out, make you whole? Or
Not
say,
a
hey,
bit.
since you were such a good boy and you didn't use any of your premiums, here's 10% of the premium.
That's why I want it done with tax dollars. When I don't get my money back anyway, I want everybody to get in on this. Not transgenders, but people that need health care. We need to get in on it. And do you realize how that health care and a smooth health care system is the most empowering thing any civilization can do? The most number one empowering thing any civilization can do is provide logical, well-reasoned, perfect health care for a society. That's why we're not allowed to. That's why they bumble it up with nonsense. That is too empowering. They're not going to let 340 million people empower themselves with a really logical healthcare system. Ain't going to happen.
Look at McKinsey right here. Most people, she basically said that if we had health care for braces, all the teeth, see, we'll keep going down this abyss. Well, if
that's cosmetic.
Before braces,
That's
it could have been
cosmetic.
something else.
Yeah.
Right. So now,
Braces are cosmetic, though. That's
but you can make an argument that braces are more than cosmetic, because if you have teeth that are jacked up and they're covering up other teeth, you can't effectively brush them. You need to straighten them. Then they're going to say, well, he can't get a job with fucked up teeth. So the government, healthcare should cover braces, because you'll never end.
Well, no,
They'll
teeth.
always be able to validate-
Bad alignment in teeth can cause a lot of problems, John.
Yeah, it did. But
You know.
again,
But you're right. I mean, a little bit of a visual impairment. Sorry, too bad.
I had braces. My parents couldn't afford it. I put it on as an adult. Fuck it, did what I had to do. Paid for it. I didn't look around for no insurance to cover it. I paid it out of my own pocket.
John, you got to
Every time these people keep asking the government to do something for them,
John.
they'll do it. But
Okay.
then they add on a little bit, something that you probably didn't ask for.
And this gets to the heart of the matter, John. There are millions upon millions upon millions more of 340 million people. 108 million of them are mediocre people. You can't expect mediocre people to live and think like you do, John, because you're a go-getter. I'm telling you, we have a right to have a mediocre class that without punishing them. They're very valuable in so many other areas. Without them, things would crash. You wouldn't have this nation without the mediocre. I'm saying bottom feeders.
call them that, but
No, no.
honestly,
People are bottom feeders. There's a lot of people. Look, I could have gotten out of it. I didn't want to. There's a lot of people. They're bottom feeders by nature, and maybe they can't get out of it. Maybe they don't have anything other than just a regular old run of the mill mindset, and they're just bottom feeders. That's why I'm with. He says they should take everybody has to start a 401k when you're 20. It's a law. When you're old, that way you got something. That says you're a bottom feeder. Go ahead and bottom feed. Relax your life away.
I think the 401k is just like health insurance.
Yeah. No, I think the only sad thing about 401k is if things crash, everybody crashes after all that. But you should somewhere you should get 10 grand in an account when you're 20 and just let it grow into at least 300 when you're old. 300, 400,000. And that way you can repair your roofs, make your auto repairs when you're old. Buy your new dryers and washers when you're old, and pay out of pocket costs for healthcare when you're old. But now it's the whole just because the system is screwed up, John. My point is, just because the system is screwed up, and it is by design, they're not going to give us the empowerment of smooth, logical flow through of things as important as healthcare. So just because it's screwed up by design on purpose doesn't take away the reality of what it actually should be if we had control. Just because somebody doesn't get to shoot somebody for entering their house and gets themselves killed because they didn't have a gun doesn't mean that they had that right to a gun if they would have used it. It didn't take away their right to the gun. They just simply didn't have access to it. It still had the right to it. There's a right to health care. I'm not saying people don't get it. I know they get it in this country, but it is a right. It is a right. It's just, there's no way around it, considering that our tax dollars fund everything about it. All the research, all the development, all the technology, tax dollars did that. That's not chopped liver reality.
No, I don't disagree with that, Brave. Brave, have you heard the latest about Janet Jackson?
No.
Yesterday, I think I mentioned that she had apologized.
For what?
For
I don't know.
saying that she thought Kamala was Indian. They made her apologize. You didn't hear about this, Brave?
There you have it. It don't take long. It don't take long. They'll get to people. They send in little messages.
And I speculated, well, she must be on tour, needs some money or something. And she has to apologize to keep that tour money going. But I don't know if you knew this, her brother had some issues with the small head people. I don't know if you knew that, Brady.
Yeah, at the end, I heard him speak of them. He spoke up on certain terms.
I don't remember it very clearly, but here's what's interesting coming out of Janet Jackson's camp. Janet Jackson dismisses unauthorized apology after saying Kamala is not black. Here's what to know. So it looks like she's standing her ground there, Bray.
She didn't apologize.
Yes, it looks like someone apologized.
I thought you said she did apologize.
She dismisses unauthorized apology. Initially, there was reporting that she had apologized. But now it's saying, let me make it larger here. Let me close this video. One day after The Guardian published an interview in which Janet Jackson falsely claimed Kamala Harris was not black, the musician's representative said she had not authorized an apology on the matter made on her behalf by a person claiming to be her representative. Now that's very
wow. Get him, Janet. Get him, Janet. Go, girl.
Out there and put someone said it was her manager who put out the apology.
Sure.
Okay. Well, why is she correcting the manager? It's interesting. Does she not?
It's part show and part real. Take your pick.
What made the manager feel the necessity to speak for Janet?
What do you think?
Did someone get to the manager?
Hell yeah. It don't take much. They run a lot of this is on automatic. The people that are in power are so powerful. Everybody knows they can, even if they're not affecting you directly, they can come in at any time and swoop in like an eagle and claw you right up out of your life.
Brave Daniel Nixon said it was her manager who put out the apology.
There you go.
It just goes to show that these people don't speak for themselves.
No.
Put out an apology before she even knew what the hell was said.
No. That's why I say so many people that rely on left-right politics, they're not looking at all the things these people have control over. It's like our entire society, top to bottom, is push-buttoned engineered. And still we live like gods. That's why I'm saying, in spite of the push button and the engineering, I'm going, you know what? There's no place I'd rather be. It just ain't no place I'd rather be. But, you know, we are the most fortunate, most magnificently engineered society that's ever existed. And it's not being done for the real capabilities of the species. And that proves that her manager apologized for her.
And who is her manager, I wonder?
Well, let's look that up. Because I guarantee you, his name is what?
Mo El Masri. Janet Jackson's rep. Wait a minute.
Mo El Masri. If he manages her, there's a chance he could be in Wikipedia because he manages others. Look him up in Wikipedia.
Janet Jackson's rep. I was fired over Kamala Harris' apology trauma. What? She fired him?
Sure, she should have. I was thinking that. I was saying, why didn't you fire him? I was going to ask the question. Why wouldn't you fire somebody for that? Gee.
I got a question coming up for you, Brave, in just 1 minute. It was something that struck me last night.
Somebody look up Elmo Mozari, whatever his name is.
The man who claims to be the former manager of Janet Jackson said he was fired by the pop star and her brother due to disagreements after an article published over the weekend. Blah, blah, blah. She fired me to disagreements between me and her after her meeting with the Garden and her unbalanced statements. That's all I can say. What made him come out and apologize for her?
Yeah, you know what it is. I mean, without saying it, I don't care if he's one up or not. He knows, she's got money. He knows there's money involved, and he knows who runs the whole damn show.
My next
on
question
the music industry.
Why did she fire him?
I think it could have been just for strategy of theater. She might have been aware of it all, John. That's how intrinsic this is. They might have put a bug in here, so let's play here. Let's play. He might have started the game plan, and she went, I'll follow along, and let's let it go where it goes. And guess what? She gets publicity. Publicity. This is we're witnessing some in this day and age. We're witnessing some phenomenal stuff that we're ignoring. I'm telling you, this makes no sense. Why would a manager apologize for the person that's in control of the words, unless there was a lot of power involved? I'd look up his name, and I'll bet you a dime to a dollar. He's from Russia. His parents are from Russian extraction. In other words, Eastern Europe.
Here's what I found interesting, Brave. Here's what I find interesting. I'm going to go through a couple of tweets until I find the one that I want to find. Here's the one that I'll start with this one here, Brave. Let me put it here and blow it up. It doesn't work. Let's see if I can blow this up. How can I blow this picture up and see? Okay, here's the first one, Brave. I think this is it. Janet Jackson. Let me see if you can see my screen. Make sure. So here's some tweets about Janet Jackson, this whole big thing. And you can see people are tweeting on both sides of this. And here's a headline from the AP 2016. Kamala Harris becomes first Indian American U.S. Senator.
How long ago was that? 3 years ago?
8 years
4
ago.
years ago? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, she was the president. She was the vice president for 4 years. 8 years ago?
She became the first Indian. Maybe this is what Janet Jackson saw.
It doesn't matter what she saw. It's what's the reality. That ain't a black woman right there.
Look at this, Brave. I'm not sure if you can see this. Let me see if I can zoom in on it. If not, I'm going to read this.
If I was black, I would at least say, and saying that Kamala Harris isn't black, I'd come straight out with it and say, she ain't black enough. And I'm not talking about behavior. I'm talking about color. Don't tell me she's black. That ain't black. That when she stands at that podium, she's not getting credit for looking black or being black other than her stupid behavior. To look at her, if she's not saying anything, she ain't black.
Look at
That's
some of
what
these
would piss me
headlines,
off
Brave.
if I was a black person. Go ahead.
Look at some of these headlines, Brave. Indian American creates history, wins first U.S. seat.
Look at that. Look at that.
Hmm?
Look at that. That's what I'm trying to tell people. What's ever convenient, the media machine does. It's what's ever convenient, man.
Look at this, Brave. Look at the headline. It's circled here from the India Today. Can you read it, Brave?
Yeah. Indian American Kamala Harris creates history, wins U.S. Senate seat. Yeah. Is that from what paper?
That was from India Today. They know their own.
India Today, as in America, or India Today in India?
India
Today in India. Yeah, they didn't give her. They ain't letting her get away from them. I don't blame them.
They know
like
their
hell, or at least say Indian black if you want to, but don't sit there and say black and
The
leave it at that. That's
150th
bullshit.
Congress is history making for Asian and Pacific Islanders.
Yep.
Yes, Kamala Harris again being referenced.
Mm-hmm.
Another headline: Kamala Harris posed to be the first Indian American senator. When did she become black, Bray?
When they needed her to. When they need her to. I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. That's why when people take all this stuff serious, I'm going, how can you? How? I'm looking at it. I'm feeling such pity for people. And disgust, but more pity and disgust combined. It's like, how? Don't you on a daily basis? It's in your face nonsense.
Caribbean American Kamala Harris sworn in as U.S. Senator. That's the first time I've seen her being referenced as Caribbean, and that was looks like that's 2017. So this may be when the narrative started to shift and she became Blackish Caribbean. But it's just interesting, you know. I think, Brave, that it's kind of like the Springfield, Ohio Charleroi thing, in that the minorities are basically lining up against white people, and they're willing to, for lack of a better word, like bastardize who they are and accept anyone.
John, I appreciate that thought and I agree, but you got to reword it. In my mind, I'm going to reword it because I agree with you, but I'm going to reword it like this. The minorities are being lined up against the American people, the American white people.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
They have no power to do it themselves. They don't. They don't have it at all.
They have the motivation, no, Brave. They do have the motivation.
Yes, once they see that somebody's going to give them the vehicle. Right. If the vehicle wasn't there, no, John, they don't even have the motivation. I disagree. If the media wasn't pushing them at every step, controlling everything they see, hear, and do, they would not create that. We have it too good here. And people say, now I know people can complain even though we live like gods, but I'm telling you, they're doing that because they're being enabled. If that enabling didn't happen, we have it too good. There's no reason to get riled up here in this country. That's what would prevail.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And that's what's not being allowed. They want to artificially create misery because there's no real ground level. Like you say, you said earlier, what'd you say? People got to look for problems. That's pathetic.
I want you to look at the tenor of some of the text messages, the tweets going out against Kamala Harris. The blacks have turned against her. Some of the blacks, there's been a shift in that some of the blacks that want to maintain the Democrat narrative that Kamala is black are willing to go through that with no end. and they're willing to attack. You know, Brave. I mentioned this yesterday. Like,
Isn't Michael Jackson's children adopted?
I don't know. You say
I don't know either. I don't know either.
But,
I thought they were though.
But
I'm going, no kidding.
But I mentioned the fact, Brave, yesterday. That, you know, by and large, for whatever it's worth, it was a fairly successful family. You know, in terms of cultural impact, things like that. They were a pretty successful family. They crossed all genres, I think, in the products that they created, the music. I think maybe even worldwide. And they weren't perfect, but I think, you know, they weren't gutter rappers.
Hell, nothing close to it. I can
Right.
listen to their music. I
Right.
have and enjoyed it.
Right. And in music, I guess, where blacks tend to be overrepresented in success, it was kind of the closest thing to like royalty in that era, in that genre.
It was.
They had a strong father, right?
Yeah.
That, you know, I don't know, I think he forced him to do it or was strong on them doing it.
Goofball or not, he took control of the situation.
Right. Like Serena Williams' dad.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting to see like how the blacks are attacking this family now. All for to maintain the narrative of the politics. They've turned against their own, they've turned inward and attacking each other. People whose music they listen to. Their, you know, their cultural, you know, origins. All for the sake of politics. These people have fought so long to tell you how black and how proud they are. And now they're willing to let anyone just take the black mantle for political power. And that's really, really sad to me. You know, it really tells you something, Ray.
It is. It's warfare that's being engineered into existence. No, not guns popping. It's political and psychological warfare that exists right now. That's why when people say race isn't important, I'm going, well, excuse me, but it would be nice if that weren't the case. But right now, there's two different belief systems going. And one is really propped up by this race. And the other, even though there are blue-haired liberal idiots, forget them, the other one is being propped up by this race. So if two races completely disagree with each other, then it's a race issue. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that we can't discuss it logically. That's the shame of it. Because if we discuss it logically, the people that are trying to ride the Jacksons and ridicule them would be exposed as, excuse me, we live like gods. What exactly are you complaining about? I'm telling you, they wouldn't, John. They're put in motion. There's bugs that are put in these people's ears. They're put in motion. There are leaders that are paid high, big money, like the Crumps, to go out and rather than look for justice, because if a cop kills somebody and it needs to be, the family needs the justice, I'm for that. But he has to add to it like, it's every day, everywhere, all the time. Look out, Whitey's after you. Like, can't you just like get the justice and leave the exaggeration and the stimulation of the people that hate out of it? No, they know what they're doing. This is amazing. I'm telling you, John. We're watching it. I'm 70. I'm going, Lord, come on, 5 more years. God damn it, 5 more years. I gotta see this shit because it's getting so intense. You know,
man, you know, I don't know if you remember Rush Limbaugh died right before Trump.
I was glad when he died. That motherfucker. I was glad. I celebrated.
He filled my 12 to 3 hour, man, listening to Rush.
That filthy lying motherfucker took people with good intellects and turned them into childish thinking morons with his leadership. And I can prove that psychologically, politically, and every way up and down. He had people saying things that were completely irrational, unworkable, and nonsensical to the point of he was a utopianist. I have no use for utopianist. Not with that much power. Not taking control of the very most important people. Wouldn't you say, John, that the people that he was appealing to were the most important people in our culture?
Yeah.
And look what he did with them. Look what he pumped to them. Thank you very much, folks.
Brave D.L. Hughley.
Oh, and I'm not lying, though. Let me make this clear. I'm not lying. I was glad when he died. That's how evil. That's how evil he is. I don't care if you don't see it, John. That son of a bitch is evil. When you take good brains and turn them into mush, that's evil. Go ahead, John.
You can't. I don't think you can blame him for that. I think
I'm sure I can. I heard him every day, and every day
D.L. Hughley is a black comedian,
Mm-hmm.
and he's coming out hard, guns a blazing. Janet Jackson for the mistake.
Really?
Yes.
I'll be damned.
And here's one of the tweets. I'm trying to figure out what else he said. Kamala Harris looks the way she does because she has a mama from Indiana, a daddy from Jamaica. Janet Jackson looks the way she does because she has a plastic surgeon. Team D, I guess that's deal. Did he say anything on video? That's what I really want to catch him.
Did he say anything there other than for morons?
Well,
this is what I'm saying. These people are speaking, and the morons are buying it. These people know what they're employed to do. Appeal to morons. Go ahead.
Just the fact that he comes out, like, I wouldn't even. Why would I come out defending one woman who made if I thought it was a bad choice of words, why the hell is that my fight? Why would I come out attacking another woman for something that she said? It doesn't make sense.
Yes,
unless they wound him up and told him to go say this.
Yes. Look at the money. John, I'm not so sure they couldn't talk me into talking crazy. Give me that kind of money, I'll stand out here, God damn it. Healthcare is a privilege. How dare you call it a right? Just pay me the right money, okay? All right. Yeah, healthcare is a privilege. How dare you call it a right? You pay me the right money, shit. I'll say I'll make a case for healthcare being a privilege. That's all it's about. Yeah, it's all it's about.
I wish I can find video of this D.L. Hughley, and I'm going to see if I can find it. Oh, I may have found it. Everything is political with these people.
Yeah, it's not even a matter of they have to be told. It's just like, do you want to keep making this money or do you want to be fired? And by fired, and he doesn't have a job to be fired from, but they'll fire him from the public eye. Go ahead, John.
Oh, yeah. Rosger, is there a video of him saying this or just tweets? Janet Jackson's interview sounded like a Trump rally. FYI, is a little ironic to question whether someone is black while you're breathing through the nose of a white woman.
So she wants to look white, and now she's all now they're all upset.
Yeah, they're mad at her now. I don't know how they decide who they get mad at. Like the Democrats will just wind them up and one day they love you, the next day they don't.
They're giving a list.
Oh, I read that one there.
They're giving a list, John. They're not deciding anything. They're giving a list. They're giving a list. This is where we are right now. By the way, to whom it may concern, and then all the rich people making millions go, oh, that concerns me. Ta-dum, ta-da-dum, ta-dum.
It really is amazing. They tell
it is. It's amazing. Yeah. It's amazing.
And they say that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's just so obvious over and over again because what they say is so illogical. It's like, wait a minute, you'd have to pay somebody to speak that silly, and yet people don't. They think what they're saying is from their heart. D.L. Hughley don't mean that. He's too smart. He don't.
I got somebody in my door.
Oh, okay. Yeah, folks, this boils down to people don't understand the reality of which these people are controlled, and they wish to deny it, and then they go to taking what they say for real, no matter how ridiculous it is. That means we as society are kind of, we're not able to govern ourselves. That's why I'm glad the corporate machine has control of the herd. I don't care what they do with the herd. For God's sakes, just don't let the herd try to govern themselves, is the way I see it. Because this is an example of the silliness of the herd. They're listening to people like this. They're taking these people serious. You can't leave any governance to the herd that can fall for this in the vast scheme of things. You can't. That's why when people talk about, dictatorships and stuff, right, they were bad. But the point is there's no other way to do it. The herd is the herd. You got 340 million people in a very high trust, high consuming, high economic society. You got a herd that's still very able to be manipulated. So they're going to take the herd and do what they want. Too bad. That means I don't want that herd governing us. If they can listen to this and take it serious, I don't want their vote to matter. Go play. Go cosplay voting. I'm for that. I'm still for that. Come on. Go vote. Go get that Trump. Go get that Kamala. But I don't want them taken serious ever. None of the voters that speak in certain ways. And that's about probably most voters. No, I don't want them to. I want the corporate machine to go, look at these stupid bastards. Joe, get to the think tank and give us some more info on what to do in the next 20 years. I'm game with that. Because so far it has proven to where with that kind of manipulation, we are living like gods. So with all the corporate machine manipulation in the last 100 years, we live like gods. So now I want that to end and hand it over to people that listens to D.L. Hughley. See, it ain't happening. You back, John? Well, hell, let me roll on here then. Damn it. You got it, John? So anyway, that we don't catch on that's what's taking place is something that we're ignoring, and we do it very well. That's why we can go think Trump's real. That's why we can go think Kamala is real. You know, there are people that think Trump is real. A lot of people think Trump is the real deal. They think he's going to go against the deep state. Really? You really think that? There are people that think Kamala's going to come in and change everything. If she does, it'll be because she's directed to. If what Trump does, he's directed to. But how can people get wrapped up in that stuff? This is how. Look at people. D.L. Hughley can say something like criticizing Janet for getting a plastic surgery. And it's funny and it has substance. I mean, so what? She did, yeah. There's no substance to it. Yeah, she did. The substance would be this. D.L. Hughley. Guess who wants to be white? Most people. That would be the substance if there was substance to be gained from D.L. Hughley's statement.
I guess there's something to be black nowadays, Brave, because everyone is lining up to be black. There's some political gain in it.
Yes, there is. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Race is very important right now. It doesn't have to be a war. We got to talk though, because there's too many people on either side that are confused, and the race is being used as the wedge. We don't get out of that. If the machine sets it in motion, it's like a locomotive. Get out of the way of the train when it's coming down the track at 80 miles an hour. You can talk about the train, but get the hell out of the way of it. Get off the tracks. And that's where we're at. Okay, we can talk about race. We're not gonna stop their wedge tactics, but we still have a right to talk about them as they're going by, and it ain't good.
Someone says a nose at ethnicity now.
Yeah, it is.
Everything is racial undertones. Everything.
It is. And I don't even see the problem of it, considering where we're at in modernity, in the modern world. There's two races that have different innards, so to speak. So what? We've lived together for 100 years very well. We can continue it. But we have to talk about where we think things need to be improved and where things are being excessively complained about.
Honesty can never hurt. You know, that's
never.
It's true.
Never.
Someone says, "Show us your dog." Be brave. Brave, you have a dog?
No, I don't have it. My little dog died a long time ago, and I was a broke ass bottom feeder that said I can't afford a dog. I ain't got no right having a dog. I can't put enough money in savings owning a dog. I'm one of those people. Trust me, folks. You're lucky that everybody doesn't conduct their money the way I did, because the economy would be hurting real bad. Because you can't get a penny out of me. If it ain't supposed to come out of my pocket, it ain't coming out. And that means I don't need new shoes. Give me a goddamn pair of boots. I'll make them last a year. Where I'll wear them to a goddamn formal event. Shit. I see you're the same way, John. I got you.
Hey, man, bro, you gotta be, you gotta live,
Hell with them clothes.
I've been
I
telling
don't need
people,
no fancy clothes.
I've been telling people they need to live like a migrant,
Yes.
Yeah, I guess in my generation, if you heard your parents, your grandparents really talking about living during the Depression or something, and if you paid attention to them, it really had an effect on you, and I think they had an effect on me.
Isn't that funny, John, that if you listen to your grandparents and how
Yeah.
frugal they were, that in this day and age, that kind of living makes you wealthy when you're old.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Man,
people
I would love
people still talk about, well, they this, they that. And I'm saying, no. They had their finger on what it takes to survive, and it was magnificent the way it was done in this country.
I would love to, man, I would love to have a kind of a looking back show. Have people like yourself kind of explain, giving kind of some color to what it was like living in your times coming up, and then talk about, just like, where you went wrong, where you went right, and kind of give some tips and pointers to young people.
I can tell young people where I went wrong when it comes to pursuing wealth, but I did everything perfectly when it comes to pursuing morality and peace of mind and paying my own way in life. I should write a book. How to be a bottom feeder and how to be a proud bottom feeder. You don't need wealth to be proud. You don't need wealth to have people take you serious. It doesn't matter if people take you serious. That's why you don't need wealth for people to take you serious. If they don't take you serious because you're broke, so what? The proud bottom feeder isn't worried about not being taken serious because he's living his life stress-free and living like a god. I lived like a god, John. Never worried about a damn penny. Never worried about a job. Yes. Never worried about a damn penny.
How did you pull that off?
Because there was jobs everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
No matter where no matter where there were jobs, I could get them.
Yeah.
And when I got the money, I did exactly. I never overspent. Never, ever.
Yeah.
The joke is about people like me that's how copper wire was invented. Somebody trying to get a penny out of my hand.
Yo, what up, guys?
Hey, tough guy.
What's going on?
Shit, just running this warehouse right now.
You work at a warehouse, tough guy?
Are you in management, tough guy? Are you in management, tough guy?
Yeah, I run the whole fucking building. 2 buildings, actually.
Oh yeah, how many people?
I told you I do corporate shit too, man. I got a fucking daughter. I gotta show shit on.
I got you.
On
So
paper,
how many people's under you in your 2 warehouses?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of us in this building.
Ask somebody. Go ahead. Are you there now? Go ask somebody what they give you a rating as a supervisor.
Ain't nobody even here.
Oh, you said you're running the warehouse. You're not at the You're at the warehouse. Nobody's there yet.
Yeah, you see. Look.
Oh yeah, I get. Yeah, I had a key to the place too. Me and my lovely little Mary had a key to the place. We went in early too. For 6 years.
Yeah, y'all see this? This is fabrics.
I see.
It's a whole bunch of fabric.
Oh, when are people going to start arriving? Hour or so?
I come before everybody, so.
Yeah.
But that's why I try to do it early, so I'm done, and then I can still do my music shit, and it says that I got something on paper. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Why, you don't have to spend an 8-hour day there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah, 8 hours is done at noon for you then. I got you.
Are you pissing on the stream?
You said what?
You ain't pissing on the stream, are you? Oh no, that's my coffee.
No, nigga.
Oh, damn. It's the coffee brewing in the back. Like,
no, nigga. What the hell, nigga?
My bad, Joker.
Y'all seen I had Grace and Ben in church yesterday. They couldn't stand it. I was letting Ben and Grace have it. You had Ben and Grace on your channel yesterday, and I was letting them have it.
Yeah. Man, I don't know why you guys get so animated over those people. I think they they get jazzed on getting you guys jazzed. That's their business.
Mm-hmm. I'll hurl it.
This fabric is for all type of shit. Honestly, this is we have designers and all type of stuff. So yeah, man, that's what I do.
Yeah, I try my best not to argue with people. You know, particularly, you know, in my opinion, you know, I don't have a problem with Ben. I met him in person before.
You can't tell the court and the judge. Yeah, I'll get money on the street when you got a child. They be like wondering and wanting to know what the hell you got going on. So you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Plus, it's cool, man. Shit, I mean, I have a lot of skills though. I told you, John. I know how to do a lot of shit, dog. That's because when I was young, I didn't like being broke. And I just was like a hustler. So I'll tell you a quick story before they start coming in. So when I was, had to be 10 or 11. Okay, I just came to Vegas. Y'all remember beepers, right?
No.
Yeah.
Like the pagers, the beepers.
Pagers.
Oh, beepers. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So in Las Vegas, there was this chain of beeper places called JJ, the king of beepers, right? And so when I was little, I was in middle school and I had a beeper one time and it got taken from me. And I was just like fascinated with beepers because that was like the thing back in the day, you know?
Dope boys.
Yeah. So I had came to Vegas and I was living with my mom. And I used to walk everywhere in Vegas. So that's kind of where I grew up and learned everything. But I used to walk everywhere. And I was probably like 11 or something like that. And in this Albertsons parking lot, Albertsons is like a grocery store. There's a parking lot. There was JJ King of Beepers. It was like another chain, right? And I just walk up in there. I look at the beeper I want. And I tell the dude, I said, I want that one right there. And he said, okay, well, like basically you got to pay for it. I was like, well, I want that. Like, I just, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, all right. You really want it? He was like, you really want it? You get 3 people to come in here and activate a pager. I'll give you this beeper and I'll give you $100. I was like, cool. Nigga, I had 5 people in that store within an hour. That nigga gave me $100. He gave me the beeper turned on and everything. And when I went home with the money and the beeper, my mom was like, where the fuck you get all this and all that, right? So I was like, my boss gave it to me. And my mom was like, yo, boss. Like, she thought I was selling drugs or something. But I was like, no, seriously. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I sold it. You know what I mean? I sold beepers and, you know what I'm saying? He hooked me up.
Tough guy, how old are you?
I'm 40.
When you were 20, young man, where did you think you'd be at this point in your life?
I didn't think I'd make it, honestly. I didn't think I'd be making it this long.
And from this point in your life,
funny. It's funny I say that, and it's strange because I'm 40, and I've been losing my cousins, and they're in their 40s, 43, 42, like, you know what I mean?
So from this point in your life, the next 10 years, where do you see yourself in 10 years?
I mean, I'm a street nigga, man. I'm just surprised I made it this long. Like, I'm surprised I'm able to do what I'm able to do, man. Like, honestly. But in 10 years, what I would like to do.
I'll be right back, John.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, in 10 years, what I would like to do is to have a few businesses solidified, and that way, if I did ever have to go in court and show anything on paper, it's my shit, and I'm not working for nobody else. So, I mean, I do that kind of, but I was kind of like forced into a situation because I had to get custody of my daughter. So, I mean, it's not that I'm allergic to work. It's just that I don't like working for nobody else. So even though like right now I'm doing corporate shit and I'm working for somebody else, I feel like I'm a private contractor because I know what I bring to the table. And it's just like, nigga, I don't need this, but I do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. It's like a thin line between love and hate. But as far as the next 10 years, basically, that's where I would like to because like I said, I'm a street nigga, man. I really grew up in the streets. That's all I really know. But I've also grown as a man. I'm 40 years old. I'm not a 25-year-old little kid anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's just my mentality has changed, and you know, I'm willing to grow. It's just like, it's not what you do, John, it's how you do it. You know what I mean?
I can agree with that.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But that's the thing too, you know, somebody said that shit yesterday. They'd be like, tough guy be out there, you know, I'll be showing my location. I'm, you know, so like I said, man, I'll be outside. I'll be really doing shit. Motherfuckers be talking, but talking and walking is two different things. You know what I'm saying? Only me and you can blaze the way we do because we put in the work. And nigga, you can sit there and smoke all day, but nigga, you can't tell me that you ain't put in your time and still do.
Shit, I still work every day.
Exactly, nigga. So you know what I'm talking about. Like, we can
I
do
came on here
that.
one day. I was so
We can
fucking
do that,
tired.
but it's lazy niggas out there that don't do a damn
I came
thing.
on here one day. I was so tired, tough guy. I was tired, man. I think I even told you guys, like, yo, I'm fucking tired today. And you really rarely hear me say I'm tired, but I was tired one day. But you push through. You know, you hit that second gear, as they say.
Yep.
You push through, you know. So I know how it goes. I know how it goes. So 10 years from now, a couple businesses, that's where you think you'd be? That's where you want to be?
Well, I mean, that's my mindset now from what I've learned. But I mean, who knows? I mean, within the next 5 years, I might learn something else and be in a different position. So, I mean, I'm willing to grow, though. I'm willing to learn. I'm not an individual that thinks I know everything, and you know, I'm not a lazy individual. So, I mean, I think I got a pretty good future if my health is okay. And, you know, I don't magically get shot or no weird ass shit, get locked up or some weirdo, you know, I don't know. You know, because life is strange like that, you know.
What do you play in clubs that there's a bit of a risk?
I mean, anytime you go out into public, there's a risk.
Oh God, let me ask it again, tough guy.
No, seriously. I mean, think
No,
about it. Some people,
I know that. I know
some
that.
people-
Okay, let me ask it again.
I done been in a
Let me
bar
ask
and the
it again.
motherfucker just had a bad day, nigga, and they just want to fight, and it might
I
just
don't-
be
right.
an individual. They just fucking with you, and
So let me
there
ask
ain't
it
nothing
again.
you can do to stop it because
That's right.
they're angry and
Answer
they're
the question,
serious,
tough guy.
and you're gonna have to fight.
Tough guy, answer the question, man.
So-
Don't just go on shit.
Yeah. Do you go? Do you play in clubs where there's a high risk of getting shot?
Yes,
Okay.
because I play with hip hop artists. That's how I make a lot of my money. When I play with like a lot of the West Coast,
I can see why you included if I don't get shot in there. That's all I'm saying. I get it.
but I'm a hood. Like I said, I'm a street nigga, man.
I don't
from
care
the
what you
hood.
are. I
I'm
don't care. I'm
always-
just saying. Get the hell out of that. Get your head out of your
But I
ass.
have
Go
been. I
somewhere.
mean, look where I'm at right now.
I understand.
Them niggas right now
Can
is
you-
probably about to go to sleep or is sleep, and they ain't gonna
Can you
wake up
can
until
you
like
talk
2 or 3.
Can you talk your daughter into moving with you in a couple of years or not? You say you're
I
around
think
your
she's trying to go to college, so
Oh. No,
yeah,
get
so
out of California, man. If you're really if you're a go-getter, get out of that hellhole, man.
honestly, that's kind of where I've been thinking, but I just don't know where to go, man.
I tell you where to go, but I don't want you to come to my white town.
Where?
I ain't gonna.
What state? What state?
There's towns all across America.
Yeah, I know.
Promise me you won't look me up, and I'll tell you what's going on. Okay? You want me to tell you where to go? You want me to tell you where to go?
Yeah, you don't want to go where you are, Brady.
Yeah, this is not where I'm at. And it ain't because of you. It's because of what's behind you. But listen,
Maybe.
you need to look up any town that is about 20,000. Get there. That's where go-getters are going to thrive in the future. And not if it's completely dead, you won't. Get to a town that's got business and there's a certain number of black folks in that town and it's not tore up. Get there, man.
I wouldn't say that because I'm from Leavenworth, and it's
cost of living is very low, and if you get a good income, you don't have high expenses for everything, and you can actually put your money to work.
Honestly, like where I'm from, I could live decently. I could do all right. I got family there, but it's just nothing. It's just nothing there, bro. Like I understand what you're talking about because I lived in a small town. My grandma lives out in the country.
What was the population?
We got 100,000, and
That's not a small town. Big difference. Big difference.
I mean, there's other towns like
I
Atchison,
know.
Kansas,
Yeah.
around
Okay.
there. Like there's
All right, yeah.
there's around there. There's
I got
Tonganoxie. There's Atchison. I mean, there's small towns, but
I got you, but you said you lived in one. I'm saying no, you didn't, Black. Tough guy.
I
There's
did,
no, you
nigga.
can't.
That shit is small, nigga.
No, it
Whenever
ain't.
you're done,
Yeah,
100,000 is it seemed like a
No,
lot,
it
but nigga, that shit
isn't.
is small,
That's
bro.
that's what people don't understand. I've been trying to say this. People don't get these small towns, the magnificence of them, and I hope they never do.
I mean, I know what you're talking about because it's
Okay.
boring. It's
I
boring.
don't. There.
I'm a
Well,
musician,
you're 40.
though. I need.
You're 40. You can try. Any small town has a big city 60 miles or 40 miles from it.
That's true, and you know what? I was thinking about that. Be brave,
There
because
you
I'm
go.
a musician,
There you go.
and I think I would
Uh-huh.
have more music equipment. I could do a lot more in a small
Yeah.
town, and I could always fly out. I
You
could
know what's
always
interesting?
fly.
You know,
if it
I
was
met a
something
guy.
important, I could always fly or go on tour. I mean, that ain't gonna
I was
stop
in-
anything. You know.
I was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and I met a guy. He did a lot of shows in Philadelphia, and he moved from Philadelphia. Let me make sure we don't have a porn.
What is this you're
bomb in
showing,
it.
John? What is this you're showing?
The slums of LA. The slum, and I'll turn the volume
Oh
up.
yeah, LA's bad, nigga.
Yeah, the slums.
Y'all
of
don't
LA.
even know, man. I'm in LA all the time. I'm in San Diego all the time. Like, I just know about the West Coast, man. That's the thing too, y'all. I have to tell y'all, when you live here, it's hard to leave. It's very hard to leave.
Hold on for a minute, tough guy. Dude, is this a porn bomber here? NPC the game. Porn bomber.
What's up? No porn bomber here, John. Nice to meet you, bro.
What's up? What's up? We can take
I
this.
came on your channel yesterday, bro. You weren't here.
Okay. Man, I was here. You said I
You
wasn't.
were not here.
Okay, gotcha.
It was a crack. Give me
Get
crack. Was here.
Where the hell did get crack? Never seen get crack in the day or
I
so.
don't know, man. Y'all talking about moving out of Cali? Yeah, I moved from Cali to Taiwan.
To
where?
Yeah, Taiwan.
Taiwan.
Oh wow.
What
This
made
nigga
you
just
move from
left.
Cali to Taiwan?
This
Is
nigga
that where
said
you are
I
right now?
moved from Cali to Taiwan. Like, nigga, I ain't
Are
leaving
you in
that.
Taiwan?
I
Are
ain't
you
going
in
that
Taiwan
far,
right now?
nigga. This nigga.
Are you
I
in
had enough,
Taiwan
bro.
right now?
Taiwan.
Are you in Taiwan
I had
right
enough
now?
of California. It's cool and all, but
It's hard to
Oh,
leave,
man.
though. You can't tell me it wasn't hard for your motherfucking ass.
God
to leave,
damn,
nigga.
tough
Shut
guy.
up.
I tried to ask him a question. Are you in Taiwan right now?
yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
I am.
That's what he
all
just
right.
said.
All right, I didn't hear him say that. He was talking. All right, okay, cool. How do you like Taiwan versus LA?
I mean, yeah,
The
I'm from
bitches is way
Oakland.
more submissive. I know that.
Yeah.
Them
Are you
hoes
gonna
up
let him
there.
talk? Are you gonna
They
let
be
him talk?
listening.
Are you gonna let him talk? Or you just gonna answer for him? Because
I'm just letting you know. He gonna
I'll
confirm
ask
it.
you.
Watch.
If you're gonna answer for him, I'll just ask you the question.
Come
Yeah,
on.
he's
rather
my
me
my mediator, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but it's cool. It's different. I like it out here. I do miss some stuff about Cali, mainly the weed. Keep it real. To keep it real. But other than that, the cost of living is low. The technology out here is cool. It's almost like living in the West, except they speak Mandarin Chinese.
What about
Have
the
you learned
weed?
Mandarin? Have you learned Mandarin already?
A little bit.
A little bit.
What
Not
about
too
the
much.
weed?
The weed's garbage.
They don't got no good growers.
I'm sure they do, but and plus too, it's kind of like I ain't trying to get caught up with that shit, bro. It's kind of they take that shit seriously here.
Oh, they used to have.
Okay.
They used to have Thai sticks.
See, that's
coming
why
up.
I can't live there, nigga. I can't be living in no motherfucking place where I can't smoke freely like I do, nigga. I smoke for real.
Oh, I used to think like that too, bro. I used to think I'm from Northern Cali, bro. So I used to.
Hold it, just for bragging rights on weed. I go to a town of 15,000 people to a dispensary. I get the best weed known to God or man.
Nigga, where do you live at?
I'm
do you
not
live? What
saying.
Come on, man.
Anyway,
What state, motherfucker? You ain't gotta give me the goddamn city.
It don't matter.
Okay.
He lived in Washington somewhere or something, I think.
Go ahead, man. So you tell us,
Bro, weed is cool and all, but I realized that it ain't the end all be all for me anyway.
No,
I
it
used
ain't.
to think
It
it
ain't.
was.
It ain't.
I used to think it was.
No, it's not really, but I mean,
so what do
it
you
is
do over
really
in
a
Taiwan?
part of my life, though. That's how
I would.
function.
I take 5 tokes a
It is
day.
definitely
And
how
I'll
I have
tell
a
you what,
couple.
dog, if I
of
didn't
the
take
dress-
that 5
the-
tokes a day, I'd miss it.
Yeah,
Okay.
honestly, if I didn't have weed, I'd probably smack the shit out of somebody every day.
Nah.
All right.
I'm serious.
But I
Yeah,
teach English and some other courses, and I also have a restaurant.
Oh yeah, okay, really? What kind of restaurant do you have over there?
Mexican
John is
food,
nosy.
Mexican
He's gonna
American
ask
food.
you some questions, nigga. Just know that.
Yeah, no, I watch this channel. Thanks for that heads up.
John
Bro.
think he's slick, nigga. He be asking them
When I was
questions.
asking you
boy.
questions,
That's what you do, though, as a host.
You just want to come up here and tell us everything about you. But
So what,
just
nigga? That's what Leos do, nigga. You know you dealing with a Leo, nigga. Look it up.
Well, Leo,
huh?
learn
Leo
how to listen
season.
to somebody else, right?
Now you're talking to a Scorpio.
Listening sometimes, right? Talking.
I listen, motherfucker. I'll be listening to your ass all day, nigga. Don't give me that shit like I'll be listening to your ass,
You
John.
don't let anybody else talk, right? We trying to.
That's because I'm on here, nigga.
No, it's good to talk to the panel, but however, I came up here to talk to John yesterday, but he was already doing his thing and shit.
Oh, what's
It's
up?
good to talk to him now.
Yeah, what you want to talk
No,
about?
I saw you on that scooter trip, that vlog, or whatever the fuck you were doing. It reminded me out here because we be riding bikes and scooters everywhere.
Yeah, I'll let y'all do y'all thing. I'll be back later.
See you later, tough guy.
All right, y'all.
All right, man.
What's the groundwater like? What's the groundwater
like?
What's the groundwater like there in Taiwan, where you're at?
The groundwater?
Yeah, drinking water from the ground.
Oh, fuck it. I don't know, bro. I get from the machine.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, I don't drink tap water in America, and I don't drink it here.
Yeah, but in America you can drink it. I'm 70 years old. I've been drinking tap water.
You wouldn't drink the water, so you wouldn't drink the water in Taiwan?
Oh, hell no.
No kidding. Is it that you don't want? Well, okay. You said you wouldn't drink in California. So are your standards too high, or is Taiwan's water that bad?
No, actually, I trust the water in California more than here because the locals don't even drink it.
Okay,
Really?
I got you.
Yeah.
Really? No. What do you think is wrong with the water? Is it just not clean?
The weird thing about it is they may use less chemicals, certain chemicals in the tap water here than they do in America. Now, granted, you don't want no fluoride and shit like that, but there probably are some things that could help them out here with some of those chemicals. But yeah.
Now,
water, we got water machines everywhere and triple filtered, double whatever I don't know.
Really?
So,
But you
said you won't drink it out of the
have to
tap.
buy it. You have to buy it. I mean, to get decent water, you're buying it.
yeah, I mean, no, to drink, nobody drinks water from the tap here.
So everybody, what they drink, buys the water.
I would assume so. Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why people don't get what we're at, John. In America, we live like God.
No, but I mean,
I'm not
when I
saying
was living
anything
in
against
California.
Taiwan.
Nobody
I'm
ever
not-
drank.
Well, that's
nobody
because-
ever. Yeah.
If there's a good reason, I understand it. But a lot of people not drinking tap water is a mental issue in their own head. I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
It's
I'm just
not gonna
saying,
kill you,
most of the
right? It's not
time,
gonna kill you. It's not gonna
No.
make you sick.
no, it's not. No, and it's nothing. It's just there's
Nah,
nothing.
nah.
It's
I guess
fantastic. I'm just
maybe
saying.
it's a taste thing for me. I don't think I'm gonna die if I drink tap water in America.
I don't drink it either, but I understand.
Yeah. No, in a big
I'm
city,
not
you
paranoid
have-
about that shit.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just saying that the people don't understand the differences. You can't drink water in Taiwan, folks. You can drink water everywhere you go here, right out of the ground, right goddamn out of the ground.
Now, what you say is cheap over there? What's the cost of living like over there?
The exchange rate's about 30 new Taiwanese dollars to $1 American. So right there, you got a good exchange rate. If you have your own business, you can go far. But the only thing is, it's kind of catching up with America in terms of big items like houses and cars. People are getting like zeroed out, especially the younger people. They can't even buy houses here.
But they got a
Luckily
nice
enough,
car.
huh?
But they got a
What'd you
nice
say?
car. But they have a nice car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but the car, the big items are expensive too.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
so-
They don't have a house, but I see. I just thought.
No, I don't
maybe
even think they have that, bro.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Do they have houses in Taiwan, or is it just mostly condos, apartments, and stuff like that?
No, they have houses. Like I'm in my house right here, 4 stories.
Oh, really? That's a pretty big.
You're
that sounds
living
like
a
pretty big house.
4-story house, a single family.
Yeah, me, my wife, and the dogs, and my son.
That's amazing.
That sounds
What's
like a
the
pretty
square-
big house.
What's the square footage on that damn thing?
Now, the thing
3,000
is,
square feet?
a little less. The thing about it is, it's the houses here are like road houses in the East Coast, I guess, and they're like narrow and long.
Okay, all right. That's not so silly. Yeah, I don't like big houses. I think they're
more to clean, Brave.
Yeah, I know.
Narrow, but they go back. Is that what
More
you're saying?
to maintain, more to go broke over.
Yeah.
Is it narrow, but they're deep? So
they're deep. Some of them, if you get a good one, it's deep. Yeah.
What is your lot size?
My lot is narrow. It's very small.
Right.
We don't even have a front yard here. It's very dense. So sidewalk, I don't know what that is anymore. It's like street and house.
How much backyard do you have in your house?
We don't have one.
Okay.
How much? I didn't hear. Wow. What did you ask him, Brady? What did you ask?
Well, what's the backyard like? You said you don't have one.
Oh, no,
you don't have one, man.
Well, what are you butting right up next to another house, or kind of just the back?
Right next door, bro. There's a little space in between, but nobody goes back there. It's like a glorified alley that nobody goes back there. Yeah.
Wow. That's what I'm saying. I'm not cutting you down. I'm not cutting down Taiwan, but I'm just telling you, people don't understand what we got here.
No, I didn't understand Brave until I left.
Yeah, this guy's living good, and he's living good. People think, yeah, okay, we got him. No, the people in apartment complexes live better. Not against you. They're living better than you. They're living better than you. People in apartment complexes and government housing are living better than you.
You think so? I don't think so. Bro.
You gotta remember too. I'm one person.
I know.
I live in the oldest city in the country too.
I got you. Mm-hmm.
What city do you live in?
Taipei.
What's the population?
You live in Taipei. Okay.
No, I don't live in Taipei. I live in the oldest city.
Oh, is that the name of it? The oldest city? What's the name of it?
This Tainan.
How do you spell it?
Get my DC information over there. You're in the hub of information.
What do you say? What's the name? Hold on, Bert. What's the name of your town in Taiwan?
Tainan.
Spell it.
Tainan.
Okay, Tainan.
Yeah.
What's the
experience? That was what Tiananmen Square was?
No, that's China. That's completely different.
That's China. Yeah. It's close.
Two different countries.
Tiananmen. It all looks
At least
alike.
you didn't say Thailand. Everyone goes, you live in Thailand? No, I don't live in Thailand.
Tainan City. Is that what it's called? Tainan?
Yes, sir.
Tainan.
Yeah, nice.
If it's not too personal, give us an exchange rate on what you make a year, oh buddy, in Taiwan. You don't have to if you don't want.
I would say I probably make around in California about an assistant manager's position in a retail store or something like that. Around that.
That's as close as you're gonna give us. You ain't giving us no figures.
No, man. I just met y'all, man.
I know. I'm just a bottom feeder, so it doesn't bother me to give figures.
Hey, it doesn't hurt to ask, right? You never know who might give it up.
They'll tell you. Yeah. It paints a picture. It really does.
Right.
It does. But you gave a good close example. An assistant manager in California probably makes $70,000 a year. You think?
There you go.
What's it like running a restaurant over there?
Oh man, at first, because it's been like 4 years now. At first, it was like really tough to get people to try something new because they're not used to Mexican American food. I mean, that's what I was raised on. I'm a Blaxican.
What's most of your menu? American or Mexican, or divided?
Just Mexican. I say because there's a difference between Mexican food from Mexico and Mexican American food.
Okay, so basically you're all Mexican American.
All Mexican, like
in other words,
nachos, tacos,
no burgers and fries.
Nah.
Gotcha.
No, the closest I have to that is some pastries. Give you some zucchini bread or cornbread or something like that.
Okay. So when they adjusted to the taco, when they adjusted to your Mexican American food, how you doing? You making it? You rolling pretty easy?
No, they love it. They love it. I got my regular customers.
Woo!
And yeah. Now it's just to look to see where's a new storefront. Because I started off at the night market because they have like a big night market culture out here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with night markets.
Can you tell us the name of your restaurant?
Doggone Good.
Okay. Can we look it up? You mind if we look it up?
You can look it up on Facebook. Yeah.
Do you have any areas near you where you don't dare go for danger sake?
No, it's hard to tell what's a bad neighborhood and what's not.
Tell us why.
It's all like pretty mixed. Of course, there's neighborhoods with huge houses,
right?
But it's not like extreme poverty or anything like that in the lower tier.
Amazing,
places.
amazing. So then there's no real horrible crime rate in certain sections of your city?
No, sir.
You
This
left
is one of the safest places allegedly to live in the world.
Amazing. I've heard that about Thailand and Taiwan. I've heard that about
Taiwan,
Taiwan.
yeah.
Yes, I've heard that about Taiwan. However, there's didn't somebody say you can't even have a bank account there though as an American? You got your wife.
Somebody said that yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. You
I'm
got
not
your
sure
wife.
about. I got my wife, so it makes it easier. So, but I didn't move here when I was single, so I don't know how that is for those people.
Yeah.
Say that again. You didn't move there when you were single?
Yeah, we got married in America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My wife's American Taiwanese.
Doggone good, right? Tainan, right?
Yeah.
Tainan.
Yeah.
Is it a dog? Is it a doggy restaurant?
There's a dog on the whatchamacallit, on the logo.
Is this it right here?
Let me see. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Give us a picture. No picture?
That's enough.
Oh.
There's some trolls right here, bro. Yeah.
Oh shit! You don't want me to show this, right? You don't want me to show your business?
No, he doesn't.
No. Yeah, not yet. You can check it out. Tell me what you think. Yeah.
I'll be there. What's the healthcare system
Dude,
like?
John's on it. He's Johnny with the spot, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Oh man, we try to profile
God
people's
damn.
business. We may have someone here going to Taiwan one day.
Yeah.
What do you give the healthcare rating there?
Oh, I give it a B+. B+, maybe even A.
I told you they're not going to allow that in America. They won't.
Bullshit, huh?
Are you spending money for premiums or is it coming out of your taxes?
No, it's socialized medicine. It's the national healthcare system.
I'm telling you, I know it's easier done in smaller countries, and I get that. But that's
Now,
still no excuse not to pursue it.
Now, who knows how long it will last before it totally crashes? But as for now, bro, you can get an appointment for whatever you need. In the morning, you make the appointment, and you'll have the appointment in the afternoon.
Hello.
And then you pay maybe $20 at the most.
So having that quality of healthcare, do you look or have you ever considered healthcare as a privilege, or do you look at it as a human right?
I think it's a human right.
Thank you.
Especially
Two
people in
against
my
one,
life.
John. It's two against one, John. John says it's a privilege. I said I don't believe him though, sir. I don't. I think in his heart of hearts he knows it's a right.
Yeah.
Master Kim, you want to ask any questions? This guy owns a restaurant in Tainan, a city in Taiwan. I know you're in the restaurant business.
I think it's excellent. He's got a niche business, and I'm under the impression a lot of the Asians really love a lot of American-made products and cuisine or whatnot. So although he's got Mexican fair food, that's very rare to my understanding. So man, it sounds like a slam dunk, man.
Yeah, man. It was just a matter of them getting to try it and stuff. So, yeah. I love meeting new people out here because a lot of the expats out here that have Western restaurants, they seem to be in their niche, only concerned with the expat business. But I get excited when I see a local old grandma or grandpa come and buy my food.
Really?
You know what I mean? Something they normally wouldn't do.
Grandma. You mean like an old Taiwanese grandma?
Ama, as they say.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Korean, that's Ama's mother. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, do you see missile battering rams strategically placed throughout the island, or is that confidential information you don't want to say online?
Nah, if that's the case, it's probably on the beachheads and stuff. I haven't seen anything. Last time I was at the beach.
I'm not sure. What is a missile battering ram? A missile site that is ready to launch, or what?
Yeah, they're Patriot missiles, and they're all ready.
Oh no,
for,
that shit. No.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not. Yeah.
I've seen American personnel here walking around, not in uniform, but I could tell.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Ryan's got a good question.
Not very many though.
Hey, how do you feel about the Chinese flyovers?
The Chinese flowers.
Flyover.
Oh, it's a everyday thing, man.
Really?
I don't like it. Living here, having family here.
Tell us about it. Tell us about what a Chinese flyover to the people that don't know.
A Chinese flyover is when China routinely, daily run air routes over the neutral area in the Strait of Taiwan, and they go over to the Taiwan side, which causes the Taiwanese Air Force to scramble and like, you know, flex on them, right? But it happens like more and more, bro. We have flybys by the Taiwanese Air Force every day, like clockwork. It's crazy out here.
Do you have a certain percentage of the population that says those flyovers are staged and they're bullshit and there's nothing to worry about?
Absolutely not.
I would
Never heard
say,
that.
I'll bet you're not looking for them.
There's
There's people that have been living in Taiwan, and I'll bet you that when they see that shit, they say, "Oh, we've been seeing this stupid shit for 100 years." Well, not 100, but for the last 50 years.
The flyovers, but the flyovers don't happen over where people are incorporated or live.
Right.
So I guess, like, to be honest, I've never
Can you
actually
see
seen
this
a
map?
Chinese thing.
Flyover.
Only flyover, but I know what I hear on the news. I know I hear the Taiwanese planes flying over my head when I'm trying to teach my students every day. Yeah.
Where are they flying? In here?
Right there, yes. And also to the south. 2 years ago, they did a whole blockade of the whole island under the guise of military drills. You remember that when Nancy Pelosi came here?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't let anything come into the.
You couldn't leave or go.
Damn.
NPC, if somebody speaks of something as not being what it appears, is it politically okay, or are conspiracy theorists even allowed in Taiwan?
It's allowed. They model after America, so
Okay.
it's allowed. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I would be able to probably give you more intel, except my Chinese is it's a work in progress, so I often wonder that too. It's like what the actual, folks that are into that stuff are talking about. Yeah.
No, I guarantee a lot of them are saying it's bullshit and they ain't even worried about it.
Yeah. The way people live their life here every day, it's like nothing's happening.
I know it. That's what I'm telling you.
That's all it is. Yeah.
Hello, look at what's in empirical evidence. It's called. Look at the empirical evidence. Why aren't people worried? Because ain't nothing going to happen, and they know it. And if it does, nobody's going to do anything about it, and it's going to crack off a big time thing that we're all going to be involved in the misery.
Exactly.
Meaning they probably won't start that misery in motion.
How do you deal with the typhoons?
Shit, good question, man. We just had a mini one. It wasn't classified as a typhoon, but the last couple of days,
It's like her.
you just hunker down, put your windows up, shades down, the metal door, and that's it. I mean, you can still go outside though.
It's just a hurricane, but in the Pacific.
Yeah, it's a
different
hurricane.
name. Yeah. Different name.
Is your house brick or wooden? Brick exterior or wooden exterior?
It's brick. There's not too much wood around here. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about the United States? So the Philippines has a shoal that's recognized Philippine territory. Okay. How do you feel about the Chinese just taking over that shoal, and the United States not doing anything to aid the Philippines in doing that? It's literally in the Wall Street Journal yesterday morning.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel about it? Do you think
our friends in the Philippines they probably need some help with that? That
Yes,
US
I
could
agree.
provide. Yeah.
So
Before it gets out of
Biden
hand.
did nothing though. I mean, I think to think that nothing's going to happen is I mean, we haven't had any major conflicts of world powers like China and the United States in some years. We've had some stalemate and cold situations, but nothing hot. But I think Taiwan is the next. This is definitely a major thing. I mean, what about the Taiwanese islands that are right adjacent to China? Like Taiwan is here. There's islands within China, right? Like what
You're
I'm talking
about
right?
the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
It's like right
Yeah.
off the
They're
coast,
like
right there.
right there, exactly. Like if you blow that up, John, they're literally a minute from. They're like closer to China than they are Taiwan. You know?
I'll tell you a story about that place. There's a military base on Cayman Island right there. That's you can literally see mainland China from it, a Taiwanese base, and there's also some civilian stuff. And when they did that blockade, bro, why did they have a rave there? Like nothing was happening. Of course,
I don't know. Maybe
of course the military
Oh.
was doing their thing, but the regular civilians, it's wild, bro.
Well, they're becoming more aggressive. Like if you read the reports on Taiwan and China's actions towards Taiwan, they're becoming way more aggressive. And I think it's getting dangerous to what they're doing.
And
Mhm.
so let me offer to the young man one other opinion on that, right quick. I think that if they actually mess with Taiwan, they're ready to blow up the entire goddamn world. Meaning they're not going to do anything to Taiwan.
Yeah,
Relax.
absolutely. 'Cause it's over. It's
Don't worry.
endgame.
Don't worry about
once that
this
happens.
China shit. There's no danger.
And I used to worry about it a lot, my friend, when I first moved out here. I'd be like, why aren't you guys, I tell my older students, like professionals, like, why aren't you guys ever want to talk about this when we talk about current events?
So
Like,
what
how
they
could
say?
you let this happen?
What they say?
They don't care. They're like, this is the way it is. We just want the status quo.
And
That's what they always say.
Status quo.
Let me ask you this
Yeah,
question. Did you live there during COVID?
Yes, I did. That was interesting. While you guys were flipping out with your mask and your social shit, it didn't hit here. It only hit here a couple years later when they started doing the what.
What? The vaccinations?
Yeah. And then they started to make you wear the mask outside, social distance. We had to wear the mask like for 2 years after everyone else when you're at the park.
Son of a bitch.
Not me though.
Did they make?
All right, I'll be right back.
Did they force vaccinations there?
I was going to ask that, John. Go ahead. Yeah, did they?
I mean, they try to pigeonhole you in doing it. It wasn't same thing as America. It's the same plan.
No,
like if you had
America,
certain
there were
jobs.
people- no, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
force. That's force.
Yeah, it's for yeah.
So they did. They forced. Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of my colleagues they lost their jobs at some of the schools they were teaching at.
Hell yeah.
They did
go.
because
Did you get vaccinated?
no.
How did you get around not getting vaccinated?
That's when I was just running my business. I wasn't working at a school at the time.
Oh,
Yeah,
Do they
but
have-
didn't your lovely little nagging wife make you get vaccinated? I mean that lovingly and endearingly.
No, she lets me. She lets me be, bro.
Wow.
The battle was not having her to get it.
It was
You
your
know, that
children.
was
Yeah, that's because
It
I
might-
say she wanted it. That's why I'm saying it's
Yeah,
wonderful.
yeah, yeah.
It's wonderful
Your
that she
wife
let you
wanted
pick
the
up your own
vaccine?
mind.
Oh, your wife. She
yeah. I
wanted
don't
the
think she
vaccine?
wanted it, but she listens to some of those old friends from back home. I'll have to say that.
Same old shit. Yeah, same old shit as always.
My,
yeah.
my son's a purebred though. I'm happy about that. So he's good.
I'm sorry, I missed that one. Purebred. You're black.
Means he wasn't. He didn't get it. He didn't get it.
Oh, I was gonna say. So your wife
Yeah,
let
that's
you. Your wife let you decide not to vaccinate your son. Very good.
No, well, he said
yeah.
there was a fight there, Brave. He said there was a fight.
Well, there was a little bit of a fight over that.
No. It's more like because we already talked about it with our son and stuff, but with her, I mean that was a different issue.
Did
One
you
and
try
the
to
same,
talk her
bro?
out of it? Did you try to
Of
talk her out of
course.
it? And
All
she
that
was like,
bullshit
"No,
I
I
was
got-"
putting on like Facebook and shit was like that was directed at her.
So she's like, I gotta get it.
The stuff that we would talk about, you know.
But that's
But,
impressive. That's impressive. She didn't really nag you too hard to get your son vaccinated. She let that ride.
She let it. Yeah, she let it ride.
You got a sweetheart of a woman, buddy.
Yeah.
Someone
Absolutely,
said they're
man.
surprised that they didn't require restaurant owners to vaccinate in order to operate. How did you get around that? That's true.
Those laws for restaurants and stuff, they didn't like the America stuff like that. So, no,
But did you have to vaccinate your employees?
no.
Really?
No.
Damn.
It was a more medical and education. Those were some of the in gym. If you had like some type of fitness gym or something like that, that type of stuff you had to.
So tell us this: when we here in the USA, and you lived here, so you know. Of course, I've lived in smaller towns all my life. When we here in the USA drive 5 miles that way, we're out in wide open country roads and things like that. If you drive 5 miles out of your metro or out of your town, what's the population of where you live, right quick?
I think 1.3 million.
Wow,
something like that.
Wow. So when you drive 5 miles outside of that mess, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at more dense city, maybe some
5 miles
more
out?
industrial stuff a little bit, but
industrial parks and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do this. When you get out away from the population and the industry, what are you looking at? Good, nice roads or dirt roads or what?
No. It's good infrastructure, clean highways, flowing. A lot of agriculture, like rice paddies and mango trees. And,
Amazing.
Yeah. It's so beautiful too when you get to where the mountains are and stuff.
Yeah.
It's that's one of the goals, to get a spot out there in the country, because where I'm living here is like Machine City.
What does it cost you to live there? Like for that 4th floor house, what would that cost if someone wanted to move into your neighborhood? Are you buying or renting that place?
Yeah, that's not too personal.
This is our house. We bought it.
Yeah, give us the price
what
you
would it
paid
cost
for
to
it.
move next door to you?
A house like this?
No, hell no. I want to know the cost of his house. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Whatever you want to answer, go right ahead.
We're talking about probably, because it's an older house.
Yeah.
So if you want to go right now and sell it, I would say at least like $250K.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not
dollars.
Bad. In
It's not
Taiwan?
bad.
Yeah, dollars. In Taiwan?
In
That's
Taiwan.
American dollars. Yeah.
Yeah, you know how many people in Taiwan can't even come close to that? That's pretty bad.
Let me ask you this question: do you?
You can tell John's rich. Go ahead.
I mean, relative to
jump
America,
shade.
you know what I'm saying? Like an American could buy a house over there, with an American salary.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the Taiwanese.
You haven't seen nothing yet, my friend. We've been looking at places in Japan, rural Japan.
Yeah.
You can buy a mansion for $5,000.
Really? In Japan?
Yeah. Japan is ridiculous. They're getting old and they're dying.
I thought Japan was a very expensive country to live.
Not in the country where the old people are dying off. They have no heirs.
So back to Taiwan again. So 250, and I heard you say something about the conversion rates. Do you make an American salary? Earn an American salary?
I'm getting paid in Ts.
Okay. You're not getting paid in American dollars. Okay.
Yeah.
So the conversion doesn't really matter to you then in that sense, right? Unless
No, it doesn't.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I just make sure those Taiwanese dollars match up.
Yeah,
at least to American.
Is dollar for dollar? So is pegged to the dollar?
Pretty close.
Really? I mean, is it floating or is it fixed?
The rate?
Yeah.
It's 30 to 1.
It's 30 to 1.
Fixed,
it's 30 to 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
But
and
it's the same as Thailand.
It's 50 to 1.
But is that fixed or floating? Like, is it a constant 30 to 1 and never goes up?
Oh,
and down?
it's been around, like when I first got here in 7 or 8 years ago, it was around 29 to 1.
Okay.
So now it's like 30. The highest it's ever gone was 33. So it's about
not bad, dude.
That's bad for you, right? That's bad for you if you're in Taiwan, for the people, right? That would be
In
bad.
Dominican Republic, it used to be 19 when I was 10 years old, and now it's 51, dude.
That's because the Haitians are right next door. It's causing upheaval on that island. Oh, you can bet that has something to do with it. That's rough to deal with.
Dude, we're building
maintaining that border. Yeah,
we're building a better wall than the U.S.
That's right. Yeah.
Nobody.
You guys come to Taiwan or what? Show you guys what's up.
Sounds interesting. Sounds fun, man. Sounds fun. And I can meet a Taiwanese woman over there.
If you come back to U.S., what is it makes you want to come back here?
Family.
Good question. Good question. Probably so I can on a ego tip. I want to prove to myself and that I can really do well there, and always, because I never had a house there. I didn't get my house till I came out here, and I would like my son to meet up with his cousins and stuff, because we don't get back to America very often.
No, I imagine not.
At what age did you leave America?
I was like 30, 35, 36.
And how old are you now?
Well, actually, it must have been later, like 37. I'm 46 now.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of late in life.
10 years, man.
You made a move late in life.
I got married and had my son later in life. Yeah.
So then let's ask this question without getting personal. How are people retiring in Taiwan? Comfortably due to their income or comfortably due to safety nets?
Well, the people that I know that are doing well, it's because they had other business ventures besides their jobs and pension. They had a lot of real estate stuff.
So what are the
that they were
safety
into.
nets? What are the old age
safety net,
safety net? What are the old age safety nets like? What are the old age safety nets like? You don't know.
I would say,
quite?
on a visceral, this quick look, I wouldn't say it would be too good. I wouldn't rely on that because you see a lot of old people collecting cans and recycling, and I don't know, man.
See, that there ain't no place like home. There ain't no place like home. I'm on Social Security. I'm living like a goddamn king.
Yeah, that's true.
How is your wife? Is she submissive, or is she like the women here in the West?
She's a hybrid, bro. She moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from Taipei when she was 3 months old, so she was mostly raised here. However, she always went back and forth. Like she went to elementary here, high school there, and then college here. So she was going back and forth. So anyway, to make a long story short, she's submissive in the things that really matter, but there's still that Western, I don't know what you want to call it, individualism.
Yes, I call it for Western women, the good women I'm talking about, not the idiot liberals. For good Western women, they don't take any shit, but they know how to be submissive.
Right.
It's the damnedest thing.
He's right, and she gets her point across. She doesn't do it heavy-handed, which is nice because I'm learning living here. The whole thing about saving face is a big thing in Asia, and she's all about that, which I really respect and love.
Hey, Master Kim, did you hear him say this stuff about saving face?
Saving face. You ever heard that? Like basically, like don't embarrass. Like if you have something to say that, like your partner. Like do it private or always try to
don't shame, don't embarrass. Yeah
exactly. And I don't see that for some of my friends back home when they tell me the stories and their wives and the families.
Hell no, your wife will cuss you right out in the supermarket.
Yeah, exactly.
In America, your wife will cuss you right out in the supermarket.
Yeah, but I'm the one. I'm guilty of that. I need to stop doing that shit.
Doing what?
Hey, Gabriel.
That like when there's something wrong, I should talk in private instead of
Yeah, you need to stop that. So you're never going to do it again now. We trust you.
No, I haven't been doing that in a while.
Oh, yeah,
it sounds like you guys have
Hold on, guys.
some
Miss Kim trying to say something here. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, sorry about
Hold on,
that.
guys.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hold on, MC Nimson, Master Kim coming up, and then you'll be next, all right?
Hello?
Yeah,
We hear you, but you'll be next. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Yeah, wanted to ask the gentleman, Gabriel, hey, please forgive me. You may have mentioned this earlier when the stream started. How is your Mandarin? And then also, do you ever come across any Mandarin or Taiwanese food that's made like the way they make it for Americans here? Like the Cantonese and Mandarin restaurants will make American style Chinese food.
What exactly are we doing here, John?
Jesus Christ.
This guy, I see him on other streams.
I'm just supposed to just like, what the fuck are they talking about? And you don't want me to
if you listen long enough, you'll get caught up to speed.
But why?
Give me one second. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
I can't do it today.
It's too early for this, John.
Yeah. Go ahead.
My Mandarin is very rudimentary, which is I have to admit, it's kind of shameful for being here so long. And I've definitely made a commitment recently to fix that because, bro, I would say for anyone coming out to Taiwan and probably any country, if you're going to spend time, you got to know the language, bro, because you just leave yourself hanging, like missing out on a lot of different conversations and business opportunities and just. But anyway, it's not very good, bro. It's not very good. And in terms of, because too, they speak Mandarin Chinese, right? That's the official language. However, Taiwanese is the language that most older people speak where I'm from, because in the South, that's where most of the older people live, right? And I like to vlog. I have my own channel, YouTube channel, NBC The Game. So if you know Taiwanese, you can unlock a whole new fucking level of what's really going on out here. So that's about the language, bro. But in terms of the food, most of the food here, I never really had Taiwanese food in America, and then the ones I had, it was garbage. You know.
Does your wife work?
Yeah, she works. She does some consulting, like for the university out here. Yeah, but mostly she's raising our son. You know, she's able to work remotely, which is cool. While I do my thing, you know. So, yeah.
What's your channel? NPC The Game?
Yeah, NPC The Game. Yeah. One word.
Yeah, 2 up there.
I have my other one that was more Taiwanese focused, but I can't get it monetized, so I just stopped posting videos on that shit.
Do you think that, considering that their safety net is so miserable for the elder, do you think you're preparing well enough for it to be retired in Taiwan? Or do you think you need to step your game up?
Yeah. Like Patrick Bateman says in the American Psycho, you can always do better.
Yeah,
I
would step your game up.
Good question, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
A hint to the wise is sufficient.
Yes.
You know, we just had a black guy here in DC, formerly Chocolate City, get into a little trouble when he told a migrant, an immigrant, or whatever the hell you want to call him, a Uber DoorDash driver, to learn English. Learn English. Have any of the people been rude to you because you don't know Taiwanese over there, the Cantonese, whatever you speak?
If they did, I didn't know. No. Most of the people are cool about it. If you speak a little bit of Chinese, like ni hao or paise, which means like excuse me in Taiwanese, they're like, oh, your Taiwanese and Chinese is so good. Like they're pretty cool out here, man. I haven't had any problems. You know what the problems I had when I first got here was kind of like getting used to people look at me like they're confused when they see me because I'm different, I guess, you know.
How dark are you?
I look like Will Smith in that picture with his son. Right there, like that.
That's not too. How many people like you do you see around? And you're, black folks.
You mean melanated black people? I would say maybe like in my city, 2%, but there's more and more because I live in a university city, so there's a lot of Haitians and people from Gambia, because Taiwan has these weird alliances with countries, so their students come here.
Yeah. That's why they're wealthy.
So that's funny because you're talking about Haiti and stuff. I just gave a guy a ride that lost his keys from Haiti that just got here, and I never met anybody from Haiti, and I was like, oh shit, how is it out there? Shit, like, so. Yeah, there's some. It's pretty cosmopolitan, but very Han Chinese are everywhere.
So not very diverse.
No, no, it's not.
Do you think that lack of diversity is good or bad?
Good question. In the grand scheme of things, yes, but for what they're doing now, no,
yes,
because
it's bad.
It's bad because I would think you would want to meet as many connections of different humans as possible, so you can, get a good feel about what this world's really about. However, sometimes when there's too much of new people in a space, the locals won't be maybe not as friendly. I was thinking, it's like they don't feel overwhelmed. I guess like more of a novelty. When there's not that many people. Do you think there'll be a difference
if Taiwan was getting immigrants from, say, Japan versus Haiti?
Oh, they would love that. They love their Japanese because they were colonized by the Japanese like 100 years ago.
What about the Chinese versus Haiti?
Well, they don't like. it's a weird relationship because they're brothers and sisters. They're Han Chinese, but they kind of have a distaste for Chinese people because it's a different culture. They're a little bit more abrupt and I'm kind of generalizing, but they're kind of rude compared to Taiwanese people, and Chinese people, mainland Chinese.
How are European Americans accepted there? In other words, whitey.
Oh, they're accepted. Yeah, they
like you said, John. everybody likes whitey coming to the country.
Everywhere in the world, lots of talk about that years and years.
It never fails. Sure, come on in.
You ain't wrong about that.
They're being challenged though. Those white chat expats are being challenged by the Tyrone Chatterones because of black culture is such a big thing with entertainment. The kids out here and the young adults they know all this shit, all the actors and the rappers and ball players. So when they see a black person, they get excited, and I'm sure that the women do too. Some of the women, anyway.
See, that's the beauty of right quick. I'll make this quick.
Somebody said whitey on the moon.
This is the beauty. This is what the black people miss in America. If you behave, people like you.
Hey, who wrote that book, Whitey on the Moon?
Let him say, but I see what he's saying, bro.
Yeah.
Who wrote the book, Whitey on the Moon? Was that Tom Wolfe? Who wrote the book, Whitey on the Moon? Was that Tom Wolfe? You ever
Tom Wolfe?
KJV? Who wrote that book, Whitey on the Moon?
Yo, that's London Man from London. Shout out to him. He's the brother out there from London. We were cooking earlier today on his channel. Bro, somebody asked in the chat, they said, was my son go to private school? No, he goes to the public school out here.
It's probably a great public school. It's probably a great
What's
school,
that?
though.
It's really good.
School.
I bet it is.
In Taiwan. They got
he's learning his Mandarin.
That ain't the reason, Ryan.
One of the things I talk about.
Well, you telling me the Asians probably got great tests? The Asians
yes, they do.
They care about school.
Yes,
care about
they
school.
do. I know
they care about school.
That ain't the reason they're great schools. They're great schools because they ain't got no goddamn inner cities going there. I'm telling you, there's only one group of people tearing the shit out of schools, folks.
Brave,
Get that in your head.
Brave, I long said like the desire and the chase for good schools in America drives people broke.
Yep.
What's that? What'd you say, John?
The drive for good schools for their children in America drives people broke.
They'll spend a
people in other countries don't have that. As this guy saying he's 250, living in the neighborhood, he can send his kids to the public school, no big deal. If you live in a $250,000 neighborhood in a city of 1 million people, there's no way in the world you could send your child to a public school here in America. Nowhere.
You
can you can go to Baltimore.
No, you can't.
You're right. It's a war zone. It's a war zone.
My daughter's school is pretty good, man, for a public school.
When you go there, when you go there, do you see? When you go to your daughter's public school, is it amazing to you? I don't know. Were you ever in public schools as a child here in America? I mean, did you go to public school or private as a child?
Are you talking to me? Sir?
Yes, NPC. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Did you go to a
He's
public
not
school?
the one that was talking about it. There was another guy. It was Latino.
No, I went to mostly Catholic schools, and then I went to a Jesuit high school.
Okay. That explains. I was just going to say if you could tell the difference, but you can't. You went to good schools.
No, but when I was out of school, all my friends went to public school, so we'd be we'd be tearing it up, bro.
That's what I'm saying. When you go to your school, are you considered a wealthy person there in Taiwan?
Oh, I would say middle class, going to upper a little bit.
Upper middle class.
Upper middle class, maybe. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, us foreigners here, bro, we get paid. And I say, bro, I don't mean no disrespect.
Oh, I got.
We get paid. We get paid way more than the local that busts his ass even at some of these semiconductor jobs.
Are there any semiconductor complexes near you that you've seen?
There's one about 30 minutes away.
They have to be magnificent. They have to be magnificent.
Yeah. Those were a lot of my students when I first started teaching out here. Yeah.
When you go, I'll ask one more question and shut up. When you go to your public school, what percentage of them are very poor kids in your public school? When you go there and you in your child's class.
Okay, because the way they do kindergarten here is like they do like 3 classes or whatever. Out of the 60 kids that were like in my whole kindergarten stuff, I would say that I know of maybe like 2, and then they weren't even that bad. They weren't that bad.
You mean they were? There's no lower class people in your school at all?
No, there's lower class, but it's not.
No. You missed my question.
I'm not comparing it to America, I guess.
No. That's what I'm asking you. As far as income is concerned, what's the percentage of poor students in your class in your schools? Because I know they got poor people in Taiwan. What's the percentage of them, the students?
Maybe like 10 to 15.
That's
and everyone else is middle. Everyone's middle here. The medium here.
Yeah, that's what it speaks of. But do the poor kids cause any problem?
That's what Brave is trying to get to. Or do you have
It's Title I school? It's a Title I. Is there any Title I schools?
That is probably no Title I. Do you have low class problems in your school?
Yeah, some of the schools that are like, I guess in the Taiwan version of Lean on Me school, we could say. Yeah, I've heard stories.
Oh, so you're not in the trenches.
Yeah.
So you heard it.
And you're a teacher. You're a teacher.
Yes, he is.
I'm a teacher. American school.
That's better. Yeah. Do you see the same type of inner city violence in the school where you teach that you hear about here in America?
No. The closest we got, we had a really bad stabbing earlier in the year.
Wow, that's
awesome gang stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the thing is, the triads out here are basically. They just fuck with themselves. Like you wouldn't even know what was going on unless you know those people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like here, like when I was living in Oakland and I walk my dog, I can get hit by a stray. It's different. It's much.
So
different.
you're as a teacher, you went there, and then so if you're teaching some of the tough kids, are you teaching like tough kids or is it just general?
No, all my kids are like upper middle class. I teach at an academy.
Just standard, okay. Got it. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
No, in Taiwan, that's highfalutin. Upper
pinky up. Which is kind of sucks though because you can't even talk to them about real.
Yeah.
It's hard to talk to them about real shit. I had the book The Outsiders. I was showing them. That was edgy for them.
Really? That's awesome. That's a great book, though. By the way, written by a 16-year-old. Amazing.
Yeah, it is a great book. Yeah.
What's The Outsiders?
Written by a 16-year-old.
Yeah. What's that?
Steve Brave, you don't know what that is?
No,
I've never heard that.
I told you I didn't read any. I never read my first book till I was 33, buddy.
Good morning, San Jose, mate.
The movie Outsiders with has a star-studded cast. The Outsiders. You never heard of that?
No, I only watch comedy. Even as a kid.
It's basically what you're talking about, bro.
Be brave. Do you just? I bet you probably read Crack magazine. Do you read Mad Magazine and shit? You probably read Mad Magazine.
Yeah. I've looked at
it's an iconic movie and book, The Outsiders. That's E. Hunted, whatever it is.
I'll be damned. I did not know that.
Me either, right?
Yeah, she was a 16-year-old girl when she wrote it.
People are saying
she wrote that in high school, man. It's crazy.
Oklahoma.
Do you have ATMs where you're at, NPC? Do you have ATMs?
Absolutely. You gonna send me some?
No. You ever worry about making a withdrawal?
No, I don't.
Because here they got names for it now. Don't do it and watch your back when you're doing it. I forget the acronym, but now and a lot of places are no longer having them.
Yeah. What about Bitcoin? It does say we'll look out for bandits in broken English when going to the ATM. It says bandits. I thought that was funny.
What about Bitcoin? You guys on Bitcoin over there?
Yeah, but that's recently. For a long time, you had to jump through hoops to use it. But it's good now. Yeah.
I mean, are you using it like on transactions or what?
No, not me personally.
I mean, can you use it in transactions or just trading?
Certain like highfalutin places they're trying to be like, trendy have that, but not the majority, I don't think.
Okay,
what kind of supermarkets do you have? Are they comparable to ours or few and far between? Or is it a lot of small shops where you're buying your food?
Oh, it's we have the big. They're comparable. The supermarkets, like we have
Amazing.
the biggest one's called Carrefour, which is out of France.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah,
and it's basically like a damn regular super Safeway or whatever, Kroger's.
So you got chicken, poultry, beef, pork, everything in the meat case?
Yes, but no, what's even better than that is like I can go to the morning market to the freshly slaughtered, freshly butchered, and get all those meats for like almost half the price.
Yep.
Do you trust them?
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
They killing the animal right there behind you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm just talking about how they
Not
store
necessarily
it before
behind
they
you, but like
before
maybe
how
like
they store it before they sell it. Is it
Oh,
like
shit, they selling it
could it be
damn
setting
near-
could it be setting for 5 days or 6 days?
No,
or
hell no. They
No. But maybe it'll be sitting there for 6 hours while he's getting it outside, though. It's just par for the course.
Yeah, I was gonna
you
say
know?
that's not horrible because you're cooking it. But it's still 6 hours of dead meat is going to give you problems if you don't cook the hell out of it.
Well, most of the meat I don't eat that much, but it's for my dogs. I feed my dogs raw.
What are you, a
So-
vegetarian? Kind of, sort of.
No. I just don't. Omnivore, yeah, but I just don't eat that much meat as much as I used to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone has a question
It's
for
good
you.
to cut it way back. You are smart.
Someone has a question for you.
So, ABC, can you compare and contrast when we had a restaurant in Taiwan before, teaching versus regular American restaurant experience? Can you compare and contrast when you had a restaurant?
Did you have regular American restaurant experience?
Yeah, of course. Like that was a family business. My grandma, we didn't own the restaurant, but our family was definitely that was a business that a lot of us were in before.
You ran the restaurant. Yeah, I ran the restaurant. Okay.
Yeah. Which one's the question? Shout out to Shadow Buddha. I know that's my dog. Compare and contrast at the restaurant. Oh, here too. Also too, a lot of people have food stalls, and sometimes the food stalls are bigger than a mom and pop brick and mortar to be doing better business.
I have a question. Do you have siblings?
I have one brother.
Has he ever considered trying to move over there, or?
I wish. No, I mean, to be honest, we've been estranged for a long time. But yeah, but that's the goal. That's the goal, man.
Who was the asshole, him or you?
Of course, him.
Of course, yeah.
Give me 1 minute.
But you know what?
Are you sure? Are you sure?
With that, listen to this. With that said,
1 minute.
even if I was, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
1 minute, and I'll let you get back to it. We're 11 hours in. You know what? This is Going Trucking with HB2N, and I am John Galt, the urban landlord. 29 people in the building this morning. 11 hours, 10 minutes is 10:39, 10:40. HB said he'll be back up here at some point. Show some love and support for the channel here. You see the banners, the banner at the bottom. HB2N, me, John Galt, and our wonderful editor, Portia J. We see all the views on the shorts and the clips and the videos and everything. We really appreciate it, and keep the channel going. Show some support here. Thank you. All right, guys, go ahead. We have 50 minutes before we have to jump to another stream here.
Yeah.
Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, who's the asshole?
My
him or you?
brother. Yeah, no, I would have said him, but even if that's the case, I don't give a fuck. I would eat it humble pie because I miss my little brother so much.
Yeah.
That I don't give a fuck. Like,
I'm always curious when it comes to divisive in families. What could he have done to? Because you'd have to do something pretty bad for me to, as a sibling, you know.
I can tell you what my brother did to me.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let's listen to NBC right now. Make it quick.
He was 13. Our mother was 42. She was dying of ovarian cancer. And I was 23, 22, 21. And he was living with my grandma, and I was trying to work and take care of him too. But then eventually I just drifted away, and I would see him only on the weekends. And I guess that, and my mom ended up dying, right? And then once that happened, our relations just split, right?
Oh, so it's difference. It's just distance rather than anything that bad happened. Oh, I see.
I don't think he at the time he didn't like the woman I was dating, not my current wife.
Yeah.
And then when I actually tried to ask him what his issue with me was, he would bring up that, but I don't know what was going on, bro.
You know, the shame of it is at 21, at 21 you were mature enough to think of him as a 13-year-old child, which he was.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that regret I have in life, probably, because I would never change anything because it wouldn't make me here. But
Probably
I miss my brother so much, bro.
Yeah, hating to say it, we're the older one. Probably you were the bigger asshole in that situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be funny.
Just call him and say I'm sorry. Ain't no big deal, man.
Yeah. He'd probably take your call.
He got a financial channel out here, Silicon Valley Investors. Shout out to Jordan.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, they're just a bunch of
Google
winners.
employee.
Yeah, no, you need to call him and tell him you're sorry for any dipshit you did.
Yeah.
Tell him you may have been
Life
21.
is too short.
But
Life is too short. You should.
You're 21, but you weren't 80. You need to get some wisdom. Tell him you're sorry.
Hey, Gabriel, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
As far as some of your specialty ingredients for the Mexican food, like the flour tortillas and so on and so forth, does that cost more because are you able to get it locally? Is it made, or is it just because it's not like a high volume product? Does it cost you a lot more to get it there?
A lot more. If I don't make them from scratch, like the tortillas and tortilla chips, it costs a lot to buy the ones that they do have here. We have Costco and stuff, but
they don't do a lot of weed over there, right? In there, that's a weed product.
Weed?
You know?
No, it's
wheat.
A wheat.
Yeah.
No, not too much. Bread's not
tortilla
a big thing.
is wheat, right? Isn't that wheat or is that corn?
There's flour tortillas and corn tortillas.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's very expensive. Some of these specialty items for what we sell, but it makes a difference because there's some Taiwanese people that try to do Mexican, and it's trash. Yeah.
So you're able to probably charge a premium. It's because it's kind of a delicacy in that region.
Yeah. I'm able to, but I try to keep the margins not too crazy because I don't like doing that. A lot of people do that here. They have a Western restaurant and they charge up the ass, and the quality's not even that good. You know, so. But
that's amazing. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. I'm good.
It's amazing to me. So in Taiwan, it's and I've always heard it's a magnificent country. Do they have any area? Okay, you know what I'm talking about when I say slums. I'm not kidding. Real slums like in Indonesia, and South America, and Africa. Do they have any slums there on the islands? You know, shanty shacks, literal shacks.
No, I haven't seen. Well, yeah, if you go some of these back alleys, there are some shitty ass old houses that a lot of people. And I noticed when I used to live by the Veterans Hospital, because after World War II, in 1949, after the Civil War, the Chinese Civil War, the nationalists moved. That lost the Mao, they moved to Taiwan. This is what became Taiwan, and they made a lot of housing. Yeah, exactly. They made a lot of housing for their soldiers, and those houses today are some of the most like shantiest.
They're disrepaired.
Bad.
Yeah,
exactly.
But they are houses.
There's also a percentage of them that are Japanese. There's also a Japanese percentage.
But if they're houses, my question was, I'm talking about shanties. You don't have them in Taiwan?
No, not in any numbers. You have to go to like Thailand for that or Vietnam.
Right? Yeah. That's interesting. That's amazing.
It's just not like Taiwan. Like it's a beautiful place. It's just not aesthetic. It's not aesthetic.
I've heard
the city.
About it.
It's ugly. But the country's beautiful. If you have money to buy a big house in the country, oh man, salute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not a place. Okay.
They don't have a lot of land. They don't have a lot of land there.
I'm a bottom. Right. I'm a bottom feeder. You don't suggest bottom feeders come to Taiwan?
Oh no! To be realistically, no.
It doesn't. No,
like they don't
stay in America.
That's not place.
I didn't. God damn it, Ryan! I was talking about bottom
breeding into their population.
Let me ask you a question about.
Talking about bottom feeders. You dirty bastard.
Hey, let me ask you a question about restaurant. Mexican food seems to be able to like cross all borders.
Would
That's really good.
What was your question, Joe?
It seems like Mexican food is able to cross like all borders, cultures, everything, and be fairly successful. You're all the way in Taiwan doing Mexican,
right?
And you know,
yeah, people love Mexican food.
Yeah, if I was contrasted, you know, let's say with I don't know, you know, soul food as an example, what I'm probably familiar with. I don't. Yeah, I guess it might work in Taiwan. But
okay.
But Mexican seems to be
John, go ahead.
Mexican seems to be easily adoptable, you know, across cultures. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, because there's a lot of the same ingredients, particularly in Taiwan. You know, with the lettuces and the tomatoes and the pork and the beef, all that's comparable. Except we use different bread. You know, and our chili sauce is a little different. Our pico de gallo or salsa verde is different. Yeah, but there is some uncommon commonalities there, and I think that's why it relates to people liking it.
Yeah, the point I was kind of getting to.
Well, let me
go ahead, Ryan.
I mean, I was going to say, John, I don't think it's actually Mexican food. It's not Mexican food. It's an Americanized version of Mexican food, probably. Because real Mexican food sucks.
Well, the base.
Well, that's what I said.
Right?
I said Mexican American food. That's
I
always make a distinction by saying
the worst Mexican food I ever had was in Mexico. It sucked. It was horrendous.
Well, where did you have it though? Because I had the same experience, but I was at a
Cozumel.
tourist spot.
Dude, I went to Cozumel and I was like, "This is the worst food."
That's why.
And it was authentic Mexican, right? In Cozumel.
Yeah.
It was terrible. And I was like, "This is the worst Mexican food I've ever had."
But
probably if you go to street food in Mexico City, you probably have a different experience.
Yeah, maybe. I guess.
Yeah, but I feel what you're saying.
The base.
I mean, they don't have any queso. So, no queso, or is it queso?
Yeah.
And they act like they're talking. Like, I need a queso for my taco. The guy's looking at me like, "What are you talking about?" And then he brought me like a big bowl of Gouda cheese that was melted. I'm like, "This isn't it.
Oh,
this
that's
isn't it. I
good.
need
The
some
white
queso."
cheese. That's good, man.
But I'm just saying.
That is real
I mean,
Mexican.
I can't
Wait a
put this
minute,
shit on my
that is real
taco.
Mexican, yeah.
Dude, it was authentic Mexican. I'm like, this is terrible. I want to go back to America and eat my Americanized version of this this culture food.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But soul food might do
Sorry,
good.
John. Go ahead.
Soul food might do good. You gotta sell yourself though here. That sounds bad, but literally, when you I noticed the expat businesses that have the person like really makes themselves known. It's like you're giving them an experience too to get them.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Used to the food.
It would work in Taiwan, right? It would work in Taiwan. If you there's a place in DC called the Florida Avenue Grill. It's the most authentic grill you've ever seen in your life. They've got all the celebrities you've ever known from the civil rights era. That would work in Taiwan because it's authentic. John, tell me I'm not right. John Galt, you there?
Yeah,
John Galt, am I right?
I'd never been in that place, but you know, maybe.
I used to go in there all the time, and they were like, "Why is this white guy in here?"
I was wondering
but it's great food. It's great food, by the way. But it's so authentic. It's so authentic, man. It's like, I mean, like all the great civil rights leaders were there. It's right in DC. It's right by Howard, actually. And whenever I had construction work there, I would eat at that grill, and they were good people. But that would work in Taiwan because it's authentic. You can't bring some fake bullshit over there. I guarantee it.
I guess
that
what
would
I'm saying.
work.
I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, as he was saying, you know, a taco has a lot of the same ingredients as the food eaten worldwide. Mm-hmm. It's really just the bread and the sauce that's different.
Right. It's just corn and meat.
Right. Now, if I put a plate of macaroni and cheese in your face, you may have never seen it before in your life. You'd be like, what's in there? It's harder to explain and harder to sell.
John.
Then you get down into operational matters of it. The ingredients are expensive and it's timely to make.
Yeah.
And so
cheese hasn't been a big deal here until like I would say like recently.
Yeah.
John,
what do you think about that, Matthew Kim? You're familiar with restaurants and all that.
No, you got it. I mean, you're right. The biggest thing is to getting them to try it.
Yeah.
Because if it's a good product, if it's a good food, they're gonna keep coming back.
Yeah, there's three things.
You got to stick it out though, bro.
There's three things. There's the food, the presentation, and the experience.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the three main factors when it comes to anything with restaurants.
I'm thinking operational, right? Like a taco restaurant seems to be.
Are you guys trying to figure out if American food will work in Asia?
No, we're just talking about how Mexican food is so easily transferable because the basic ingredients are the same, right? And
John, can you do me a favor? Can you send your email in the back chat? I got an idea for the chat.
Right.
So you mean you mean American Mexican food?
Yeah,
Mexican American.
Yes. We made the distinction. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So when I lived in Korea, there were two spots. There were two spots right outside of the base. There was one that had been there for years, and all the Koreans went there. And they weren't particularly good, as far as Mexican American food went. You know what I mean? They had churros and stuff like that, but for the Koreans, it was just an eclectic experience because it was American Mexican food, and who was running it? Ajima, which is an old Korean woman, and she had been married to a Mexican man, and she brought that food over there. The next one was a newer guy who was an executive chef. He was a Mexican dude, and he started a Mexican restaurant there called Carnival. Now, you can throw a stone and see how many Carnival restaurants you've seen here in the States, but he called it Carnival. It was him. Some Korean investors brought him in, and his Mexican food was head and tails above that woman's food. But whose food did they want to go to mostly? They wanted to go to hers because she was a staple in the community, and they just knew it. But I'm not saying she wasn't that he wasn't good. He was good because during his opening for about a year, he drew business away from the woman's restaurant. So, I mean, it isn't hard to bring American food there to Asia or any place like that. It's really very easy, and nobody has to be an expert in it.
Right, because you bring up a good point. Because foreign food in general, like for example, like Thai food was new here about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and the people that opened up Thai restaurants here, the Taiwanese people, the food was definitely not as spicy, for example, as Thailand, and they were catering to the Taiwanese palate, and even though it wasn't as authentic, they were doing good numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah, but now people want that real experience because people are traveling there so much from here on vacation. They know what the authentic thing is. So.
Yeah, and so you're right. It's the expats. You know what I mean? It's the people from those places who want that. And of course, inevitably, the food will get better, as in my example. But for instance, when where was I? In Itaewon in Korea, they had a place called American Alley. And American Alley was where everybody went to get a little taste of American food. They had diners, makeshift. Of course, every one of them is owned by a Korean person who maybe partnered with an American at first and then ended up taking it over once the American left, or maybe it was even a Russian who started it. And they were longtime staples, man. They had no real branding. They were a hodgepodge of different things. They might have a Jimmy Dean sign up or a Paula Dean's sign up in the window. That's what it was. And I remember there was this Ajima who sold soul food. Why did she sell soul food? Because she had half black children who had never even been to the States. However, she was married at one point to a black GI, and she learned how to make macaroni and cheese, collard greens, and learned how to fry chicken the way he liked. And then you just slap a sign up, and she was a soul food restaurant. And then all of us soldiers, we would go, and we would have parties there. We would, do somebody's retirement party there. Koreans would show up, and then she lasted for how long she lasted. And I look it up now. She's nowhere there. She's nowhere near. She's not even there anymore. Somebody else is taking over the building that she used to be in. So I'm just saying, these places come and go. You don't have to be an expert, man. You don't have to taste good even.
Hey, NPCs, if you can't get hold of hamburger, don't with that grill in front of you that's huge, do you ever fix yourself a rootin' tootin' cheeseburger?
A rootin' tootin' cheeseburger?
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, well, do you so you can get buns there also? You may have to look for them.
Yes.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
just wondering. Yeah, I was just wondering if you
Yeah.
ever fix yourself that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, bro. Of course, like I said, like Costco's a big thing here.
You probably have a hamburger
we
restaurant,
have
right?
we have all that.
No, he said he doesn't. You don't sell hamburgers
really?
in your restaurant, do you?
No, I mean,
No. But I would cook it for myself though.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I
Mexican
meant.
food, yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Standing there in
I love
front of a
my
hot
burgers.
grill, man.
Yeah.
But you probably can find a good hamburger in Taiwan, right? There got to be enough.
Yeah, the best place is called in my city. You can look this one up. This place is dope. It's called ABC Burger in Tainan, and it looks like a replica of In-N-Out Burger. And it was this dude who spent some time in LA, and he brought back the shit, and he made his own version of that. Not only the burger, which is fire, but also the culture, the diner set up in the whole atmosphere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You see? That's what it is.
Yeah.
ABC's that it right there. American barbecue car.
That shit.
Yeah,
So good.
That's interesting.
But NBC doesn't that show you the low barrier to entry, how easy it is to replicate? And then all these restaurants here, what keeps them in business is all the lawfare they engage in. All of the
the
all of the
bureaucracy.
contracts. Yeah.
We don't have that. They don't have no health expense. Right. They don't have this whole. I'm sure they have a health. They do have a health department, but they're not breathing down your back.
Did they come Did they come and inspect your restaurant?
No. I guess if you're just like a. What'd you say?
Before you opened, they didn't inspect your restaurant?
No.
Damn.
They don't do that, John.
They don't do
John,
that.
they don't do that. I don't know what.
The thing is, you don't even need a restaurant. You can have a food cart and be making buco bucks.
Hey, can I give you guys a hold for 1 second? I've been showing you guys all these people selling food on the streets in New York and DC without permits and things like that. And I keep telling people, go for it. Go for it. These people are avoiding all the regulations that you are willingly signing up for. And you hear Kamala
That's
tell
a fact, John. That's a
you
fact.
hear Kamala tells you can't start a business with $5,000. Hell no, because the government gonna want the first $5,000 just for the idea to get off the ground. So
That's a fact. John, you said something so smart, dude. You said something. You said you're signing up willingly for the bureaucracy. Everybody else is like, F that. I'm just going to do whatever I want. And you're signing up for it.
Do we think that's a bad thing?
No, I think it has become.
No. Do we think restaurants inspections are a bad thing?
No, be brave. I don't think. Listen,
I think
I don't think that's bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Blaze.
No, I was saying I don't think it's bad, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Is the point? Everyone that's making the money, everybody who's making all the money, there is skirting the rules, and you are bolstering the system. You're keeping this terrible system afloat because you want to play by the rules. You're like, you know what? I'm going to play by the rules. I'm going to do what the government asks me to do. And then you invite them in to ruin you. And then you look right across the street. There's a guy, he has cockroaches, he has rats, but his food is kicking, and everybody's going to eat there. And you're like, man, how come they didn't shut him down? Right. And it's because they're just not in the system. Even though they're in plain sight, it's in plain sight. Yeah, you're like, God, dog, man. Go ahead.
It's in plain sight, man. Master
Kim, you're cooking right now.
Master Kim told you, somebody told you the other day, you're gonna always be poor with that mentality. What did he say to you, Master Kim?
Say to me?
No, Master Kim.
No, to Master Kim. He probably is stepped away, but go ahead.
Anyway, it was an Indian guy, and the Indian guy says to Master Kim says something that's against the rules or whatever, and the Indian guy says, you're always gonna be poor thinking like that. There are people out here that, they come from countries where, hell, there are no rules. The government can't enforce them if there were. They're proceeding as if they were in their home country because, as Mr. Kim told you, the punishment for being caught far, is exceeded by the money that these people are making in the interim. I have a buddy of mine. I can't tell you the full story, but he, let's say he took the law in his own hands. And I was talking to him the other day, and he says, "Man, I know legally it wasn't the right thing to do, but financially, it was the right thing to do, taking the law in his own hands."
Save the world. Then
the government he would have been broke waiting on the government to respond to him. But he would have done the right thing according to the law. He just would have been broke. Maybe lost his property. So he did what he had to do, and he come to find out that, damn, so the guy's suing him, and he said, well, shit, he's not even getting that much. I did the right thing by foregoing what the government said and doing it myself. And on, that has been the thing. People leaving it up to someone else to do what's best for them. And sometimes, almost in every case, you got to take it in your own hand. No one's going to do for you,
Yeah.
Do for yourself.
Leaving money on the table. Work in that infamous gray area is what I say. It's not necessarily illegal, but it isn't smiled upon. And when you go to places, your perspective opens, your mind opens when you go to other countries and you just see the way they operate, and then you realize why people who come from other countries tend to thrive here in America. They thrive here because they don't know the meaning of no.
Hey guys, we got 26 minutes before this stream ends, and we go over to the next stream. I want to ask you guys a question. I'll go down the panel, make it brief. Did you guys hear Kamala say to Oprah Winfrey that you can't start a business with $5,000?
Yes.
And if you did or didn't, just tell me what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I say there's many businesses you can start with $5,000. Go buy a good push lawnmower and you're in business.
Mm-hmm. What do you say, Blacks?
I agree with Be Brave. You can start You can start a power washing company making $250 a day, and you only spend $1,000, maybe even less. This woman is ridiculous. Okay, that's all.
What do you say, NPC? Can you start a business for under $5?
Of course, you can start a business. You can hop on Fiverr, just start translating video captions for somebody if you knew the, Chinese or Spanish and English. So yeah, you don't need much money to do that.
If someone gave you $5,000, do you think you could start your own business? If you had $5,000, do you think you could start it?
For sure.
Business. But here was Oprah and Kamala speaking to
Oprah.
How many of her voters? And she's telling the American people, most Americans, I think they said we don't have $500 disposable income. And she said, if you even get 10 times what you have, you still can't start a business. Go work for someone else and chain yourself to them for the rest of your life, be a wage slave. And I don't think that's the message that
Kamala said that?
Kamala said that. And Oprah Winfrey said,
yes, she did.
Weenie. She said, you can start a teeny weeny business for $5,000.
I can go buy a leaf rake and start a business.
Sure.
Really?
A leaf blower, weed eater.
No, the hell with the leaf blower. I'm telling you, you can rake leaves fast if you get on your ass and rake with a
in the
leaf
summertime.
rake.
You could cut grass, blow the grass clippings, and
she basically said, you need Big Brother to do everything. You need us. You have to have us. And then what her underlying point was, if you decide to do it without us, we'll shut you down.
And
what the hell are you reading between the lines? Some kind of conspiracy theorist, fella?
Oh, brother, I've been a conspiracy theorist.
I think these people, really diminish the hopes of people, and if they can't diminish the hopes of you, they'll beat you down with regulations. And most people will never do it.
That's a fact. You heard what she said to the people who said, "Hey, look, we can't afford." I watched the portion where you were talking about the Philly, living in Philly, and you were looking at the house prices: $129,000 for a old mansion, $250,000 for an old mansion, and she's telling these people who lived in Philly, "Hey, look, what answers did she give them? Nothing. It was just a whole word salad." And we were all listening, trying to figure out what she was going to give, because that was my second time watching that. I was like, maybe I missed something. I didn't miss a thing. She didn't answer any of their questions. She said nothing.
Blacks, you may have been on the panel. Ryan and I were discussing it. If you really were serious about building housing for people in America, you would start with the housing that we already have.
Yeah.
That you don't have to build new schools or build new roads or new plumbing. You would do that. To do that would require an uncomfortable truth. And it would require a solution to a problem that's even more uncomfortable. And so instead of conquering...
Well, hold on, man. Tell us right quick.
Well, they can't solve the crime problem. They can't solve the school problem.
You want me to say it, John? No,
Not yet. But we don't have but 20 minutes, and everyone knows.
I know.
And so instead of doing that, she comes up with some Rube Goldberg-like scheme of building a
Rube Goldberg.
But the Fed power, man, says there's really nothing the government can do, the federal government can do to build more housing. Ryan and I, we discussed it. The cheapest house they're going to build in America anywhere is probably $300,000. And that's out in the middle of nowhere where no one wants to live. So the bigger problem, where we could really place hundreds of thousands of people, like 45 miles from the White House, right there in Baltimore. Hundreds of thousands of houses destroyed. But the government can't go there and do anything about them. So they got to go further out and tell you to live further away from the job centers.
Yeah.
They've allowed the young blacks to destroy those cities close to ports where the roads have already been built. The pipes already laid. And the government is going to just basically give up on that to try to go further out.
And they have a track record. And they have a track record of doing it. There's been urban renewal projects in DC, Baltimore, all the East Coast that have been successful. They could do that, right? When you want to expand into a new area, when you expand into an area, you also need what's that?
Those were not urban renewals. We're not going to use the Democrat propaganda language. Those were people renewals. And the people renewed those areas. The government didn't do anything. You bring in the right people, you can turn any neighborhood around.
God damn it.
They were people renewals. That's what they were. I've seen DC go from 65, 70% black. They won't even tell you how few blacks live here now.
Fuck this man.
To maintain their political power. And so, ultimately, that's really what the solution is. They're going to have to solve these crime problems because the houses are right there.
Yeah. Last time I was in America I had made a stop in DC. I was going to go to Puerto Rico to a friend's wedding, and we stayed in Friendship Heights, I think it's called.
It's a nice area.
That was a nice neighborhood out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then we took a walking tour of DC, bro, and then we saw some other things that were interesting. Looking for that mambo sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Mambo sauce.
You gotta go.
John, where I'm at is every once in a while you'll see some really old house come up. Really needs a lot of repairs. They last for about 3 hours on the market.
Mm-hmm.
Old houses sell. It's just in certain places.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm telling you, they don't. Okay, 3 hours is a bit dramatic, but no, they sell immediately. Bam.
Yeah, there's all Facebook groups, the old houses, and the prices are, so low. But there's quite a few on there. There's quite a few. Is it worth it though? You think to go to live out in the sticks?
Sticks in the cities is where these old houses are.
Oh, in
By
the
millions.
cities?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, John's talking about the city. I'm also speaking cities.
Okay.
No, where I'm at, I'm in a small.
The
I'm in a small town, and it's a and the last place I was in was a smaller town. But I lived previously in a mid-sized city. No, and in that mid-sized city, the houses that you could get for $5,000 and fix them up, you couldn't live in the neighborhood. Out here, when a house comes up here in the city limits, it lasts for 3 hours because you can put 100,000 in it. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why is that? Sense. I'm not going to say. But no, old houses are the answer, and that we can't take advantage of that means that's probably an indication that yet another indication that we're finished as a culture. If you can't rebuild your old houses that are still standing strong and you can't use them, something's real wrong. It's not good. They're all over the place.
We have about 15 minutes before we go into the next stream. I'll leave it open for you guys. What else you want to discuss?
I wanted to ask NPC in Taiwan, do you have a car?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a garage?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a uppity half.
No, but don't get it twisted. The garage is a communal garage.
Oh,
it's not attached to my house.
All right, I'll let you off the hook on that a little bit. I thought you had a private one. Do you use your car much, or do you really just go ahead because it's so convenient? Use your scooters and bikes.
Yeah, I just use my scooters, but when it's like torrential rain, like the last couple of days, I use the car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a luxury to have a car out here.
Yeah,
it is a luxury.
It's quite understandable. Yeah, Taiwan's doing good.
Hey, can I ask? I want to ask you something. I want to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
So, would you find that the Chinese and/or Taiwanese, do they identify? Because I read different things. Do they identify as Chinese or do they identify as Taiwanese? What is the? Because I know there's a lot of political controversy surrounding that. Like, how would you say these people identify? I hear in the news media they want to be Taiwanese. We're separate. They have a different currency, which is a Taiwanese dollar. It's not the renminbi, the Chinese currency, right? So, how would you say they identify as? They see themselves as Chinese or Taiwanese? What's the consensus there?
They see themselves as Taiwanese. However, colloquial language, sometimes I hear them say like they're Chinese, but I know what they mean. They mean that they're Taiwanese. Yeah, they want to make this distinction. But however, if you go to mainland China, which I spent a little bit of time at, they claim Taiwan is China. They claim China.
Well, I know the CCP always says that people in Taiwan see themselves as Chinese. That's why we need to take them over again, right?
They do not see themselves as that. That's not the majority.
Give me 1 second, guys. I saw something in the chat, and I wanted to bring it up since Master Kim is here. We're going to close it out with this and maybe even start it back up with this. Guys, I think you're going to find this interesting. We've been talking about this quite a bit. I've done a couple of streams on the dominant Indian group. And here they are buying Motel 6, an American cultural icon. You know, everyone remembers the Motel 6. Master Kim, any thoughts on this?
It's kind of a dog.
Yeah, that's, Indians own banks here in the United States as well. So I would imagine, I've yet to read the article, but I bet it's just an Indian equity. But yeah, that's.
Oh, you're breaking up, Master Kim.
More and more grumblings of these bigger.
Oh, dog.
Oh, you're bringing up Master Kim.
Right now. Yep, give me a few minutes. I'm sorry. I'll probably join you on the news stream. My apologies. I got a bad signal.
I have some thoughts about this while Master Kim is getting his signal straightened. We've seen motels and hotels all around the country. When I was on the call with the lady from Springfield, Ohio, I think I asked her, I said, well, the migrants living. I think she said either Econo Lodge or Motel 6. We looked into the hotels that in New York that have converted over to migrant shelters. They're bringing in big bucks. Big bucks. More than they will ever make renting out to regular guests. I would imagine the Pakistani hotel, the Pakistani government running the Roosevelt Hotel finds it easier to cater to migrants than it would be to the upper class elite that would stay in a hotel. It's easier business for them. They're easier for them to run a Motel 6 than a Waldorf Astoria.
Hell yeah.
They can pack the migrants in the Motel 6. And I wonder if somewhere deep down, they know that these hotels, these Motel 6s, would be filled with migrants. Hence the $525 million acquisition from Blackstone. It's rather interesting.
Well, John, I'm interested, since you're in the business of dealing with the dregs of society somewhat. Didn't it ever occur to you to like maybe go buy up a small motel and use that as a room rental? I mean, at least they got bathrooms in each room.
They're too far outside of the city. Hey, I got Master Kim, for me at least.
I see.
I got Master Kim online. Go ahead, Master Kim. What do you think about this? Did you hear what I said about the migrants, the Indians, the motels?
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting, and maybe this is a reflection of the economy because I've seen a couple other private equity groups sell some of the real estate assets, and I would love to hear Ryan and even Get Cracks for me thought of what big money's doing right now. Why are they shedding these assets? Obviously, it's a reflection of a recession, but obviously interest rates too just are not low enough. It just costs them money, but they're selling it below the multiples what they paid, and it's just kind of interesting. Remember these private equity groups try to, get 1 or 2 times the multiple of what they paid for it. So interesting. As far as these Indians, I bet that they're not using anyone else's money but their own. I don't think that they're going to the, trying to get a credit facility or borrowing any private equity
Master
money
Kim.
to do this.
They don't really leverage. They're not really leverage.
Master Kim. As you were saying that, Master Kim, the transaction will be done entirely in cash.
Nice.
See? $525 million, people. $525 million.
How much you think Blackstone lost, Master Kim?
Oh, God's sakes! That would be a good question. They probably did the acquisition of the Motel 6 maybe 5 years ago. But also, this is these private equity groups only hold on to stuff to like 5 or 7 years at the most. That's a good question. I'm not smart enough to answer that. But
are you? Do you think they had a significant loss though? Correct.
It's tough to say because a lot of these private equity groups just want to show quarterly earnings, right? So it's almost like they're doing like a Bernie Madoff to a degree. Flipping and hiding the sausage, and I think these executives are just wanting to keep their. I mean, they get fired all the time, right? But the current executive just wants to please bring blood to the shareholders for 1.5 years, 2-3 years, and he's fired. And then the next guy comes in, does crazy acquisitions, he's fired. So it's almost like a legal Ponzi scheme in the private equity world. And I'm not saying there's anything.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, Master Kim. Like, these private equities, they own things all up and down the economical scale. You're the budget chain, you're the high-end chain.
Yeah.
And one could be a loss leader while the other one's wildly profitable. And so at the end of the day, it all kind of balances out.
Yes.
Because they're able to more or less dictate the market in total, as opposed to having someone else controlling the lower end market. They control it all. And that may be one approach that they're taking. So the losses may not have meant much. Hell, it could have just been for taxes.
Or another approach they may be taking is sell it to Indians who will run all of them, meaning you're going to have more Indians in the country, meaning more diversity, meaning more destruction of the American culture. And in the end, Blackstone gets made whole by digitized printed money.
Well, I think, honestly, my first thought goes to, the simplest answer is probably it.
Yep.
And I think, you spend out this kind of cash buying low budget motels. I know that the migrants are being housed in low budget motels, and if they're not, then the government is really looking for places to get rid of that steam. And that steam is building in these cities all around America. They have to find a place to put them. Motel 6s all around America. And I think the cities got a little steam relief.
Yeah, my point is Blackstone didn't lose a damn penny.
I don't think so.
They were made whole.
And the Indians can do this job much more profitable. Keep in mind, the higher-end hotels, the Marriotts and the Hiltons, the Indians that are franchisees of them, they'll have all white and black people working the front desk, and they discourage Indians for being in and around the hotel because they want guys like Ryan and others to think it's a corporate hotel. But the lower-end hotels like the Motel 6s and the Comforts Inn, they'll have Indians probably working for free, like how we talked about, like the Chinese do. They'll let these people will work not even $1 paid, but they'll pay for all their cost of living and get them in line for their H-1B status or whatever that visa they apply for, the asylum or whatever,
Yeah, that's what I think.
But you don't know why. Look, here's the thing. You don't know why they sold it. Like maybe Motel 6 is a dog, and they own 9 other companies that are showing 37% profit, and Motel 6 is showing 18%. And their financier, whoever's financing this venture capital firm, is like, look, they're pulling down your overall profitability margin, so we're going to loan you money at a higher rate. You don't know why they're unloading Motel 6. There's 100 reasons. I just gave one of them. There could be, 99 more. We don't know why they're unloading it.
What we do know is a dog. But what we do know is someone is willing to buy them and buy them in cash.
Brought to you from Fox News.
Right.
Okay, Brave.
Oh, Ryan, I'm sorry. I was just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. I'm impressed by you, man.
No, I'm just
in cash.
Like
me,
cleaning up the balance. Yeah, maybe it was a cash injection. Let's get rid of this dog, and we want a better cash position because our debt to income, our debt to equity ratio is bad. Like, there's a lot of reasons.
But that's on one side of the equation. On the other